Whispers of a Raven. Prologue, June 29th, 2001. The streets of London were as they had always been, other than the thick, cold fog that had rolled in almost 4 years ago and had remained year-round since, regardless of the season. The Muggles had decided it was a natural phenomenon, as they could attribute it to nothing else. Harry knew better, as did those of Wizarding Britain. The Dementors had been unleashed upon them like a plague mere weeks after the Ministry had fallen. It had happened with the public none the wiser, at least until it was too late to offer resistance. Voldemort had struck without warning, those who opposed him having been slain. According to the rumors, Amelia Bones had been first, followed by the Aurors loyal to her who refused to bow to the Dark Lord. With the fighting men and women dead or conceding defeat, the rest fell into line, and the coup ended as quickly as it had begun. In one swift move, the country had been placed under heel. Were it not for the unusually selfless act of Rita Skeeter reporting the incident in the Daily Prophet, it was unlikely the public would have learned what had occurred. Voldemort certainly seemed to be in no rush to inform them. However, it was the last publication printed of that nature. Rita Skeeter disappeared soon after and had not been heard of since. Harry had no doubt that she was dead. The Dark Lord always found who he was looking for eventually, and she had undeniably provoked his ire. Uncoincidentally, the paper was the next target of the new regime. Barnabas Cuff, the editor, had been mysteriously replaced, as had most of the reporters, though they did not announce such things. The only difference in the publications were that they were supportive of the new regime, claiming the country had become stagnant, and that change was required for progress to be made. None were fooled, but neither were they willing to contradict that narrative. Those who did were quietly disposed of in the night, and those that knew them pretended they never existed. Fear had gripped the nation, and it only tightened its grasp throughout the following months and years. The highest offices in the land were filled with sympathizers or outright supporters of the Dark Lord. It mattered not which, as they no longer had need to work from within the shadows. Harry had been on the cusp of completing his 6th year of Hogwarts when word of what happened had reached the castle. It had come as a surprise, the preceding months having been quiet with himself, and even Dumbledore under the impression Voldemort was preparing. Even the headmaster had not been able to believe he had done so in such an efficient manner, and all but seized the advantage. He shook his head, the thought of the older man. Harry had been terrified, but had taken comfort in the knowledge that he was within Hogwarts, and under the protection of the only wizard Voldemort had been wary of engaging, though that comfort was short-lived. In the space of a single conversation, any assurance he felt all but evaporated. Flashback. As he looked upon Dumbledore, he could not help but notice he was more tired than usual. His posture hunched, and the eyes that always seemed so full of life were dull. Before him was not the invincible, unshakable man he had always seen, but the product of a life lived, little more than an old man. Nonetheless, the headmaster greeted him with his usual smile as he gestured for him to take a seat. "We have spent much of our time together this year learning about Tom, the kind of boy he was and the man he grew to become," he began. "I fear with what has happened, our time is more limited than I had first believed, and for that, I can only apologize to you, Harry." Harry frowned, but said nothing as the headmaster held up a hand to prevent such. "I was hoping to show you much more than I have." "We still have time, Professor," Harry cut him off. "He can't get into the castle, not with you here." Dumbledore offered him a grateful smile, but shook his head. "Whether I am here or not, he will find a way," he sighed, "and you need to be prepared for that. It will happen sooner than you believe, and there is nothing I can do to prevent it." Harry shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept it. "Why?" he asked pleadingly. "Because I am not long for this world," the old man answered candidly as he raised his gloved hand and removed the garment. Harry gasped at the appearance of the limb. It was blackened, as though dead and decomposing. "What happened?" he asked, unable to avert his gaze though Dumbledore replaced the glove, pulling him from his observation. "I made a foolish mistake and it cost me dearly," he explained. "I have spent this year preparing you for the inevitable and need you to listen to what I have to say. Do not be consumed by grief for me, Harry. I have lived a full life, and what comes next is nothing more than the first steps of my next great adventure." He couldn't believe what he was hearing. If Dumbledore was gone, they had already lost as far as he was concerned. There was none that could hope to stand against Voldemort. His victory was all but certain without Dumbledore there to oppose him. "What am I going to do, Professor?" he questioned desperately, feeling more vulnerable than he ever had. "You are going to survive, Harry, and I will use my remaining days to ensure you have the best chance to do so." End flashback. True to his word, that was exactly what he had done. Dumbledore had succumbed to the effects of the curse 5 months later, but had used that time to help him. Instead of focusing on Voldemort, he had begun teaching him magic, spells that would help him out of tight situations and ones he could use to defend himself against those that wished him harm, or dead, the latter being the most likely when confronted with Death Eaters and the Dark Lord. Working with the man had seen him improve in leaps and bounds, but it wasn't enough. Even if he'd had a decade with him, it wouldn't have been enough. But Dumbledore had done what he could in the time given, and those lessons had saved his life on numerous occasions now. But it was not these skills he would remember the man for. No, living as he had these past months had taught him more about survival than he could learn from anyone. It was what the man had burdened him that he would remember him for. It had happened only a few days before he had died, and had developed into much of what weighed him down now, though he doubted this was the intention of the headmaster when he had made the gesture. Flashback. Dumbledore looked worse than ever. Even seated, his breath was labored, his hair was thin, and a sheen of perspiration was visible on his forehead. He had weakened considerably over the months, but despite this, had met with him almost every day. "How are you, Professor?" he asked. The headmaster smiled and gestured for him to sit. "As well as can be expected, Harry," he replied. He fell silent for several moments as he simply stared at him, almost as though he was trying to read his thoughts. If he were to truly try, he perhaps could, but not without resistance. Harry had worked tirelessly on his occlumency with Snape throughout the past 2 years and had reached what the man deemed to be an acceptable level. "Tonight will be our last meeting, Harry," Dumbledore revealed when he spoke once more. "My time isn't almost at an end, but there are things we still need to discuss." Harry wanted to protest, but could see the truth in his words. He was dying and would likely breathe his last in the coming days. "About Voldemort." Dumbledore shook his head. "No, not tonight. We have spoken all we can of him. Tonight we will speak about you." "Me?" The headmaster nodded. "I remember the very first day I held you in my arms, the night he killed your parents. There you were, just a baby that would grow into the young man in front of me now," he began. "You have done remarkable things already, Harry, survived where most others would not and persevered when most would have given up. I do not say this lightly when I tell you that I am so very proud of you." "I did what I had to do, Professor." "You did, and yet there is still so much left unfinished," Dumbledore sighed. "I have made many mistakes in my life, Harry, done things I am not proud of, and much of that relates to you. I believed I was doing what was right when I left you with your relatives, and even by shielding you from the truth. I can only apologize and hope you can one day forgive me for my foolishness." Harry nodded. There had been times when he had been furious with the man for keeping things from him, frustrated that he had only been given half-truths and platitudes when all he wanted was honesty. He should have been told about the Horcruxes sooner and the damned prophecy. It had only been 2 weeks prior that he had learned of his fate. "So do I," he replied, uncertain if forgiveness could be truly given. Dumbledore offered him a bow before opening his drawer and placing a box between them. "To assist you when I am gone, I have taken the liberty of ensuring you have some essentials with you," he explained as he enlarged what was revealed to be a trunk. "I do not think it will be wise for you to linger. When news of my death inevitably gets out, he will come." He opened the lid and first removed a long, wrapped package. "This is a magical tent, Harry. It will provide you shelter and somewhere to sleep. When the need arises to leave, I would recommend not staying in one place for more than a day or so. I have written this down along with many other useful pieces of information in this book," he added, taking the mentioned tome from the trunk and placing it next to the tent. Harry nodded but frowned. Wouldn't it be better if I went to Grimmauld Place? It would, Dumbledore agreed, but you are not one to hide from your demons, Harry. It is inevitable that you will one day seek to put an end to this. As much as I wish I could convince you not to, it is in your nature. Harry could not argue with that. He was not ready, but one day would be, and he would not be able to remain idle for the rest of his life, not while Voldemort continued to draw breath. I have also included several books of my own for your perusal, and as a continuation of what we have been working on. I dare say they will prove to be useful for you. I cannot stress enough the importance to continue as we have, Harry. I will, the teen vowed. Excellent. I have given what gold remained in my personal account from Gringotts. It will not last forever, but I do not think it safe for you to make an appearance there to visit your own vault. It should see you through for some time. You didn't have to do that, Professor. I cannot take it with me, Harry, Dumbledore chuckled as he placed the items back in the trunk, coughing from the exertion. There is one other thing I believe you should have, my boy. He shrunk the trunk, but did not pocket his wand. Instead, he stared at it fondly for a moment as a smile graced his lips. I have carried this since 1945, having won its allegiance from its previous owner, he mused aloud. Harry frowned at the words, before the realization hit. Grindelwald. Dumbledore nodded. This wand has quite the history to it, and there are those that would go to great lengths to possess it. My final wish is for you to have it, Harry, to protect it, and for it to protect you. Harry could only look at the man questioningly. Tell me, do you still have the ring I gave you? The headmaster asked when he did not move to take the wand. I have, Harry answered as he pulled out the chain from within his robes. He kept it on. The ring served as a constant reminder of what he was up against. It offered him no comfort, but kept him grounded and served to remind him to curb his rash instincts. He had almost fallen into a trap set by Voldemort a year ago, and were it not for Hermione's cool head and Snape's timely intervention, who knows what would have happened? Sirius had been found well, merely napping, and not being tortured as he had been led to believe. He had put much more effort into the mind arts from then on, having truly learned the necessity of them. And that rather spectacular cloak that belonged to your father, Dumbledore pressed, pulling him from those dark thoughts. I keep it with me all the time, like you told me to. I'm sorry, Professor, am I missing something? Indeed, but you will learn of it soon enough, Dumbledore replied as he withdrew another book from the drawer of his desk and slid it towards him. The Tales of Beetle the Bard, he muttered and opened the cover to read the contents page. Babbity rabbit, what have children's stories got to do with my cloak? Not just the cloak, but the ring and the wand also. I would recommend reading from page 44. You will understand when you do. Fawkes trilled his agreement from his perch, and the headmaster reached over to stroke his plumage, distracting Harry from the topic at hand. What will happen to him when you're gone? Dumbledore released a deep sigh. I had hoped he would choose to accompany you as he has me, but he is under the impression you are perhaps destined for another companion. I do not know what he means, but I have learned that he has yet to be wrong in over a century of sharing his company. Can you understand him? Does he speak to you? He had always wondered about the relationship between the man and the phoenix, but had never thought to ask about it until now. In a sense, Dumbledore answered thoughtfully, he understands me more than I do him, but I have learnt to read his moods over the years. I suppose it is difficult to understand without having experienced it for yourself. I suppose so, Harry replied. He too shared such moments with Hedwig, where he felt that he could understand her mood and thoughts, but it didn't seem the same as what Dumbledore shared with Fawkes. You will need to disarm me to win the wand's allegiance, Harry. The headmaster broke into his thoughts. Is it really necessary? He asked, feeling rather uncomfortable by the thought of doing so. It is. Hesitantly, Harry drew his wand as he shook his head and pointed it towards the man. With a sharp jab, the one in the headmaster's hand was pulled free, and he snatched it out of the air. Immediately, a strange feeling overcame him as the magic of the wand met his own. He shivered at the coldness. Though it was not an unwelcome one, it was oddly comforting, as though it belonged. Not only was he distracted by the feeling of the wand, he could also feel the ring and cloak react to it as a rather strange connection formed between the three items and himself. It was not one he could see, but he felt it almost as though they were judging him before the magic settled beneath his surface. Dumbledore eyed him for a moment before nodding slowly. Each one of those items is unique and special on their own. I do not believe that all three have ever been united the way they are now, though I will leave you to learn of them from the book. Of children's stories, Harry added, eliciting a wheezing chuckle from the man. You should never dismiss something because of what it appears to be, Harry, he chided lightly. I expect you will come to learn that one day. Fawkes trilled once more, a sad note that did not match the usually uplifting chirps he would give. You have my apologies, Harry. I find that I am rather more tired than usual, Dumbledore said. Could I trouble you to assist me to my bed? Harry stood and offered the man his arm, noting the feebleness of his grip as he helped him to his feet and allowed the man to lead him to a door on the far side of the office. He opened it and found a surprisingly sparse room with only a bed, a now empty bookcase, and a single photo on the bedside table. My family, Dumbledore explained without prompt. My mother, father, my brother Aberforth, and sister Ariana. Abe will be the last of us. Harry did not know what to say, but helped the man onto the bed. I thank you for your assistance, but I can manage from here, the headmaster chuckled. I will feel better after some rest. Harry nodded, and after ensuring Dumbledore was steady, took his leave, pausing at the door for a moment. Good night, Professor. The man smiled warmly. Good night, Harry. End flashback. A part of him knew he would never see him again. He had died only a few days later, peacefully from what Madame Pomfrey had said. He had been buried quietly in the grounds of the school he had made his home for many decades, and it had been decided that his death would not be announced publicly, but the secrecy did not last long. Only a few weeks after, the news had spread, and Voldemort had seized his next opportunity. Although the professors did all they could not hold out against him and his forces. In only 3 days, the castle too had fallen, though Harry had not been there to witness it. Professor Snape of all people had all but forced him alongside Hermione, Ron, and Ginny, through the Floo network to Grimmauld Place, where what remained of the Order had gone to ground. He later learned that Draco Malfoy and several other Slytherin students had assisted the Dark Lord. There was even a rumor that Malfoy had been the one to get word to Voldemort that Dumbledore had died, but that had never been proven. He still hoped to catch up with him in the future and learn the truth for himself. All of that, however, seemed like a lifetime ago now, and so much more had happened since, things he wished he could have prevented. Shortly after Dumbledore had died, Bill Weasley decided he would go ahead with his wedding to Fleur de Lacre. A decision Harry still did not understand to this day. Although they had taken steps to ensure the safety of the guests, it hadn't been enough. Only minutes after the ceremony had concluded, the burrow had been attacked and many had been killed, including Ron. The ever-loyal fool had jumped in front of a killing curse that had been heading for Hermione. Not only had he lost his first and best friend, he had learnt more about the wand Dumbledore had given him than he ever expected to. Seeing Ron fall had angered him, beyond anything he had experienced thus far throughout his life, and the wand had responded. As he had slid it into his hands, it seemingly developed a mind of its own, or had merely carried out his wishes. He could not be sure which. Either way, the result was the same. The Death Eater that had killed his friend had died screaming, his body slowly engulfed by a black fire that left nothing behind other than a charred skeleton. Order members and Death Eaters alike had watched the spectacle, shocked by the act he had unwittingly carried out. The wand, however, was not done. That same, welcoming coldness he felt when he first came into possession of it had enveloped him. What happened next had done so in a blur. He remembered nothing of it, but several more robed figures had fallen to him in the following moments, and the attackers that had not fallen to him had fled. When he came back to himself and had seen what he had done, his trembling legs gave out and he fell to his knees, emptying the contents of his stomach. The smell of burning flesh, evacuated bowels, and the sight of the mutilated bodies would haunt him for months after. Worse than what he'd done had been the reaction to it. The Order members looked upon him as though he were a monster, no better than those they were opposing, and his relationship with them had never been the same after that day. Only Sirius, Moody, and Remus had shown any acceptance of what he'd done. Hermione had tried to, but she had lost herself in grief, had blamed herself for Ron being killed. It wasn't her fault at all, and she knew it deep down, but she wasn't the same person she had been, and they grew apart over the months that followed. They had remained on good terms, but the chasm that had formed from that day only deepened when she had gotten the news that her parents had been killed in a Death Eater attack. She had never said as much, but he knew she held him at least partly at fault for that. With the death of Ron and her parents, she had not coped well and had left. To where? He knew not, but he had not seen her for more than 3 years now, and he missed her dearly. He hoped that wherever she was now, she had found a semblance of peace with it. Although he and Hermione had suffered the day of the wedding, the Weasleys had done so more than any. Not only had they lost Ron, but Bill too within moments of him being married. Harry hadn't known him well, but the few memories he had of the man were bitter ones. He could not help but blame Bill for what had happened that day, his impatience to marry the French Vila having come at a great cost. He snorted at the thought of the man. "Idiot," he muttered. Were it only death and scorn he'd had to overcome, perhaps he wouldn't be where he was now. But whatever deities decided to make his life so difficult had other ideas. He had quickly grown tired of being sheltered, the Order members watching over him as though he was a precious vase that needed to be preserved. This was not what Dumbledore had in mind, and not the way Harry wanted to live either. If what the prophecy had said was true, it was him that needed to be fighting, him that should be doing all he could to put an end to Voldemort. The Order had other plans. Though it was clear they had grown wary, even fearful of him, and didn't want to be around him, they would not relent in keeping him locked away like a prisoner. They were wrong, and the tension had eventually boiled over. He had taken the trunk Dumbledore had given him, and had followed in Hermione's footsteps in the dead of night. That had been 3 years ago to the day. He felt bad for Sirius, but he could no longer continue as he had been. He needed to be away from the Order, to do something about what was happening, and he had seized an opportunity of his own. They had looked for him and were likely still doing so, but he had not seen hide nor hair of any of them for a year. He had become adept at hiding, and even more so at surviving when people did somehow track him down, whether it was the Snatchers or Order members. Both groups had found him several times, but he had always eluded them eventually, his wand dispatching of the former and his wits the latter. Death had become something he was now familiar with, a companion even. He didn't know how many he'd been forced to kill, but it mattered not. All he knew was that he no longer remembered their faces, and he slept peacefully, when the Hallows allowed him such respite. He had found the tale of the 3 brothers a fantastical one, and something he had at first dismissed out of hand, but the items he possessed begged to differ. Ever since the wedding and his subsequent use of the wand, it had plagued him, along with the damned cloak and the stone. They had become a bigger burden than he could have ever imagined. It had begun with a feeling that resembled that of a legilimency attack, all 3 probing at him with that eerily welcome magic that permeated from them, still seemingly judging him, almost whispering in his mind. They were not words he could hear, but instead, almost glimpses of things, memories he had not lived. As the months and years passed by, they had only grown clearer, more persistent and regular. The past half a year had been the worst. They had intruded upon his dreams, the same way the door he dreamt of had during his 5th year, though this was more than just an innocuous door. It was an archway of sorts, one that whispered to him, luring him to it, though he would always wake before he could reach it. The whispering was phantasmal, dozens of voices urging him to walk through the archway. The dreams lone he could have ignored, and were it not for the voices that spoke to him throughout the day, he would have paid them little mind. The voices, however, could not be dismissed. At first, he had been terrified of them, had wondered if he had finally cracked under the strain of everything. It took him some time to figure out that it was the Hallows speaking to him, whispering and leading him to the dangerous task he was about to undertake. "SHH, it's all right, Olin," he comforted the white-eyed raven. Somewhere, he believed that Dumbledore was feeling very smug in his assessment that Fawkes had never been wrong. The raven now perched on his shoulder had found him only a day after he had left Grimmauld Place. Olin had been his companion ever since, no matter how often and hard he had tried to shoo him away. Harry had not been ready for another familiar, not since Hedwig had undoubtedly been killed to spite him. In the haste to get him out of and away from the castle, she had been left behind, and the owlery had been sealed to prevent both incoming and outgoing mail when the ministry had fallen. She would have had no chance to escape when the castle had followed, and the thought of what she would have endured angered and saddened him deeply. There was a time that she had been his only friend, and the one he had relied on to keep him sane during his summers with the Dursleys. For that reason alone, he wanted Voldemort dead. Instead of his faithful, snowy owl, he now had the rather unnerving raven to keep him company. The whispering of the Hallows and clarity of the dreams had only increased since his arrival. He didn't hate Olin, had grown rather fond of him in truth, but he was bitter about Hedwig, and the raven could never hope to fill the void she had left behind. He was rather disconcerting, too, the omen of the bird not a pleasant one in most societies, and his incessant need to squawk the word death had worn thin long ago. He wouldn't have minded so much had he other words in his vocabulary, but it was just the one. He was not a stupid creature, far from it, and that was what irked him so much. Olin had warned him several times of impending attacks, had even pointed out magical traps that had been left in place, but he could not help but think his appearance was not a coincidence. The bird had arrived, his dreams had increased, and the pull the Hallows had over him grew. They were connected somehow, and he to them, and the bird. He just didn't know what it meant. To master death, you must first accept it. "Oh, shut up," Harry muttered irritably. The visions of the archway, and those same words that were whispered constantly to him, was why he found himself here. He could not go on ignoring them, nor the urge he had to seek it out. For some reason, it seemed important, and he was compelled to put it to rest, if only for his own sanity. "Check it out, Olin," he instructed. The bird took to the skis over London, and Harry waited. For 2 weeks he had camped in this alleyway, watching and waiting for the opportune moment. The Hallows had led him here, to the place most dangerous to him, but still, the feeling that he needed to be here was unshakable. It felt wrong to willingly submit himself to such danger, and he couldn't fathom why, but it was necessary. After a few moments of flight, Olin landed on his shoulder once more and crowed gently. "Are you sure?" Harry asked with a frown. The raven squawked indignantly, eliciting a chuckle from the man. "I was just checking, you grumpy git," he replied, content in the knowledge that there were no wizards lying in wait. He didn't know how he could tell the difference between muggles and magical folk, but the bird had yet to fail him, and he began packing away his things, still wishing he could go back to a time where his life was not so complicated or difficult. He had these moments from time to time, but remembered what that too had been like, and how far he had come in the intervening years. He had been naive back then, his life seemingly lived from one catastrophe to the next, yet he had been sheltered from the adversity he had overcome since. As much as he had seen him as such, Dumbledore was not a perfect person and had his flaws as all men did. Through his inexperienced eyes, he had looked upon him as though he were a god, unbeatable and never wrong. He knew better now. Having experienced the world for what it had become, and growing with it, he had learnt many lessons that his younger self would never have understood. Unpleasant occurrences had happened, and more would follow, but he still lived and breathed and would do so until someone ripped the life from him, or he managed to kill Voldemort, as unlikely as that was. The Dark Lord had grown strong, his support stronger than it had ever been. No matter how many Death Eaters or Snatchers he killed, there was always more willing to take their place. He didn't know what he was going to do. He had simply lived day to day from place to place, preparing for the inevitable confrontation, almost waiting for it to come to him. It hadn't done so thus far, but they would meet. Fate had seemingly decreed so, and it may well be today. Entering the Ministry of Magic was a foolish thing to do, but he could no longer resist the compulsion. He knew that if he did not, the Hallows and infernal raven that had chosen him would give him no peace. "Death," Olin shrieked. "Probably, my friend," Harry replied, stroking the inky feathers of his companion. With his trunk packed and pocketed, he cast a plethora of concealment charms on himself and even changed the color of his hair and eyes. It had been years since Voldemort had laid eyes on him, but he was taking no chances, and he wrapped his cloak around himself before flicking his wand into his hand, the ring that now adorned his finger instead of a chain around his neck prominent against the white of the wood. He didn't know why he had moved it. It had merely felt like the right thing to do. Somehow, it made him feel more connected to the magic of the Hallows. Pushing those thoughts aside, he slowly limped towards the workers' entrance to the ministry, the impairment a lingering injury he had received during a fight with Snatchers a year or so prior. He had healed it as best he could, but he was far from a master in the art, and it had become one of the things he had to live with. It was not as though he could simply walk into St. Mungo's for treatment, not when it was under the Death Eater's control. As he reached the door to what the Muggles would see as a public bathroom, he cast a series of detection charms and found nothing suspicious. The inside of the building turned up the same results, not that he had expected any different. The entrance was still in use, and he had watched the workers arriving and leaving throughout the days he had been keeping watch. It wasn't as though any adjustments had been needed to be made. The ministry staff that lived had been the ones to fall in line and wanted nothing more than to continue with their jobs and put food on the table for their families. Harry couldn't blame them, but he did not hold such people in high esteem. It was likely that were any of them to come across him, they would try to hand him over to the Dark Lord if only to protect themselves. Knowing this, he took a deep breath as he submerged his feet in the bowl of the toilet before pulling the chain and being sucked into the magical plumbing. The atrium was as he remembered it during his last and only visit to the building the day he'd been put on trial, though the mood was certainly different. There were no workers chatting animatedly with their colleagues as they went about their day. The conversations he did manage to overhear were muttered and without enthusiasm. It was as though someone had died, and they were in mourning, speaking at a level deemed decent. The presence of the new statue that had replaced the one of gold he had seen only added to the downtrodden atmosphere. In lieu of the magical figures, a new statue had been erected in its place. One that depicted a gathering of Muggles being crushed beneath two larger figures, a witch and a wizard. The message of the construct was clear, and though the war had yet to truly spill into the Muggle world, it was only a matter of time before it did. It was an unavoidable eventuality and made Harry's task only more urgent. Despite the weaponry the Muggles possessed, it would be useless. Voldemort would not be foolish enough to attack them in such a way, but would use subterfuge to achieve his goals as he had with the Ministry. All it would take would be a few imperious curses here and there, and the entirety of Britain would fall. Harry suspected the only reason he had not done so was because the rest of the magical world would then be compelled to intervene. They had not done so yet. Other countries did not embroil themselves in domestic issues unless they proved to be a threat to them. Tom was smart enough to know this and had curbed whatever intentions he had, for now. The Dark Lord, however, was not why he was here today, nor were the miserable workers or the morbid statue. He had trespassed here for a reason, as the Hallows reminded him with a gentle prod, pointing him in the direction he needed to go. With a frown and mumbled curse, he complied, bypassing the security guard on the desk and into the golden elevator a short distance away. It was empty, and he stared at the various numbers on the control panel, none labeled, and he found himself at a loss. 9, a voice urged, his body tensing as it always did when he heard them. He pressed the button and the doors clattered shut. He knew not what direction the lift moved in, but he felt rather nauseous when it finally came to a stop some moments later. When the door opened, He stepped out quickly, not looking forward to the return journey. Not wanting to think about the inevitability of that, he walked on, finding himself in an empty corridor with only a single, closed door at the end. The walls were lined with portraits, and he thought perhaps they were concealed entrances, though that notion vanished when he approached and faced the door that had become familiar to him some years ago. It had plagued his dreams for months during his 5th year at Hogwarts, the door that never opened to him, the one he had seen in the vision Voldemort had sent where Sirius was being tortured. As he reached out to grasp the handle, he expected that it would either open, or that if it did, he would be greeted by that very sight. What did happen was that it opened at his touch, but there was no godfather being tortured, nor a dark lord waiting for him. Almost anticlimactically, Harry entered a large circular room with more doors that stretched across the length of the far side of the wall. He had almost forgotten his bout of nausea from the elevator, but was reminded of it as stepped into the center, and the entire wall began to spin, the doors becoming a blur and unsettling his stomach once more. "Bloody hell, stop," he groaned. Much to his surprise, they did, and when his vision returned to normal, he counted 9 doors, each waiting for him to explore. He cursed under his breath once more. He didn't have time to explore so many rooms. He could not be certain if he had accessed the ministry without being detected, and he did not want to waste precious moments. "We are here, listen." He grimaced again as the voice intruded upon his thoughts, but he approached the door furthest on the right and placed his hand on it, closing his eyes. He neither felt nor heard a thing, and carefully made his way to the next, and then the next after. Here he paused. He could hear whispering, not coherent words but more a gentle hissing, and he pressed his ear to the door. They didn't become any clearer, but he knew this was the one, and when the Hallows did not voice any disagreement, he pushed it open and entered. This room was much larger than the one he had left, an enormous chamber hewn from rugged stone and shaped like a theater of sorts. The semicircle of steps descended all the way to the floor of which, sat in the very center, was the archway he had seen, whispering as it had in his dreams. "Come." The word was spoken over again, luring him to it like a moth to a flame as it had these past months, and he felt himself almost gliding towards it, only stopping a few feet away when Olin chirped gently in his ear. The voices fell suddenly silent also, setting him on edge. "What is it?" he asked only a second before the door he had entered through crashed open. He stilled as a dozen people in red aura robes poured into the room and fanned out above him, though he doubted they were what they would claim to be. The aurors had long ago been replaced by supporters of the Dark Lord. "There's no one here, Perkis," a large, blond man growled. "I'm telling you, Roll, I saw the door open and then this one. There's nowhere they could have gone from here." Staying silent until they left would have been his choice. The wand he clutched, however, had other ideas. It vibrated uncomfortably in his hand, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he would no longer be able to repress it. "Fine, you 3, fetch the Dark Lord. If Perkis is wrong, he will die." The 3 men chosen left the room, the door banging shut behind them, and though the odds were not in his favor, the wand once again seemingly acted of its own accord and struck out. The curse that left the tip passed through 2 of his assailants, having circled the room before splashing against a strong shield erected by the hulking blonde. The others looked on in morbid fascination as the victims fell to their knees, retching. Their faces steadily reddened and eventually turned a deathly white as the whites of the eyes blackened. With a gurgle of protest, their mouths opened impossibly wide, and a dark, spectral raven was ejected, leaving the bodies to fall limp and still. The birds unleashed a loud caw and dived towards the archway, causing Harry to duck, only able to watch as they vanished upon passing through. "What the fuck?" he whispered, looking down at the wand in disbelief. He did not know magic like this, had never practiced it, and yet he could feel the wand drawing on his own reserves to cast it. It was as terrifying as it was thrilling, that coldness filling him from the tips of his fingers to the tips of his toes. "There he is," a voice screamed, pulling him from his observation of the wand. As he had ducked to avoid the ravens, his cloak had slipped, revealing his head, and a rebuttal curse had been sent his way. Without thought, he raised the wand and a silver shield emerged but did not deflect or block the spell. Instead, it absorbed it and drew it in. The orange of the hex was flooded with a midnight blue and was returned to the caster, who stiffened as it impacted against him. Harry frowned as the man's eyes widened. Everything seemed to slow as another half-dozen curses were hurled his way. He could see the array of colors and knew he would not be able to avoid them all, but again, the wand came to his rescue as it had before. A golden dome formed around him, and the incoming spells bounced off. As his shield faded, he saw another two fall victim to their own curses, but his attention was drawn to the still stiff man who screamed an agonized warning before he exploded into a mist of blood and gore. Were that the end of the effects, it would have been unpleasant enough, but from within the mass of red, metal spikes emerged and were shot in all directions. To avoid being impaled, Harry threw himself to the floor to the sound of more screams and metal colliding with stone. When all had fallen silent, he struggled to his feet, his legs slowing him down considerably, only for his heart to sink as the door opened. The three men that had left only moments before had returned with another entering in their wake. Although he had not seen the man since the night he had returned, he would never forget the crimson, serpent eyes nor pale visage of the Dark Lord who surveyed the carnage with what appeared to be a look of amusement. "Impressive," he observed. "Roll was quite the gifted fighter, and yet you have laid him to waste as though he were nothing." Meeting the speculative stare of Voldemort, he felt a light probe of legilimency against his conscience and swatted it away, causing the man to flinch slightly, irritating him. "I would like to know what you are doing here," he asked almost politely. Harry knew better. The man was on the verge of anger, but his curiosity needed to be sated. "Just looking around," he answered with a shrug, his grip tightening around the wand. Voldemort laughed. "You have courage, and I can respect that, but you were foolish for coming here. Now, I do not recognize you." Harry cut him off with a snort. "Let's not play games. Tom, you know exactly who I am." The Dark Lord's eyes widened briefly before his jaw visibly clenched. "Potter," he spat, his voice mixed with fury and surprise. "I hear you've been looking for me." "And you have hid like a coward whilst others have died," Voldemort returned. "No matter. There is nowhere for you to run now," he added, gesturing around the room. He was right, and Harry knew it. The only exit was the one the Dark Lord stood in front of. "Follow the ravens." Harry frowned at the whisper and turned his head to look at the archway. He couldn't see how walking through it would help him in this situation, but it was not as though it could harm him any more than Voldemort wished to, and this was not a fight he was ready for. Even with the wand, he doubted he would survive. He smirked as he realized he had one advantage still wrapped around him. Grabbing hold of the cloak, he offered the Dark Lord a baleful glare. "You'll have to find me first." Perhaps it was foolish to provoke the man, but he did so anyway, never truly being able to hold his tongue when it came to Tom. The man roared, losing his composure as he always did. Harry, however, was not prepared for the stone steps around the room to be torn apart as though they were made of paper and hurled towards him. The wand had chosen this moment to not come to his rescue, and he could only brace himself for an impact that didn't come. Instead, a coldness enveloped him, creeping from his back to his front. Peering next to him, he could see the inside of the archway. Evidently, he had stepped backwards into it, and the final thing he saw before the room around him faded to black was a furious Lord Voldemort aiming a curse his way, one that did not reach him in time. Break. He didn't remember losing consciousness, but when his eyes opened, it was to the sight of three blurred figures leaning over, staring at him almost expectantly. "Ah, he's awake," one of them spoke. As their features swam into view, he saw that they all looked somewhat alike, their skin ghostly pale, and they were dressed in robes that were certainly not the height of fashion, not that Harry kept abreast of such things. Life on the Lam had taught him to dress practically. to wear clothing that allowed him to move freely and was easy to put on and take off. "We can see that," another sighed, the three men taking a step back as he sat up. The room he was in was the very same one had left, down to the archway he had passed through. Panicking, he attempted to draw his wand, only to find he did not have it. "Be calm, young man, you are safe," the third man spoke, his voice relaxing and setting him at ease. "Where am I? What the hell happened?" "You are nowhere," the calming one spoke. "Well, that is what we call it. I suppose you could say it is a prison of sorts. All of us who dwell here were not granted the peace of the afterlife, but instead trapped here for the deeds we carried out in life." "You're dead?" Harry asked. "For many centuries now, as are the others," he replied, pointing upwards. Harry followed the direction of the finger and saw dozens of shadowy figures floating lazily above, their features indiscernible. "So I'm dead." "I suppose so, but your path is just beginning. You have all three of our hallows, and that means something even here, especially because of who you are." Harry frowned. "Your hallows, you're the Peverills," he said accusingly. He had learned of them from Xenophilius Lovegood during the wedding, only moments before the Death Eaters had attacked. It had been merely by chance that he recognized the symbol and asked the man why he wore it around his neck. Lovegood had mentioned the Hallows, and the rumor that the Peverills were the brothers the tale alluded to. "We are," one confirmed, "just like you." Harry shook his head. "I'm a Potter," he corrected. "Who descended from me?" the calm brother spoke. "I am Ignatus Peveril, and the cloak that has been passed down your line came from me." Harry could only gape, surprised by the revelation. "And you are descended from me also, though not in the same way," the quieter of the three spoke. "You carry a piece of my descendant with you. The very same that gave you the scar gave you a piece of himself." "Voldemort," Harry whispered, the feeling of filth overwhelming him at the thought of the soul fragment he had been infested with. When he had learned of it, he had been terrified, but Dumbledore had assured him it was of no concern. He was not a Horcrux as he had believed, but the soul piece had assimilated with his own. He did not understand such magic, but he had no reason to not believe the headmaster. Had it not happened the way it had, Dumbledore believed it would have slowly destroyed him as a child. Perhaps it was because they were somewhat related that it had happened this way. He knew not, and did not want to induce a headache by pondering magic he could not hope to comprehend. "That would be him," the man confirmed with a slight bow. "My name is Cadmus Peveril, the owner of the Resurrection Stone." The stone was the one hallow he had not used. He had been tempted to call upon his parents and even Ron, but the fate of Cadmus had stuck with him. Having read about it in the story, he did not know if he would be able to pull himself away from them and allow them to return to the peace they deserved. "So you must be Antioch." The third brother offered him a grin. "That would be me, the foolish brother," he added with a chuckle. "I sired no children, so have no descendants." Harry looked upon the men for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't understand. What is going on here?" "Well, you stepped through Death's door and now you're here," Antioch answered. "Death's door?" "The archway," Ignatus confirmed. "Its creator is amongst us here. He built it so that Death could claim the souls of his enemies. He was a rather clever man, but Death did not appreciate his efforts. Death took his enemies, but him also, and trapped him here as his penance." "Death, as in the Grim Reaper," Harry snorted. The three brothers nodded seriously. "As one who has been marked by something as fantastical as fate, how is it so difficult for you to comprehend that death truly exists? The soul exists, so surely the collector of those passed on must also." Harry had never considered it, nor had he put much credence in the prophecy, not until Dumbledore had spoken of the Department of Mysteries and true seers living amongst them. He had balked at the thought of Trelawney being one of them, but the memory of her eerie trance and what followed in third year had made him consider the possibility. "So I am trapped here." The three brothers shared a look, and Ignatus shook his head. "Death does not interfere with fate's work, but man does, and yours has been interfered with. Some who should have died have lived, and there are those that lived who should have died. You were to meet Tom Riddle as an equal, and that did not come to pass. Your destiny is still to be fulfilled, and I suppose you were brought here for that to happen," he finished. "How can you know that?" "Because the archway remains, and you do not appear as we do." Harry looked at his flesh-colored hands as the man continued. "It is no mere coincidence that you are here. You were brought to us by the Hallows." "Because the wand does not recognize him as its master," Antioch interjected. "I would say that it is your destiny to carry all three. The way we created them, they would only work as intended for ourselves and our direct descendants." "Because we bound them to our souls," Cadmus muttered. "The wand has a mind of its own," Harry sighed. "It works for me, but—" "Not as it should," Cadmus finished for him. "The cloak works as it is yours and the stone because you carry a piece of his soul. For the wand to work, you would need a piece of his," he concluded, pointing at Antioch. The man shook his head. "It is dangerous. He already has the soul of another intertwined with his own. To add another piece could change him irreparably. His magic would certainly not be the same. And that would only work in his favor." A heavily accented voice broke in, drawing their attention. The brothers backed away as a cloaked figure approached from the veil, his face concealed by shadow. "So, it is you that fate had me send for?" he questioned. Harry could only nod as the three brothers bowed deeply. A raven he recognized landed on the cloaked shoulder, and the figure stroked it with a long, dark finger. "Alin has served me well to bring you here. He is quite a marvelous friend." "He's yours?" Harry asked. "No, he is yours," the figure corrected. An eerie silence fell between them for a few moments before Alin took flight, and the cloaked figure seemed to stare at him. "I do not take kindly to foolish men who play with my prize," he mumbled. "A soul should remain intact, but men being the fools they are do so. Were it up to me, you would remain here, but even I cannot oppose fate. The balance of magic would become skewed if I were to try, and balance is everything. With life comes death, and with night comes day. For men, when a dark lord rises, there must be one equal to meet them. That has not happened, and yet it must. The balance has become irreparably skewed. However, you are fortunate. Fate has saved you as she may one day claim you. For what purpose, I do not know, but it is not a coincidence that you are here, and you are who you are." Harry swallowed deeply at the ominous words. "Fools they may be, but the brothers are correct," the figure continued. "One is your sire, and you carry a part of a soul of another. The magic they used to create their trinkets was not one they understood, and you are an anomaly. Truly, you should only be able to use one, but by a series of events you have to ability to wield two, and your foe has also unsettled the balance. Fate is not pleased, and I am angrier still. I do not deal in partial souls. That would upset the balance." Harry released a deep breath as he shook his head. "You keep mentioning balance, but none of this is my fault." "No, it is not, and that is why you will be granted a life to right the wrongs, though not the one you knew. They may have been right that your soul has accepted the piece of his, but it has not accepted yours, and never will so long as it can reach towards the void it left behind in the one it belongs to." "So, what does that mean for me?" Harry asked nervously. "It means that you will be taken to a place where that void does not exist, where the soul piece you carry has nothing to reach to, a place where you can meet him as fate has decreed, as an equal." "I don't understand," Harry huffed irritably. "You will learn soon enough, but before I send you on your way, there is the matter of the missing piece." Antioch screamed and collapsed to the ground as the cloaked figure tore off his arm, and stared at it for a moment before nodding. "With the final piece, you will become what your foe fears most." "Death?" Harry asked confusedly. "Not death, but my single chosen to right the wrongs, as these fools once were my trio. I wish you luck, Peveril." "My name is Potter." The cloaked figure laughed. "Harry Potter does not exist where you are going, Peveril." Before he could protest any further, the shadowy arm was slammed into his chest, and he was once again enveloped by the welcoming coldness of the magic. As his vision faded, he glimpsed Alin flying towards him, cawing as the cloaked figure laughed. The sound ringing in his ears, he succumbed to darkness. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Wizard. July 4th, 1975. She had been told not to enter the room he was being kept in, but rather to observe him from an adjoining one. His magic had been flaring, and already 2 healers had been injured whilst trying to ascertain what was wrong with him. As such, none could be certain of his ailment. It was not a common occurrence that a person like this would arrive, a mystery man who could not be identified, let alone one in his condition. He had caused quite the stir amongst the other healers. Even the most experienced were intrigued by him, though none would dare approach. From time to time, they would come into the observation room, stare at him for several moments as though he were an attraction in a show, and take their leave. She, however, was to remain and keep watch. When he woke, however, a senior healer would take over, and then the Aurors would undoubtedly wish to speak with him. According to the reports, he had been found floating face down on the River Thames with an odd raven perched on his back. Even as a wizard, he should be dead. The fact that he lived was a miracle. What was stranger still was that even when his magic had not been so erratic, nothing could be gleaned of him. They could not even remove either of the wands from his holsters to do so, and the Lord's ring he wore was also obscured by a strange magic. She had never seen anything like it, but as a trainee, had been given the mundane task of watching over him. She wrote another note as his magic flared once more, and even though it was becoming less frequent, it was no less frightening. The room he was in was designed to contain such things, but even from her vantage point, she could feel the coldness of it. "How is he doing?" Healer Camden asked. She liked the woman. She was a no-nonsense sort, but one who cared deeply for those under her care and a woman that commanded respect. She had first met her when she was 8 and had been brought here by her Aunt Doria. Since then, she had wanted to be a healer herself, and though it was not as glamorous as she had been led to believe, there was something rather satisfying about the job. "There's no change," she replied. "He's still flaring, but he's not getting worse." Healer Camden nodded. "Good. He does seem to be getting some color to him, so I am hopeful he will wake soon. Maybe then we can get to the bottom of just who he is and what the hell happened to him. And then I won't be spending my whole life in here," Narcissa returned. "We all have to pay our dues, Black," Camden sighed. "When you finish your training, you'll get to see some other poor fool doing what you do now. Anyway, shouldn't you be heading off?" Narcissa frowned as she checked her watch. There was a family dinner being held tonight to celebrate Bella's engagement to Rudolphus. The occasion would be bittersweet, but such a big deal was being made because of it. Had Andy not run off with the mudblood? "Bugger," she groaned, not wanting to think of her wayward sister. She was already late, and her grandfather did not take such a thing lightly. She handed her clipboard and quill to her colleague and left the room. She would not run, but her pace was quicker than it would normally be. Entering the locker room, she changed, discarding her unsoiled robes into the wash basket as she left the cubicle and the hospital a moment later. Checking there were no muggles around to see her, she apparated away to Grimald Place, where the gathering was being held. She took in her appearance in the hall and straightened her tousled hair with a wave of her wand. It would not do to arrive disheveled. "I'm sorry I'm late, grandfather," she said apologetically as she entered the dining room. "So you should be." Her father growled irritably from his place opposite her Uncle Orion. "Shut up, Cygnus," Arcturus demanded before smiling as he turned to her. "Do not worry, Narcissa, we haven't even served the starter yet." She returned the gesture gratefully and took her seat next to her cousin Sirius, who shifted uncomfortably. "How was your day at the hospital?" her grandfather asked interestedly. "She cleans up piss and shit for a living. How do you think her day was?" her father grumbled. Arcturus took a deep, calming breath as he turned once more to his son. "You never did listen the first time, you insolent sod." "Forgive me for wanting better for my daughter," Cygnus returned. "She is a black and is sullying herself with all sorts of riffraff that pass through that place." Arcturus's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward in his chair. "There are few greater callings than being a healer. Just because you have done nothing with your life, it does not mean Narcissa should follow in your lacking footsteps. Now, I will not tell you again, boy. Shut your mouth before I do it for you." For a moment, Those gathered at the table expected a rebuttal from her father, but it did not come, much to her relief. "Sorry, Narcissa, you were saying," her grandfather pressed. "At the moment, I'm watching a patient that was brought in. He's in a coma of sorts and was found floating in the Thames. He's in an isolation room because his magic is flaring, and 2 healers have already been hurt quite badly," she explained. Her grandfather hummed interestedly as he gestured for the first course to be brought in. "That is strange," her Aunt Doria broke in. "Magical flaring only really happens in children when they are growing or if someone has suffered a significant trauma. Is there anything else wrong with him?" Narcissa shrugged. "We don't know, and we can't identify him," Narcissa answered. "One of the healers was injured when she tried to remove his wand holsters. That's as close as anyone has gotten to him." And there is nothing else to go on." Narcissa shook her head. "No one recognizes him, but he must be a lord. He has a ring, but it has concealment charms on it. The other healer was injured trying to undo them." Her grandfather snorted. "Only a fool would try something like that. Family rings are not to be messed with," he pointed out. "Have you not tried to get someone from the Wisengamot to have a look at him? Someone there would surely recognize him." Narcissa nodded. Tiberius Ogden had a look and said he'd never seen him before. "Ogden wouldn't remember the color of the pants he put on that morning," Arcturus mumbled. "I'm sure you'll figure it out in the end." "We will," Narcissa sighed as she helped herself to some of her soup. She had spent the best part of 14 hours watching the man and had not eaten since before her shift. "Rabiston was asking after you," Rudolphus piped up after a moment, the grin he wore making her distinctly uncomfortable. "Well, my sister is the one that has been sacrificed to marry one of your lot, so kindly tell him to get lost," she retorted. Rudolphus flushed as her grandfather and Sirius laughed. Her mother shook her head in disapproval, but it was Bella that reprimanded her before any other. "Sissy, that was rude. Now apologize." Narcissa was not fooled by the sweet, caring facade her sister had learned to portray over the past few years. She may come across that way in front of the family, but she was not so. She had fallen in with a crowd of pureblood supremacists and was becoming quite the fanatic. "I'm sorry, Rudolphus," she offered. "I've had a long day and spoke out of turn." "It's all right," the man grumbled, his ears still red. "I say we raise a toast," her grandmother declared, garnering the attention of the room. "To Rudolphus and Bellatrix, may their marriage be a long and happy one." Narcissa raised her glass with the rest and drank to them as expected. She didn't think Bella would be happy with anyone, but Rudolphus was rich, quite handsome in his own way, and the name came with considerable respect. Her sister would fit in well with the Lestranges, especially if the rumors she'd heard about them were true. Bellatrix couldn't do much better for herself, really. "And what about you, Sirius? How has Hogwarts been this year?" her grandfather asked. The boy had been the only black to have been sorted into a different house other than Slytherin in generations. It was quite the sore point for Walburga, who had already despised her son before this. "It's not bad," Sirius answered with a shrug, his eyes firmly on his plate of food. Out of them all, he was the one who fitted in the least. He was very blunt with little shrewdness to show for his upbringing. Most would wear the name they carried as though it were a badge of honor, and the rest of the family did. The name Black was one held in high regard and more than a little fear. Sirius, however, did all he could to distance himself from it. Her grandfather had expressed his concern of this over the years. He was in line to inherit the lordship after his father, something he had expressed he did not want. She knew that her grandfather held hope he would change his mind, but she had her doubts. Being raised by Walburga would turn anyone away from that notion, though not her younger son. Regulus was much more receptive to her wishes, was willing to do whatever she wanted to keep her happy, whereas his brother was not. Sirius fought his mother on everything, and she made his life miserable for it. If Narcissa had to bet, she would say he would be the next to turn his back on the family. Sirius was different, had been placed in a different house and befriended his peers. He was scornful towards the students clad in green and silver, even his sibling. They had been close once, but that had changed when Regulus had started at Hogwarts. Now, they barely acknowledged the other existed. "Sit up straight, you horrible whelp," Walburga scolded. Sirius scowled at her, his eyes filled with loathing towards the woman that had birthed him. He complied nonetheless, though only to the lowest of what was considered decent. Her grandfather glared balefully at Walburga. It was no secret he disliked her deeply and couldn't fathom why her uncle Orion had married her. Even Narcissa couldn't tolerate her presence for long. She was rude and believed herself better than everyone. As a Black, she was familiar with such thinking, had been raised to know their status in the world, but none rubbed it in people's faces more than her least favorite aunt. "When were you thinking of holding the wedding?" her Aunt Doria asked the newly engaged couple. As was the norm, her husband nor son had come along for the dinner. Charles hated her father, the two unable to be in the room without an altercation of sorts breaking out between them. Her father would always end up worse off. Charles Potter was not a man to cross, and her father was too stubborn to admit that. Despite her grandfather's various warnings over the years, he still goaded the Potter lord. James flat-out refused to have anything to do with them since he was 12. She remembered the Christmas he had come to dinner and berated Walburga for how she treated Sirius. Quite the unpleasant scenario had ensued, and her aunt had her nose transfigured into a pig's snout. She had been apoplectic, and the festivities had ended early with a smug James Potter being frog-marched from the house by his furious mother. "We were thinking of December," Rudolphus answered, taking Bella's hand in his own. She nodded as she smiled, though Narcissa did not miss the slight grimace from his touch. Whatever notion the man had about a happy marriage with her sister was little more than a fantasy. He likely thought that she would be the perfect, doting pureblood wife, but Narcissa knew her better. Bellatrix would not be tamed and would always do what she wanted. If anything, Rudolphus would be an afterthought to her own ambitions, and the best he could hope for was that she didn't decide he had become a hindrance. She had grown with Bellatrix and had seen the other side to her. It was not pleasant, and it was only a matter of time before her husband-to-be would see it too. "That will be lovely," Doria commented. "It gives you lots of time to plan. And for me to get used to the idea of only having one daughter still at home," Drula added. She had taken Andromeda's betrayal the worst of them all. Her father had simply washed his hands of her, but her mother had grieved before she too one day decided Andy did not exist. She was now a taboo subject, and only Narcissa had seen her, though not willingly. She had been on shift when Andy had been admitted to St. Mungo's and had given birth to her daughter, an addition the rest of the family did not yet know about. She would not be the one to tell them. They had only just begun calming down, and the only reason the woman still lived was because Charles Potter had offered her his protection, at the behest of her Aunt Doria, she suspected. Her grandfather had been furious with the man, had taken exception to his interference, but would not allow a quarrel to form between them. They went further back than when either had children, and he'd been all but forced to let Andromeda go without repercussion. He had, of course, disowned her from the family, had taken her name and status. That, however, was all he could do, and he had spent weeks stewing on it. Knowing she had married a mudblood was an insult, and one he would never accept. "Narcissa will have to marry soon," her father interjected. "She is almost 20 and has had her fun with this healing crap." Her Aunt Doria shot him a scathing glare. "She still has another 2 years of training to complete," she pointed out. Cygnus laughed. "What good will that do her? It's not as though she is going to stay there. What self-respecting man would want his wife dirtying herself in a shithole like that?" "My husband did, and I suggest that you choose your words very carefully, Cygnus. Charles may not be here, but do not think me too old to put you in your place." "Enough," her grandfather thundered, heading off the altercation before it could begin. "You will hold your tongue, boy. You will not disrespect anyone at this table with your filth. As the head of house, I have given Narcissa my full blessing to continue with her work for as long as she sees fit, and any prospective husband will be made aware of that." "She is my daughter," Cygnus growled. "And one who has gotten off her arse and is doing something worthwhile with her life. What have you done other than piss and moan about your lot? Fuck all. Now shut up before I do it for you, or I may just insist on Charles being here, and you can voice your opinion to him." Her father's nostrils flared, but he didn't say anything else. He wouldn't drop the matter, however, and would continue to berate her chosen path at every given turn. Eventually, he would likely get his way, but so long as her grandfather was on her side, there was nothing he could do. He enjoyed the lavish life being a Black gave him to push too far, and her grandfather's patience did have its limits. "I think Sissy is doing something good," Bellatrix commented after the table had fallen silent for several minutes. Narcissa frowned lightly. Bella had never complimented nor shown any interest in what she was doing. She had even been as scathing as her father at times, and Narcissa was no fool. She was saying it to merely curry favor with her grandfather, who gave the woman a rare smile. Bellatrix didn't care about defending her. She was up to something and had an ulterior motive for the apparent kindness. "She is," Arcturus agreed, "and I am very proud of her. Some of you lazy sods could learn a lot from her. She is the only one with a prospective career." "Sirius wants to be an Auror," Regulus snorted. Severus overheard him talking about it. "Snape is a nosy, greasy shitbag," Sirius retorted as the Black Patriarch shook his head. "Being an Auror is out of the question," Arcturus declared. "When you finish school, you will be working with me. You need to learn how to look after the family." Sirius looked as though he could think of nothing worse, but said nothing. "I wouldn't trust the boy to run a household, let alone the family," Walburga snarked. Arcturus banged his fork on the table, his balled fists trembling as his eyes bore into his daughter-in-law. "Shut your hole, Walburga. You're getting dangerously close to pissing me off," he warned. "I do not care what your scheming, nasty thoughts are. Sirius is in line after Orion, and that is final. If I get a whiff of you even trying to change that, you'll be on the streets with only the cheeks of your arse to rub together." Walburga returned the glare, but was smart enough to still her tongue. "Bloody hell, we are supposed to be celebrating an engagement, and all I've had is whining and complaining. I'm sick of it. The next one to do so can piss off." He was angry, and they all knew it. As such, they remained in silence as they finished their meal. Her grandfather and grandmother were the first to leave along with Doria. Rudolphus followed shortly after explaining he had a meeting to attend. That left Narcissa with her parents, Bella and Walburga's household. Much to her relief, her father did not appear keen on spending any more time with them than necessary, and they too soon left, opting to take the flu to their own home. "Thank Merlin for that," Bellatrix sighed when they had arrived in their entrance hall. "As entertaining as it is to see grandfather go off on one, I'm tired. I'll see you all in the morning." "Good night, Bella," her mother called as she ascended the stairs. If her parents wished to believe that's what she was doing, then that was on them. Narcissa knew exactly what Bellatrix was up to. She would go to her room, lock the door, and apparate to do whatever she snuck out for most nights. With her own work to keep herself occupied, she left her sister be. If Bellatrix was getting mixed up in something, that was her business. Narcissa had enough on her plate. "Shouldn't you be off to bed?" her mother asked. "No, I'm working the night shift for the next few weeks," she answered. "With a comatose patient," her father snickered. "I'm sure that will be riveting." With his jab given, he took his leave, and her mother offered her a smile. "Ignore him, Sissy. Your father does not understand why you do what you do. He's lived a sheltered life where he believed that careers were for poor people. His ambition never grew beyond bettering your grandfather." "He's bitter that he's younger than Orion," Narcissa returned. Her mother nodded. "He believes that he would make a better lord." "No offense to Uncle Orion, he probably would." "Walburga has him wrapped around her finger. He's too much of a yes man." "And then Sirius will take over," Drula snorted. "At least we know he won't cave to his mother's wants." Narcissa shook her head. "If he wasn't so dense, he would use his position against her." "A position he doesn't want," Drula reminded her. "I imagine he will have nothing to do with the family when he comes of age." "Sooner," Narcissa countered. "He's not smart enough to wait." "No, he is not," Drula agreed. but that's on him. I will be turning in for the night. I'm going to stay up and read some old cases. Maybe I'll find something to explain what's going on with this patient. Drula offered her a smile and placed a kiss on her cheek. I am proud of you for what you're doing, but don't overdo it. Narcissa nodded as she went to her own room and took her usual spot at her desk, where a neat stack of old, resolved medical files had been placed. She didn't expect to find anything that would hep with her the man, but it couldn't hurt to look and familiarize herself with something she may be encountered with one day, if she was allowed to continue. Her father had been right when he had mentioned that her future husband would unlikely be happy with her working. For the most part, it was not the done thing in higher society. Those in lower families of lesser wealth worked, but not the Blacks nor the Lestranges or even the Potters anymore. Her Aunt Doria was the exception, only because her grandfather had allowed her to and Charles had supported her also. Other than her, there was no other that carried her name who did. Narcissa liked working. Even the days that tested her patience, she reveled in the satisfaction it gave her. She wanted to feel that she had earned something, that she had pushed herself in some way. At school, it had been with her work in charms and potions mostly, but when she had left, she had fallen into a routine of nothingness. That was when she decided to become a healer. She had loved her day in the hospital with Doria and could imagine herself doing it. She didn't, however, expect it would consume as much of her life as it had, but it had proven to be beneficial. With her out of sight of her father, he wasn't so insistent on her marrying, though it was recently becoming a more frequent topic of discussion. She had expected marriage talks since she had been 13. Her father would find her a suitable match, and they would be married. From then on, she would have his heirs and play hostess to his acquaintances and act the perfect pureblood wife as she had been trained to be. In truth, she had no feelings on the matter. It was the life she had been born into and the one she had accepted. The best she could hope for was a man who was not cruel, not that her family would allow such a thing. If even a whisper of that were to reach them, her grandfather would have him killed for daring so. No, for now, she was content to continue with her training, if only to enjoy the freedom it gave her, as temporary as that may be. Break. She had managed to sleep in until just after midday, but could manage no longer. Tonight would be a long shift, a boring one likely, though she always had things she could busy herself with during the lonely hours observing the mysterious wizard. There was also the chance she would be needed elsewhere if an emergency required it, so all was not lost. It was not as though she was wasting her time watching him. She was intrigued by the young man, as most of the staff were. It was not often a person would arrive that could not be identified nor in his condition. He was already the talk of St. Mungo's, and she would freely admit that even she was fascinated. With only 30 minutes to go before she was due to take up her vigil, she dried her hair and tied it in the bun that was required. Checking her reflection in the mirror, she nodded satisfactorily and left her room. "What time will you be back in the morning?" her mother asked as she passed the dining room. "I finish at 8, so just after." Drula nodded and offered her a smile. "Have fun." Narcissa raised an eyebrow. Fun was the least likely thing she would have, but she would prefer this than being up to her elbows in filth, as was the case on many occasions. With her mother's parting words, she took her leave of the house and apparated to the alley. She always did only a short walk away from the hospital. When she arrived, it seemed to be a quiet night, something that could change in a heartbeat as there were currently only 2 patients waiting for medical attention. One was a man who was clutching his own arm under the other, seemingly having splinched himself whilst apparating, and the other was a woman who had the head of a cat. The cat on her lap had the head of the woman attached to its shoulders. She shook her head, and the odd cat lady hissed at her. Merlin only knew what she had been trying to do when that had happened. Narcissa paid no mind to the receptionist as she passed. Sandra was a gossipy woman who, like many other workers here, pretended she didn't exist. The name Narcissa carried was as much a gift as it was a curse, and only healer Camden didn't seem fazed by her. It might be that she was American and hadn't heard of the Blacks, or she simply didn't care. She treated Narcissa as she did any other trainee. It was the very woman of her thoughts she found within the observation room, the clipboard with everything they knew about him in hand. "How has he been?" she asked as she finished adjusting her robes. "Restless, but his flaring seems to have stopped for now," Camden explained. "I think he is having nightmares." Narcissa gazed at the man through the window. His brow was creased, and he was mumbling incoherently. He did, however, look healthier than he had. He was no longer deathly pale nor seemingly on the verge of such. "I can take over from here for you," she said to her colleague. "It's only 5 extra minutes. I'm sure I can manage." The woman gave her a grateful smile as she handed her the quill and clipboard before leaving, and Narcissa took the vacated seat to settle in for the night. She withdrew the medical file she had been perusing the previous night to occupy her time, and began reading the rather boring but detailed document. It could only have been a couple of hours later that she heard a commotion outside the room, and when she opened the door to investigate, she was met with the sight of healers rushing towards the reception area. She followed and came upon around a dozen witches and wizards that had seemingly been caught up in a fight of sorts. Several were bleeding heavily from wounds, and 2 of them, she suspected, had already succumbed to their injuries. "What's happened?" she asked one of the other trainees who had started around the same time as her. "They were attacked in Manchester. The Aurors are there trying to deal with it, but we don't know anything else yet," the woman explained. "Moscly, get over here," one of the senior healers called. "Black, back to your post. We can manage this lot." The woman rushed off to assist him, and Narcissa returned to her reading and watching her patient. She didn't take it personally and had seen the night staff deal with much worse during her time here. If she was needed, she would be sent for. Until then, she would settle back into her work and be grateful that she would avoid being covered in blood and other bodily fluids. No matter how much any healer liked their job, that was not something any spoke of fondly. She had been back at it for only another hour when her attention was grabbed once more. It wasn't a ruckus similar to the last, but had come from within the room the man was resting in. She yelped in surprise as she saw him sat up, his wand in hand and the tip of it lit. His face was mostly obscured by the shadows, and her breath hitched as she waited to see what he would do next. She watched as the light moved, pausing as he seemed to spot the observation window. His mouth was formed into a hard line. She could see no more than that. Not wanting him to panic or react violently to waking up in a strange place, she left the room and went to the reception. "Sandra, the patient in room 3 just woke up. Can you send for someone?" "Everyone is busy," the woman sighed irritably, not looking her way nor indicating she had even listened to what she had said. "We had another 4 come in. You'll have to manage." Narcissa's eyes narrowed before she turned and headed back to the observation room. When she arrived, the man was out of bed, limping around the room with his wand held aloft. This could prove to be a potentially dangerous situation if he decided to turn violent, and she needed to avoid that. "Is anyone there?" he croaked, his voice hoarse. He had come across the speaker situated in the far corner of the room and was looking at it expectantly. His back was to her now, and she pressed her wand against the rune that would allow him to hear her. "You are in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. You were brought here after you were found floating in the River Thames. Do you know what happened to you?" He paused for several moments, likely trying to remember what had transpired that led to him being found in the state he was. He mumbled incoherently under his breath before shaking his head. "No, I don't remember anything." "It's okay," she tried to assure him. "Do you mind if I turn on the lights?" He waved her off dismissively, and her wand switched to the rune that did so. "I will need to check you over. We haven't been able to so far because your magic has been very erratic. Can I come in?" He seemed hesitant, and she was readying herself to offer further reassurance when he spoke. "Is it just you?" he questioned. "It is." He nodded. "Fine." She removed her wand from the rune and took a deep breath. In cases like this, she would prefer someone accompanying her. He could be unpredictable, but he could also need help. If anything were to happen to him whilst she was keeping watch, it would be her that would get it in the neck. Bracing herself, she left the observation room and headed for the one just next door. Break. He had immediately been on edge when the woman had informed him that he was in St. Mungo's. He couldn't be seen here, not when it was under control of the Death Eaters. However, the memory of what had happened in the ministry came flooding back, his odd encounter with the Peverils and the strange cloaked figure. Without conscious thought, his hand reached for his chest where the arm of Antioch had been shoved. He felt like himself, still had all his own memories, but he could sense something different, something within that felt part of him but separate also. It was as though there was now more to him, and he could not help but shudder at the thought of the implications. Harry Potter does not exist where you are going. That begged the question of just where he was. He would need to clarify that as soon as he could, but first, he needed to get out of here. He would not assume that he had been given any truth from the cloaked figure until he saw it for himself. He took a seat on the bed as the door opened, and a young, blonde woman in healer's robes entered with her wand drawn. "Would you be kind enough to put your wand away?" she asked. He nodded as he slid it back in the holster, feeling no indication that it was about to come to his rescue, much to his relief. He didn't need to draw any more attention to himself. "Thank you, I am trainee healer Black. I'm going to give you a basic medical check, so just sit still and it will be over with shortly," she instructed. Harry frowned. A Black as a healer. He must be somewhere new. He had never considered that anyone from that family could be a healer, not from what Sirius had said of them, not to mention his previous encounters with the portrait of his mother. No, something was undoubtedly different, and as he looked up at the woman, he recognized something familiar about her, though he could not quite imagine where from. "Are you feeling any pain?" she asked, pulling him from his thoughts. He shook his head, and she took some notes on her clipboard. "I noticed you limping. Is that an old injury?" "A curse from a year ago," he answered. "I fixed it as best I could, but it hasn't healed properly." She pursed her lips at him, disapprovingly, as she once again scratched away with her quill. "Do you know what curse it was?" "A bone-splintering one," he explained with a shrug. She gasped as her eyes roamed down to the limb. "You're lucky you still have it," she chided. "Why did you not seek help?" "It wasn't a priority." She released a deep breath through her nose as she tapped the leg with her wand and muttered. Harry watched in fascination as she carried out her work. Of all the skills he had acquired over the years, healing was not one of them. There was a reason they trained for so long. "You missed a piece of bone and it has become lodged in your thigh. It can be removed, but the recovery will take time. I will inform a surgeon and they will manage that. You're very fortunate and very foolish." He snorted in amusement. She was one of the no-nonsense types like Madame Pomfrey. Perhaps all healers were the same. He didn't know as he had met very few of them. "It is not a laughing matter," the woman huffed. "Unless you get this fixed, the leg will only get worse and will one day be completely useless and untreatable. Magic cannot fix everything." "Bloody hell, you do run on," Harry grumbled. She raised a delicate eyebrow at him and began writing whilst muttering under her breath. "Patient is belligerent. Well, excuse me for not being in the best mood. I've woken up in a strange place and am now being harassed by a healer," he returned. She was unimpressed with his retort and continued with her note-taking, only deigning him with a look when she was finished. "What is the last thing you remember?" He frowned at the question. It was not as though he was going to tell her about meeting 3 wizards that had been dead for almost 1,000 years. He couldn't tell anyone that. He would likely be admitted to an entirely different ward here. "I just remember walking down the street, and then I was here." She stared at him for a moment, evidently not believing his explanation. "You don't have to tell me, but the Aurors won't be so easily dismissed. Now, what is your name? I need to fill in the rest of your paperwork and can't do that without it." He rested his chin on his chest, his eyes catching sight of the ring that adorned his finger. It was no longer the one that had been liberated from the Gaunt family home. The resurrection stone was still within it, but either side sat two ravens made of onyx with diamonds for eyes. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows gleamed within the stone, something else that had not been there before. He swallowed deeply, as the very same words of the cloaked figure played over in his mind once more, unsettling him. Harry Potter does not exist where you are going. He shook his head slightly. Without knowing where he was not going to give the name his mother had bestowed upon him. There could be other Potters here, and too many questions would be raised. Of all the preparations he had made that Dumbledore had helped him with, they had never considered this. Why would they? It was almost unbelievable. "My name is Harry Peverell," he answered, his mind made up by the ring he wore. Why wouldn't it be? He was related to them and now carried a piece of each of the brothers in his soul. He could feel them, all of them separately within him. The ring would give his story credence. He could feel the magic of it connected to his own. He had come to recognize Lord's rings, had begun looking out for them when he had encountered Death Eaters, so he knew which ones to kill first. The one he had sought most had been that of Lucius Malfoy. The man, however, would flee from him. He was a coward to the very core, and Harry never did get his chance to put an end to the man. The woman was looking at him again, a light frown marring her features before she shook herself from whatever thoughts she was having. "As a lord, you do not need to provide your address," she sighed. "That is a lordship ring, isn't it? My grandfather has the one for our family and yours is similar," she explained. He nodded. He was almost certain it was, but could not be sure, not until he went to Gringotts, if the bank even existed here. He felt hopeful it did. If St. Mungo's was here, surely the bank would be too. "Your grandfather, the Lord Black." "Yes," she confirmed, her eyes seemingly scanning him for some sort of reaction. "You do not need to worry. When I am on duty, I am a healer just like any other, but when these robes are off, I am no longer bound by the rules here." She had mistaken his simple question for concern. After a brief pause, he unleashed a bark of laughter at the unintended innuendo, though the woman did not seem to understand why he found what she said so amusing. "You may want to rephrase what you said." She frowned deeply, her cheeks flushing pink as she shook her head. "I did not mean that," she bit back irritably. "I know," Harry assured her, "but it was funny." She narrowed her eyes at him as she wrote another note. "Patient shows signs of lewdness. Be cautious around him." "Oi, you said what you did." "And you took it the complete wrong way," she countered. "Now be quiet whilst I finish my work. Merlin, I wish you would have waited to wake up." Harry said nothing as she went about her task, the only sounds being the muttering she did, whilst she cast her spells, and the scratching of her quill. "Well, other than your leg, you seem to be in good health other than being slightly underweight. There doesn't appear to be any sign of lasting damage to your magic, but a senior healer will want to check you over just to be sure. Your magic should not flare as it has been." Harry had no explanation for that. "Please remove your shirt. I need to do a final physical test to see if there is anything the magic did not detect," she instructed. When he hesitated, she huffed irritably. "Believe me, Lord Peverell, working here, I have seen anything you can imagine. Just take off the shirt, and we can be done with it in only a moment." With a sigh, Harry did so, and she balked. He had scars that he had accumulated over the years, but it was not those her gaze was fixed on. When he looked down, he too was taken aback by the image of an elder tree that had taken up residence on his side, his ribs down to his hip, now marred with the image. It was not the tree that took his attention, but the bird that rested on one of the uppermost branches, his white eyes prominently on display. "Alan," he whispered. He tried to hide his surprise, though he questioned just how this had happened. He could not be sure, but he suspected it had something to do with the cloaked figure. It was the only explanation that made sense, even if nothing else did thus far. The healer, too, was shocked, and even more so when the bird emerged from his skin and perched upon his shoulder, no longer but a tattoo of sorts. She shrieked as he cawed, and Harry held up a hand to calm her. "It's okay, he's my companion," he explained. The healer remained still, her mouth agape as she stared at the raven. "Death," Alan shrieked. Not yet, old friend, Harry chuckled. I've never seen anything like it, the healer whispered, drawing his attention back to her. I thought you said you'd seen everything, Harry quipped. You have a bird living in your skin, she retorted. How is that even possible? Magic, Harry returned with a grin. The healer released a deep breath of frustration. You're full of surprises, she muttered. Is there anything else I should be aware of before I continue? I don't think so, he replied. She nodded and began inspecting him. Now bereft of the raven, his scars stood out and had garnered her attention. She ran a finger along a few of them curiously. Where did they all come from? Here and there, Harry answered cryptically. In truth, he did not remember how he got them all. Some had come from Vernon when he had been a child. The one from the basilisk remained, as did the one on his arm from the dragon he had gotten during the first task of the tournament. To be back there would be bliss for him, despite how terrifying each ordeal had been. The others had come from his skirmishes with the Death Eaters and Snatchers, though the one that bothered him most had been given to him by Wormtail. The rat was another he had not seen since the night Voldemort had returned. Often, he found himself pondering what he would do if he were to capture him. It would not end well for Pettigrew, that was all he could be certain of. Well, none of them are showing any signs of lingering magic or not having healed correctly, she informed him as she finished and wrote down her findings. That is everything I need from you, so I would suggest you get some rest. A surgeon will come and speak with you in the morning and arrange fixing your leg. He knew he should wait for that at the very least. It was only growing worse with each passing day, and if it could be fixed, he would be a fool not to have the work done. How long was I out? He asked. You've been here for just over a week, the healer explained. And what date is it? July 5th. You've not missed much, she offered reassuringly. We've had patients here that have been out for months. Harry nodded thoughtfully, though her words did little to calm him. I think I've slept long enough. Would you be able to get me a newspaper to read whilst I wait? I will bring one in for you, and some food. You could probably do with a good meal, she added as she took her leave from the room. When he was alone, he felt his stomach sink. Something was sorely amiss, and it pulled him into a feeling of despair. He didn't know where he was, what was happening to him, nor what he was going to do. She returned only a few moments later with a plate of sandwiches and a newspaper tucked under her arm. I will need to submit the report. Is there anyone I can contact for you, your parents or other family members, a friend even? He shook his head, the thought of his friends only dragging him deeper into the feeling within him. No, I don't have any family or friends. They're dead, he muttered. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. He waved her off as he took the plate of food and newspaper she held out to him. Don't be, it's something I dealt with a long time ago, he replied. Anyway, thank you for this, he added dismissively. She took the hint and made her way to the door before pausing. If you need anything, just let me know. He nodded before biting into a sandwich and unfurling the newspaper, his chewing ceasing as he took in the date printed in top right-hand corner. 50-71975. He forced his mouthful of food down his throat as dozens of thoughts began forming all at once. Balance, he mumbled disbelievingly, the word the cloaked figure had thrown around so many times coming to the forefront of his mind. Bloody hell. He didn't know what kind of magic he had been subjected to, but this went beyond anything he could have ever comprehended. What was he going to do, and why had he been brought here of all places? He did not know, but he would need to ponder it. He needed to plan and begin understanding just what was happening around him. He couldn't help but think that the cloaked figure was somewhere laughing at him right now, finding joy in what he had done. Harry knew not where to begin, but he had time to think at the very least. He would need to recover from his surgery and then find his way in this world. He had not been given the impression that failure was an option, and could not imagine the cloaked figure being pleased if such a thing were to pass. No, he was in over his head, but he would need to get a lay of the land quickly and adapt accordingly. The only benefit he could see thus far was that no one knew him. The Death Eaters would not be looking for him, and he would be able to make his own preparations. For what good that would do? He was just a S blind to them as they were to him, his only advantage being that he knew some of their names. This just gets better and better, he huffed. When her report had been submitted, she immediately returned to the observation room and continued watching him through the window. He had not taken another bite of the food, the sandwich he had begun eating having been placed back on the plate. He was now absent-mindedly stroking the feathers of the eerie raven, consumed by his own thoughts. He knew more than he had told her, of that she was certain. When she had asked, he had shut down, but she could see the realization wash over him. Whatever it was clear that he did not wish to discuss it and had even gone to the lengths of using occlumency to center himself. It hadn't been a conscious move, but she had been around enough practitioners of the mind arts to recognize it. Something traumatic had happened, only a fool would miss the signs, and she was not one. He had withdrawn into himself, and Narcissa felt a stab of sympathy for the man. From the little she had gleaned from him, he was alone in the world and lost. He was young too, likely around her age, but what she had seen told a story of hardship and adversity. His scars were not only the indicator, as numerous as they were. It was everything about him that screamed such. His tense posture and even his brilliant green eyes had hardened with what he had endured. What that was, she did not know. What she ascertained immediately was that he hadn't been taking care of himself. He was rather malnourished, and his long, dark hair was unkempt and lank. He could well be a mercenary of sorts, or had survived whatever had killed his parents or friends. Regardless of either, it did not seem that life had been kind to him. She shook her head as he began rubbing his leg. Why would he not have sought help for the injury? So many things about the man did not make sense, and as closed off as he was, it was unlikely she would ever learn the truth. She had, however, been right about one thing. He was a lord, though the name Peveril was not familiar, and she had been educated on all the families that held a lordship in Britain. Perhaps he was foreign. That too was unlikely. His accent was unmistakably English. Maybe her grandfather would know the family. She would ask when she next saw him. Now, however, her job was to keep watch over him and ensure he got the needed surgery. His leg was in a very bad way. Sandra said he had woken up. A voice spoke, startling her from her thoughts. She nodded, her stare remaining on the man. What did he have to say? Camden asked. Not much. He doesn't remember what happened before he ended up here, but he needs surgery on his leg. He was hit with a bone-splintering curse around a year ago, and he did not get help for it. Camden muttered unhappily under her breath as she moved closer to the window. Where did the bird come from? Narcissa shook her head. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Come on, Black. We see strange things in here every day. The tattoo on his side. The bird was sitting in it and flew out of his skin. Camden laughed, though it stopped when she realized she was being serious. I've never heard of magic like it, she commented. No, I imagine it is family magic. I've never heard of them before, but his name is Harry Peveril. And did you inform anyone he's here? There's no one to tell, Narcissa answered. He said he has no family or friends left alive. Poor man, and so young too, Camden sighed. Anything else we need to be aware of? He has a lot of scars from previous injuries. All wounds have healed, and there were no traces of magic found from the preliminary scans. Other than that, I've arranged a surgeon to see him, and then he can begin his recovery. A couple of weeks of therapy should be enough to fix what damage has been done. Good, you head home for some rest, and I will stay with him for the surgery, Camden instructed. You're with him again tonight. Narcissa nodded. Then I will try to show him that we're not all scary purebloods around here. I bet I can even get a smile out of him. I already made him laugh, Narcissa retorted. Camden's eyebrows disappeared behind her fringe. I don't believe that, she denied. Not the stiff, professional Narcissa Black. How did you manage it? Narcissa's cheeks flushed pink. It wasn't intentional, she admitted wryly. He recognized my name and reacted how all the other patients do. I just said I'm a healer like any other until my robes come off. Camden snorted in a very unladylike way. I didn't mean to. It happens, Black. We all have our slips of the tongue. Now go before I put you down for a double shift. Narcissa didn't need telling twice, and she handed the clipboard she still held to her colleague and left the room. It was a mere 15 minutes later that she was re-entering her home, the shift having been much more than she had expected. As such, she was exhausted and wanted nothing more than to go to bed, her sleep the night before having amounted to little. "Sissy, is that you?" her mother called as she reached the steps. "Yes, Mother." "Come in here, please." With a tired sigh, she entered the parlor room her mother often entertained her guests in. This morning, there were none, much to her relief. "We have been invited to the Lestranges' home for a late afternoon tea, so do ready to leave by 4. The whole family will be there." Narcissa released a deep breath. The last thing she wanted was to attend a ridiculous tea party before another long shift at work. She nodded her understanding, nonetheless. Her mother would accept nothing else than her attendance. "I will make sure I'm ready," she assured her, and left the room to go to her own. Ever since Bella had been engaged to Rudolphus, the Lestranges had tried to ingratiate themselves with her family more and more. She had nothing against them, not really, but it was becoming tiresome. If Lord Lestrange thought he was approaching earning favor with her grandfather the correct way, then he was a fool. He was not a man impressed with people kissing up to him, and he did not care for such. Arcturus Black was impressed by ambition and hard work. The current Lord Lestrange was much like her own father and had done nothing of note with his life, and it was unlikely her grandfather would ever warm to him. He didn't even seem to like Rudolphus much, and he was going to become a member of their family. Still, an additional gathering with them was not a priority for her. She had much more important things to focus on and could do without her sisters, fiancé's younger brother leering at her for the entirety of her time there. He was a lecherous type, and not one she wished to associate with. Rudolphus at least had manners and only had eyes for Bellatrix, even if he too was dim. With an irritable mumble, she removed her clothes and climbed into bed, too tired to shower. She would do so when she woke, which would hopefully not be before noon. As she attempted to settle herself, her thoughts wandered once more to the mystery wizard. He was proving to be quite the enigma, and she found herself more intrigued by him than ever after having spoken to the man and witnessing his odd raven. It was not every day one would meet such a person, after all. Chapter 3. The world once past, he couldn't help but feel that his life was a constant punchline to a joke that had long ago lost all its humor. Everything that he had faced and endured had cumulated to the least likely outcome of all, and he knew that this was only the beginning. How could he even begin to fathom what it was he now faced? It was as though everything thus far had been for nothing, had only been for the amusement of those that played the world as if it was their own private chess board, and he was but a lowly pawn sent forth to do their bidding. He shook his head at the thought. It was much worse than that. Someone had seemingly tired of the rules and had reinvented them. He was still a mere pawn, however, and stood alone staring across the board at a full ensemble of foes. The cloaked figure had spoken of balance, but where was it? He remained outnumbered and out of his depth. Out of the many questions that plagued his mind, the most pressing was, what could he do about it? He had almost laughed at the predicament he found himself in, but could not do so. He had faced danger throughout his life, had either overcome or barely survived it on numerous occasions. This was different. There was nothing he had encountered like this, no experience to call upon to help him through. Of all the preparations he had made, this had never been considered. Why would it have been? It was ludicrous to even ponder such a turn of events. He frowned as he thought about just what it was he knew about the 1970s, and he immediately came up short. He knew nothing of the period and couldn't even be sure if he had somehow been navigated back through his own timeline. His only experience of such was useless here. He had been 13 when he and Hermione had gone back but a few hours, and he had thought little of it since. The study of time travel had never been of interest to him, if that was even what he had been subjected to now. Were there alternative universes? If so, what was different here than what would have led to the life he'd lived? There were too many variables, too many doubts that did nothing but induce a pounding headache. Even if it was his own timeline, and the events would unfold as they had without his intervention, he was no better off. He would still be as blind as if he had been thrown into an entirely different world. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself, and his mind took the opportunity to throw more questions his way. If he had indeed time traveled, was the prophecy that pertained to him and Voldemort still relevant? He swallowed deeply as the weight of the burden settled within him. The words may not have been uttered yet, but he could feel them upon his shoulders. Voldemort was the sole reason he had been sent here by the cloaked figure, and whatever other oddity had a hand in it. Voldemort may not know of it yet, but Harry did, and he could not help but think that was all that mattered in the grand scheme of things. The confrontation between the two of them was inevitable. Fate had decreed it so, and if she was as the cloaked figure described, she would see her desired end. Neither can live while the other survives. Such a thought offered him little comfort, and he only felt more helpless than he already had. Where did he even begin? That was something he had time to ponder, because it was unlikely he would be leaving here anytime soon. Both the trainee and healer had told him as much. That should do it, the surgeon declared as he sat up from where he had been poring over Harry's leg and wiped the sweat from his brow. The damage was significant, but I have done the best I can. If you follow our care plan, there is no reason it shouldn't heal fully. You are very lucky, young man. Harry nodded gratefully as he took in the appearance of his leg and sighed as he spotted his newest scar. At the moment, it was a long, puckered line of pink flesh that had been closed with a skin knitting charm. When it was no longer fresh and tender, it would fade, though not entirely. Thank you, he offered gratefully. Don't thank me yet. This is just the start of your healing process, the surgeon returned with a grin. You will remain in that bed for the next few days, and then you will need to have some intense therapy involving daily exercises and stretching to loosen and strengthen it back up. That is what you get for trying to fix it yourself. With his parting chastisement given, the man left the room, and Harry found himself once more under the care of the healer he had met a few hours prior. She was older than the trainee that had checked him over when he first woke, and her name did not set him on edge. She was American, judging by her accent, and evidently had emigrated here with her husband some years ago who was a healer like her. He is right, she sighed. There was a lot of damage in there to fix. I imagine you will begin to despise us in the coming days. Harry shrugged. He wasn't expecting it to be pleasant, but there was no way it would compare to a basilisk bite or the Cruciatus curse. So, when did you get your raven? The woman questioned as she began fluffing his pillows. Harry's gaze swept across the room to where the bird had taken residence on top of the speaker, his eerily white eyes closed, and his head tucked under his wing as he slumbered. I didn't get him, he found me, he answered honestly. He's been around for a few years now. The woman nodded thoughtfully. I imagine people steer clear of you when they see him. Ravens aren't considered a good omen. Death, Olin squawked suddenly, startling the healer. And it doesn't help when he says that, she grumbled. Harry grinned at the woman. She was trying to take it all in her stride, but Olin was rather unsettling, now more than ever having learned of his origins. He's an odd creature, Harry agreed, but he is very smart and all I have left, he added with a frown. It was true. The raven was the only living thing he had left of his former life. He had his wands, his trunk, and a plethora of other objects, but no one to unburden himself to. It was not as though he could share his problems with anyone. Not even Dumbledore would believe what had happened to him, and that was even if he was here at all. The healer gave him a look of sympathy. My colleague mentioned that you didn't have anyone. How did that happen? Sorry, she corrected herself. I shouldn't have asked that. It's fine, he replied dismissively. When he spoke no more, she too took her leave soon after and returned with a bowl of soup with some bread on the side. You should eat, she advised. You will need your strength." He nodded appreciatively as he accepted the food, his appetite yet to make an appearance. "I do not wish to pry, but perhaps you should speak to someone whilst you're here. It's all well and good us fixing your body, but if you don't take care of yourself up here," she continued, pointing to her head, "it will eat away at you, whatever it is. Just a thought." Once more, she exited the room, leaving him to his thoughts. It was not as though talking to someone was an option for him. How could anyone understand what he had been through and what it was he faced now? They couldn't, not really. He was not here to try to make sense of what had befallen him, but to face his destiny. How he would do that, he knew not. What he did know, however, was that he needed to prepare. The first step of doing that was fixing his leg, and then, well, he would have to learn of the world he found himself in. That would go a long way in deciding what steps he would take next. Break. Much to her relief, she had slept better than the previous night and woke with enough time to spare to ready herself for afternoon tea with the Lestranges. She didn't understand why she had to go other than it was expected of her. Once Bella and Rudolphus were married, it wasn't as though she would see them often. Ever since her older sister had left school, Narcissa hadn't spent much time with her. By the time she too had graduated from Hogwarts, Bellatrix had her own life and her own friends. She seemingly had little more than a moment to spend with her when she wasn't occupied by whatever she was up to. Narcissa had her suspicions. The pureblood movement had been gaining considerable traction over the past several years. Even at school, those signing themselves up to protest mudblood rights had been rife and the worst kept secret. Everyone knew about it, but as was the wizarding way, until it began affecting people, no one would do anything. That was what was happening now. Narcissa had experienced the aftermath of these protests during her shifts at the hospital. People who had been attacked would explain they had been set upon by figures in dark robes, and white masks claiming their lord would cleanse the land of the filth that had accumulated. She had no doubt that Bella had gotten herself mixed up in that crowd, and it was only a matter of time before people began paying more attention to it. When the ministry finally did so, what would follow did not bear thinking about. If the pureblood movement had enough support, as she was beginning to suspect, then a civil war could very well be on the horizon. She loved her sister very much, but she lacked control and the needed tact. Narcissa often pointed out that flaw in their cousin Sirius, but Bella was not so different, not really. She merely knew how to turn on the charm when it suited her. Pushing those thoughts aside, she finished her shower and dried herself off before dressing in what would be deemed suitable attire. A simple yet elegant black dress would do. It was not as though she was attending a ball. She took a few minutes styling her hair, tying it into a messy bun she could keep in whilst at the hospital also. This way, she would not have to change it before her shift began. "You look as beautiful as ever," her mother commented as she met her parents and Bellatrix in the parlor. "You'll make someone a very happy man one day." "Hopefully soon," her father grumbled. Narcissa ignored the jibe and took hold of the portkey the man removed from his pocket. After a moment of discomfort, she found herself stood along with the other three in front of the imposing Lestrange manor. It was a grim place, the birch trees overgrown and the house itself constructed from a gray, murky brickwork. There was nothing homely about it, and not the type of place Narcissa could imagine herself living in. "Come along, Corvus will be waiting for us," her father urged as he began ushering them through the gates that opened upon their arrival. Narcissa followed in the wake of her parents and sister, who were much more eager to be here than her. She could think of better things to do than watch Lord Lestrange attempt to kiss up to her grandfather. Thankfully, it was his wife that greeted them at the door. If there was ever an obviously arranged marriage made, it would be the Lestranges' one. Imelda was a warm and softly spoken woman. She was rather striking, her long blonde hair and blue eyes welcoming and friendly. Rudolphus had taken after her in looks much more than his father. Corvus was a dark-haired, gaunt man who could pass for a wax sculpture. Narcissa believed if he cracked a smile, the skin on his face would crumble away under the strain. When he spoke, he did so with his teeth clenched, his almost black eyes as dull as a November morning. Rabiston very much resembled him, in looks and personality. There was nothing she had seen of either that would qualify as redeeming qualities. Even when they were trying to be polite, it appeared as though they had gotten a whiff of something deeply unpleasant. "Drusilla, it's good to see you," Imelda said with genuine affection as she took her mother's hands in her own. "And you," her mother returned. The two of them had been friends during their own years at Hogwarts. Imelda had been a Selwyn once upon a time, another family prolific for producing Slytherin students. "Look at you," Imelda said, pulling her from her thoughts. "You have grown to be a very beautiful woman." "Thank you," Narcissa offered politely. Imelda gave her a bright smile before remembering why they were here. "You have my apologies. Your lord has already arrived with his wife, and so has Orion and his with Sirius and Regulus," she informed them. "Come, I will take you through now." Once more, she found herself following at the rear as she was led through the stately home. The inside was more inviting than the outer, but there was no getting past it. The house was not a pleasant place to be. Having passed through 3 different rooms used for entertaining, they were led into the grounds at the rear of the property, where a table had been set up to host them. There, the Blacks that had attended were seated, along with the other 3 Lestranges and a trio of blondes, one she recognized from school. Lucius had been in the year above her and had all but been in charge of Slytherin House. It was rumored that he was the one spearheading the pureblood movement there, but it was never proven. There had even been some unpleasant incidents, though none ever linked back to him. Narcissa had distanced herself from such things. She was too focused on her own work than what the other students were up to. Lucius had always afforded her the respect her family name demanded, but they'd had little to do with each other overall. "Cygnus, I'm glad you could join us," Corvus spoke, his thin lips barely moving and his words carrying none of the warmth that his wife's had. "Thank you for inviting us," her father returned cordially, "and Abraxas, it's good to see you. It's been some time." "It has," the Malfoy patriarch acknowledged politely. "I was just saying to your father that I had not seen you." "Something we shall have to remedy," Cygnus returned as he took a seat and gestured for Narcissa, Bellatrix, and her mother to do the same. "Of course, I am always at your disposal," the blonde replied with an incline of his head. "Now that you've finished kissing each other's arses, can we eat now?" her grandfather broke in irritably. It seemed that the older he got, the less patience he had for the formalities he had once insisted be observed. "Of course, Lord Black," Corvus granted, waving his hand over his shoulder, gesturing for the food to be brought to the table. A team of no less than 8 elves arrived wearing aprons that sported the Lestrange family crest. Once they had unloaded the platters they carried, they offered their master a bow before vanishing without prompt. Narcissa helped herself to a cucumber sandwich and some tea whilst those around the table chatted amongst themselves. Her eyes remained firmly on her plate, as did Sirius's. If any were to feel uncomfortable here, it would be him. He despised the pureblood customs and the other 2 families he had undoubtedly been forced to sit with. "Narcissa, your grandfather asked you a question," her mother hissed, startling her from her thoughts. "I'm sorry, grandfather," she offered sincerely. The man gave her a rare smile. "I just asked what the progress was with your latest patient, the comatose one." "Oh, he woke up last night," she explained. "He says he doesn't remember what happened to him, but we won't be rid of him soon. He's having surgery today to fix his leg. He spent the last year with a chunk of bone stuck in his thigh after being hit with a bone-splintering curse." "Bloody hell, that must have been painful," Arcturus commented. Narcissa nodded, as her father released an irritable huff. "Must we discuss this vulgarity whilst we are eating?" "Yes," her grandfather responded. "I do not get to see my granddaughter much and am interested in what she is doing." She caught the ghost of the smirk that tugged at Sirius's lips as her father was chastised, though he schooled it quickly before anyone else saw it. "Why would he put up with that for a year?" Rabiston questioned, grimacing. Narcissa shrugged. "I don't know. If it was me, I wouldn't." "No, I can't imagine that was pleasant," Arcturus grumbled. "Did you manage to catch his name in the end?" She nodded, the name still not familiar despite how much she had pondered it. "Peveril," she informed him. As she spoke, the sound of cutlery hitting a plate rung out, and everyone turned to look at her grandfather, whose eyes had widened, his mouth agape in shock. "Is something the matter, Lord Black?" Abraxas questioned. Arcturus ignored him, his eyes affixed firmly on his granddaughter. "Impossible," he denied. "The Peveril line went extinct almost 1,000 years ago." "That's the name he gave," Narcissa assured him. Her grandfather frowned. "You seem almost concerned, Lord Black," Corvus broke in. "It's not like yourself." Arcturus shook his head. "It is not a name I expected to hear again. Think nothing of it. The family has not been heard of in centuries, like I said." Corvus frowned deeply. "If he is who he claims to be, why would it rattle you so?" Arcturus looked at the man in disbelief, and then towards the Malfoy lord with the same expression when he too seemed unfazed. "Have you not heard of the Peverils?" he asked curiously. Both looked at one another before shaking their head. "No, I don't suppose your own parents would have taught you about them. They haven't been around since long before either of your families arrived here," Arcturus mused aloud. "My father told me stories of them when I was a boy, probably to frighten me, but I never forgot them. 'Flee the ones with ravens, both man and bird with eyes of white,' he would say," he chuckled. "The family name is steeped in legend. It is said that if a Peveril wanted you dead, you were not long for this world, that they would personally take you and hand you over to death himself." Those at the table laughed heartily at what they evidently deemed to be an old wives' tale, but Narcissa did not. She could only stare at her grandfather, her mind playing the words he spoke over again. He noticed her change of demeanor and frowned. "What's troubling you?" he asked. She swallowed and shook her head. It must be only a coincidence. "Nothing, but you said something about a raven with white eyes." Arcturus nodded. "He has one and it lives in his skin," she revealed. Those at the table erupted in laughter, thinking she had made a joke of the situation. Her grandfather, however, found no amusement in her words, especially when her own look of concern did not shift. "Quiet," he hissed. Everyone seated around her fell silent at his command, and his steely, gray eyes bored into her. "Explain," he commanded. Narcissa suddenly felt nervous with everyone watching, but she released a deep breath and spoke, nonetheless. "He has a tattoo on his ribs. I saw it when I was doing his checks," she began. "It's an elder tree and there was a bird sitting in it. It flew out of his skin and sat on his shoulder." "Bollocks," Rabiston declared, breaking the tense silence that had fallen. "Be quiet, boy," Arcturus growled. "Are you sure about this?" Narcissa nodded. "I saw it and it has white eyes, just like you said. He has the Lord's ring too," she added. "Did you see it? Can you remember what it looked like?" "Yes, I think so." She had seen it when she had been examining. It had been an odd design. The ravens had made sense, but the symbol in the stone was not something she had seen before. "Corvus, parchment, and quill," her grandfather demanded. The Lestrange lord did not appear to like being commanded in his own house, but complied, and an elf brought the requested items a moment later. "Draw what you can remember," Arcturus instructed. She did so and handed him the rough sketch, not expecting the response the man gave. He sunk back into his chair and shook his head. "It's definitely their family crest," he muttered. "I spent hours looking at it when I was a boy." "Pull yourself together, Lord Black," Abraxas sighed. "If they haven't been seen for 1,000 years, then he is no threat to us. He has no influence, no allies, and no power. You're letting yourself be frightened by tall tailies." "Perhaps you're right, but that does beg the question. Just where have they been this past millennium, and what have they been up to? He may not have influence now, but all he would need to do is walk into the Wisengamot, and he will have it. There are those that will have been told of them, and they will wish to curry his favor. If he is who he says he is, this could change things." Abraxas blinked in surprise as Corvus snorted. "If he proves to be a pain in the arse, "I'll kill the bastard," the latter declared. Her grandfather shot the man, a look of frustration. People like Lord Lestrange believed that everything could be solved with violence, as did his sons evidently as they nodded their agreement. The Malfoys did not appear to agree with the sentiment. Abraxas had become thoughtful, and Lucius wore a similar look. According to her father and grandfather, they were much more politically inclined and were very savvy with it. Abraxas had the reputation of being able to turn the tide in his favor despite what bills and laws were passed in the Wisengamot. Lucius had likely learned to be the same way. He'd always had a way with words which probably explained why he had been the spokesperson for the pureblood movement at Hogwarts when he had been there. "Is there anything else you have noticed about this man?" Arcturus pressed. Narcissa frowned in thought before shaking her head after a moment. "He doesn't have any family, but there's nothing else. His raven is odd. The only thing it says is death." Arcturus nodded severely, but said nothing else. With the conversation having been brought to an end, the meal continued, though her grandfather remained pensive rather than joining in the conversation. Narcissa turned her attention back to her food, joining in only when prompted to do so. She didn't have anything against anyone here, but she had little interest in what was being discussed. Lucius, Rudolphus, and Rabistan were talking amongst themselves, with Bella listening in. Her father was talking with Lords Malfoy and Lestrange, and her mother was speaking with Imelda. She was aware of the furtive glances sent her way by the younger Lestrange sibling, and she pointedly ignored it. If Bella wasn't already betrothed to Rudolphus, she might be concerned, but her father would see no value in marrying both to one family. There was nothing to gain from such an arrangement. The looks Lucius were shooting her way, however, were not something so easily dismissed. If her father came under the impression the blonde was interested in her, the match could come to fruition. She could do much worse for herself. The Malfoys were a very prominent family, and Lucius was not an unattractive man. He would one day be a very influential figure on the political field, and it was not as though she would find herself lacking for anything. Despite the positives, he was still a traditional pureblood. When the subject of her work was being discussed, she had not missed the look of disdain that marred his features. If she was to be betrothed, she would likely meet a similar reaction from any would-be suitors, and the more she considered it, the more likely she realized that her time in her chosen profession was limited. Her thoughts were intruded upon as the Malfoys stood and began making their farewells, offering honeyed words and compliments to Lord Lestrange and her grandfather. "I will send you an owl soon, Cygnus. It will be good to catch up," Abraxas said as his wife wrapped his cloak about his shoulders and handed him his ornate cane. He seemingly had no need of it, but it stood as a symbol of his status. To Narcissa, it looked gaudy, but it was not her place to make such thoughts known. "I will take my leave also," Arcturus announced. "Narcissa, should you not be heading to work soon?" She nodded, taking the hint. In truth, she did not need to be at the hospital for another 2 hours, but her grandfather had indicated that he wished to speak with her. "Then you can walk with us and be on your way. You wouldn't want to be late." She stood and tucked her chair back in under the table, once more ignoring the stare of Rabistan. "Thank you for the invite, Lord Lestrange," she offered as expected. He said nothing, but nodded as he continued eating, and Narcissa took her leave, escorting her grandparents through the house and out of the front door. "Fucking snakes, the lot of them," Arcturus grumbled. "They think that inviting me for tea and kissing my arse will make me respect them. Bloody pathetic." Narcissa fought the grin that threatened to form. The man was not trying to be humorous, he just had that way about him. "They're not so bad," her grandmother sighed. Arcturus snorted. "You don't know the shits like I do," he said dismissively. "Lestrange is a crafty sod that lacks the brains to make his bullshit convincing, and Malfoy is worse. Don't get me wrong, I don't have anything against him, but he will offer an embrace only to stick a blade between your ribs. You can't take your eye off that one. If there is something he wants, he always finds a way to get it." "You're being paranoid, Arcturus," Melania replied. "Ha, paranoid, my arse. You mark my words, they are after something from me and it isn't Bellatrix. They've already got her, so why are their lips still puckered and aimed at my backside? I don't know. No, neither do I, but I will find out, Arcturus vowed. Now I want you to be careful, he continued, turning towards Narcissa. With what? This man claiming to be a Peveril, her grandfather muttered. If he is what he says he is, he could be very dangerous. I don't put much stock in stories, but more often than not, there's a kernel of truth to them. I'm hearing a lot of rumors that I do not like the sound of, and this Peveril showing up cannot be a coincidence. Just be cautious, Narcissa. It would not do well to get on the wrong side of him until we understand why he is here, understood? Narcissa nodded. Why are you so worried? She asked. She had never seen her grandfather exhibit such concern, and it piqued her curiosity. The Peverils were once a very powerful enemy, and not just politically. It is said they made a pact with death and he granted the line his blessing, or curse, he added thoughtfully. They were feared for a reason. Let's just say there weren't many who mourned them when their line vanished. I thought that only daughters had survived, but there must have been a mistake. The magic should be far too diluted now to recognize a lord of the line. Diluted? Arcturus nodded. Think of it this way. We know there are families out there related to the founders, but they do not carry the name or the influence. Why? Because the magic of the house is not strong enough. They may be related distantly, but they are no longer Slytherins or Hufflepuffs. Don't you think Lord Smith would claim the Hufflepuff seat if he could? He would, Narcissa agreed. She had met the man several times over the years at family functions and ministry balls. He was pompous enough to do just what her grandfather had said and would have. It wouldn't surprise her if she learned that he had actually tried. If this man truly is the Lord Peveril, then he comes from a family older than ours, and his line has remained intact more than I could have believed. I want you to be careful around him, but try to ascertain what he is doing. Can you do that for me? Narcissa didn't appreciate the position she was being put in, but understood her grandfather would not have asked this of her if it was not important. I can, she confirmed, and he gave her a grateful smile. You're a good girl, he praised. Now I need to get out of here and wash the filth from my skin. Who would have thought having people try to cozy up to you would be so nauseating? Narcissa laughed and watched as her grandparents vanished. She hadn't expected such a reaction when she had revealed the name of her patient. What was odd was that he didn't seem to be anything like her grandfather described. He seemed quite normal. Had not tried to lord his name over her in any way. Was he even aware of the influence he carried? She knew not, but she vowed to keep a close eye on him and try to understand the kind of person he was. If he proved that he could indeed be a threat to her family in any way, her grandfather would need to know. A part of her wished that she had kept quiet, but it was too late for that. She had spoken and now had to deal with the potential fallout, but how dangerous could this one man possibly be? That was something she could not understand, not yet. Break. He had been left to his own devices for the most part since the healer had taken her leave, though he was acutely aware that she was watching him from the other room. He could feel her eyes on him, and it made him uncomfortable, but not as much as his leg did. The numbing charm that had been applied prior to his surgery had worn off some time ago, and the limb throbbed dully as his blood was pumped through it. It would be tender for a while, and it needed to rest. The time he had been laid down served only to fuel his warring thoughts and emotions. Having weighed up the pros and cons of what had happened to him, he could only conclude that it was a bittersweet occurrence. He had a chance, no matter how small it currently seemed, it was there, and he was grateful for being granted such. He had time on his side, and though it was finite, he could make the best of it. He could use it to better himself, to prepare accordingly, and just as important to him, not live life on the run, waiting to be ambushed in the night by the Death Eaters and Snatchers that were always hunting him. Perhaps now he would be able to rest easier, take better care of himself and find a sense of normality, whatever that was for him. The bitterness came from his lack of choice in the matter. He had been all but upheaved from his life and was expected to adapt, had been torn away from those he held dear, as few as they now were, and expected to accept it. He wasn't sure he could do that. He hoped one day that he and Hermione would be able to talk again, to put whatever had happened behind them and have a semblance of the friendship they once had. It would not be the same without Ron, but it would be something. He missed her still and found he did not think of her often. Doing so did little but drag him down a deep rabbit hole of despair where he could only ponder all that he had lost. Almost like he was doing now, he realized with a frown. He shook his head of those thoughts. One day, he would have to confront all the loss and the heartache. Today was not that day, however, and nor would it be tomorrow. He needed to remain focused on what he needed to do, just why it was his life had been upended and he had been deposited here. That reason was Voldemort, and he could not lose sight of that. Yes, Harry had been granted some liberties, but he would never be truly free, not as long as the man yet breathed. To him, out of everything he pondered, only one thing mattered and would until the end. Could he defeat the Dark Lord? "Death!" Alan shrieked, giving him what appeared to be an encouraging look. "Death," he mumbled in reply. It was what Voldemort had spent many decades trying to avoid, and Harry did not miss the irony that he had been chosen by the figure itself as its champion. Perhaps it would serve to be a good omen. "Death!" Alan parroted once again as he took flight and landed on Harry's shoulder. The man nodded. "Death is right, my friend," he replied, stroking the inky, black feathers of his companion. The two fell into a comfortable silence, the bird enjoying the attention he was receiving until a tentative knock sounded at the door. When it opened, he was greeted by the sight of the healer, Camden, if he remembered correctly, and two others that were dressed in red robes. Immediately, he was on edge and fought the urge to draw his wand, reminding himself that these were not those that merely claimed to be Aurors, but were Voldemort's supporters. Still, any comfort he felt before their arrival had vanished at their appearance. "I apologize for disturbing you, but these Aurors would like to have a word. It's standard procedure for when someone such as yourself is brought in," the healer explained. Harry nodded, and the two Aurors entered. Both seemingly young, and Camden left the room. One was a red-headed woman that he recognized as Amelia Bones, her hair bereft of the grays and eye without the monocle she became known for. She looked healthier than he remembered, less tense, and not so exhausted. He couldn't help but notice that she was quite an attractive woman, though her stern gaze would turn many away, and he remembered exactly who it was he was dealing with. The woman was sharp, and her career storied. She, according to Sirius, had been an excellent Auror during her years not spent behind a desk. The other, a man, was not familiar to him. He was around the same age as his partner and seemed to be much more amiable. He even offered him an easy smile aimed to calm him. It fell flat. Harry would not relax around the pair. He couldn't afford to be complacent, not with Amelia Bones. "How are you feeling?" the man questioned. "I'm Auror Gawain Robards, and this is my partner, Amelia Bones." "I've been better," Harry replied with a shrug. The man, Robards, nodded his understanding. "Yes, your healer has informed us of your condition," he explained. "You received quite the nasty wound to your leg more than a year ago. Why did you not come here to get it healed?" "It didn't seem as though it was needed. I fixed it, but obviously didn't do a good enough job." The man hummed as he scratched away with a quill. "And we have been told that you do not remember what happened before you woke up here. Has anything changed?" Harry shook his head. "No, my mind is still blank. Maybe it will come back to me. Is this really important?" "It is," Bones jumped in irritably. "Not far from where you were found, 3 muggles were murdered using magic. And you assume that I am responsible." "No," Robards denied. "We just wish to know the circumstances that ended up with you being here, mister," he continued, consulting his notes. "Apologies, we do not have your name." "Peveril," Harry answered. Bones narrowed her eyes at him. "You can be arrested for providing a false name," she warned. "Then it is a good job that I'm not," Harry returned. She shook her head frustratedly. "My surname is Bones," she reminded him unnecessarily, "and I was educated on the pureblood families of old. The Peverils died out centuries ago. Then you have been ill-informed, Harry responded with a shrug as he showed her his ring. She leaned in to look at it closely, her eyebrows almost vanishing into her hairline. His name is unimportant, Bones, Robards interjected. We have no reason to believe he is responsible. So, he just happened to be there, at that exact time when the Muggles were killed. That could very well be the case, Robards replied. Then he will have no objection to surrendering his wand and allowing us to check his final spells. Yeah, right, Harry snorted. Then I will arrest you. For what? Harry growled, readying to defend himself if needed. For nothing, Robards interjected firmly, shooting his partner a look of warning. You are not under suspicion and will not be arrested. Come on, Gawain, it is too coincidental that he was there. We should at least check his wand. That can only be done with a warrant that has been signed by the chief warlock and the minister without the carrier's permission, a voice interrupted. Shouldn't you know that, being an Auror, Bones? The redhead's nostrils flared as the trainee healer Harry had met that morning entered. Black, Bones greeted her stiffly, not tired of pretending to care about people. The blonde gave no indication that the jab had bothered her. She remained calm and poised under the glare of the Auror. It's better than harassing sick people, she fired back. My patient is not well enough to be interviewed by your lot, so, unless you are arresting him, then I would like you to leave. Before Bones could respond, her partner rested a hand on her forearm and shook his head. You have our apologies, Mr. Peveril. Lord Peveril, the blonde corrected. Lord Peveril, I hope you recover soon, Robards offered, gesturing for Bones to follow. We will be back, she promised before closing the door behind them, louder than was warranted. Nosy gits, Harry grumbled. That is their job, the healer pointed out, as it is mine to ensure you get better. Now, relax before you hurt yourself further. I have better things to do than look after you longer than I already have to. No one is forcing you, Harry replied. I would be more than happy to get out of here. And if you want that leg to heal, you will stay where you are. Harry conceded the point with a nod. With his leg as bad as it was, he wasn't going anywhere fast. He doubted he could even walk on it if Voldemort himself entered the room. Fair enough. Good, now get some rest, she instructed as she removed a vial from within a bag she was carrying and handed it to him. It is a sleeping potion. He shook his head as he handed it back. No, I don't take potions from people I don't know. She sighed as she pushed it back towards him. I am a healer under oath. Trainee healer, Harry corrected. I am under the same oath, she sighed irritably. It's just a potion that will help you sleep, nothing more. It doesn't make any difference to me. Would it if it was someone else giving it to you? She asked heatedly. Harry frowned confusedly. Is it because I'm a black that you won't take it? I could see that you recognized the name when I told you. Everyone in the wizarding world knows us. Harry snorted as he shook his head. I have, and you're a friendly bunch, apparently, he chuckled. Should that be a reason that I don't take it? As I said, I am under oath. Harry smirked slightly as she slowly became more irritated. The Blacks were not known for their calm temperament, though he still did not know who this one was. There was still something familiar about her. Perhaps there had been a portrait of her in Grimmauld Place. Fine, I will take it if it makes you feel better. It is supposed to make you feel better, she huffed as he took the file from her and down the contents. See, you're still alive, she added sarcastically. It could be slow acting, he replied, causing her to shake her head. Sleep well, Lord Peveril. I will check in on you. With her parting words given, she left the room and Harry watched her retreating form. She was tense and trying to hide it. He had become very good at reading people over the years, his vigilant mind now very keen on discovering people's intentions. As he expected, within only moments of her leaving, he could feel her gaze on him from the adjoining room, and he settled into his pillows as much as he could as the potion began taking effect. Soon after, he could no longer keep his eyes open, and he fell into an uneasy sleep. Break. It was a common occurrence for Lucius to be summoned to his father's study. Over the years, the man had done so regularly to bestow pearls of wisdom and educate him on the duties he would be expected to carry out when he became Lord Malfoy. His father was as sharp as they came, was highly respected, and had only elevated the family name and reputation during his years. There were none that could claim to be better than them. Abraxas and his own sire before him had worked tirelessly to ensure that. They had ingratiated themselves with the wizarding elite, had made calculated and very public donations to charitable causes, and had courted the right people at the right time. A shrewd and endless game that had seen them benefit greatly. Only the Blacks could claim to be their equals, but they would no longer be so when the current lord was gone. His heirs were pathetic, ill-prepared for leadership and far too easily manipulated. When Arcturus breathed his last, their downfall would be swift. Of that, Lucius and his father were certain. "Come in," he was bid as he tapped on the door of the room his father spent much of his time. He entered to find the man finishing up a missive and watched with the same curiosity he'd always had as he dried the ink with a wave of his wand, folded the parchment, and sealed it with hot wax. He then fed his owl a treat and tied the letter to his leg before sending it out of the window for delivery. He always watched until he could no longer see the creature. When it was no longer in sight, he retook his seat and gestured for Lucius to do the same. "What did you learn from our time at the Lestranges today?" Abraxas asked. Lucius took a moment to consider his answer. He had not expected to be questioned on the meal, though he should have. His father was not one to while away a couple of hours for social purposes. "I noticed that Orion's boy, Sirius, did not speak. As the future Lord Black, he should have been looking to cultivate a relationship with me and Rudolphus at least." Abraxas nodded. "That is an important observation, and one I want you to remember for the future," he urged. "The boy does not wish to be Lord Black, from what I have been led to believe. He does not share their sentiments nor stance on many of the family political agendas." Lucius shook his head. The boy was undoubtedly a fool. "His relationship with the Potters could prove to be a problem," his father continued. "If he is taken under Charles' wing, the man will encourage him to accept his position, and the entire political leanings of the Blacks would change. Our bloc could lose a vital vote, but the fallout of such would be minimal. When Arcturus is gone, they will no longer be feared, and none will be inclined to follow. So we allow it." Abraxas nodded. "It would not be worth the effort to try to prevent it. At worst, we lose a single vote, and it would not do well to draw attention to ourselves where the boy is concerned. Charles has already proven himself willing to oppose Arcturus with how he handled his granddaughter running of with a mudblood. No, it is a situation that offers us no advantage and comes with risk." Lucius's nose wrinkled at the thought of Andromeda Black, fleeing with someone far below her station. "Then why is Corvus allowing Rudolphus to marry into them?" he asked. "If they are on the decline, would it not be best to avoid them?" Abraxas smiled proudly at his astuteness. "It would be were it not for the opportunity it presents," he replied. "Consider for a moment that Sirius does not take his position. The only option is Regulus." "Who is weak and pliant," Lucius pointed out. "Who could be eliminated easily," Abraxas added. "If that were to happen, who would inherit the title, the admittedly faltering reputation and the wealth?" Lucius frowned in thought. "I suppose it would be the next male, either Cygnus or a son of Regulus." "And what if it were to pass to neither? If Regulus were to die and Cygnus was unable to take the position?" Lucius nodded his understanding. "Then any son Bellatrix birthed would be the next Lord Black. Now you understand Corvus's shrewdness. With what is happening out there, it is a very possible scenario." Lucius stiffened slightly in his chair, though it seemingly went unnoticed by his father, who was too occupied by his own thoughts to pay him much heed. "I don't see how that benefits us," he interjected, wanting to steer the conversation away from what his father had alluded to. He did not want to discuss the pureblood movement with him. Abraxas had specifically told him not to involve himself, though too little too late. Lucius had already established his connection to them and had been one of the first to do so. He had heard rumors of the Dark Lord and certainly did not want to make an enemy of the man. His father didn't either, but he believed there were too many variables to consider before allying themselves to him. Lucius begged to differ, and he hoped his father would be in agreement with him soon. "It doesn't unless we do something about it," Abraxas sighed. "Corvus has made his move and the chances of his success are increasing. I will not be outmaneuvered by him. If his ploy comes to fruition, he will gain everything, and we will play second fiddle to the Lestranges." "And all of this is concerning you," Lucius stated. "There are many things concerning me, Lucius," Abraxas muttered. "With this Dark Lord on the rise, it does not help. Things are shifting already without him upsetting the balance. You heard of what happened to Lord and Lady Bones." Lucius nodded. He had witnessed what happened to them. They had been chosen to assist the Dark Lord with his plans and had refused. Lord Bones was dead and Lady Bones unlikely to wake from her injuries. One did not simply refuse the man, something Lucius was beginning to understand. The death had been deemed an accident, but Lucius knew better. Now, their son Edgar oversaw the family and was making noise about what happened to his parents. He would likely die also if the Dark Lord felt he was making headway. He was reluctant to act against him so soon after the former lord had been disposed of. It would only raise suspicion and draw undue attention to him. "So what will you do?" Lucius pressed. Abraxas released a deep breath. "I will do nothing for the time being. You, however, will." Lucius frowned, but waited for his father to speak. "Cygnus's other daughter, Narcissa. She is unwed and could prove to be an advantageous match for you, if we are careful. We can beat Corvus at his own game and take the Black family for ourselves." Lucius's frown deepened. "She is a healer," he said disgustedly. "Something that can change should she be married into the right family," Abraxas countered. "So, you will broker a contract between us?" "Not yet," his father denied. "No, if I was to do that, Corvus would know that I am aware of his ambition. I will approach Cygnus quietly and state your interest in his daughter and ask permission for you to begin courting her. It must appear as though it is her interested in you, and then no unwanted questions will be raised. Can you play your part?" Lucius was not thrilled by the prospect. The girl was beautiful enough and came from a good family, however, so there was little protest he could give that would be taken on board. "I can," he conceded. "Good, then I will speak with him soon. Be ready, Lucius. The future of our house could very well depend on what happens in the coming months or years. As a lord, you must think ahead and ready yourself for what is to come. Now, there are other matters I need to consider before I turn in." Lucius took the hint and stood, his father removing an old, worn book from his drawer before he had even left the room. The conversation shared was not one he had been prepared for. He wasn't entirely opposed to the match with the black girl, but he had hoped his own nuptials would occur on his own terms. For now, he had no interest in marrying and suring children. He was more focused on creating his own legacy. However, he would do as he had been bid. If his father was concerned with what was happening with the Blacks, Lucius would not be so dismissive of it. Besides, adding the family wealth to their own would be a considerably boon. There would be no other family that wielded so much power nor wealth, and that meant the possibilities would be endless. Gold spoke volumes in the wizarding world, as did status, and if they were to succeed in this venture, they would have both in abundance. "Break. You must bring us together. Unite us." The book. Harry found himself staring at the veil he had passed through in the Department of Mysteries, the voices of the Peveril brothers, however being spoken by the raven perched on his shoulder. He stroked Alan's feathers encouragingly, coaxing him to say more. The words made no sense to him. He had already united the Hallows, hadn't he? Was there more that needed to be done? He flinched and took a step back as 3 agonized screams rent the air, sounding as though they had been within his own mind. When he turned back towards the veil, It was to see the cloaked figure emerging from within, his steps slow and features obscured by his hood. Unite them, Peveril. They must all be as one. The Hallows. The cloaked figure nodded. And what I gifted you, be ready, Peveril. Harry frowned as the figure turned and disappeared through the veil once more. Death, Alan shrieked, startling him. He bolted upright, panting, and flicked his wand into his hand, ignoring the throbbing of his leg. It was silent and empty within the room, no whispers to hear nor any cloaked figures to see. Alan was watching him almost questioningly, his white eyes stark against the darkness. Are you okay, Lord Peveril? A voice sounded from the speaker in the corner. I'm fine, he sighed. I've never slept well. He hadn't for as long as he could remember. Often, he was either plagued by nightmares or too on edge to relax. At best, he would get 4 hours a night and must be content with it. With a shake of his head, he slid his wand back into his holster, knowing he wasn't in any imminent danger, and closed his eyes tightly as the door opened, flooding the room with the light from the corridor. I can fetch some dreamless sleep for you if that would help, the blonde trainee offered as she entered and closed the door behind her. With a wave of her wand, the lamps on the wall were lit and he immediately felt better. The dream he'd had was an odd one and had unsettled him. He thought he'd seen the last of the cloaked figure, but apparently not. No, thank you, he declined politely. She sighed, but nodded, and took a seat in the chair next to his bed. Do you still think I would poison you? I know that my family has a reputation. Harry chuckled, interrupting her. I don't think you would poison me, he assured her. But you have heard of my family. When you heard my name, you were surprised. He nodded. Everyone had heard of the Blacks, though he had learned little of them. Sirius rarely spoke of them, and his own experiences with them were limited to the portrait of Sirius's mother and Tonks, who barely stood up to the reputation. I have, and was surprised that I was being treated by one. Your family aren't exactly known for their kindness. True, she conceded, but we aren't as terrible as we are believed to be. Not all of us, she added with a frown. We've had our fair share of unpleasant people, as all families do, but we have had healers, Hogwarts headmasters, and even a minister or two. Then I apologize if I gave you the impression that I held your name against you, Harry offered. I'm used to it, as I'm sure you are. May. The blonde raised a delicate eyebrow at him. Are you not aware of your own family reputation? I've not really been around much, he defended. Well, it's not much better than mine, she snorted. My grandfather was very surprised when I mentioned your name. He was under the impression your family had died out almost 1,000 years ago, Lord Peveril. He had quite a lot to say about it. Death, Alan screeched, causing the woman to flinch. Something about your family being dangerous and handing their enemies over to death himself. She laughed uncomfortably as the raven stared at her. Harry did not see the humor, the words of the woman closer to the truth than she knew. Death, Alan echoed as he landed on his shoulder. Just rumors, he shrugged dismissively. She eyed him warily for a moment before nodding, though she did not seem convinced. The presence of the raven, evidently, did not help matters. I think I will take some dreamless sleep, he said, moving the conversation away from the reputation he was not aware of. He would have to learn of it, and added it to his list of things he needed to do when he got out of here. I will get it for you, Lord Peveril. We keep all of our addictive potions locked away, she explained. Could you just call me Harry? He asked as she headed towards the door. She shook her head. It's improper. My grandfather would be very displeased if he heard of it. Well, he's not here, and no offense, I don't plan on speaking with him. I give you full permission to if that helps. She smirked amusedly as she nodded. Very well, she sighed. Thank you, trainee healer Black, he replied with a grin. She narrowed her eyes at him, but paused before opening the door. You may call me Narcissa, if you're going to be sarcastic about using my title. With her parting words given, she left the room and missed the thoughtful frown that adorned Harry's features. The name was familiar and not a common one, not even in the wizarding world. No, he had heard the name before, and there was only one woman who came to mind. Narcissa Malfoy. His eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. Narcissa Black had married Lucius Malfoy. Sirius had told him before his 5th year. He had never met the woman but had caught a glimpse of her on the platform a few times and realized why she seemed familiar. He had seen her as an older woman, though he had paid little attention to her. To him, she was only Malfoy's mother and had been inconsequential other than the fact she had spawned the idiot that had attempted to make his life miserable. Bloody hell, he huffed as he settled back into his pillows. That was not a development he had been expecting. He had no idea the woman was a healer and couldn't imagine Lucius being married to one, so what had happened? It mattered not, but he needed to be cautious around her. She was not yet married to him, but it would happen, and he would likely find himself at odds with her in the future. He chuckled humorlessly at the situation he found himself in. It had been a strange day. He had only just arrived and encountered 2 people that would sit on opposing sides of the war. Strangely, it had been Bones that had been hostile towards him and not the future Lady Malfoy. He snorted at the thought. If only she knew what her life would become. Would she change it? Death, Olin squawked. Death, Harry agreed, scratching the raven's feathers. There was much of that to come. That was the only thing he could be certain of. Chapter 4. With eyes of white comes Cygnus, I'm glad you could join me, Abraxas declared, gesturing for him to take a seat. Cygnus nodded, and did so as he had on the numerous occasions. He had been invited to Malfoy Manor. As a member of a prominent house, he was afforded the luxury to dine in the parlor room reserved for only the most valued of guests. It was smaller than the others and less formal, the table only large to sit 6 people, but was intimate and somehow more lavish. As always, your hospitality is most welcome, he offered, but I was not expecting to be invited so soon. Abraxas offered him an easy smile. We are friends, are we not? Why should we stand on ceremony and wait? If I thought I was causing offense, I would have done so, the blonde lord assured him. Cygnus waved him off dismissively. Think nothing of it. It is always a pleasure to dine with you. Abraxas nodded appreciatively as he signaled for their meal to be brought to them. How goes the wedding preparations for Bellatrix and Rudolphus? He asked politely. Cygnus shook his head in response. I wouldn't know. Drula is managing that, and thank Merlin. I have no patience for such tedious affairs. Abraxas chuckled and took a sip of his wine. No, I quite agree. Weddings have changed since me and Ilse married, he lamented. It used to be that we were only expected to arrive for the ceremony. Now it is all dresses, food sampling, and other dull undertakings. Cygnus nodded. If only it was that simple, he sighed wistfully. Still, she has a good match, and you can take comfort in that. I suppose your father made the arrangements. Cygnus snorted derisively. My father had nothing to do with it, he denied. Corvus approached me and I gave the union my blessing. He didn't even ask for a dowry. Abraxas hummed thoughtfully as he swirled the contents of his glass. I would have thought that Arcturus would insist on approving the match, he mused aloud. Cygnus shrugged. No, he has left that up to me, he explained. He believes the girls should have a say on who they marry. I can only hazard a guess that is why he has not objected. Bellatrix has not voiced her disapproval, so he has opted to allow it to go ahead. Could he object if he chose to? Could he prevent it? Cygnus frowned for a moment before nodding. If he was inclined to, he could kick up a fuss, but that would depend on why he did not agree to it in the first place. If he felt that Bella did not want to marry the boy, he would raise hell to ensure it didn't happen. Yes, your father is quite the force. Cygnus nodded and eyed him speculatively. You are taking quite the interest in this, Abraxas, he pointed out. Now, why don't we get to the real reason you asked me here so soon after we dined together last? The Malfoy lord deflated. You're as sharp as ever, he sighed. I was raised by Arcturus Black, Cygnus returned. I can smell a ploy a mile away." Abraxas was stricken by his words, and he shook his head frantically. "I can assure you, my friend, there is no ploy, but I did invite you here for a reason," he admitted. "But not for my benefit. I did so on behalf of my son." "Lucius?" Cygnus questioned with a frown. Abraxas nodded and released a deep sigh. "It appears that he has become rather taken with your daughter, Narcissa." Cygnus's frown deepened, but Abraxas continued before he could speak. "He wishes for me to seek your permission to approach her, and if she is amiable, to potentially arrange a contract between them. If they both find the other to be suitable, of course." Cygnus leaned back in his chair as he pondered the words. "What are you getting out of this, Abraxas? I know you and he is your only son. You would not marry him to a second daughter that has no hope of future inheritance." Abraxas nodded his agreement. "Under normal circumstances, I would not, but he is very determined, and I would not find myself at odds with my heir. Besides, a second daughter she may be, but she is still a Black and is a worthy match to one day be the Lady Malfoy." "She is training to become a healer," Cygnus said dumbly. "A youthful ambition that will fizzle out with time," Abraxas returned dismissively. "Do you think she will wish to continue with her venture when the prospect of being a lady of a great house is presented to her?" Once more, Cygnus paused to ponder his words before nodding slowly. "The idea does have merit," he conceded. "Fine, I will give my permission, but you will ensure your boy remains respectful. I hold you in high esteem, Abraxas, but that does not extend to Lucius, not until he proves his worth. If I get even a whiff of anything funny, I will bring the entirety of House Black down on yours." "And there is the side of the Blacks I respect most," Abraxas muttered, slightly unnerved by the threat. "It would not do well to provoke them. They may be on the decline, but they were still dangerous and needed to be treated with caution. As much as I disagree with her choices, she is still my daughter, and she will be treated as such." Abraxas fought the snort that threatened to make itself known. If Cygnus was truly so sentimental, would that not have extended to the daughter he no longer acknowledged? "I can assure you that Lucius will be nothing but the perfect gentleman. You have my word," Abraxas offered. "Now, no more talk of such trivial things. I did also invite you here to merely enjoy your company." "Of course," Cygnus agreed before tucking into his meal. Abraxas, too, began eating, pleased that his plan was coming to fruition. If fortune favored him, Corvus Lestrange would remain below him, and the future generations of his own line would benefit from the demise of the Blacks. Admittedly, the likelihood of such appeared to be bleak, but with the right circumstances and machinations where needed, it was not impossible to imagine. No, with how the world was changing around them, anything could happen, even the most unlikely of outcomes. "Brake, how has he been today?" Narcissa asked as she arrived for another night shift. "I think he is getting restless," Camden answered with a light frown marring her features. "He's eating better and definitely gaining his strength. I think I will have him putting some weight on the leg tomorrow and see how he does." Narcissa nodded. She noted that he looked better today as she watched him through the observation window. Even in the few days since he'd had his surgery, he seemed to be gaining weight, though he hadn't spoken much, only accepting or declining food and little else. She thought she'd had a breakthrough with him, but if anything, he had become even more guarded if anything since she had given him the dreamless sleep. Perhaps he had a lot on his mind, or something was worrying him. "Has he spoken much to you?" she inquired. "No more or less than usual," Camden replied, "but he doesn't strike me as a talker. He's the quiet, observant type, strong and silent. He must be with what he does." "With what he does?" Narcissa pressed. Camden nodded. "With how quiet he is, how alert, and with all those scars, he must be a soldier of sorts. You just need to look into his eyes to see the trauma. He can't be any older than you, and he's a wreck. I already spoke to him about speaking to a mind healer, but he hasn't asked for one." "I didn't consider that," Narcissa returned thoughtfully. "It will come to you with time," Camden assured her. "When you've been doing this as long as I have, you start recognizing the signs. I've treated many like him, here and back home. I would bet anything that he has seen action somewhere. Usually they're older. I've not seen someone as young as him with such little life in his eyes." Narcissa shook her head. It was not often she disagreed with Camden, but she could not think of where or how he would have been at war. If he was only around her age and had spent significant time abroad, his accent would not be so British. There was no other dialect in his voice when he spoke the little he did. Then, what had happened for him to be this way? Once more, she found her curiosity piqued by him and was determined to find out more. How could one so young be so seemingly broken? She chided herself for not noticing the signs herself, the lack of sleeping, the nightmares, and the sudden waking with his wand in hand, ready to defend himself. It did not make sense. "Anyway, I will leave you to it," Camden announced. "If all goes well, we might be able to let him out of here in a week, and then we will likely never see him again." "What do you mean?" Camden shrugged before pulling on her jacket. "People like him just vanish," she answered with a frown. "Out of all the ones I have treated like him, I've never seen any of them once they left. They tend to go back to whatever they were doing before landing themselves here. See you tomorrow, Black." With her parting words given, she was gone, and Narcissa readied herself for another long night of sitting at her post, though she did not understand why there was need to remain here. He was awake, had been operated on, and was in recovery. The only time they should keep watch on him was if they thought that he was possibly a danger to himself or others. Did the senior healers believe that? He had given no impression that he would hurt anyone thus far, had cooperated with them, and shown no proclivity towards violence, unless she had missed something. She thumbed through the notes that Camden, the surgeon, and any other healer that had observed him had taken and frowned at them. She had not read them so far as Camden always briefed her on any developments when she arrived. Patient is around 21 years old. Patient suffers with nightmares. Patient wakes with wand drawn. When asked why, he is dismissive. Patient is heavily scarred by offensive spells and what appears to be wounds from magical creatures. Patient blood test contains traces of unidentifiable venom, and what appears to be Phoenix Tear's possible wound is around 8 years old. Traces of dragon bone in wound on right arm. Patient has not been questioned about these. Wounds have healed well, but venom should have been fatal. Phoenix Tears explains survival. She shook her head in disbelief. Just what had happened to him throughout his life. The need to know became difficult to ignore, and her gaze wandered to his sleeping form. As usual, he was restless, his limbs twitching and mouth moving soundlessly, uttering words she was not privy to. She watched as his movements became more frantic, and after a few moments, he suddenly sat up and flicked his wand into his hand, his breathing heavy. She gave him a moment to calm himself before placing her wand on the rune that would allow her to be heard. "Are you okay, Harry?" she asked. "I'm fine," he croaked as he reached over and attempted to reach the pitcher of water by his bed. Despite his words, he did not appear to be fine. The nightmares were a nightly thing and were robbing him of his much-needed rest. She couldn't give him dreamless sleep every night as it was easy to become reliant on it. In truth, she was at a loss to what she could do for him, especially if he did not want the help. With a sigh, she took her leave of the room and knocked on his door before entering. He said nothing as she poured him a glass of water and handed it to him. He drained it and sunk back into his pillows as he swept his long hair away from his eyes. The words of Camden played over in her mind, and she found herself drawn to them. They were dull, almost lifeless, and somehow cold. She felt the chill they exuded seep into her bones, and she fought the urge to shudder. Unnerved, she tore her gaze away from him under the guise of making him more comfortable by fluffing his pillows and adjusting his blankets. "My colleague said that she advised you to speak to a mind healer. Don't you think you should, even if it is only to get help for your nightmares?" He shook his head. "No," he said firmly. "A mind healer will have nothing to say that I don't already know." "So, you're an expert in the mind arts." He smirked slightly. "I know enough," he answered cryptically. "And what about you? I imagine learning occlumency is something your lord would insist on. I know enough, she returned, eliciting a snort of amusement from him. Were you taught by your father? He flinched at the question, and his jaw tightened under the beard he wore as he shook his head. No. She was taken aback by his reaction and remembered that his parents were dead. Thoughts of them could not be pleasant. I'm sorry, I forgot. It's fine, he said dismissively. But no, I wasn't taught by him. I didn't know my parents. They died when I was a baby. Oh. He stared at her and shook his head. Do you have any other questions? She frowned at him confusedly, but he spoke once more before she could. I'm not a fool, he sighed. You are digging for information. I've been around it enough to see it. So ask what you want to know and then we can be done with this game. I'm already tired of it. He was perceptive, she would admit that. She had not even begun trying to extract information from him, and yet he had read her intentions. Fair enough, she conceded. For my own reasons, I am curious about you. How old are you? He seemed to think about the question for a moment before nodding. I will be 21, and the end of the month. He looked older, though the hair and beard made it difficult to ascertain. And you have endured a considerable amount for someone my own age. Your medical checks make for very interesting reading, she explained. You have phoenix tears in your blood, shards of dragon bone, and a venom of sorts. How did that happen? He seemed surprised that she knew this. Clearly, he did not understand how thorough St. Mungo's medical checks were. No comment, he answered. Bloody hell, you should be an orer instead of a healer. Anything else? Will you answer me? That depends on the question, he replied with a shrug. She nodded thoughtfully. When I mentioned your name to my grandfather, he took an interest in you. He is either concerned about me or wishes to use me, Harry corrected. He would not take an interest in me for any other reason. He was more astute than she had given him credit for. Does he have a reason to be concerned about you? He seems to think that your family could be a danger to us. Harry shook his head. No, I have no intention of causing any problems for your grandfather if he doesn't cause any for me. When I am discharged from here, I will leave. She didn't believe his final declaration, but did not wish to press the matter, for now. What will you do when you leave? He shrugged uncertainly. What do you do when everything you once knew is gone? Excuse me, she asked. Nothing, he muttered. I don't know what I will do. She watched as his demeanor changed. He was not as defensive as he had been, but was still guarded. You really have no idea how influential you could be, do you? What do you mean? She shook her head in disbelief at his ignorance. Where had he been to not know of his family? Maybe he was raised by someone who told him nothing. He did mention his parents died when he was a baby. Your family is an old one, older than mine, she explained. You have a seat on the Wisengamot and probably gold in a vault in Gringotts. He snorted. I hate politicians, bunch of sneaky old gits, he grumbled. She grinned at his summary. My grandfather would agree with you. He doesn't have time for diplomacy and prefers a blunter approach. He's upset many other lords over the years with his ways. A look of amusement crossed his features briefly. Honestly, I don't know what I will do. She nodded as she stood and headed towards the door. For what it is worth, if everything is different, maybe you should treat it as a fresh start for yourself. Find something you want to do and go from there. You never know where it will lead you, she urged. Is that what you did? He asked as she gripped the handle. I can't imagine anyone forcing you to work here. Your family is wealthy enough. She nodded. That's exactly what I did, she confirmed. I found something I wanted to do and went for it. You have time to think about it whilst you're here. He nodded as she took her leave and returned to the other room. She felt for him. He seemed to be so lost and had apparently experienced considerable upheaval leading up to him being brought here. She watched him as he lost himself in thought, though she felt more relaxed about his presence, as would her grandfather. She may not have believed him when he said he would be leaving, but his words rung true when he had said that he was not a threat to her family. Despite her grandfather's concerns, She did not see anything evil within him. She had seen evil. Her sister had demonstrated it enough over the years, and he certainly was not like Bella. He was observant but also obtuse in his own way. He may be trained in the mind arts, but he did a poor job at hiding what he felt. Whatever he decided to do, she hoped it brought him a modicum of happiness. Evidently, his life had not been pleasant, and though he had not said as much, he had suffered. It did not take an expert in any medical field to see that. "Our Lord wishes for me to tell you that he is impressed with your current efforts," the man spoke. "If you continue as you are then, you will soon have the honor of being bestowed with his mark. Only those who prove themselves worthy will receive it. I have not doubt that all of you sitting here today will do so." Bellatrix could almost feel the smile he undoubtedly wore beneath his white mask as he appraised them. They too were hidden beneath a similar ensemble, their identities supposedly hidden from one another at this stage. She had already figured out most of them. The fools hadn't even attempted to disguise their voices as they spouted their support for the Lord they had yet to meet. Her fiancé was amongst them, as was his brother. Rudolphus evidently thought that whatever excuse he made to leave would be enough to fool her. He had been the first she recognized, though he had seemingly failed to do the same for her. Still, he made his excuses when a meeting was called, and she had no intention of confronting him. If he was so ignorant that he did not even recognize his own fiancé, then she would not make herself known. She had begun making a game of it where she would see how ridiculous and flimsy his reasons for leaving her at odd times could get, and he had not disappointed her with them. The best so far was that he needed to buy some polish immediately, as the filth on his wand was bothering him. She sneered at thought beneath her hood. Lucius was here too, as was Evan Rosier, Crabbe, Goyle, and most of her year group, and above that had once been in Slytherin House. There were even some that had been in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw that she was surprised by. How she came to be here had been a rather odd occurrence. She had received a letter addressed to her in a hand she knew not, the message short and simple. "If you wish to see the purebloods flourish, grasp this note at 7 p.m. tonight, and you will find yourself amongst those that share your views. LV." She had been curious, and against her better judgment, had followed the instructions. She had appeared in a cubicle of sorts with the dark robes and white mask she wore now waiting for her. Another note had been left. "Your discretion and anonymity are appreciated." She had donned the robes and joined the other 20 or so people that had also been invited, each of them garbed in the black and white also. There her life changed. The very same man that addressed them now had told them of the plight the purebloods faced from the influx of muggle-borns and half-bloods that were arriving in their world. As a girl, she had been taught that these people were below her, and she had not deigned them with her time. Bellatrix, however, had not been aware of the danger they posed. "Already they outnumber us more than 50 to 1. What do you think they will do when they become aware of it? They will demand our gold, our houses, and our positions. They would take the food from your tables to feed their unworthy children." The man had struck a nerve with her, and she had been enthralled and enraged by his words. How dare those lesser beings do such a thing? She would not stand for it, and neither would any other that cared for the pureblood values that had withstood for centuries. He had those gathered riled up in a frenzy, and lusting for the blood of those that would besmirch their traditions. Bellatrix, too, had been caught up in the moment, but it was not until she saw her lord in action that she had not looked back. She had been simply intoxicated by his mere presence and incredible skill with a wand. Having suitably provoked the ire of those that had attended, the man had invited them to take their first steps in ensuring the mudbloods and half-bloods knew their place. Only 3 had declined the offer and had left. The rest had taken a portkey and appeared at the edge of a small Muggle city where they were greeted by another cloaked and masked man. This one said nothing, but gestured for them to follow. What happened next could be described as nothing less than a slaughter. The man that did not speak wreaked havoc on the houses, destroying them with little more than a flick of his wand and cutting down Muggles as they attempted to flee. Bellatrix could feel the power radiating off him in waves as he cast spell after spell. many of which she had never seen the likes of. Empowered or inspired by his example, the others had joined in, and all that remained when they were through was piles of wood, rubble, and bodies. The whole thing had passed in a blur, but when all was said and done, she was exhausted, breathing heavily and covered in blood that was not her own. It had been exhilarating even if the man only offered them a nod of approval before vanishing in thick, dark cloud. "That was our Lord," their initial, masked contact had explained. "If you impress him enough, he has promised to train you himself in magic that you could never hope to learn without him. You have witnessed his power. Now you must decide if you wish to stand with him or against him. You must all choose a side eventually." That had all but made her mind up, and she had been attending the regular meetings since. They didn't all end in them sending a message through violence, but often they did. She had grown to love the nervousness before and the thrill during more so. Even when the Aurors arrived to try to put a stop to them, it only excited her. She had witnessed the power of the Lord and knew there was none that could hope to match him. She had grown up a Black, had seen her grandfather practice the family magic, and found it lacking compared to what she had seen the masked man do. She had been around what she had believed to be powerful wizards, and yet this man was beyond them all. Perhaps it was the thrill of what she could do whilst hidden by her mask and robes, or even a slight fear from what she had witnessed. It mattered not. She had chosen her side, and would urge her family to do the same when the time was right. She could see nothing to gain from opposing this man, and his support only grew. In only a few years, his numbers would be greater than any that would stand against him. His victory was inevitable, and she was determined to be on the winning side. She frowned as another figure entered the room and whispered to the first who nodded, having listened to what they had to say. Then have her dealt with. She must not be allowed to speak but be cautious. "Of course," the other answered before hurrying towards the door. "You have my apologies for the interruption. An urgent matter requires our attention," the man explained as the other took his leave. "We will end the meeting, for now, and reconvene in 3 days' time. You will receive your invites the usual way." He left abruptly, following in the wake of the person that had interrupted them. Bellatrix didn't know who they were speaking of, but the outlook for that person was bleak. If their lord's associate wanted someone dead, they were not long for this world. As she usually did, she left as the meeting was concluded. She didn't have anything to say to the other robed and masked figures, and didn't want to listen to the drivel of her newly found comrades. They all had their own reasons for being there. Some believed in the pureblood movement and felt it was their duty. Some were young and wanted to prove themselves, and others simply enjoyed the violence and chaos they caused. Bellatrix would admit she fell into the latter category, but she also wanted to get something out of it. She wanted to learn from the man that led them and keep her family safe. When her grandfather learnt of the power the Dark Lord wielded, he would see sense. Until then, her presence would suffice. A part of her already knew that this truly had little to do with pureblood traditions, but she didn't care. She was not as foolish as some of those she stood amongst. She had heard what happened to the Bones family and saw all of this for what it was. It may start under the guise of maintaining their positions in the world, but it would escalate. Not all pureblood families would agree with them, and some would even stand with the Muggleborns and Mudbloods. A power struggle would eventually ensue, and only one would emerge victorious. From what she had seen and what she felt, that would be the Dark Lord, and she intended to be on the winning side. "Break." "Unbelievable," Healer Camden whispered as she inspected the thin scar that remained. The surgeon that had accompanied her nodded his agreement. "I have never seen someone heal so quickly from an operation like that," he muttered. "Have you always healed so quickly?" Harry frowned thoughtfully. "I don't know what you would consider fast healing," he replied with a shrug. "Well, the leg should still be sore, and you certainly shouldn't be able to stand on it. Is there any pain?" "No. But it's really stiff," Harry answered honestly. Although it was no longer throbbing, his leg was almost immovable and had seized considerably. The surgeon nodded as he too inspected the limb. "It needs to be loosened up," he declared. You will need to stretch and exercise it as much as you can, but don't overdo it. I would recommend walking to begin, and I will give you a list of stretches that the healers will assist you with for a few days at least. I will check on your progress, but I must say that I am in agreement. Your recovery has been much quicker than expected. Does that mean I can leave soon? Harry asked. Within the week if your recovery continues at this rate, the surgeon confirmed as he scratched away with his quill. I wonder, he added, mumbling to himself as he eyed Harry speculatively. What is it? The healer questioned. I am wondering if the phoenix tears in his system are still active. Not much research has been done on them, and it would explain his faster recovery. The healer shrugged, and the surgeon shook his head of the thought. It doesn't matter, I suppose. It's not as though we can confirm it unless your raven is not what he seems. Death, Olin shrieked in reply as he glared at the surgeon. No, Harry chuckled as he held out his arm for the bird to land on. He is just a raven. The surgeon nodded as he took a step back, unnerved by the scrutiny he was under. Very well, I will see you in a few days, and with a bit of luck, you can be out of here. Hopefully, Harry murmured as the man left the room. Well, that is good news, Healer Camden declared after a moment. Would you like to try to walk on it? Harry did so, and though it wasn't painful, his muscles were tight and the leg barely cooperated. He certainly wouldn't be running anytime soon. Definitely stiff, Camden commented as she took a few notes. Take a seat, Harry, and we will try to stretch it out a little. He did so and grimaced as she went about her work, her manipulations causing the muscles to pull uncomfortably. It was not as bad as his leg had been before he had come here, but it was still unpleasant. You will need to stretch it as regularly as you can, the healer urged. Now try and stand on it again. His leg felt almost jelly-like as he put weight on it this time, but it felt looser, and when he took a few experimental steps, he could move it a little more. Good, Camden praised. Now sit down and rest it for a while. As the surgeon said, you don't want to overdo it. He sat on the edge of the bed gratefully and picked up one of the books Dumbledore had left him. Despite having lived on the run for the past few years, he hadn't managed to work his way through them all. Whilst he was here, it would be productive to do so. The old man left them to him for a reason. The one he was perusing now was a very old book, likely having been written before the founders had built Hogwarts. There was no name or date to explain the origins, but it didn't take long for him to understand that it was a book on archaic magic that Dumbledore had helpfully translated. The original language was not one he understood, but the note in the headmaster's hand had piqued his interest in the work. Sometimes to move forward, a step back is all we need. You will find much of this magic very useful, as have I throughout the decades. It was gifted to me by Nicholas upon the completion of my apprenticeship with him, and I would not be the wizard I am without it. What is that language? The healer asked, peering at the indiscernible words scribbled on the page. A very old one, Harry answered. There are very few in the world that could hope to read it. Although Dumbledore had translated it into English for his benefit, he had charmed it so that only he could see the translation. Even the book itself would appear to be much newer than it was to avoid drawing attention to it. How very strange, Camden mused aloud as she left the room. Somehow, he felt better than he had since he first woke up here. He couldn't be certain if his spirits had merely been lifted because his leg would finally be well, or if he felt he had space to breathe for the first time in years. Whatever it was, he was grateful, and it gave him the opportunity to think a little more clearly. Of course, he still had Voldemort to deal with, but he didn't believe that would happen anytime soon. Although he had been isolated in this room, he had heard no whispers of a Dark Lord, and he himself didn't know where to begin tackling that problem. He would prepare himself accordingly, but his priority would be becoming familiar with where he found himself. In only the confines of this room, he had already been surprised by the differences he'd observed, and had no doubt that many more would follow. Other than that, he could not be certain what he would do when he was not preparing for what was to come. He opened his trunk to return the book, frowning as he caught sight of his 6th-year potions text. Despite everything he had learned and the skills he had picked up on the way, He had never taken his newts, and his owl results had not exactly proven to be something he was proud of. Perhaps he could retake them. How would he even go about such a thing? He closed the lid of his trunk and settled back into his pillows, his legs starting to ache from his efforts to walk. He would like to take them, even just so he could say that he did finish his schooling, but it was not something he would do unless it became a necessity. His focus would have to remain on where he found himself and what he had been sent here to do. Break. She had finally adjusted to her change in sleep pattern and woke feeling refreshed for the first time in days. No matter how often she switched between night and day shifts, she would feel the lethargy and was pleased that this bout had passed. It was an irksome part of her job, but one that needed to be tolerated. No longer feeling so drained, she pushed her blanket off herself and got out of bed, only to frown as a tapping sounded, and she spotted an unfamiliar owl waiting to be admitted through her window. She opened it and relieved it of its missive, the creature standing proudly and unmoving as she did so. When she had removed the roll of parchment, it took flight and exited. The hand was not one she was familiar with, though it was addressed to her formally, and she broke seal before reading. To Miss Black. You have my apologies if this is out of the blue, but having shared a meal with you, I was compelled to write. I admit that I was surprised by how drawn to you I felt by merely being seated at the same table, but I was. We may have shared a house and common room at school, but I was foolish for not noticing you then. You have grown to be a beautiful woman, and I would be remiss to not seek a correspondence with you in the hope that I may dine with you again in the future. I eagerly await your reply. Yours, Lucius Malfoy. She reread the short letter a few times before placing it on her desk and readying herself for another night at the hospital. She had noticed the looks that the man had sent her way, but had thought little of them. They were not looks of interest she had seen, but more born of curiosity, particularly when her career had been mentioned. Perhaps she had misread them. She worried her bottom lip at the implications of receiving such a letter and the apparent intentions of it, before snatching it up from her desk and heading to the parlor room where she found her mother and father seated. Narcissa, is something wrong? Her father questioned, noticing her confused expression. I just received this, she explained as she handed the parchment to him. He read it and chuckled uncharacteristically. He didn't wait around, he muttered. You knew about this? Narcissa asked as her mother took the note. I did, Cygnus confirmed. Abraxas asked permission for his son to write. He is rather smitten with you. It would be a very good match, Drula offered, even better than Bella's. The Malfoys are a very influential family. Narcissa nodded. She could not deny that, but it made little sense to her. Lucius, as an heir, should be married to someone more prominent. She was of a secondary branch to the Black Line, and many would consider her far below his station. What is it? Her mother pressed, seeing her thoughtful expression. Nothing, she returned. Her mother looked at her skeptically for a moment before her father spoke. Well, are you not going to write back to him? Cygnus questioned. I will, she confirmed. I will do it during my break. I have to go, she reminded them. Make sure you do, her father called after her as she retrieved her letter and left the room, her thoughts awash with surprise and confusion. She didn't know what to make of it. She was a Black and would be a desirable match for any family but the Malfoys. To her, something felt off, but she pushed those thoughts aside. She was likely being paranoid and pondering it too much. It was not as though he had proposed marriage between them, but had merely asked her to dinner. Maybe marriage was not what he was looking for, but friendship. You have grown to be a beautiful woman. The words only added to her doubts, and when she entered the observation room, her frown had deepened, and her thoughts had only gotten messier. Are you all right, Black? Camden asked, pulling her from her reverie. I'm fine. How is he doing? Her colleague shot her a look of disbelief, but gestured for her to look through the window. When she did, she was taken aback to see him pushing himself up and down from the ground using his arms. His injured leg sat atop the other. He is exercising, Camden huffed. He's getting restless, but his leg is much better than we anticipated, and he should be well enough to be gone in a week or less. Exercising. I asked him the same thing, Camden snorted. He said it helps him with lots of different things. Narcissa could only shake her head as she watched him. The only time she had seen people exercise like that had been when she was at school, and that was only the serious Quidditch players. He seems to be doing well, she commented. He is, Camden agreed. He had no problem standing, but his leg is stiff. He seems to be determined to get out of here. Narcissa nodded thoughtfully as he stood and hobbled towards his pitcher of water. He poured himself a glass and emptied it before laying flat on the floor and began sitting halfway up and lowering himself back to the ground. "Do you still think he is a soldier?" she asked, smirking slightly. Camden shrugged. "I'm not sure, but there's more to him than meets the eye," she replied. "He was reading a book today, and the language was like nothing I have ever seen before. I couldn't understand a single word of it." "Well, he's not a soldier," he said as much, Narcissa explained. "I don't know what he is, but he wouldn't explain about the venom or anything else. The only thing he did confirm was that his parents died when he was a baby." "Then who took care of him?" Narcissa shrugged. "He didn't say, and I suppose we will never know much about him. He's a lot shrewder than you would think." "He's grown on me," Camden admitted. "Maybe it's because I'm old enough to be his mother, and that I can see he has not had a good life, or it's just his way with people." Narcissa nodded her understanding, and the woman handed her the clipboard of notes they had gathered over the weeks, her latest entry explaining his exercise regimen. "He's not what you would expect from a lord. It's as though he hasn't been raised as one." "Well, if his parents were dead and he was sent away, who would have taught him?" Camden asked as she bid her farewell with a wave. She had not considered it. She had thought that perhaps he was raised by another family member, but that was unlikely. He had specifically said that they were all dead, so it was likely that he did not understand what being a lord meant or how to act as such. Her grandfather would take comfort in that at least, but Peveril was not so naive. He knew of politicians and had an idea of the type of people they were. He had deduced that her grandfather was concerned about his presence immediately, and had even said that the only reason anyone would show an interest in him would be that or to use him. No, he was not so clueless. "Would it be possible for me to shower?" he spoke, interrupting her thoughts. She could see no reason why he couldn't. He was seemingly able to stand by himself now, and it would probably do him some good. He was sweating from his exertions, and the hot water might even soothe his leg. "I will find a free one for you," she answered, having pressed her wand against the required rune to speak with him. Break. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had the luxury of a hot shower. He had one in his tent, but he had not felt comfortable using it. The last thing he wanted was to be caught by surprise whilst washing himself. As such, he had resorted to using cleaning charms, a poor substitute in comparison. He reveled in the heat of the water as he allowed it to cascade over him. It was a simple commodity, but not one he would take for granted again. After what felt like hours of enjoying the sensation and scrubbing himself, he turned off the water and stepped out of the cubicle. Wiping away the condensation, he balked at his appearance, the reflection staring at him not one he knew. The last time he had looked in a mirror, his face had been younger, bereft of the scraggly beard he now sported, and his hair cut much shorter. Now he resembled a homeless man he had once seen out when Petunia had taken him shopping. Mrs. Figg had been unable to look after him that day as one of her cats had become sick. Regardless, looking as he did would not do. If Hermione or Mrs. Weasley were to see him, they would have a fit, and he didn't care for it either. He no longer looked like him. With a sigh, he slid his wand into his hand and began shearing away the unkempt hair that had grown past his shoulders until very little of it remained. With a satisfactory nod, he did the same to his beard, leaving only a short stubble. He hadn't practiced much with a shaving charm, and he did not want to cut himself by attempting to remove it all. When he had finished, the reflection was much more familiar, though he had lost any boyishness to his face that had been present the last time he'd looked. He was a man now, a young one, but his youth was undoubtedly gone. All that remained were his mother's eyes and the scar Voldemort had given him. It was not as prominent as it had once been, nor had it brought him pain since he'd arrived here, but it was there. With his observations done, he showered once more to ensure no hair had clung to him and vanished his mess before exiting the bathroom that was a floor above his own room. The walk back felt easier, and although he was still hobbling, he was able to stand at his full height, his leg allowing him to straighten it fully even if it did pull uncomfortably. When he reached his room, he lowered himself carefully into his chair, and Alan joined him, staring for a moment before seemingly recognizing him. "Death," he chattered as he rubbed his head against his shoulder. "Can we teach you some new words?" Harry huffed amusedly. It was as though the bird scowled at him, and Harry laughed once more as the door opened, and his nightly caregiver entered, scratching away with her quill. "Did the shower make you feel better?" she asked, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked up at him. "It did. I actually feel human," he replied. "You look it," she returned. "Sorry, I didn't recognize you without all the hair. You now actually look your age." Harry shrugged. "I've not paid much attention to it recently," he explained as he rubbed a hand across his chin. "I can't walk around looking like that forever," he added. "No," she replied, a light frown marring her features as she took in his appearance. "Anyway, is there anything else you need?" Harry shook his head. "No, I'm quite tired, so I will get some sleep soon." She nodded as she continued to stare at him speculatively for a moment and took her leave. When she was gone, Harry stretched his leg for a few minutes and climbed into bed. He did feel better, and it did not take long for sleep to take him, his efforts of the day having left him exhausted. As had become the norm, he once again found himself in the room in the Department of Mysteries, with the same voices whispering to him. "Unite them. The book, find it. Become one with us." 3 screams rent the air, and the cloak figure emerged from within the veil. It had happened each time he was here. Sometimes he would be stared at, and others the figure would speak. "Why are you hurting them?" he asked. "It is their punishment. It is not their place to help you," the figure replied. "But I can. Perhaps there is more to you than being the balance. Perhaps there are those whose fates you can change." Harry frowned. "That wasn't what I was brought here for." "No, it wasn't," the figure agreed. "But fate works in strange ways, Peveril. I may have brought you here, but it was at her behest. What if she wants more?" What more could she ask of me? It felt as though he was being smiled at, and he didn't like it. "We will see," the figure muttered as it turned away and walked back towards the veil, pausing before it was swallowed up. "Danger is nearby. Peveril, follow it. Her life is in your hands. Perhaps you can prevent her being delivered to me this night." Death. He was suddenly awake. A coldness seeping into his bones, and he sat up and drew his wand. Something was amiss. He knew not what it was, but he could feel it drawing him in, urging him towards it. "It's okay, Harry. You just had another nightmare." The voice of the healer sounded from the speaker. He shook his head. "No, it wasn't a dream. Something is here. I can feel it," he replied as he pushed himself off the bed and pulled the door open. The hospital was as quiet as it had been any other night, but he could sense something around him, something or someone that did not belong. It was similar to a feeling he'd had when the Snatchers or a group of Death Eaters had wandered closely to where he had been hiding within his tent. "Harry, there is nothing wrong," Narcissa insisted as she joined him. He held up a hand for her to be quiet as he closed his eyes. The presence he felt was close, but moving away from him. Cursing his leg, he followed it and found himself roaming the corridors and up 2 flights of steps before he came to a door with a red-robed figure slumped against the wall. Narcissa gasped and almost unleashed a scream until he covered her mouth with his hand and shook his head firmly. "Killing curse and a sticking charm," he murmured as he gave the dead aura a brief examination. The sticking charm was obvious, and the former was something he had become very familiar with. He would recognize the feeling of the magic anywhere. "We need to get help," Narcissa hissed, her skin having paled as she trembled next to him. "It's too late for that," he replied as he pushed the door open and slipped inside quietly. He found himself in another corridor with only a few doors, one of which was slightly ajar. Bracing himself, he edged towards it, chiding himself for not casting a disillusionment charm over himself. He could not do so now. It may just alert whomever was lurking here, and he did not have time to go back. The presence was strong and grew so with each passing second. Tentatively, he peered through the gap and saw a dark figure with his wand pointed towards a woman that was seemingly sleeping, unaware of what was about to happen. Knowing he did not have a second to lose, he kicked the door open as the first syllable of the dreaded curse was uttered, the caster immediately turning their attention towards him. Avada Kedavra. This time, Narcissa did scream, seemingly having followed him. Harry, however, had anticipated the move and whipped his wand upwards, intercepting the spell with a section of the floor. With a growl, he returned fire before the would-be assassin could follow up, his wand a blur and a trio of curses being unleashed. A shield was erected, but was demolished as the third spell collided with it, a high-pitched whistle sounding as it collapsed, and a grunt of surprise escaping Harry's foe as he was pinned to the wall with a scythe embedded through his chest. He gasped as he fought to remove it, screaming when his hands burned as he gripped the shaft. After only a few seconds, he slumped forward with a death rattle, falling still as his suffering came to an end. Harry's focus was interrupted by the sound of an alarm blaring, and he turned towards the door to be greeted by the sight of a dozen healers staring at him in a mixture of shock and awe. "Well, don't just stand there, someone get the Aurors," he said irritably. "They're already on their way," a man answered. "Bloody hell, what happened?" "Whoever that is tried to kill her," Harry explained, jerking his thumb towards the now-awake woman who was sat up in bed, her eyes fixed on the man that had been intent on murdering her. "Merlin," the man replied, shaking his head in disbelief. "Someone inform the family of what has happened. They will not take this well." "I will do it," a woman declared as she took a final look at the scene before her and left. "I think it is best that you return to your room, young man," the one that had seemingly taken charge advised. "The Aurors will want to speak with you." Harry merely nodded as he slid his wand back in its holster and took his leave, his thoughts turning to why the cloaked figure wanted him to act. What was so special about this woman, and why would he want her saved? He would have to ask him next time they met, which would likely happen when he fell asleep. When he entered his room, he became aware that Narcissa had followed and was staring at him, still pale and trembling. "Your first time seeing someone die?" he asked. She shook her head. "Working here, you see it a lot," she explained. "I've never seen anyone killed like that. How are you so calm?" He shrugged in reply. "I've gotten used to it," he sighed. "I watched as my mother was murdered in front of me. You would think that I wouldn't remember only being a year old, but even now the memory haunts me. I've seen people die many times since." She swallowed deeply as she continued to stare at him. "You've done that before," she stated. "You knew what to do when he fired that curse at you." He could only nod in response, seeing no use in denying it. "He was going to kill her, and tried to do the same to me." "I know," she whispered, "but how did you? How did you know he was here?" "I don't know," he answered. He could tell that she didn't believe him, but she didn't press the issue. Instead, she leaned back in the chair she had sat in and released a deep breath. Break. She couldn't believe what she had witnessed. She knew there was more to him, but she had not expected that. He had been calm and calculated as he took the man down with magic she had never seen, though it was not just the spells that had caught her attention. It was the feeling he exuded as he did so. The cold may have been from the fear she felt, but the shift of his eyes was unmistakable. It had only been there for a second, but she did not miss it. When he was in the heat of battle, the green of his eyes had become ablaze, so much so that they were visible in the darkness of the room, and then completely white. The words her grandfather had spoken of the Peverills had ran through her mind. "Flee the ones with ravens, both man and bird with eyes of white." She once more found herself drawn to them. They were green, but she knew what she had seen in that room. "Death!" The raven shrieked as it landed on his shoulder and began preening itself. The man calmly reached up and stroked the feathers of his companion, his mind occupied with whatever he was pondering. He did not appear to feel any guilt for what he'd done, nor did he seem happy. It was as though he'd had to do something unpleasant and forgotten about it when the deed was done. "Are you okay?" she asked nervously. Her words pulled him from his thoughts, and he nodded. "You." She didn't know how she felt. She was shaken up and everything had happened so quickly. "Numb," she answered. He said nothing, and only a few moments later, a loud knock on the door sounded, and a pair of aurors entered without being prompted, one with their wand drawn and the other, a heavily scarred man, more so than her patient. "Are you the one that offed the bloke upstairs?" the latter asked. Harry nodded. "Then we'll be staying with you until the minister knows about this," he informed him. "You've made quite the mess, lad." "He saved that patient's life," Narcissa protested. "Aye, and killed the son of a lord who will kick up a bloody fuss," the auror growled. "But between us in here, you have my gratitude. The woman you saved was a friend's mother, but we have a process to follow. You're not under arrest, not yet." Harry remained as calm as he had been, though she did not miss the twitching of his fingers as he considered reaching for his wand. She internally pleaded him not to do so. She didn't want to be caught up in another fight. "I'm Auror Moody," the scarred man spoke after a moment of silence. "What happened?" he asked, turning to her. "I don't know," Narcissa sighed. "Harry felt something was wrong and we went to investigate. We found the dead Auror and that man in the room with the patient. He fired a killing curse and Harry defended himself." The Auror nodded appreciatively. "Defending yourself against that is impressive," he mumbled as he noted down what she said. "Are you an Auror, lad, a duelist?" Harry snorted and shook his head. "No, but I can handle myself." "Aye, we can see that." "Sorry, but who was it he killed? He saved that patient's life and he's being treated like a criminal," Narcissa pointed out. "If he hadn't found him, she would be dead." The Auror released a breath of frustration. The other man was Lord Avery's son and heir. "Thomas?" Narcissa questioned. He had been a few years above her at school. He was the quiet and studious type who kept himself away from most others. "Aye," the Auror confirmed as another knock at the door sounded, and yet another Auror entered. He whispered to Moody, who was not happy by what he heard. The new arrival left shortly afterwards, and the grizzled man turned towards her. "He's going to have to come with us," he sighed. "The minister wants him held until we can complete our investigation and decide what course of action we are going to take." "Course of action? I already told you what happened." "And I believe you," Moody assured her, "but this is much more complicated than that." He then turned his attention to Harry. "There are a dozen aurors outside the door. You're not going to fight, are you?" he asked as he drew his wand. Harry shook his head as he stood. "Death!" Olin shrieked in protest. The man calmly comforted the bird with a few muttered words. "Can I let him out? He won't appreciate being locked in here." "Aye," Moody agreed, "you can." He opened the small window of the room, and the bird exited with a screech of irritation. "I will need your wand, lad." Harry nodded and handed two over before following the two aurors from the room. Where he was being taken, she didn't know, but she was worried for him. He could be charged with murder, and if Avery garnered enough support from the Wisengamot, he could be convicted and sent to Azkaban. She couldn't allow that to happen. He may have killed the man, but he had done the right thing. Even the Auror, Moody, knew it. No, she couldn't sit idly by and watch him be punished for. She knew enough about the world she lived in to know that he needed help, and there was only one person she knew of that could in this situation. Chapter 5. Slippery bastards, she was roughly shaken awake by her brother, his frantic demeanor and fearful eyes removing any vestiges of sleep deprivation she had been feeling over the past week or so. She could not be certain how much time had passed and had been living each day as it came. "Millie, you need to get up, something's happened." "What is it, Ede?" she asked worriedly as she sat. He shook his head. his expression just as lost, his shoulders still hunched from the burdens that now weighed him down since the death of their father. "I don't know, but Moody is here." "Alistair," she questioned as she got out of bed and pulled her gown over her nightie. "What did he say?" "Nothing, just that he needs to speak with us both." With a flick of her wand, the severity of the situation became clear. It was 3 a.m. and Alistair would not be here at this time without good cause. Her heart pounded as she hurried from her room and down the stairs into the entrance hall of Bones Manor, where she was met with the grim visage of her former mentor. "Amelia," he greeted her. "What's happened?" she demanded without preamble. Moody sighed as he shook his head. "You need to listen carefully to everything I am going to say, Bones," he returned firmly. "Keep that bloody temper in check until I'm finished." She frowned, but nodded as Edgar reached them, he too eager to hear what the Auror had to say. "There was an attempt on your mother's life at St. Mungo's earlier. Someone murdered Chambers, who was guarding her ward, and tried to do the same to her. She is fine and has been moved. Someone found the attacker before he could harm her." Amelia's mouth fell agape as the man spoke, but Edgar had begun to tremble from the rage coursing through him. "I fucking knew it. I've been saying all along that father's death was suspicious, and mother just happening to fall down the stairs the same night. I knew there was more to it." "I know," Moody comforted. "I believe you, lad, but there was no evidence of foul play." "And what now, Moody?" Edgar bit back. "Is this enough evidence?" The grizzled man nodded. "Yes, but it is now much more complicated." "How?" Moody rubbed his eyes tiredly and grumbled under his breath unhappily. "The man who tried to kill your mother was Thomas Avery." "Avery," Amelia whispered in disbelief. "I'll kill the bastard," Edgar hissed. "No, you won't. He's already dead," Moody revealed, eliciting a look of confusion from the siblings. "Dead," Amelia pressed. He tried to kill the person that discovered him, and it did not exactly work in his favor. We found him with a scythe embedded in his chest." Edgar chuckled humorlessly as Amelia stared at her colleague in shock. "Then I owe this person a great debt," her brother declared. "Who was it?" Moody released a deep breath. "Listen to me, lad. This man could be in a lot of trouble. Who is Avery senior friends with?" "The minister," Amelia whispered. So close that we were instructed to take him in within the hour of it being reported. Avery is going to kick up one hell of a mess, and the Wisengamot won't do much to stop him. He won't care why his son was there or any proof we have against him. The fact is a pureblood heir was killed, and the Wisengamot won't like that. You've seen how it works," he reminded them. "Bollocks," Edgar muttered. "So what will happen to this man?" "He will be thrown to the Dementors," Amelia answered. "If he's lucky, they'll sentence him to death." Edgar shook his head. "He bloody saved our mother's life." And it won't mean shit by the time Avery is finished," Moody growled irritably. "Malfoy will back him and everyone else will follow. Albus and his lot won't, but it won't be enough." Edgar dragged a hand through his mop of red hair and nodded his understanding. This would be one of the only times he would likely see the majority of the Wisengamot unite for a cause. The murder of an heir would not sit well with any of the lords and ladies. "Who was it? Does he have any kids? The least we can do is make sure they're taken care of," he explained to his sister. "Some lad named Peveril," Moody answered. Edgar frowned thoughtfully as Amelia gasped. "Harry Peveril?" she asked. "That's him," Moody confirmed confusedly. "You know him." "He was the coma victim I thought was behind the attack in London I've been looking into. There was no proof of his involvement." "Peveril, as in the Peveril family," Edgar interjected. "I thought it was a fake name," Amelia defended. "The family has been gone for centuries." "But if he is a real Peveril—" "Lord Peveril," Amelia gasped. "His healer was adamant that he was Lord Peveril. He did have a ring." Edgar shook his head. "He could have lied to her. A lot of men lie to women to impress them," Edgar pointed out. "Yes, but his healer would know if he was lying," Amelia whispered. "She wouldn't be fooled by it." "His healer," Is Narcissa black? Amelia informed them. There was no love lost between the two women. Amelia had been a 7th year when Narcissa had arrived at Hogwarts and proved to be just as snooty as her two sisters, though Andromeda grew out of it somewhat. She had not been surprised to learn that the woman had fled her ghastly family. "Are you sure about this?" Edgar asked urgently. She nodded. "I didn't really think about it until now," she sighed. "If Black believes he is the Lord Peveril, she must have a reason to." "Then we may be able to help him," Edgar mused aloud. "There will be a lot of people that will want his favor. And even more that would want him gone," Amelia added. "You heard the same stories as I did when we were growing up. I bet there are lots of other families that told their children the same ones." Edgar nodded. "I have to try, Millie. If he saved Mother's life, I owe him that." "Aye, he saved her," Moody confirmed. "Taking him in was not right." "No," Edgar agreed. "Can you make him as comfortable as you can for me, Moody?" The Auror shook his head. "He's being transferred in the morning. We can't keep him in Ministry holding, and Avery will delay as long as he can. He will want him weak when he is brought before the Wisengamot." "They're taking him to Azkaban," Amelia questioned disbelievingly. "Aye, Avery's friendship with the minister has seen to that," Moody grumbled. "He will be charged before being taken, and then will be kept there for the full 2 weeks, I imagine." That was the longest a person could be kept in Azkaban before being brought to trial. Any longer could have severe long-term effects on their health. Edgar nodded severely. "Then he had better hope he can handle it," he sighed. "There's nothing we can do until he is brought in front of the Wisengamot. I will fight for him, for all the good that will do." Break. With her shift at an end, the last thing on her mind was sleeping. 4 different Aurors had taken a statement from her about what had happened on the secure ward, each trying to poke holes in her version of events in their different ways. What she ascertained quickly was that they were trying to discredit her, to shed doubt on what she had told them and what she had seen. Her grandfather would be furious when he learned of how they had treated her. The hospital had remained locked down, and it was with reluctance that she had been allowed to leave. Only with a veiled threat and a muttering of her name did the Auror guarding the door allow her to pass, his intelligence evidently broad enough to not provoke the ire of her family. She had endured much already, and she could not help but feel the day had only just begun. Peveril was being treated unfairly. He had done what was right in the moment, and she would not sit by whilst underhand tactics were being implemented against him, and nor would her grandfather, she hoped. Harry did not deserve it, regardless of who he had killed. Knowing that time could well be of the essence, she apparated to the cottage her grandfather and grandmother had moved to some years ago, and felt the magic of the wards here wash over her. Even before she could knock, the door was opened by an immaculately presented elf who greeted her with a bow. "Lady Sissy," the creature croaked, "the Lord Black will be pleased to see you." He would be initially, but would likely be unhappy by the end of their conversation. Or perhaps he would revel in the chaos. One could never be sure where her grandfather was concerned. "Narcissa," her grandmother said warmly as she entered the kitchen. "What brings you here so early?" Her grandparents had settled down for breakfast, though they would have been up for hours already. Arcturus Black was not one to waste a minute of the day needlessly sleeping, when he would do enough of it when he was dead, as he had rather morbidly explained to her. "Something happened at the hospital, and I need your help," she said to the man who frowned deeply. "Did someone hurt you?" he demanded immediately as he stood. She shook her head and explained what had transpired, sighing deeply as she finished. "It's not fair," she declared. "He saved Lady Bone's life, and he's the one being treated like a criminal." Arcturus hummed irritably before banging his fist on the table. "What a fucking mess," he groaned. "Bastards, the lot of them. I want the names of the Aurors that interviewed you and your memory of what happened." Narcissa nodded as she removed her wand and withdrew the memory, before placing it in a vial her grandmother conjured. "Arcturus, what are you thinking?" Melania asked worriedly. "I know that face." The old man nodded before turning to her. Why do you want to help him? Because it's not fair, Narcissa repeated. My sweet girl, the world we live in isn't fair, her grandmother broke in. It's not, Arcturus agreed, staring at Narcissa speculatively. It would be better if I let the little shit hang, he added thoughtfully. No, Narcissa protested. Please, grandfather, he doesn't deserve that. Why do you care so much? That man could be a threat to us. He's not, grandfather. I spoke to him and he's not like that. He doesn't even know much about his family. His parents were murdered when he was a baby. Murdered? By whom? He didn't say, but he's had a horrible life, grandfather. He doesn't deserve to die for what he did. If you help him then he could be a strong ally, couldn't he? Arcturus pondered her words for a few moments, and she watched with bated breath as he paced back and forth. He could be, he conceded. If this can be done right, he could be a very good ally. What are you getting out of this? Narcissa shrugged. Nothing. Arcturus once again stared at her speculatively, seemingly searching for something. Do you have feelings for this man? Narcissa balked at the question. What? No, it's not like that, she denied firmly. Without all the hair, he was handsome. She wouldn't deny that, but it had nothing to do with why she was doing this. Arcturus grunted as he took his seat once more. All right, I will do what I can. Speak to no one about our conversation and tell any other Auror that tries to piss off and deal with me. That will keep them away from you. Thank you, Narcissa replied, relieved. Don't thank me yet, Arcturus grumbled. I don't know if there's anything I can do, but I have a few ideas. Avery's a shit anyway. It will do him well to remember his place. Now, go home and get some rest. I will, Narcissa sighed. I have to write to Lucius first, though. The Malfoy boy. Narcissa nodded. He wrote to me asking if I would have dinner with him. Arcturus became pensive. His eyes narrowed before he shook his head. And do you wish to? I don't really know him, she admitted. I don't see the harm in it. No, but be careful around the Malfoys, Narcissa, Arcturus warned. They are as slippery as they come. I will, Narcissa assured him as she took her leave, missing the look of suspicion her grandparents shared. She had secured her grandfather's help and now felt more hopeful that something could be done for Harry. She had meant what she said. He didn't deserve to be punished for what he did. He had saved an innocent woman's life, though it did beg the question as to why Avery had wanted her dead in the first place. Break. Sleep had not come, and he found himself regretting his intervention. Now, he was at the mercy of the Ministry of Magic, whom, throughout his life, had neither proven to be fair nor favorable to him. His experience of their proceedings had not been good, and he could only hope that the current administration proved themselves to be less corrupt than Fudge and Umbridge. He snorted derisively. He certainly had his doubts. The cell he had been placed in was sparse, uncomfortable, but his gut told him that he was not for long for this place. No, if those in the right position wanted it, he would be leaving here soon enough. He knew how this worked and had no faith in a system that had always been broken. Bollocks, he muttered as he sat on the bench that also served as a bed. He didn't have time for this, though it had served to show him just how the death of a prominent pureblood here would be taken. The outlook of what lay ahead of him was rather grim. A part of him had hoped that his task would be made simpler if he was able to steadily remove Voldemort's most stalwart followers. Such a tact would only result is what he was facing now, the inside of a prison cell. No, he would need to rethink his strategy. He would have to play the games that he despised, rely on his cunning and wit just as much as his wand. The task had always been daunting, and with this new dimension, it only became more so. He would have to tread very carefully from now on if he managed to emerge from this on the other side with his freedom intact. He tensed as the locks to his door clicked, and a group of 6 Aurors entered, each with their wand drawn. Come on, Peveril, an older man garbed in red robes instructed, his scruffy salt and pepper beard doing nothing to hide the disdain he felt for him. I don't suppose you're letting me go, Harry asked as he stood. The man shook his head grimly. "You're off to Azkaban until you can be brought to trial," he explained. "Harry Peveril, you are under arrest for the murder of Thomas Avery. You will be held under the authority of the Ministry of Magic until such a time you are brought before the Wisengamot to be tried by your peers. I would advise you to come quietly." He eyed the half-dozen Aurors who waited nervously for his response to the charges before offering them an easy smile. Some of these men and women may be good people who were merely doing their job. As much as he despised the ministry, these had not proven themselves to be enemies, yet. "Then I surrender myself to you," he replied as he held his hands out. Besides, he knew that it was possible to break out of Azkaban if needed. It would be much easier than attempting to fight off 6 Aurors in the ministry itself. As the magic-suppressing cuffs were placed on his wrist, and he was led through a long corridor, he could not help but think the cloaked figure was either enjoying this or was furious that he had found himself in this position. To Harry, it mattered not. He was going to be subjected to the Dementors for some time at least, and he needed to prepare himself for such. He allowed his escort to guide him as he worked on his occlumency. It would not keep the effects out of the creatures at bay indefinitely, but it would ease them considerably. He needed to maintain his clarity for what was to come. It would not do well for the lingering effects of the prison guards to compromise his ability to handle the Wisengamot when he faced them. When that would be, he didn't know, but once again he found himself biding his time. Patience was something he had learned during his years on the run, and he would need that, and his resilience to see him through the impending ordeal. Break. Arcturus Black released a deep breath as he emerged from his pensive, the warning words of his father playing over in his mind. He had seen it for himself, the stories of his youth playing out before him in the memory provided to him by his granddaughter. "Eyes of white," he muttered. He did not miss the change in demeanor of the young man, the green shifting to the deathly white as he dispatched of Avery, and had done so without hesitation. Were it such a simple thing, he would hazard a guess that not even Merlin himself could help Peveril with the predicament he found himself in, but there was hope. The fact that Avery was masked and did not identify himself could work in Peveril's favor. It was a flimsy defense at best, but could be enough to tip the balance in his favor, though he would need help. He shook his head frustratedly. If his father was still alive, he would do all he could to ensure Peveril was convicted. He certainly would not be going out of his way to achieve the opposite, but Arcturus was not his father. If the situation could be turned in favor of the newly discovered lord, it could benefit his own family. The old man was no fool and saw what was happening around him. Despite his best efforts, his family was declining and would find themselves even more at odds in the future. His own heir was not fit to run the family, his deference to his wife having removed what little spine he did growing up. He should not have allowed the marriage between Orion and Walburga. Worse yet, Sirius had not come around to the idea of succeeding him and had done all he could to distance himself from the family. He could see no way of winning the boy over and instilling the family values within him, as much as he wished he could. That left him with only 2 direct male relatives. Cygnus had been coddled as a boy and cosseted in laziness throughout his life. He was hot-headed and lacked the temperament to lead. He was too easily led astray by his illusions of grandeur and status to stand strong when needed. No, just the thought of the man leading them did not sit well with Arcturus. His final option was no better. Regulus was weak and too eager to please his mother. He would be at her behest, and that thought frightened Arcturus. Walburga was a vile woman, and he dared not ponder what havoc she would wreak with the resources of the family at her disposal. She would likely throw their support behind the damned pureblood movement that was currently plaguing Britain. She had voiced her support for such on numerous occasions. Bloody fools, he grumbled. Did they not understand just how far above the rest of the magical community they stood simply because of the name they were born with? That would end badly for many. With the violence increasing and the latest development that he was now trying to mitigate, the violence would only escalate. He shook his head of those thoughts, turning his attention back to his own problems. His legacy was at stake, and the vultures were already gathering. Corvus had been first, and now Abraxas had followed suit. They were sly bastards, but he saw through them. They could not hide their intentions from him. They saw what was unfolding with the Blacks and hoped they would capitalize on it in the future. If Arcturus did not secure his line of succession, his house would one day be in the hands of a Lestrange or Malfoy. That he could not allow. How an alliance with Peveril could help, he did not know yet, but having him on side could prove to be a boon. From what he had seen, he was an able wizard. At worst, he would be a wand to call upon if needed, and a name to put the families who knew of them on notice. He would not have everything he had worked so hard for snatched from his grasp by the chancers and scum of the wizarding world. He would not leave the skeleton of his family to be picked clean by the scavengers that were circling. He would one day need someone he could rely on. Too many would relish in the downfall of his family, with none willing to lift a finger to help them when they were in need. He had a chance to secure that needed help, and he would take it. If he could help Peveril, the man would be inclined to return the favor in the future. Firstly, however, he needed assistance. With the latest development, Corvus would be obligated to help if he wished his son to be married to Bellatrix. If he refused, then Arcturus would ensure that the man knew the wedding would not go ahead. He was still the Lord Black after all, and would have the final say on the matter. Abraxas was not in the same position and would likely oppose him, something that could be changed depending on how determined he was to get his hands on the Black wealth and influence. That would serve to test the man at the very least. If he was willing to side with him, it would all but confirm his suspicions. Still, the support of both could sway the outcome in his favor, but he would take no chances. He needed a contingency plan, and currently, he had only one idea on where he could get the needed support. Break. Being head of a prominent family meant that he was often invited to attend dinners with other prominent members of society, but being asked to dinner personally by the Minister of Magic could only mean one of two things. The first being that she was trying to garner his favor for an upcoming bill that would divide the Wisengamot. He had considerable influence over many of his peers, and his support had proven to be pivotal in the past. The second and more likely option was that something of a personal interest had occurred, and she again required his support. What that could be, he did not know, but there was always risk to such undertakings. She would not have invited him to dinner if it was a trivial matter that would not cause either controversy or uproar. He preferred the former of a strictly political nature. He could vote for or against any bill he wished and be scrutinized no differently than any other lord or lady of the Wisengamot. When it came to issues of personal interest, he was open to scrutiny from all sides, and he was expected to weather the storm that followed. Still, those that supported his actions continued to do so, knowing that they made up a significant block of the Wisengamot and may one day need the security of the votes he could provide to their causes. The minister, however, was different. Depending on what she put forward, all political affiliations were open to her, and she played both sides expertly. Because of this, he could confidently assume that the opposing bloc consisting of Dumbledore and his ilk could take exception to any proposal she would make or action of a personal nature she intended to proceed with this time. Either way, it would be a messy affair. It always had been when she sought his support before publicizing her intent or motions. Abraxas! She greeted him warmly as he was shown into a familiar dining room by her personal elf. Minister, he replied cordially, noting the presence of another. He would not consider Marcus Avery a close friend, but they were often allies on the political field. The man was tense, appeared more tired than usual and impatient. Please take a seat, Abraxas, Bagnold offered. He did so, his gaze flitting between the two expectantly. Politics was a game of patience, but he already felt his own wearing thin. Something had happened, and he did not appreciate the ruse playing out before him, especially because it was being done so poorly. What is it you need of me? He asked candidly. Whatever do you? Do not think me a fool, minister, Abraxas interrupted. The woman nodded stiffly. her veil of warmth slipping into a visage of anger. Marcus's son was murdered. We have the killer stewing in Azkaban, and I wish to count on your support to ensure he is convicted. Abraxas frowned thoughtfully, immediately suspecting that all was not as it appeared. If it is as straightforward as that, then why is my support required? He pressed. If his son was simply murdered, then why the need of support at all? Surely the Wisengamot would not need convincing. The murder of an heir is something they will all sympathize with. The minister and grief-stricken father shared a look, and Abraxas held up a hand before any could speak. He had no time for their convolutions or withholding information. Thomas was caught in a rather compromising position, though only my first Aurors on the scene are aware of it. I immediately took the lead on the investigation. Barty is too much of a stickler for the rules. Pushing her brazen approach by all but blocking a real investigation being allowed to take place to one side, Abraxas proceeded. Compromising position. Bagnold nodded. According to the Aurors, he had killed one of their own and was trying to kill another patient when he was caught. The person that caught him is the killer. Abraxas shook his head. And what is the truth of the matter? He demanded. His wand shows that Thomas cast the killing curse, likely in defense when he was caught in the room, Bagnold conceded. Abraxas snorted, abundantly aware that he was not being told everything. Why was he there? And why is there a dead Auror in the equation? We do not know, Millicent sighed, though Abraxas did not miss the tension in Avery's shoulders. No, it is not as simple as you are making it. It is complicated, Abraxas, the minister bit back. It does not look good, but I know Thomas. He was a good boy. The woman was being sentimental, and it had no place in this. He had a feeling that this would not end the way she wanted, but he found himself curious as to what had truly transpired. He suspected that Marcus knew more that would paint a very different picture. So, what complications are you facing? He questioned as he leaned back in his chair. There was a witness who is defending the killer. And what is this witness saying? That she and the killer came upon Thomas in a room on the secure ward. They found the Auror dead and saw Thomas about to do the same to the patient. Which patient? Abraxas asked irritably, tiring of the runaround. Lady Bones, Bagnold revealed reluctantly. Abraxas narrowed his eyes at the pair. There was indeed much more to this than was being let on. And why would your son be trying to kill Lady Bones? He asked the man. My son is not a killer, Marcus hissed as he shot forward in his chair, his eyes bulging. Then explain to me why he was there, Abraxas urged calmly. I do not know, the man growled. Abraxas shook his head. He already disbelieved the version of events he was being told, but the Wisengamot might swallow it if it was twisted in the right way. That, however, depended on many things. Who is the accused? A man named Peveril, Bagnold answered with a frown. A ghost of a smirk tugged at Abraxas' lips. Having seen Arcturus Black's reaction to the name, he had investigated it. If half of what had been written about the family held any truth, making an enemy of Peveril would not be wise. Is something amusing, Abraxas? Bagnold questioned. What is it you know? Quite, but I am not inclined to share my thoughts with you yet, he returned. What do you know? He pressed interestedly. Bagnold huffed irritably. We tried to remove what he says is his lordship ring, and 2 Aurors are now in hospital and unresponsive. Even the Dementors avoid his cell despite us putting extra guards around it. That unsettled the Malfoy lord. The Peverils grew only more mysterious the more he investigated them. Perhaps there was much more truth to what had been written. The witness, he questioned, not mentioning the imprisoned lord. Bagnold would already know she was a fool for attempting to touch the ring. The minister shot him a look of frustration. Narcissa Black. Abraxas shook his head once more. The complexity grew still, though perhaps he could salvage something from this. If the worst were to happen, he could always preserve his reputation at least. Well, I know for a fact that Lord Black was concerned by the emergence of Peveril. He expressed as much during a recent meal we shared, when the man was first brought to his attention. With that being said, I'm sure he can convince his granddaughter to cease any assistance she is giving. It just so happens that my son has also begun courting the girl, so with a few words from both, she will not be a problem. Bagnold breathed a sigh of relief, and Abraxas was sickened by the sight of it. There was still much he was not being told, and he would have the truth. "Come, Marcus," he encouraged. "You need your rest if you are to have justice for your son. Allow me to escort you home." The man frowned and nodded reluctantly, knowing better than to delay the conversation Abraxas sought. "Thank you, Minister, but Abraxas is right. I should try to get some rest." "Of course, Marcus. Do let me know if there is anything you need," the woman offered as she escorted them to the front door and closed it behind them when they had left. "Now, why was your son trying to murder Lady Bones? Do not lie to me or I will retract any assistance," Abraxas warned. Avery deflated and did not meet his eyes. Thomas had gotten himself caught up in the pureblood movement, he revealed. The very same group that is trying to preserve the pureblood status. Marcus nodded. Then how does murdering purebloods tie in with that? I don't know, but he would have been doing it under orders. He became quite fanatical about it this past year, and he would not listen to me. He even had me convinced it was a good idea, and now he is dead. Because he was caught murdering a lady of a better house than your own, Abraxas hissed. And now you are trying to blame an even older one. Marcus frowned confusedly, and Abraxas grabbed him by the back of his robes and dragged him off the minister property before apparating them away. The Peverills are a family from the time of the founders and were amongst the elite. This Lord Peveril could prove to be a very dangerous enemy, but you may well have done us all a favor. If we can secure a conviction against him, he will spend the rest of his days rotting in Azkaban, and think yourself fortunate that Black will be on board. I've never seen him worried as I did when he heard the name Peveril. He will want to eliminate the threat just as much as us. So for now, keep your mouth shut until we get Peveril in front of the Wisengamot. Lucius will handle the black girl, and the rest will fall into place. What about Bones? Abraxas snorted. The boy is wet behind the ears and can rant and rave as much as he wants. If he doesn't have the support, it doesn't matter what he says, and he is not his father. He has earned no favors from anyone, so can be silenced quickly. Marcus nodded his understanding. This is a dangerous game you have chosen to play, Abraxas warned. If by some chance Peveril gains some support, I would not wish to be in your shoes or any that opposes him. They were feared for a reason, Avery. The man snorted. I hope he tries. He killed my boy and I won't let him get away with it, he declared as he vanished with a gentle pop. Abraxas could only shake his head. The man was deluded, under the impression that just because Bagnold had sided with him and was using dubious tactics that their success was all but assured. It was not until Peveril was escorted out of the chambers by the Aurors. Between now and then, a plethora of things could go wrong. He sighed as he tapped his family ring with the tip of his wand, summoning his heir to the Lord's study. He would assist them as much as he could without putting himself at risk. There were too many elements to their ploy that did not sit well with him, and he still felt there was much he was not being told. Still, having Lucius attempt to talk the girl out of supporting Peveril would go a long way in seeing the plan come to fruition. If his son was to fail, Arcturus would not. He would be just as keen to see the back of Peveril and would tell the girl to not involve herself. Perhaps a letter to the other lord would help nudge him in the right direction. Break. It had only been a matter of weeks since the death of his father and the unexpected elevation to his position of Lord Bones. His grieving had to curbed whilst he assumed his duties and ensured his mother was receiving the best treatment possible. Despite how heartbroken and furious he was, he knew his father would have urged him to do so until all had settled. He had immediately suspected that all was not as it seemed. The family elf, Clara, had served them for decades and had shown nothing but loyalty and dedication. He did not believe she would poison her master, and he certainly did not believe his mother had fallen down the stairs at the same time. Clara had admitted her deed when questioned, and the Aurors had lost interest. Even Amelia had been unable to dig further into it. Clara had been executed swiftly by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, and the matter dropped. Edgar knew better, but none would hear him out. Why would they? He may be the Lord Bones now, but that meant little in a world where reputation and influence was everything. He had neither, but despite this, a lord he had not expected to ever associate with had sent him a missive, requesting a meeting with him. Edgar had been taken aback and was nervous at the thought. As such, he had spoken to the only person he knew that might be able to give him some insight. Flashback. Auror Moody, what can you tell me about Arcturus Black? The grizzled man eyed him questioningly, having only visited to inform him and Amelia that the trial would be held in the coming days for Peveril. That depends, lad. Why are you asking? He's asked to see me. Edgar explained, as he handed the note that had been delivered to him. Well, if he wanted you dead, he wouldn't have written to you, the Auror comforted. Other than that, I don't know what to say. The Blacks have their reputation for a reason, but it wouldn't be good to slight him, lad. He's an old bastard that will hold a grudge. End flashback. Edgar had been at a loss. As far as he was aware, his father hadn't even met with the Black Patriarch throughout his tenure as the Lord Bones, but he had accepted the meeting regardless of how nervous the thought of being stuck in a room with the man made him. What he did know of the Blacks was not good, and he couldn't help but wonder why he had drawn the attention of Arcturus. Had he somehow offended the man? That thought made him shuffle uncomfortably in his seat, though he stilled when a knock at the door sounded. Come in, he instructed, sounding much more confident than he felt. Amelia entered first with an older man in her wake. Lord Black, she announced, shooting her brother a look of concern. Thank you, Millie, he said, offering her smile. She looked between the two for a brief second and took her leave, closing the door behind her. Please, take a seat, Lord Black. The first thing Edgar noticed about the man was his piercing, gray eyes. They were sharp and did not assuage already nervous disposition. Thank you, Lord Bones, Arcturus replied. For what it is worth, you have my condolences for the death of your father. I will not pretend we were on good terms, but I respected him. Edgar nodded gratefully, but the older lord continued before he could reply. I am here because I believe we have a mutual interest. Edgar frowned. He could think of nothing that the two houses could have a shared interest in. Peveril, Arcturus confirmed. If you are anything like your father, I would assume that you would see him free for his part in the death of Avery. I would, Edgar confirmed. He saved my mother's life and all but confirmed my suspicions. My father was murdered, Lord Black, and they tried to do the same to my mother. Twice, he added. Indeed, from what I have learned, I am inclined to believe you. I can think of no other reason she would have been targeted whilst in St. Mungo's. I can't think of any reason they would have been targeted at all, Edgar sighed. No, but your investigation will continue. Until I find the truth, Edgar said firmly. Arcturus offered him a respectful nod. I have my reasons for wanting to see the man free. They are different to yours, and I will not share them, but I am willing to work with you to see it done. You are? Edgar asked, surprised by the offer. Yes, but this in no way denotes an alliance between our families. For now, this is a one-time occurrence. Think of it as a favor to the memory of your father if you wish, but I am willing to help you. Edgar stared at the older lord speculatively, unable to fathom why he wanted Peveril free so badly, and shrugged it off a moment later. Peveril had earned his help with his selfless act, and he was not going to turn down the assistance offered. I accept. Arcturus Black grinned, not a gesture of warmth, but one that somehow promised misery for someone. Excellent, then you had best tell me everything you know, and I will reciprocate. We must be on the same page to pull this off. Edgar nodded, though he could not help but believe he had made a deal with the devil himself to see a man he did not even know free. However, his family had a debt to pay, and they would do so, even if it meant temporarily working with perhaps the most terrifying man in wizarding Britain. Break. I'm pleased you could join me, Miss Black, Lucius said as he raised his glass to her. Narcissa offered him a smile as she returned the gesture. She had questioned if she would come, having received a reply to her responding letter only a day later. He was keen, she would give him that, and he had been the perfect gentleman thus far. Her reluctance came from everything else that was happening around her. What had befallen Harry had only just been the beginning, and had only worsened when she had returned to the hospital the following day. Flashback. What's this? She asked Camden, pointing to the sheet of parchment that had been pinned to every notice board she had passed so far. Her colleague shrugged. I was hoping you could tell me. Narcissa frowned at the short note and shook her head. By order of the Minister of Magic, the events surrounding the incident that took place on the secure ward last night are not to be discussed by any member of staff to assist with the Ministry investigation. We thank you for your cooperation. Millicent Bagnold, Minister of Magic. Whatever was happening, it did not sit well with Narcissa, and she was pleased that she had already spoken to her grandfather. Lord Peveril would get no help if she hadn't. End flashback. Things had only gotten worse when the same Aurors accosted her throughout the following days, double-checking the statement she had given and doing all they could to deter her from supporting Harry. It wasn't until she had threatened them with her grandfather that they had relented and had been absent since. In truth, she was nervous about tomorrow, but had accepted Lucius's invitation for lunch. Both her mother and father had insisted it would take her mind off things, and she needed the reprieve. It has been nice to get away from everything, she replied. Ah, I assume you mean the trial for Peveril tomorrow, Lucius sighed. An unpleasant business. What do you know about it? Narcissa questioned. Only what my father has told me, he answered quickly. It truly is a shame what happened to Thomas. I heard he'd been having a difficult time recently. Difficult enough for him to murder an Auror and try to do the same to Lady Bones, and then Harry when he was caught, she bit back. I saw what happened. Lucius held up a placating hand. I apologize if I spoke out of turn. I did not mean to upset you, he responded comfortingly. I did not know you were there. Narcissa deflated and shook her head dismissively. It's fine. I shouldn't have snapped at you. He smiled as he stood and offered his hand. Maybe a walk would help clear your head. She accepted the proffered limb and nodded. Some fresh air would be welcome, and she allowed herself to be led from the restaurant and into Diagon Alley, where the afternoon sun still baked the cobbled street. Better, he asked. She nodded and slid her arm into the crook of his. He steered them away from the crowds and into Nocturne Alley, where it was shadier, the buildings taller and blocking out much of the sun. I do not like seeing you upset, he murmured. What is bothering you so much? Narcissa shrugged. In truth, she did not know. What is it merely the fact that she knew what she had seen? That Harry had done nothing wrong. Had he not acted, Lady Bones would be dead, and Thomas Avery would have gotten away with it. It will be over soon, she replied. Lucius released a dramatic sigh as he shook his head. For your sake, I wish it would be, but I fear it will only be the beginning, he said, shooting a look of sympathy her way. If Peveril gets off then, it will divide the Wisengamot even more, and the pureblood movement will have more of a reason to keep doing what they are. This will just prove that they are right and the Wisengamot have become too lenient. Narcissa frowned lightly. What does that have to do with anything? Harry is a pureblood too. Perhaps, Lucius conceded, but that will not matter. He is irrelevant. His family has been gone for centuries. The Avery line is a prominent one, and if Peveril gets away with murdering Thomas, it will only incite more violence. You seem to know a lot about it, Narcissa replied. I am a Malfoy, Lucius answered simply. We keep abreast of anything that could prove to be a threat to our ways, and Peveril is undoubtedly that. I just hope the right thing is done. I do not wish to see things deteriorate more than they already are because of something so trivial. Would that really happen? Narcissa asked, worrying her lower lip. her thoughts drifting to Bellatrix and her involvement with the pureblood movement. "I'm afraid so," Lucius confirmed, looking at her worriedly. Narcissa released a deep breath and nodded her understanding. "I don't want things to get worse," she mumbled. "And they won't as long as Peveril is found guilty," he assured her. "But of course, it is not in our hands. That will be for the Wisengamot to decide. They will consider all the evidence gathered by the minister herself and her team. Then a decision will be made." "What do you think will happen?" Lucius shrugged. "If there is nothing to the contrary, then Peveril will be found guilty, without question." "Thank you." "Lucius," she said sincerely before placing a kiss on his cheek, "you've given me much to think about." "It has been my pleasure, Narcissa, and hope that we can see each other again when this has all settled down. I have enjoyed your company." Narcissa grinned as she shook her head. "No, you haven't," she countered. "I have spent the day being distracted." "True," Lucius conceded, "but I enjoyed it nonetheless, and have no doubt I will enjoy it more so next time." "I look forward to it." He offered her a final smirk before apparating away, leaving her alone in Nocturne Alley. "You were right," she sighed. "I know, and I take no joy in it," her grandfather answered as he removed his invisibility cloak. "Abraxas hopes that he can benefit from any potential downfall of our family. I will not allow that to happen. Using Lucius to get to you could have been a stroke of genius." "I almost fell for it," Narcissa admitted. "As slippery as they come," Arcturus growled. "The bastard could sell sand to a camel." "What about Lestrange?" "Oh, he will get his, my dear," Arcturus assured her, "but not until I have gotten all the use out of him I can." Narcissa nodded. "Are you sure about all of this? Is Harry really that important?" "He could be an even bigger threat than both Abraxas and Corvus, but I feel we may need him. I'm putting a lot of faith in your assumption of the kind of person he is. If you prove to be correct, he will be a strong ally." "And if I'm wrong?" Arcturus frowned thoughtfully. "That will be a problem for another day." Narcissa nodded her understanding, suddenly more nervous about the outcome of the impending trial. Break. The screams did not bother him and only served to remind him that he was not alone in this place. He had grown used to screaming, had heard Hermione scream when Ron had been killed, and even Fleur when Bill bled out from the curse that hit him. Still, none bothered him more than the one that had plagued him since he had been a babe. The scream of Lily Potter when her pleading had fallen on deaf ears was the one that haunted him. The screams of prisoners meant nothing to him. Even the cold was something he had adapted to during his 13 days here. He felt it, but it did not chill him to the bone as Sirius had said it would. If anything, the coldness of his own magic pushed it away. It wasn't until he arrived here that he noticed this difference. His magic has once felt warm and comforting, protective even. Now it was cold and felt indifferent. He felt as he always had, emotionally at least, but his magic was not the same, and nor was he, not truly. There was something different within him, something more. What he had not expected from his stint on the island was the absence of Dementors. He could feel them all around, their desire to feast on his happiness, but they did not come. A few had tried but had fled, screeching unhappily when they ventured too close. This he did not understand, and even the cloaked figure's explanation had made little sense. Flashback. Unite us. The book. Become one with us. The same words spoken that became no clearer the more he heard them. Whenever he fell asleep, he found himself here, though this time. It was exactly where he wanted to be. "I don't suppose this was your intention?" he asked the cloaked figure as it emerged from the veil. "I have no intentions," it replied almost carelessly. "You have changed something that could prove to be significant. What happens now is your choice." "If they don't lock me up here forever," he snorted. "And you would allow that?" Harry shook his head. "No, but I don't want to have to go on the run again unless I have to. I've not even enjoyed the small amount of freedom I have." "True," the figure conceded. "What will you do?" "Hope that the justice system here isn't shit," he replied sarcastically. "I don't know," he added. I did the right thing and won't be made to feel any differently. Harry could feel the grin of approval the figure wore, though it did not respond. Why aren't the Dementors coming near me? He had been here a few days, had been unable to sleep since his arrival, and had noted the absence of the creatures. I don't suppose they are interested in broken souls, or they do not feel your magic until they come closer. Broken souls? Harry asked. Listen to the whispers, Peveril, the figure responded, pointing to the veil. Unite us. He nodded thoughtfully, promising to ponder the ominous words when he woke. And what about my magic? Once again, he felt the smirk of the creature. The magic of your line, Peveril, was gifted to my chosen by me. There is much magic in a soul, and death is not something that can be consumed. They fear me as do most fools. Why fear what you cannot escape? True, Harry mused aloud. Is there anything else you can say that may help me? Listen to the whispers, Peveril. End flashback. The advice since had been the same, with no indication of how he may just secure his freedom when he was undoubtedly brought before the Wisengamot. As such, he had decided to make use of the time in the cramped cell. He had just enough room to exercise his leg and complete his push-ups. He made sure he did this several times throughout the day, and his leg was certainly benefiting from it. It was no longer stiff and immovable. He could put weight on it without inducing the horrific cramping he had dealt with, and could even balance on it alone now. He was pleased with this progress. When he wasn't occupying his time with physical workouts, he would work on his occlumency, an escape from the monotony of the passing hours and the irregular food arrivals that would appear in his cell, though certainly not enough to sustain him in the long term. He suspected that they were trying to weaken him with the constant presence of Dementors on the edge of his periphery and the meager portions of food. Little did they know, he had endured much worse. He had almost been starved to death by the Dursleys. If they wanted him weakened, they would have to have his portions of food at least. Whatever their plan was, it wouldn't work. The Dementors could not get close enough to be too bothersome. He was being fed enough, for now, and he'd even managed to hospitalize 2 guards that had tried to beat him in his cell. Well, unintentionally. One had tried to remove his ring and had collapsed, shrieking in agony before falling still. The other had thrown a clumsy punch his way. Harry had caught the fist, and the guard had reacted the same way as his colleague when his skin made contact with the Peveril ring. He had been left alone since, and the guards that delivered him food did so warily, never approaching his cell closer than necessary. Harry preferred it this way. He didn't want to have daily altercations with the guards here if it could be avoided. He just wished to know what was happening. No one had said a word to him since he had been deposited into the cell. His thoughts were intruded upon by the sound of approaching footsteps, and he knew they were coming for him. He counted 12 people heading in his direction, and he readied himself. When the door opened, he was not faced with the wizards that guarded the prison, but by a contingency of Aurors led by Alastor Moody. It's time, Peveril, he growled. Best come along without a struggle, lad, he added with a wink. Harry narrowed his eyes suspiciously as the cuffs were placed on his wrist, and he was led from the cell. Your leg's looking better, Moody commented, noticing the absence of the limp, and you look healthier than most. We usually have to drag them out of here. You can't run on one leg, Harry returned with a smirk. Don't, Moody muttered. You have more help than you think. The Lord Bones is on your side. It was his mother you saved that night. Harry frowned as he nodded. At least that was one less person he would have to convince. And what of my wands? The minister has them, Moody sighed. She tried to have them checked, and one of them did not cooperate. 2 Aurors were taken to St. Mungo's with what seemed to be severe frostbite, same as the 2 guards here. I thought it was common knowledge not to touch a lord's ring. It is, but people are reluctant to believe you are who you claim to be. Well, then more fool them, Harry mumbled as he was led into a small circular room. We will take a portkey from here, and you will be placed in a ministry cell until it is time for you to be brought before the Wisengamot. Understood. Harry only nodded in response. He couldn't be certain what awaited him, but he would face it down as he always had. It seemed that many things had indeed changed for him, but there were those that would always remain the same. Somehow, no matter where he went, he always found trouble, or it found him. He could no longer be sure which was more apt. Chapter 6. Proceedings. It was not often that such an impromptu gathering of the Wisengamot was called, and Albus Dumbledore found himself very curious indeed as to what had transpired to necessitate it. The missive informing him of it had arrived late the previous evening, too late for him to learn much, but there was quite the tense atmosphere within the room. Whispered conversations were being had by Abraxas Malfoy, his heir and surrounding associates. It did not sit well with the chief warlock. Something was afoot, and it was unnerving to say the least. He despised the clandestine ways of some of his peers, and gatherings such as this rarely boded well. His suspicions only grew when the minister entered with Marcus Avery walking solemnly by her side, and a larger-than-usual contingency of Aurors. She took her seat and began shuffling a thick stack of parchment she had removed from her handbag before nodding for him to proceed. Without preamble, he tapped his gavel on his podium before addressing the gathered lords, ladies and members of the public that had arrived to witness the proceedings. I call to order this meeting of the Wisengamot and defer to Minister Bagnold as the one who requested such. Madame Minister, Dumbledore prompted. Thank you, Chief Warlock, she replied as she stood. I have gathered us here today to discuss and pass judgment on most heinous of crimes that took place 2 weeks ago. Due to the nature of this crime, I saw fit to not release the details to the public until the full facts of the matter could be ascertained. The crime I refer to is that of murder. Dumbledore's gaze swept across the gathered members of the Wisengamot, who were mumbling amongst themselves at the declaration of the minister. From the mixture of reactions, he could tell that most were not aware of what had happened, but there were those that had already been informed of the details before this morning. Abraxas Malfoy was such, as were those around him, evidently, and Dumbledore frowned but waited for the minister to continue. If only it was a simple case of murder, she sighed deeply. The crime itself is repugnant, but this murder was committed against one of our own. Lord Avery's son and heir, Thomas, was the victim. The revelation elicited a much more dramatic and unanimous response from the lords and ladies. The murder of an heir was indeed one of the very few things that would inspire unity amongst those that often shared different views on most things. Do you have the murderer in custody? Lord Longbottom questioned over the din. We do, the minister confirmed. He has spent the past 2 weeks in Azkaban whilst the investigation against him has been carried out. Bring him in, she instructed. Dumbledore looked on with interest as a young man was led into the chambers by Alastor and 11 other guards. An excessive gesture, and one reserved only for the most dangerous of criminals. This man did not appear to be such. He could have only been out of school for a few years, though it was not a face that had passed through Hogwarts. Despite the familiarity of his features, he was certain of it. For the gathered lords and ladies of Wizarding Britain, state your full name, Millicent instructed. The man stared at her unrepentantly, his nostrils flaring defiantly. My name is Lord Harry Peverell. Dumbledore felt his heart sink into his stomach, the weight of the wand he carried becoming almost cumbersome within his sleeve as he looked upon the man. It had always been a burden, a reminder of the losses he had suffered throughout his younger years, but even more so recently. It no longer worked for him as it once had, stubbornly resisting his efforts to wield it. He shook his head. It was impossible. The Peverell line had been extinct for many generations. He and Gellert had established such in their youth. Had they missed something? His eyes roamed to the ring that adorned the young man's finger, and he swallowed deeply. The symbol was there, but could it be a forgery? Many in the room were looking upon the boy in confusion, the name not one they knew. Those that had been told of the Peverells appeared to be in a state of shock, and some were even shuffling nervously in their seats. The legend was very much alive, even if the family had not been heard of in so long. Even for Albus, the Peverells had been the proverbial boogeyman, his father spoke of when he, Abe, or Ariana found themselves caught up in mischief. Silence, Bagnold demanded. The room steadily fell quiet once more, though Albus's eyes remained on Peveril. If he was who claimed to be, then where had he been? What had happened that the family had been absent from society for so long? Lord Harry Peveril, Millicent addressed him sarcastically. You stand accused of murder and assaulting 2 prison guards, both of whom are suffering long-term effects of your attack. Peveril snorted. They attacked me and tried to remove my ring, he explained. Any idiot in here could tell you that touching a lord's ring without permission would end badly. Murmurs of agreement met his words, and the minister flushed irritably. Quiet, you will not speak unless prompted to do so. Then how am I expected to defend myself? Peveril questioned. I am very interested to hear your case against me. Since I have not been granted legal counsel, been asked to provide a sworn statement, nor memory of the event, I can only assume that such a thing is not necessary, and that I will be acquitted of all charges without delay. Millicent's flush deepened as the members looked to her to answer the man. Such a neglect of his rights and primary investigative evidence was an error on her part. It was not necessary, she returned. You were discovered at the scene by no less than a dozen witnesses who saw you kill Thomas Avery. Who saw me defending myself after the moron attempted to kill a patient, and then me, Peveril insisted. I would be very interested in hearing their version of events. Surely you have copies of the statements gathered. Millicent's jaw tightened, and her eyes narrowed dangerously. Peveril was much better than she had expected, much better than Dumbledore had expected, in truth. Those who had spent a fortnight under the effects of the Dementors usually lacked clarity, were sluggish at best, and much more compliant during these proceedings. Albus leaned back in his chair and watched interestedly. He knew not where Peveril emerged from, but, depending on the outcome today, he would be looking into it. Break. Well, what evidence have you got against me? Peveril pressed. I am very happy to provide my memory for all to see, and then the truth will be known. The only thing I am certain of is that I found a dead Auror outside the corridor and an idiot in a dark robe and white mask casting the killing curse on an unconscious woman. I defended myself and he died. After that, I was taken in by the Aurors and don't know anything else. So, what are the details of your case, Minister? Arcturus fought the grin that threatened to form. Peveril was doing well. He was not so well-versed in politics, but his blunt and brash approach was enough to unsettle the minister. She had expected his stint in Azkaban to weaken him, but it had not, and Peveril went up in the Lord Black's estimation. I too am very interested to hear this, Minister, Lord Bones broke in. As it was my mother that Avery was attempting to murder, I have a particular interest in the matter. Thomas did not try to kill anyone, Lord Avery returned angrily. Then what the hell was he doing on the secure ward of St. Mungo's at 3 a.m.? Bones fired back. He certainly wasn't there to visit or pay his respects. Enough, Bagnold interjected. Thomas Avery is not the one on trial here. The facts must be established, Bones replied, undeterred by the minister's dismissal. I believe Lord Bones forgets himself, Abraxas Malfoy intervened. He is emotional and has a vested interest. I say we forgive him for his impertinence and urge him to take his seat before he brings shame upon his house. Edgar Bones glared balefully at the Malfoy lord, and Arcturus gave him a subtle nod. He had expected this to happen and stood to be recognized. I too am interested in establishing the facts, he declared, surprising many in the room, including the minister who looked at him as though he had betrayed her. You bunch of posturing piss-monkeys may be happy accepting the word of our minister, but I am not. What bloody evidence have you got, Bagnold, and do not waste my time with your platitudes and diversions. I've been at this game long before you were suckling at your mother's teats. The minister was taken aback by his words and began shuffling through her papers once more. Arcturus huffed irritably and spoke before she could. You have no solid case. You aim to convict a man for saving the life of Lady Bones merely because you cannot accept that the perpetrator is someone close to you. Why is it that you have decided to take the lead on this investigation? Why is Crouch not here acting as the prosecutor? I felt that a case, such as this, warranted my full attention. No, you overstepped and failed to carry out the investigation correctly in the hope you could condemn a man who did the right thing. He murdered my son, Avery bellowed. Who was in the process of attempting to murder a lady of a great house, and who had already murdered an Auror. There is no proof of that, Avery denied. How very convenient, Arcturus returned. It does so happen, however, that I have seen the memory of what happened. Lord Peveril was under the care of my granddaughter at St. Mungo's, and she accompanied him during the entirety of the event. I must say, Minister, Lord Peveril's account rings much truer than your own clumsy attempt to preserve Avery's reputation. That memory should not have been shared with you. I specifically instructed all members of staff that were at the hospital that night not to discuss it. Your granddaughter will lose her position. Arcturus merely raised an eyebrow at the irate woman and shook his head. We spoke of it before your order was issued, Minister. Now, why do we not view Lord Peveril's memory of what happened, and I will ascertain its veracity? No, Bagnold denied hotly. The case is clear. Harry Peveril murdered Thomas Avery. If it is so clear, Minister, then why deny the request to view the memory? Surely it will only confirm what you have said, which has very little regarding solid evidence, Abraxas Malfoy pointed out. He offered Arcturus a respectful bow, and the Black Patriarch fought the urge to throttle the man. Just as he had suspected, Malfoy had taken his side, realizing that supporting the minister in this was a lost cause and hopping to ingratiate himself further to him. This time, the betrayal that Bagnold and even Avery felt was evident for all to see. Evidently, Abraxas had offered them his support initially and had now rescinded it. Memories can be tampered with, Bagnold pointed out somewhat victoriously. Arcturus shook his head. The woman could not see that she had already lost. The fact that the investigation had been improperly handled at best would not convince many to convict Peveril. Then you can question me under Veritaserum, Narcissa offered from her place in the public gallery. Arcturus gave her a smile as she stood. He had tried to prevent the need for this, but with the minister being as stubborn as she was, and the other lords and ladies seemingly reluctant to question her version of events, it may be the only way to prove what happened. Bagnold did not appear to be happy this development and shot Abraxas a questioning look. The Malfoy lord ignored her, and Arcturus's jaw tightened. He could only deduce that Malfoy had promised to keep Narcissa silent, though his efforts had been in vain. Abraxas' heir was surprised and appeared as though he wanted to say something to Narcissa. With a look of warning from his father, he resisted the urge to do so and remained silent. Peveril, too, was surprised, but offered her a nod of gratitude. If Miss Black is amiable, then that is the approach we should take, Dumbledore spoke. It is the most apt way to clarify what occurred without bringing into question Lord Peveril's testimony, which would likely be called into doubt by those wishing to prosecute. Does anybody have any objections to Miss Black submitting herself to questioning under Veritaserum? There were a few who looked displeased but did not voice their thoughts. As such, Narcissa was called forward, and she approached with all the poise Arcturus would expect from his granddaughter. Break. She could feel the stare of each member of the Wisengamot on her as she made her way from the public to a rather uncomfortable chair that Dumbledore gestured for her to sit in. When she did, she was certain that the chains adorning the armrests would spring into life and bind her, but much to her relief, they remained motionless. Miss Black, before we administer the Veritaserum, may we ask you a few questions to establish some basic facts? The chief warlock asked. Yes, she agreed, nodding her consent and ignoring the stare of Lucius that was burning into the side of her head from where he was seated. Thank you, Dumbledore offered. What is the nature of your relationship between yourself and Lord Peveril? Narcissa frowned at the question, but answered it nonetheless. I am a trainee healer, and Lord Peveril is a patient of mine. He was brought into us having been found floating in the River Thames a number of weeks ago. Dumbledore nodded. And in your opinion, The night Thomas Avery was unfortunately killed, did Lord Peveril act accordingly to the situation that resulted in Mr. Avery's death? Narcissa swallowed deeply before nodding. He did. He was left with no choice but to defend himself, Lady Bones, and me the way he did. Thomas fired a killing curse at Lord Peveril. Of course, we did not know it was Thomas at the time. He was wearing a black robe and a white mask to cover his face. Murmurs broke out amongst the members of the Wisengamot as she supported Harry's version of events. "Thank you," Dumbledore said warmly. "Although it is unlikely to be pleasant, I believe we should review a memory of the incident and then question Miss Black under Veritaserum. Unless, of course, there is a better suggestion to clarify what occurred." "No, I will not have my son's memory be besmirched by lies and fabrications," Lord Avery declared. "I do hope that you are not suggesting that my granddaughter would lie, Avery," Arcturus growled as he stood. "You will remember just who it is you are aiming your accusations at." Avery snarled, but his anger was quelled by the hand of Abraxas being placed on his shoulder. He retook his seat unhappily and turned his gaze to the minister. "Is this really necessary?" Bagnold questioned. "I have all the evidence needed to prove that Thomas Avery was murdered." "No, Minister, you do not." Narcissa's eyes widened slightly as Charles Potter stood, his mouth set in a hard line. He hated the Wisengamot just as much as her grandfather, and she was surprised to see him here. One glance towards the head of her family told her all she needed to know. Her grandfather had requested his presence. The two may not share views on most things political, but they had always been able to rely on the other for support when needed. Evidently, Arcturus had thought it wise to have the additional assistance today. "Your relationship with Lord Avery and his son has clouded your judgment, Minister," Charles continued. "I agree that the death of Thomas is upsetting, and we would all feel the pain of loss that Lord Avery is experiencing, but we are not here to allow our emotions to overshadow facts. It is both unbecoming and makes a mockery of this body. You have overstepped, Minister, and I suggest you do not do so further. You have embarrassed yourself with your attempts to fool us into believing your conclusions. I would have the truth of the matter now." He sat once more, as calls of agreement sounded. Bagnold shook her head, but offered no further resistance. Taking her seat defeatedly, she gestured for Dumbledore to proceed. "Miss Black, if you would be so kind," he prompted as he approached with a vial. Narcissa withdrew the memory and placed it within, eliciting a nod of gratitude from her former headmaster, who returned to his place and tapped the top of the podium with his wand. A stone basin emerged from inside, and he swirled the contents of the vial before pouring them in. "I would kindly suggest to those that do not wish to view the memory that they leave the room," he spoke severely. When none did, he activated the pensive, and what occurred that night at St. Mungo's played out for all to see. It started from when Harry woke up and insisted that something was wrong. She watched as he led her through the corridors until they came upon the dead Auror, and then what transpired within the room on the secure ward. He was fast, faster than anyone else she had ever seen in a duel, and equally composed. His defense had been cool and calculated, and her reaction born of one who feared death. Screaming was all she could do in that moment before she froze. The members of the Wisengamot whispered loudly amongst themselves as the scythe buried itself in Thomas's chest, many wincing as he screamed before he fell silent. The memory continued until the moment that the two Aurors arrived at Harry's room where it faded, and the chambers remained silent as each person digested what they had seen. Eventually, it was broken by Lord Longbottom, who cleared his throat. "Although that made for some unpleasant viewing, I think it is clear to see that Lord Peveril only defended himself. Thomas Avery was clearly in the process of attempting to murder Lady Bones, and then Lord Peveril when he intervened. I'm sure questioning under Veritaserum will clarify that this was a true account of what happened." Nods of agreement followed. The only sound to be heard was that of Lord Avery sobbing in a mixture of grief and anger. "Before we do that, I have questions for Lord Peveril, if I may," Lord Potter requested. Dumbledore nodded his approval, and Charles tuned his attention to Harry. "The spell you used to defend yourself, was that family magic?" Harry nodded after a moment. "I thought as much. It is not something I have ever seen before," Charles replied thoughtfully. "And for my own curiosity, you said that your parents were murdered." "When I was a little over a year old," Harry answered. It haunted him still, and Narcissa could see it. His eyes became dull when he spoke of them, whatever ability he had in the mind arts unable to conceal the pain. "You have my apologies, Lord Peveril," Charles offered. "I merely needed to know." Harry nodded, not meeting the eyes of the Potter Lord. "Then all that remains is to administer the Veritaserum," Dumbledore announced solemnly, gesturing towards a clerk who was evidently responsible for this. When prompted, Narcissa opened her mouth and allowed the 3 drops to be placed on her tongue. Within a matter of seconds, her thoughts became cloudy as though a warm fog had descended within her mind. She had never experienced the effects of the potion, but it was a somewhat comforting feeling. "For those gathered, could you confirm your name?" The voice was distant, but a familiar one, and she found herself speaking before she could consciously do so. "Narcissa Black." Even her own voice sounded distant, as though it was being spoken by someone other than herself. She had no time to ponder this, however, as the first voice broke into her thoughts once more. "Was the memory you provided pertaining to the death of Thomas Avery accurate and truthful to the events that transpired?" "Yes," she answered without thought. After a moment, the fog began to shift, and she felt as she had before the potion had been administered to her. She came around to the sight of the clerk pulling another vial away from her lips, the antidote, evidently. "Are there any other questions that need to be asked before we deliberate?" Dumbledore questioned. "What use is a deliberation?" Arcturus huffed irritably. "We all saw what happened. Peveril saved Lady Bone's life and defended himself. You might not like how he did it, but I can promise the little shit would have gotten worse if he cast the killing curse at me." "And me," Lord Potter agreed as many other lords and ladies nodded their agreement. "Avery won't like it, but it is tough. He should have done a better job raising his son, and maybe then he wouldn't have turned into the little bastard he was. What kind of scumbag tries to murder a sick woman in her bed?" Arcturus questioned the room. Lord Avery was apoplectic, but was evidently not keen on picking a grievance with the Lord Black. "Very well, we will hold a vote," Dumbledore sighed. "Those who find Lord Peveril guilty of the charges brought against him." More wands were raised than Narcissa would have expected, mostly those from Avery's associates, though neither Malfoy nor Lestrange supported them. "And those that do not find Lord Peveril guilty," Dumbledore instructed when he had finished counting. Many more were raised, but once again neither Malfoy, Lestrange, nor several other lords raised theirs, choosing to abstain from the vote. "Lord Peveril, though I do not condone your methods, you've been cleared of all charges by your peers and are free to go," Dumbledore announced. Harry merely nodded, before turning to the minister. "I will have my wands returned to me," he demanded coldly. Narcissa could only look on as she removed them from her bag and reluctantly handed them over. She breathed a sigh of relief, pleased that the day had passed. She had done the right thing, despite those that would have her think differently. Lucius merely offered her a shake of his head as he followed his father from the room, and she shrugged in response. If he could not understand why she had done what she did, then she had nothing to say to him. "Break." Accepting the holsters, he strapped them to his arms before sliding each wand into his hands to inspect them. They were as he'd parted with them, the warmth of his holly and phoenix feather wand washing over him as did the cold, but no less welcoming feel of the elder wand. Although he could not fathom anything happening to them, he felt compelled to check. He'd be very surprised if someone managed to even remove them, considering all the hidden curses and jinxes he had placed on the holsters. If someone were to try, they would experience an exceptionally painful recovery with nothing to show for their efforts and no memory of what had happened to them. "I don't suppose you will need to spend any more time at the hospital," a voice broke into his thoughts. "No, I don't think I will," he replied, turning to face Narcissa. "I will need to get my trunk, though." "I got it for you," she explained, removing the shrunken box from within her robes. "I didn't open it." Harry grinned as he accepted his possessions. "I know," he assured her. "If you did, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me." She raised an eyebrow at him, and he released a deep breath. "Thank you," he offered sincerely, "for what you did. They probably would have sent me back to Azkaban without you." She gave him a tight smile and shrugged. "Why did you help me?" he asked curiously. "I doubt it will do you any favors with that lot," he added, nodding in the direction of the door the lords that sided with Avery were leaving through. She frowned thoughtfully for a moment. "I'd like to think that no matter what situation I find myself in, I'd help someone if they really needed it," she answered. "I might be a black, but we're not all bad." "I never said they were." "I'm pretty sure you did," she returned dryly, her eyes alight with amusement. "Well, that doesn't apply to you then," he chuckled. A ghost of a smile tugged at the corner of her lips. "You haven't gotten on the wrong side of me yet." "Nor should he," a voice broke in, and Harry found himself greeted by the sight of the Lord Black, his steely gray eyes contrasting the warmer blue of his granddaughter. He was an older man, not as old as Dumbledore, but in his advanced years nonetheless. His black hair was liberally streaked with gray, but he stood straight, his posture belying his age. "Lord Black," Harry acknowledged him with a respectful nod. "I should be thanking you also, though I find myself asking why you would help me. I may be young, but I'm not a lackwit." Arcturus almost smirked at him, but refrained from doing so. "No, you are quite sharp," he conceded. "And you are right. I have my reasons and will make them known to you. Now is not the time for that, however," he added, nodding over his shoulder where a few people were seemingly waiting to speak with Harry. "I will write and look forward to meeting you in more pleasant circumstances," he finished, offering his hand. Harry accepted it, cursing internally. Arcturus Black had not said as much, but Harry now found himself in the man's debt, not a favorable position for anyone to be in. "Come, Narcissa," the Lord Black instructed, making his way towards the exit. "I want you to come back to the hospital for a final checkup tomorrow at 9 p.m., she said firmly, as she scratched some information on a card before handing it to him. "Don't be late, Lord Peveril, or you might just see the side of me that isn't so nice." "I'll be there," he assured her with a mock salute, and she too left, following in her grandfather's footsteps. Any notion Harry had of slipping away also vanished as he was approached by a tall, thickly built redhead, the Lord Bones. "Lord Peveril, you have my apologies. I know you have had a rough couple of weeks, but I just wanted to thank you personally. For saving my mother," he explained. "I just did what was right, Lord Bones," Harry replied. "I know, and myself and my sister are grateful for it. If you had not been there." "But I was," Harry comforted, seeing that the man was rather upset. "How is she?" "She is doing well, much better now that she is home and safe," he answered, relieved that she was where he could protect her if needed. "She wishes to thank you in person. I hope that I am not imposing, but she would like you to join us for dinner this evening. We all would." Harry pondered the request for a moment, but could find no way of denying it without causing offense. He was curious about the Bones family. He had come to know Susan well after Amelia had been killed and remembered her fondly. She had died pursuing vengeance against the Death Eaters. It had been Dolohov that got her eventually, and he had become another target of Harry's, though he never got the chance to confront him. He could use the opportunity to learn more of the world he found himself in. Fundamentally, he could see little difference thus far. Corruption was apparent within the ministry, the purebloods were as self-important as ever, and Dumbledore was still chief warlock. He had not been surprised to see the man within the chambers, but he had quelled the heartache he felt at his appearance. This was not the same Dumbledore that had spent his final days helping him prepare to fight Tom. This was the good-natured but manipulative headmaster that hid beneath a veneer of benevolence. Perhaps one day he would be able to trust the man again. For now, he could not. He would never forget what had been kept from him. Pulling himself from his thoughts, he turned his attention back to the Lord Bones, who was awaiting his answer. Being on good terms with a prominent family, and the woman who would likely one day become the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, could only be a good thing, so he nodded his acceptance. Of course, I look forward to it. Lord Bones deflated, relieved, and offered him a smile. Thank you, Lord Peveril, she really will appreciate it, he replied. I will open up the Flu Network at 7 p.m. Just call for Bones Manor and I will let you in. I will see you then, Lord Bones, Harry returned. The redhead offered him a nod as he too left the chambers, and Harry found himself alone, much to his relief. The others that had seemingly wanted to talk to him had decided it against it, something he was pleased with. He was tired and was in desperate need of a shower, the damp, musty smell of the prison clinging to his robes. Taking his leave of the ministry, he apparated to a wooded, muggle area where he knew he would not be disturbed. It had become one of his favorite places he had found when he was on the run. The beach was close enough that he could smell the salt on the air, but he was isolated enough that none would intrude upon him. Still, as had become his habit, he cast his protection charms before setting up his tent and entering what had been his home for several years now. It wasn't much, but it had kept him safe, and that was all that mattered to him. As exhausted as he was, he forewent the needed shower in favor of a few hours of peaceful sleep, something he had been deprived of for too long. For the first time since he had arrived here, he was truly alone, and he felt the weight of what was to come rest heavily on his shoulders. Already, he had endured much, and there was only more to come. Break. He was pleased with the progress being made. Slowly, but surely, he was gaining followers, from those that sympathized with his cause, and through the work of those closest to him, his numbers grew still. For the most part, these were young and rather insignificant members of the pureblood families, but at the very least, they would serve as a gateway to those of import. Thus far, he had secured the loyalty of a Black, a Malfoy, a Lestrange, and many others, with more undoubtedly to come. It would be some time before he was ready to act, but time was something he had. It mattered not if it took a year or even 10, he would one day be ready. For now, he was content. His recruits were serving him well during their training expeditions, and a few had caught the attention of his watchers. If they continued to impress as they would perhaps find themselves elevated into his inner circle and have his mark bestowed upon them. My lord, a whispered voice interrupted him. Currently, he was occupying a restaurant in Nocturne Alley, enjoying one of the finer establishments here that was owned by a family of werewolves. Sit, tell me what you have learned, he instructed. The Avery boys' killer was acquitted. The Dark Lord frowned. That was a rather unexpected outcome. Explain, he demanded as he helped himself to a mouthful of the rare steak he had been enjoying. There isn't much to say, my lord, his associate replied with a shrug. The evidence was more than enough to clear him. Lord Peveril his name is. The Dark Lord's chewing paused, though he was not savoring the taste of the meat. He knew that name, had come across it when he was a teenager seeking out the answer as to whom he was a descendant of. Learning that his father had been a Muggle had been a bitter pill to swallow, that his mother had been too weak to survive childbirth, incomprehensible. The truth, however, had led him to the knowledge of his sires. Slytherin, he was a direct descendant of the founder of his house. He had been jubilant and eventually disappointed when he made the acquaintance of his only surviving uncle, an inbred, destitute, and maniacal fool. The name Peveril, however, was one he had come upon whilst tracing his lineage. It had proven to be little more than a footnote of the journey through the ages that led to him being born, but his own line had passed through theirs. This Peveril was a relative of sorts. Finishing his mouthful of food, he nodded. Would you like him dealt with? No, the Dark Lord decided. The Peveril family is an old one, and our dealings with the Bones has not ended favorably for us. We must keep our intentions hidden, but we will watch him closely. His associate nodded and left him to finish his meal, the taste of the steak now one of ash. As such, he pushed the plate away feeling uneasy, though he did not know why. He was not hung up on the knowledge that Peveril may well be family. He had learned long ago that family was only a disappointment. No, he was more bemused by the sudden appearance of him. From what he could remember, the family had vanished centuries ago, having been absorbed into others. Just how had a Lord Peveril emerged after so long? Surely it could not be so, not unless there was a direct lineage leading to his birth. The Dark Lord knew of this, had discovered the line of inheritance would eventually be interrupted as the generations passed. He had faced a similar issue when he had attempted to claim the title of Lord Slytherin many years prior. A descendant, he was, but too many generations had come and gone for him to lay claim to more than the inherited talent. So where had the Peverils been? Had they left the wizarding world, moved elsewhere, or did another line exist that had not been documented? There were many questions that he was unlikely to get an answer to. The family was steeped in secrecy, and he had found little more than the connection to his own when he had been making his inquiries. It mattered not truly. This Peveril had gotten away with killing Avery, and that was that. Perhaps it was merely a blip, and young Thomas had been careless. Regardless, he felt fortunate that not too much attention had seemingly been paid to the motive of the Avery heir for wishing the Lady Bones dead. That was not an avenue he wished the Aurors to explore. For now, he must tread carefully, build and consolidate his strength. He would need it in the future and would need those he could rely on. Thomas Avery was but one of what would become many followers, as was this Lord Peveril who had unintentionally hindered him. It may be that they would meet in the future. Until then, the Dark Lord would pay him no mind. He was as inconsequential as the next Lord, and they would all fall into line eventually. Break. Bella had spent much of the meal glaring at her from across the table. Her father had not noticed it, but her mother had, and was sporadically shooting them both looks of warning. Of course, Drusilla was unaware as to what had caused the tension between her daughters. She rarely involved herself in their affairs, and Narcissa had not spoken to her of what had transpired over the past fortnight. She would not risk her job for the sake of her mother's gossip circle. She shared with the other select pureblood wives. "I suppose Rudolphus told you," Narcissa sighed. Bella's jaw tightened as she nodded. "I can't believe you did that. Why would you cover for Peveril? You knew Thomas." "What's all this?" Cygnus interjected, a deep frown marring his features. "Sissy helped her patient get away with murder," Bellatrix accused. Cygnus switched his gaze from Bellatrix to Narcissa and looked at her questioningly. "I did not help him get away with murder," she denied. "Your friend tried to murder Lady Bones. Harry stopped him." Bellatrix cackled as she shook her head in disbelief. It was not his place to interfere. "One of you had better explain what the hell you are talking about," their father demanded. "Tell him." "Sissy," Bellatrix said sweetly, "tell him how you helped someone who murdered a pureblood heir get away with it." "Narcissa," Cygnus pressed. "That was not how it was," the blonde bit back. "Thomas Avery tried to murder Lady Bones whilst she was on the secure ward at the hospital. Harry caught him and Thomas tried to kill him. Harry was better and Thomas died. That's what happened." "And you saw this?" her mother asked. Narcissa nodded. "If Harry hadn't done what he did, Lady Bones would be dead, and if he had ducked the killing curse Thomas aimed at him, it would have hit me. I was right behind him when it happened. I don't suppose you thought about that, did you, Bellatrix?" The older sibling said nothing, but scowled at her sister. "Why didn't you say anything?" Cygnus questioned. "I wasn't allowed to," Narcissa replied with a shrug. "I managed to speak to grandfather about it before the minister put the order in place that we weren't allowed to, and she did everything she could to hide what Thomas did and blame Harry." "He still killed Lord Avery's heir," Bellatrix mumbled. "Why do you care? It's not like he was your friend unless he was," Narcissa added accusingly. "It's strange how you, Malfoy, and Rudolphus are all upset about it when Harry is the lord of a much older and more prestigious family than Avery. This isn't about pureblood politics at all. If it was, you would be pleased that Thomas didn't succeed." Bellatrix's nostrils flared. She was furious, but would not allow her parents to see her lose her temper as she was prone to. Watch it, Narcissa, she warned. You have no idea what you've done. Narcissa swallowed deeply before raising her chin in the air. Why? Are you and the other idiots in white masks going to kill me next? Bellatrix shot to her feet as she drew her wand, her eyes bulging in their sockets almost comically. That is enough. Their mother intervened, her own wand in hand ready to act if necessary. It was not often Drula lost her temper, but when she did, her daughters knew they had gone too far. Their father may have been a black, but their mother was the one they were wary of. She was a doting woman for the most part, but her anger when provoked was a sight to behold. Even Cygnus knew not to get on the wrong side of his wife. As such, he remained silent and merely looked on. I do not know what this is about, and I do not care, Drula hissed. You are sisters, and I will not have you fighting like this. It ends now, and if it does not, I will curse the pair of something rotten, do you understand? Narcissa nodded, and Bellatrix continued to stare angrily at her sister. Bellatrix, put your wand away, or I will ensure you do not hold it again, Drula threatened. Bellatrix sneered at Narcissa before complying and storming from the room. What has got into the pair of you? Drula huffed. Ask Bellatrix, Narcissa returned irritably. She'd rather an innocent person die than accept one of her friends was a scumbag. That's enough, sissy, Drula reiterated firmly. And what did you mean by idiots in white masks? Nothing, Narcissa replied with a shake of her head. I need to get ready for work. It was not her place to tell her parents what Bellatrix was up to, but her sister's actions had all but confirmed her suspicions. Bellatrix was not friends with Avery at school, had barely spoken to him as far as she knew, so why the outrage to what happened? Only one thing made sense, and for the first time in her life, Narcissa found herself disappointed in Bella. She had seen what these people in white masks had been doing this past year or so, had treated the people that had been attacked by them, each giving similar reports as to what happened. They would attack in the dead of night, this mob of white-masked and dark-robed witches and wizards, spewing vitriol about pureblood supremacy. She hadn't wanted to believe her sister was a part of it, but she could no longer ignore the truth. She had treated women who had been violated in the worst possible ways, men who had helplessly witnessed their wives subjected to it. Victims of torture had become commonplace, many dying from their wounds, but where was the coverage from the media? There wasn't any. For reasons unknown to her, it was not being reported. The world was changing, and it was only a matter of time before something significant happened. Sooner or later, people would take notice of it. What would happen then? She knew not. She could only hope that her sister saw sense before it was too late. She would either end up dead or in Azkaban. Neither was what she wanted to see. Break. It felt as though that every time he closed his eyes, he found himself here, another reminder he did not need of the enormity of the task before him. He did not fear it any longer, neither the whispers nor the cloaked figure that plagued his dreams. He had grown accustomed to it, the odd, somewhat mournful nature of this place paling in comparison to that of the prison he had recently left. Why did you want me to save her life? He asked as the figure emerged from within the veil. During his incarceration, he had not given it much thought, his mind occupied by what had happened. Now, however, he wanted answers. The figure shrugged almost non-caringly, as though what had happened truly was of no concern. Fate led you here, Peveril. Whatever you do is your choice, but your actions will have consequences, it replied. I thought you should understand that. Already, you have made a significant change to what once was. I am curious to see how much of a difference you can make. Harry's mouth dried as dozens of possibilities ran through his mind. My parents. If you wish, everything that happened has been undone for you, but it is you that must decide what comes and what does not. Remember, Peveril, your actions will have consequences, some for the better and perhaps some for the worse. Only time will tell. Harry nodded as the figure turned away from him. Listen to the whispers, Peveril, he advised as he vanished through the veil. Unite us as one. The book. The vault as one Harry. He woke with the screams of the three brothers ringing in his ears, and he groaned as he rolled over. Flicking his wand into his hand, he checked the time and saw that it was just past 6 p.m. He needed to shower and dress appropriately for his dinner with the Bones family, something he now wished he had delayed until he had recovered from his time in Azkaban. Nonetheless, he dragged himself to his small bathroom, cut off the hair that had regrown during his imprisonment, and showered. When he was done, he rifled through his trunk for something acceptable to wear, pushing aside the practical clothing he had been favoring for the past few years, and happened upon the robes he had worn for Bill and Fleur's wedding. With a shake of his head, he put them on and found that they were looser now and too short. With a few waves of his wand, he fixed them and decided that he really needed to take better care of himself. He had eaten poorly for too long throughout his life, but he was certain that with regular meals and exercise, he could right that. For now, however, he had an appointment to keep, and he exited his tent to do so. Death. Although the familiar caw of Olin startled him, he smiled as the raven took flight from a nearby tree and landed on his shoulder. "I'll take it you missed me," he chuckled as the bird rubbed its head against his neck almost affectionately. Olin was smart, and though he had the habit of screeching only the one word, he had grown on Harry over the years. He was so very different from Hedwig, who had been as gentle as she was haughty. Olin was unsettling in many ways, sharp and observant, a gift from the very figure that had eventually brought him here. He missed his loyal owl, and not a day went by that he did not think of her. She had been his first friend, and he had spent many waking hours tormenting himself as to what had happened to her. "Go on, Olin," he said, pushing thoughts of white feathers and amber eyes aside. Instead of taking flight as expected, the raven disappeared in a puff of black smoke, and Harry felt something sink into his skin and come to a rest where the odd tree had taken up residence. Apparently, Olin was not ready to be away from him. With an amused snort, Harry vanished with a gentle pop and appeared at the arrival point in Diagon Alley, a place he had not seen since before his 6th year of Hogwarts. It was different than he remembered, many of the shops not familiar to him, though some he knew remained. A short distance away, he could see Ollivanders and even Florians and Gringotts in the distance. The rest, however, would have to wait for another day when he had time to investigate. Turning his attention to the unassuming brick wall across the other side of the alley, he approached and tapped the 3 bricks that would grant him access to the leaky cauldron. When he entered, it was to a room that had not seemingly changed. The same Dacre, the carpet, and even Tom was here, the latter only appearing younger than Harry remembered. The pub itself was quite busy, and he had no problems navigating his way through the room unhindered and to where he knew the fireplace was. Helping himself to a handful of the black powder, he threw it in. "Bones Manor," he said clearly, not wanting to repeat the mishap he had experienced shortly before his 2nd year at Hogwarts. There was a delay before the flames erupted into the emerald hue, and he stepped in, his head spinning immediately from the force he was sent through the network by. Much to his relief, he slowed quickly and found himself stepping into a rather stately parlor only a moment later. "Lord Peveril," the head of the Bones family greeted him enthusiastically, "I'm pleased you could be here. Come, dinner will be served shortly. No offense, you look as though you need it." Harry chuckled as he shook the man's hand. "The food in Azkaban is not exactly sufficient," he replied. "No, I don't expect it is," Bones returned with a shake of his head. He said nothing else on the matter, and Harry followed him through the house, an enormous one at that. The only one he had seen bigger was Grimmauld Place, though he had not exactly been invited to many pureblood homes. "This house is almost 400 years old," the redhead explained as they passed through a long hall. "It was built by one of my ancestors, and we have lived in it since." "It's impressive," Harry offered sincerely. It was not as grand as what the Blacks had on display, but it was much more than what most had. It was warmly decorated, and the hardwood floors polished to a dazzling shine. It was certainly more welcoming than his godfather's house had been. "Just in here," Lord Bones informed him, as he opened a door that led into a rather intimate dining room that did not seem to fit in with the rest of the house. It was decorated similarly, but was smaller than anything else he'd seen. "Forgive me, Lord Peveril, we felt it would be more comfortable dining here than in the formal room. We only use that for larger social gatherings," his host explained. "Think nothing of it," Harry said dismissively. "Making things too formal is not always for the best. I prefer simplicity." Lord Bones offered him a genuine smile. "Then we are alike in that way," he replied, evidently relieved. "My mother thought I was slighting you, but I got the impression you would not want anything so formal after today." Harry nodded gratefully. He did not have the energy nor knowledge to simulate all the proper protocols expected in pureblood society. Perhaps that was something else he should learn. "Lord Peveril, this is my mother, Lady Valerie Bones' mother. This is Lord Peveril." "I can see that, Edgar," the woman sighed. "He is not someone I am likely to forget, though I am pleased we are meeting under more pleasant circumstances," she added, her blue eyes somehow warmer than her home. She was not an elderly woman, likely only in her late 40s or early 50s at most. Her blonde was starting to gray in places, but it was clear that she had once been a very beautiful woman. "As am I," Harry agreed as he took her offered hand and brushed his lips against the back of her knuckles, one of very few customs he had learned. "And this is my sister, Amelia," Edgar continued, gesturing to a redhead who shared all her other features with her mother. "We've met," Harry retorted before repeating his gesture on the younger woman. She raised an eyebrow at him unashamedly, her gaze stern and unwavering. "I was only doing my job," she defended. "I know," Harry assured her. "I do not hold a grudge against you for that." The woman scrutinized I.M. for a moment before nodding. "Ignore Millie," Edgar sighed. "She thinks that because she is an Auror she's not allowed to have fun anymore. Honestly, she's harmless really." Harry chuckled as Amelia glared warningly at her older brother, who remained unfazed. "Please take a seat, Lord Peveril," he offered. "You can call me Harry," he offered. "This Lord thing is all new to me." The redhead nodded and offered him a look of sympathy. "Of course, but call me Edgar," he insisted. "You've earned that right at the very least." With the formalities adhered to, Harry found himself relaxing. Being around purebloods was not as daunting as he expected, though the Bones weren't exactly known for being unpleasant people. "I see that you recovered well from your surgery," Amelia commented. "I did. I suppose being in Azkaban gave me time to work on it." "I am sorry that you had to endure that," Lady Bones broke in. "If I was in a position to do so, I would have done all I could to get you out of there." "You were recovering yourself," Harry pointed out. "I won't pretend it was a pleasant place to be, but I managed and I'm away from there now. You're doing much better than you were also." "I am," she agreed, "thanks to you." Edgar nodded as he raised his glass. "To you, Harry Peveril," he toasted. "I will never be able to show how grateful I am for what you did." The other Bones followed his lead and toasted to him, and he shook his head. "You already have," he insisted. "You helped me avoid a longer stay in Azkaban. There is no debt between us." Edgar offered him another smile. "Then I can only hope that Lord Black is as generous as you. It was him that helped me secure your release," he explained. "I would have done what I could, but without him, I doubt I would have succeeded. This is all new to me, too. Our father only recently passed away, unexpectedly." "Unexpectedly?" Harry asked curiously. "Eat not when we are eating," Amelia interjected. Her brother nodded solemnly and returned to his meal. They ate in silence, the apparently new Lord of the Bones family lost in thoughts, as were his mother and sister. When the plates were cleared, Edgar sighed deeply. "I'm sorry, Harry. We have not exactly been the best hosts." Harry waved him off. "You have nothing to apologize for. I can see you have been through a lot." "We have," Edgar confirmed tiredly. "We lost our father, and as you well know, almost my mother. It has been a trying couple of months for us." Harry nodded his understanding. You said your father died unexpectedly. He was murdered, Lady Bones cut in, and that Avery boy tried to do the same to me so I could not speak. Not that anyone will listen. My father was poisoned, Edgar explained, apparently by a very loyal elf that had served our family for generations. She even admitted to the crime. Harry frowned thoughtfully, the method a familiar one. Voldemort had done the same to Hepzibah Smith, and Hokey had also admitted the deed. It appeared as though he had repeated the feat with the Bones family. And Mother so happened to fall down the stairs at the same time, Amelia continued. She is not a clumsy woman, but only Alastair would listen to us. What is it you remember, Lady Bones? Harry asked. I'm no Auror, but it is unlikely they would leave you alive, as shown by Avery's attempt whilst you were in St. Mungo's. That was a big risk to take. Lady Bones shook her head. It's foggy and vague, but I remember a man with red eyes arriving to meet with my husband, I think, unless I dreamed that, she added confusedly. Other than that, I know that I was pushed down the stairs. I remember feeling the hands shove me in the back. The next time I woke up was when you saved me. She had not dreamed of the man with the red eyes, and Harry felt his chest tighten at the thought of how fortunate the woman was to be alive. Would Tom try again? Or was he content with the death of the Lord Bones that it was not worth the risk? Harry could never be sure where the Dark Lord was concerned. I believe you, he muttered. You do? Edgar questioned, surprised. Yes, and I am only saying this because you need to understand how serious I am. The man with the red eyes is very dangerous. You know of him, Edgar pressed nervously. Harry nodded. I do, but I have no proof of what he has done other than what I saw when I was a baby. Edgar frowned before his eyes widened in realization. He murdered your parents, he whispered. Harry could only nod. That is why you must be careful, Edgar, he advised. Believe me, I know that all you want is justice for your father and what happened to your mother, but you have to bide your time. I've been doing it for 20 years and the right moment will arrive, I promise. Edgar swallowed as he stared at Harry speculatively. You're out to get him, aren't you? I am, Harry answered honestly. Then I'm in. Eid, Lady Bones pleaded. No, Mother. I will not allow him to get away with what he has done. If I can help in any way, you can count on me, Harry. And me, Amelia declared. Millie, you're an Auror. He was my father too, Eid, she bit back stubbornly. I know, but I won't have you throwing away your career for this. I think we are getting a little ahead of ourselves, Harry cut in before Amelia could respond. This is not something that will likely happen overnight. It could take years. The pureblood movement, Amelia muttered. He must be connected to those people in white masks that are responsible for the attacks. That's the only thing that makes sense if Avery. She petered off, and Harry internally applauded the woman. She had made the needed connection. Then you're in the best position to learn about them, Edgar pointed out. It's all being hushed up at the moment. Crouch's orders, Amelia sighed. He doesn't want to cause panic and is trying to learn what we are facing. We haven't managed to catch any of them yet, but we will. Then, for now, we have to be patient, Harry reiterated. We keep our eyes and ears open for what is going on out there. Eventually, it will lead us to him. Edgar nodded his agreement, and Harry felt himself relax more so. He had not intended for the evening to go this way, but he had made quite the ally in House Bones, and he would not turn away assistance that could prove to be valuable. He knew next to nothing of Edgar, but Amelia was a bright and formidable witch. For the first time for as long as he could remember, he felt a spark of hope ignite within him. Hope that even though he was very much against the odds, there was a chance for him to emerge victorious. Break. He was not one to turn to drink often. Only in his deepest moments of contemplation and indecisive moods did he seek solace in the bottom of a glass. The events of today had led him to such an unexpected turn of events that left him in turmoil. He shook himself from his thoughts as he placed the tumbler on his desk with a dull thud and turned his attention back to the old book he had taken from the hidden compartment of his desk. He remembered the first time he had been shown it by his own father, a family secret that had been kept so for many generations, one that came back to haunt him as he looked upon the Peveril Lord standing trial. "Ignatus," he murmured as he traced the line all the way down through to where it ended with his own son. "Cadmus," he continued, repeating the action and following it down to the names of Marvolo and Merope Gaunt. "Antioch," he finished with a frown, the line not extending past this brother. He shook his head. Something must have been missed by one of his ancestors, the line of Antioch perhaps. His own line was accounted for, of that he was certain, as was the line that ended with the Gaunts, unless he was the son of Merope who had vanished some decades before. No, he would not be a Peveril if that was true, and would be unable to lay claim to such. His line had to be descended from Antioch. It was the only thing that was plausible, but where had they been all this time? He released a deep breath as he leaned back in his chair. If he did not know any better, he would have sworn that Lord Peveril was his own son, his resemblance to James too similar to miss. Peveril was leaner, perhaps his features a little sharper, but it was uncanny. He had the look of a Potter, and though he wasn't, he was still family. "Charles, what are you doing in here? It's late," his wife pointed out. He offered her a sad smile. "What is it?" she asked, noticing his rather subdued demeanor. He released a deep breath and pointed to what he had been reading. She frowned as she read, her glance flitting between the book and her husband when she had finished. "Is this real?" she whispered. He nodded, not having shared his ancestry with his wife before now. It had never been important to do so, and he had protected the secret as his father before him had. Now, however, it had become relevant and he would not keep it from her. "You're descended from them?" Doria asked. "Yes," Charles confirmed. Doria shook her head as she looked at her husband, as though she was seeing him for the first time. "My father would tell us stories of them, what they did and how frightening they were. I never believed them, but Arcturus became quite obsessed with them." "That explains why he supported him today," Charles mused aloud. "Supported who?" "The Lord Peveril," Charles explained. "He was on trial for murdering Marcus Avery's son." "A Peveril," Doria snorted in disbelief. Charles nodded. "He looks like James, Doria, just older." "So he's family." "I suppose so," Charles acknowledged. "I don't know where he came from, but he has the ring and the similarities can't be ignored." Doria offered him a look of understanding. Charles had lost most of his family many years ago, and the Potters had dwindled to only them and their son. "What are you going to do?" Charles shrugged. "I don't know," he sighed. "He probably doesn't even know we're related. Maybe it's better left that way." Doria shook her head. She knew her husband better than any, and something else was bothering him. "Okay, then put the book away and forget about him, Charles." He shook his head. "His parents were murdered," he revealed. "He told me himself that he was a baby when it happened." "You spoke with him?" "Only briefly when he was being questioned. He was innocent," he clarified. "He saved Valerie's life when Avery tried to attack her at St. Mungo's." "Why would Avery do that?" "I don't know, but there's a lot going on out there. Dor, I can feel it, and this Peveril showing up makes it all stranger." Doria nodded and wrapped her arms around his neck. "You're curious about him, Charles, and that is understandable," she comforted. "Why don't you sleep on it at least before you decide what you want to do?" "I will," he agreed as he closed the book and placed it back in the hidden compartment, already pondering just what he could even say to the man. Chapter 7. Daunting prospects he was running. It had been so long since he had been able to do so without wincing in pain and favoring his right leg. It may have only been a gentle, sedate pace he had set, but it was something, and it felt wonderful. The surgeon at St. Mungo's had done an incredible job, and for the first time in over a year he felt strong. He wasn't, not really. He was still malnourished, underweight and fatigued from his time on the run, but in this moment he was happy with the simple exertion he was managing. He continued until he felt his chest tighten from the effort it took to draw breath before slowing to a walk, enjoying the sea air and the wet sand beneath his feet. It was a hot day, the July sun searing his skin, but it didn't bother him much. He had grown used to it during his youth as he tended to Petunia's garden, the woman uncaring towards the sunburn and bouts of heat stroke he had suffered as a result. He pushed those thoughts aside. He did not want to dwell his relatives and his miserable years with them. He was a man, and there was none that could subject him to such treatment now. Releasing a deep breath, he looked out towards the horizon as he soothed his bare feet in the cool waters of the North Sea. As much as he was caught up in this moment of jubilation, the darker thoughts he harbored remained on the edge of his conscience. He had made significant progress with the Bones family last night, but it would not be enough. Voldemort was out there somewhere, gathering followers and already attacking, much of Wizarding Britain unaware of what was coming. In truth, Harry was in no better position. With only a list of names and a vague understanding of what had happened here, he too was blind to much of it. What he had endured after killing Avery did not fill him with confidence. The thought had crossed his mind that he could perhaps eliminate the Death Eaters one after the other to prevent what was coming, but it was not to be. He would become the hunted once more, and he was tired of being on the run. It was not as though he was a mastermind who could hope to get away with such tact indefinitely. No, he had learnt to survive day to day, not how to get away with murder, let alone what would likely be a dozen more times. It was a frustrating realization that his task would not be so simple, but life never had been for him. The dilemma he faced now was, what was he to do? Should he bide his time and wait for when he was needed? He shook his head. No, that would not do. He needed to prepare as best he could for what was to come. How he would do so, he knew not. What he did know, however, was that he did have time and he had a new life to adjust to. As such, he left the tranquility of the ocean behind him and walked back towards his tent, the burning sand reminding him that this was not an elaborate dream he was experiencing. This was his life now, and he intended on making something of it. Entering the coolness of his home, he looked at what his life had been for the past few years. A portable shelter, questionable in comfort and sorely out of date, even for the time he found himself. Perhaps he should think about finding a more permanent residence. He shrugged as he opened the cupboard he kept his food in and grimaced. His diet had been poor. Dried foods that did not spoil had been his sustenance, and having had a good meal the night before only turned his stomach at the prospect of eating the flavorless slop. He needed fresh produce and clothes, he decided, as he opened his trunk and realized how few and threadbare his garments were. With a sigh, he reached into the bag of gold that Dumbledore had given him and filled a smaller one that was easier to carry. He had spent little of the gold, had been thrifty and purchased only cheap food and potion ingredients when he needed them. If his calculations were right, he had more than enough to last him a few years if needed. He would need to find a job eventually. He frowned deeply at the thought, pondering what he would like to do and realizing his options were limited. He had his owls, though they were rather poor, but no newts. He'd be lucky to get a job in the Three Broomsticks. He sighed as he pulled on a navy robe that had seen better days. He had other things to consider before even broaching the subject of a job. Turning his attention to what required his focus, he left the tent before packing it with a flick of his wand. He pocketed it with every intention of returning here. It was peaceful, and he certainly needed that. Apparating away, he arrived in Diagon Alley, immediately unnerved by how busy it was. He had been alone for so long that he didn't remember what a crowded street full of witches and wizards felt like. Other than his trial, the last time he had been around so many was Bill and Fleur's wedding, and that had not ended favorably. Taking a deep breath, he joined the bustling crowd as he tried to identify the plethora of shops that were around him. He would need to buy new clothes and food at the very least before he attended his final checkup at the hospital later in the evening. It was oddly exhilarating doing something so mundane. Perhaps it was because he had been unable to for quite some time, and not without being accosted by someone that recognized him, reminding him of just how he had gained his notoriety. Maybe it was merely the novelty of being out in the open without someone trying to kill him. It mattered not. It was proving to be a rather pleasant change from the norm. Without knowing where he was going, he emerged on the other side of the street a short distance away from Madame Malkin's, the shop looking as it always had when he'd visited the alley in the past. With a shrug, he approached and entered. He didn't know of any other clothing establishments in the area, and here was as good as any to purchase some robes. For the most part, he wore Muggle clothing, but he had a vivid memory of the fashion of the 1970s. He had been dusting Vernon's record collection when he was around 8 years old, and had giggled at a group of men dressed in tight white trousers that flared outwards at the bottom, each outfit complete with heeled boots and flowered shirts that were tucked in. Vernon had beaten him for his apparent disrespect of people more successful than he could ever hope to be. Even without the incident, Harry could not imagine himself in such an ensemble. He would rather stick to wearing robes. "How can I help you, dear?" A voice greeted him at the jingling of the bell as the door opened. "I just need some robes," he answered, "and maybe some shirts and trousers," he added, seeing some rather reserved options on offer that were more to his taste than what he had expected. "Of course," the woman complied, a younger Madame Malkin if he presumed correctly. He had paid little attention to her during his previous visits here, but she appeared familiar. "Let's get you measured up, and then we will go from there." It was around an hour later that he left the shop with a shrunken package of clothes and a lighter bag of galleons. It was not an experience he had relished, but it was necessary. What he currently wore and owned was in rather poor condition, and he would not wander around in such a deplorable state. Having once more joined the seemingly endless stream of people, he managed to find a stall that was selling fresh fruit and vegetables that he stocked up on, and even a wizarding butcher that was offering some rather exotic options. Harry had never eaten dragon liver before and did not intend to add it to his diet anytime soon. Instead, he opted to keep it simple with chicken and beef. With what he had come for obtained, he began making his way back towards the apparition point and paused as he passed a shop he had come to know rather well once upon a time. Florian's had been somewhere he had spent much of his summer before third year, eating ice cream and completing his history of magic homework, with help from none other than the man himself, who had proven to be a font of knowledge on the subject. When he was on the run, he had heard the shop had closed and Mr. Fortescue had vanished almost overnight. Whether he was targeted by the Death Eaters or fled the country, Harry didn't know. All he learned was that the premises had been boarded up, having been abandoned. With a sad smile, he made his way towards it and through the outdoor seating before entering the cool building. The sight he was greeted with was one of nostalgia. Florian Fortescue handing over a large cone stacked with one of his marvelous creations to an ecstatic child. It reminded Harry of himself when he had been a boy, and the man had done the very same thing to him. He imagined that his eyes had lit up the same way the little girls he saw now were. It was a bittersweet feeling. Something so innocent and wholesome a prelude to all that had followed. How did one go from eating ice cream as a 13-year-old boy to the most wanted man in Wizarding Britain only a handful of years later? Even though he had lived it, Harry was stumped. So much had happened in such a short space of time that it was difficult to make head or tail of it. Regardless, all those occurrences had led him here, and he now had the chance to relive one of the sweeter memories he had. "What can I get for you, sir?" Florian asked as he reached the counter. It was odd being greeted this way by Mr. Fortescue. It had always been "young man" before, and it took Harry a moment to remember that he wasn't a teenager anymore. He was a man grown, and this Florian had never helped him as he struggled through his homework. "Strawberry and peanut butter, please," he answered. The man gave him a smile and nod of approval as he set to work scooping the dessert into a cone before handing it to him. "That will be 3 sickles, please." Harry handed him the money and took his leave from the shop, pausing briefly to take in the feeling of being back here. Opting to sit in the very same seat he had all those years ago during his first visit, he watched as the people passed him by. There were many, too. Even during the final rush of shopping before another year at Hogwarts, he had never seen so many people here. Had the war truly been so devastating? Again, he felt ill-prepared for what was to come, though if he could do anything about it, he would. He already had when he considered it. He saved Lady Bones from being murdered, and he could not help but think what difference that would make in the future. Maybe it would make none, but if he continued changing things, then the world would not become the one that he had grown up in, or the very same he had watched change to what he'd left behind. He nodded thoughtfully as he continued his observations. The alley was not so different. Not really, just busier with more people, some that were staring at him as they went on their way. Maybe it was strange to see a grown man eating ice cream alone. He paid them no mind as his eyes fell upon another building he remembered. His first visit to Gringotts would not be something he would ever forget, and as he gazed at the tall marble construct, the words of one of the three brothers played over in his mind, and he frowned. The vault. He shook his head. Gringotts wasn't founded until long after the Peverils had disappeared, so the likelihood of them having one there was not very. No, they must be referring to a different vault, though he could not even begin to fathom where it could be. He would have to ask the cloaked figure if he knew. Finishing his ice cream, he did make it to the apparition point this time and vanished from the alley. He had time to put his things away and maybe work on improving his tent before he had to attend his appointment at the hospital, a place he would be pleased to see the back of. Break. Bella was not talking to her. She had made that abundantly clear by pointedly ignoring her when Narcissa had joined her family for their lunch and her breakfast. Not that she had expected any less. Her older sister was prone to holding grudges for the smallest of things. The meal had been rather tense, though none wold broached the subject with the other, not with the warning glare sent their way by Drusilla. "I do not see why you had to speak up for Peveril," her father grumbled when Bellatrix had bid her parents farewell, not even deigning Narcissa with a look as she left the room. "The Pratt should be in Azkaban." "For saving someone's life." Narcissa snorted and received a look of disapproval from her mother for her unladylike behavior. "Marcus has been a good ally to our family and Peveril is a nobody," Cygnus muttered. "Well, grandfather doesn't think so," Narcissa sighed. "Harry saved Lady Bones. Thomas is the idiot that tried to kill her and died when he was found out." Her father said nothing as he returned to his meal. Narcissa was stubborn and would not budge. Cygnus was too immature to concede to anyone. It was one of the many flaws that her grandfather often criticized him for. "Speaking of Arcturus," her mother interjected, "he wants to see you before you go to work tonight." Narcissa nodded. She had suspected he would want to speak with her after the trial the day before. He had escorted her home and taken his leave immediately, citing there were other things that required his attention. He had made no comment about what he intended to do next with regards to Harry, but Narcissa suspected she would find out soon enough. "I will get ready and see him now," she announced. Not only would it get her away from the tense atmosphere of the house, it would also give her the opportunity to spend some time with her grandparents, something she seldom did now she had grown and worked the odd mix of hours she did. Drusilla merely nodded as Narcissa exited, and her father kept his eyes firmly on his plate. He was irritated with her and stayed so until something else provoked his ire. That wouldn't take long. He always had something to complain about, almost as though doing so was his hobby. Having left the kitchen, she returned to her room and readied herself for the day, dressing and tying her hair in an appropriate bun before leaving the house and apparating to her grandparents' home. It was quiet here, peaceful, and Narcissa could understand why they had given up Grimmauld Place even before she had been born. Orion had married Walburga and her grandfather had allowed them to live there, whilst he sought a home away from the frantic pace that London had adopted. Arcturus Black was not a people person, and the more that London had grown, the more he began to despise it. As such, he had found a cottage in the countryside where, as difficult as it was to believe due to his demeanor, he was much happier. "Sissy," her grandmother greeted her as enthusiastically as she always did. Evidently, she was tending to her garden if the soil-caked gloves she wore were anything to go by. "Hello, grandmother," she returned warmly, allowing herself to be pulled into an embrace from the woman. Melania Black was the only member of the family that did such things, was the only one who showed any kind of affection. To Narcissa, it had been normal until she attended Hogwarts and saw how other siblings treated one another. Neither Andromeda or Bellatrix had ever shown her the type of warmth that some of her classmates got from their brothers or sisters. Not that she craved it. It was merely the first memory she had of seeing how different her own family was from others. Of course, many more followed, and she grew used to the reactions people would have to her when they learned her name. Perhaps it was because she was the only blonde and did not resemble the rest of the Blacks that she was overlooked. Even her grandmother was dark of hair, and she was not a Black by blood. She remembered asking why she didn't look like them when she had been around 12, and her grandfather had shown her a photo of his own grandmother. Narcissa had been in awe at just how similar they looked as the man explained that a fair-skinned, blonde-haired, and blue-eyed Black would emerge from time to time. It was an anomaly that he couldn't explain beyond that, but it had cheered her up considerably. "You're here early," her grandmother stated questioningly. Narcissa sighed as she nodded. She did not like being at odds with her sister, but she knew she had done the right thing. "Bellatrix." "Say no more," her grandmother huffed. "Honestly, I do not know what has gotten into her lately." "Lately," Narcissa returned with a raised eyebrow. "She is trying to gain favor with your grandfather for something. She's been here more often recently, trying the same tact she would use when she was a girl." "The sweet Bella thing." Melania nodded. Bellatrix often reverted to acting innocent and coy when she wanted something. Narcissa believed that her grandfather found it amusing when she had been a little girl, but Narcissa suspected that Bella had now adopted that persona as another part of herself. It was rather concerning. "Not so sweet when she is a grown woman," she chuckled. "Your grandfather isn't falling for it, and it will be only a matter of time before the next part comes." Narcissa nodded her understanding. If sweet Bella didn't get her way, she would throw a tantrum, and that never ended well. She had once tried to cast the Cruciatus curse on Andromeda when she had been in her 3rd year at Hogwarts, because the eldest of the 3 refused to buy her some chocolate when visiting Hogsmeade. Bellatrix had been fortunate that her grandfather had convinced Dumbledore that it was an isolated incident, and she did not understand what she had done. Narcissa had not been convinced. Bella was not stupid, but she was certainly cruel at times. Her sister truly was a rather worrying person. Narcissa had heard of the Black Madness, and if there was anyone that suffered from it, it was Bellatrix. "Anyway, why don't you go and find him? I expect he will be in his study," her grandmother explained. "I won't be long. I just have to finish planting the roses and I will be in." Narcissa offered her a smile before heading towards the house. It was odd thinking of her grandparents and how different they were. Melania was such a warm woman, rather reserved, and the opposite of her grandfather, who was rather brash, quite rude and impatient. Somehow it worked. Over the years, her grandmother had tempered Arcturus when it had been needed. Had she not, she expected her father would no longer be here. He had a way of pushing the head of the family to his limits and had his mother to thank for the fact he still lived the life he did. She knew her father was a bitter man, but she did not understand why. Her thoughts turned once more to Bellatrix. Narcissa didn't know what she was planning, why she was trying to ingratiate herself with their grandfather, but she suspected it would not end the way Bella was hopping. Her efforts certainly had nothing to do with her impending wedding to Rudolphus. Corvus had already agreed to pay for it. Why wouldn't he when the dowry he would receive would be much more than the cost of the ceremony? No, Bella was up to something and it did not sit well with her. "Grandfather," she called as she knocked on the door to his study. "Come in, Narcissa," he replied. She entered to find him poring over a stack of parchment on his desk. His brow creased in thought as he muttered under his breath. "Is everything okay?" she asked. He met her gaze with his own and offered her a rare smile. "Of course, there are just these mundane things that require my attention from time to time," he explained, gesturing to the parchment. "Never let it be said that running this family is easy," he added with a chuckle. "Come, sit. I will be finished in a moment." Narcissa did so and looked on interestedly as the man continued muttering and shaking his head. "For such a sow, Walburga spends a lot on perfume and clothes. Talk about polishing a turd," Arcturus grumbled. A smirk of amusement tugged at the corner of Narcissa's lips. "Why did you let Uncle Orion marry her?" she asked curiously. "Because the dopey idiot was in love with her," Arcturus sighed. "I never thought she would become such a pain in the arse." Narcissa was surprised by that. She had assumed they had been married through a contract. She couldn't imagine Orion and Walburga being affectionate, but then again, they did have 2 children together. The woman was just so unpleasant, even to her husband. "What about my parents?" "The same," her grandfather confirmed. "I did not set up any contracts. I gave them the choice on who they wanted to marry. It was not as though any suitor I found them would better our position." Narcissa nodded her understanding. "But you're allowing one for Bellatrix." Arcturus released a deep breath and nodded. "What happened with your other sister concerns me," he admitted. "I will not have the family name sullied further. Bellatrix is unpredictable, and I will not risk her doing something stupid. I've even considered setting one up for Sirius, but it would only push him further away from us. I need him on side, Narcissa. He's the only one with the balls and brains to succeed me." "Do you think he will?" "I can only hope that now he is away from Walburga, he will come around." "He's away from Walburga." Arcturus nodded. "He's run off," he explained irritably, "but he's with Charles and Doria. I suppose he finally had enough of the old cow." Narcissa couldn't blame her cousin, not really. She couldn't imagine how awful it must be living with her Aunt Walburga. The woman was rather deranged. "Anyway, that is not why I wanted to speak with you," her grandfather continued, changing the subject. "How are you feeling after yesterday?" Narcissa frowned. She didn't know how she felt. She had done what she felt was right, and although her parents and Bella didn't agree with her, she would do it again. It was not as though she had lied to protect Harry. "I'm fine," she sighed. "Bella's sulking about it, though." Arcturus nodded. "I know," he huffed. "She came here last night bemoaning the fact that you and I had helped Peveril. She seems to think we should have helped Avery. I explained there was nothing to gain from it, but she wouldn't listen. She left here in a strop." Narcissa could only nod. She didn't understand why Bella was taking this so hard. She had her suspicions, of course, but had little proof. "Grandmother said she's been here a lot lately." "She has, but she's not yet made her intentions clear," Arcturus sighed. "She thinks me an old fool who does not see through her. She is becoming quite worrisome. I don't know whether to thank Corvus for taking her off my hands or feel sorry for his boy. He will not have it easy with her." No, he would not, but Narcissa found it difficult to have any sympathy for Rudolphus. He was as equally unpleasant as her sister could be, but he did not have the intelligence nor wit to match. She remembered how he had been at school. At least now he had learned to curb his more outspoken views. "They're a good match," Narcissa commented. Her grandfather eyed her questioningly for a moment before nodding his understanding. "Then may they find happiness together," he snorted. "And what about you? Just how did lunch with the Malfoy boy go other than what I know?" "There was nothing else other than what I told you when he left. He used it as an opportunity to convince me not to speak up for Harry." Arcturus hummed disapprovingly. "It's always politics with them," he grumbled. "I do not know what Abraxas expected to gain from siding with Avery, but it's only made me certain that it is him that has spurred Lucius towards courting you. Has the boy shown any interest in you other than the lunch with the Lestranges?" Narcissa shook her head. "No, we barely even spoke at school, and certainly not since he left." "Then they will need to be watched," Arcturus mused aloud. "Albeit for me to interfere in your life, Narcissa, but be careful with them. I wouldn't trust the Malfoys as far as I could throw them." "I will," Narcissa assured him. She didn't know what to make of the situation, but she would heed her grandfather's advice. He was perhaps the most astute man she knew and would not give out such a warning lightly. Peveril will be at the hospital tonight for his checkup. He'd better be, Narcissa huffed. Good, then I want you to give him this, Arcturus replied as he reached into his top drawer and removed a sealed letter. Narcissa accepted the missive, shrank it and placed it in the pocket of her robes. I'm only inviting him for a meeting. I want to get more of a measure of what type of man he is, her grandfather explained. What do you think of him so far? You've spent more time with him than most. Narcissa didn't know what to say. He hadn't given much away about himself when she thought about it. He was an orphan and was alone. That was all she knew for certain. I think him saving Lady Bones the way he did says more about him than anything else, she answered thoughtfully. He can look after himself and is sharp. He is, Arcturus agreed. He is very observant. I saw him watching and taking note of all those that did not side with him during his trial. Abraxas and Corvus did not make a good impression. He's still risky, Narcissa pointed out. He is, Arcturus agreed, but I would rather risk having him on side than what I suspect we are facing. I will need a strong ally, one that has nothing to gain from us, or at least one who is both a strong and good man. What about Charles? I can count on him always, Arcturus assured her, but he may not be enough to deal with the Malfoys, the Lestranges, and any other vermin that come creeping. So Harry has not been turned by the Malfoys or any other. I would prefer to get to him first. Narcissa nodded uncertainly. It seemed that her grandfather was putting a lot of faith in someone he did not know. Seemingly seeing her thoughts for himself, he spoke once more. You can learn a lot from looking into a man's eyes, Narcissa. From what I saw of Peveril, he is wary, distrusting, and uncompromisable. I have a good feeling about him. I know it may seem strange to you, but it would be foolish to not try to forge an alliance with him. He has more power and influence than he knows, and I can help him just as much as he can help me. As much as it pains me to say, we may need him one day. There was more to it than that. Narcissa could feel it. However, she would not press the issue with him. She respected her grandfather and his methods. He had not steered the family wrong thus far. I will make sure he gets the letter, she assured him. Good, now enough of that. Whilst you are here, it would be nice to spend some time with you without all the politicking and the other crap I must deal with. When was the last time we just sat and had a game of chess? Narcissa smiled. It had been longer than she cared for that the two had shared a game. He had taught her to play when she was a child, and though she had yet to ever beat him, she relished the challenge. Break. He nodded satisfactorily at the fruits of his labor, having spent the afternoon and early evening working on fixing up his tent. It was in no way perfect and would never compare to a real house, but it was better than it had been previously. It was more homely at the very least and no longer felt as though it was merely a place for him to hide. Using some charms and transfiguration spells from a book Dumbledore had helpfully provided him, he had repaired and improved the things that required his attention. His living area now had a clean and polished wooden floor, rather than the worn, thin carpet that had previously been there. He had changed the colors of the walls from the duck egg blue to a mixture of forest green and cream, and it now felt more homely. Until now, it had been nothing more than a space he had hidden in. He'd never considered decorating before, but there was something satisfying about doing so. He was somewhat starting afresh, so it made sense to him that his home would follow suit. He had even fixed his shower so it now produced a steady stream of hot water and not a tepid trickle. He had even gone as far as decorating the bedroom to match the living area and even transfigured a much more suitable bed and comfortable mattress. For the first time in as long as he could remember, he felt accomplished, that he wasn't merely living day to day, perhaps expecting to not see the next. Checking his watch, he realized he only had around an hour before he needed to be at St. Mungo's and opted to take a shower. You might want to come out of there, Olin, he commented, unsure if the raven would be happy hidden within his skin whilst he cleaned himself. After a moment, The bird emerged and unleashed a squawk of displeasure before settling on the perch Harry had made for him. Death. Harry chuckled as he shook his head. Not today, my friend. Olin ruffled his feathers irritably and turned away from him, and Harry left the raven to occupy himself. When he re-entered the room around 20 minutes later dressed in a new dark green robe, Olin was sleeping, his head tucked beneath his wing, as was his way. Are you coming? The raven stretched and yawned whilst eyeing him speculatively. After a moment, he took flight, and Harry shuddered as the cold magic settled over him when Olin resumed occupying the left side of his ribs. It was a strange feeling, but not one of discomfort. Perhaps he was getting used to it now. With a shrug, he left the tent and apparated away, keen to have his final visit at the hospital over with. He had spent too many days of his life under medical care, and likely would again in the future, a thought that made him grimace. He appeared only a short walk away from St. Mungo's, and when he entered, he found the waiting room empty. A bored-looking woman was seated behind the front desk inspecting her nails. Evidently, it was a quiet night, and Harry cleared his throat to get her attention. Yes, what do you need? She huffed as though he was imposing on her. I have an appointment with trainee healer Black, he answered politely. Oh, it's you, the coma one, she acknowledged. Everyone's talking about you. Harry frowned. Talking about me. She nodded and grinned smugly as she pushed a copy of the day's Daily Prophet towards him. Harry grimaced as he took in the headline. Lord Peveril acquitted of murder. He hadn't heard anyone discussing it whilst he was in the alley, but then again, he was not paying much attention to the conversations taking place around him. Much to his relief, the article was bereft of any photos of him. Had it not been, he would undoubtedly have become aware of this sooner. Fantastic, he muttered unhappily. For what it is worth, the staff here are grateful. The press would have been much worse had a patient died on our watch. I will notify Black you've arrived, she added, seeing that Harry was not placated by her words. When she left the desk to carry out her duties, Harry took a seat and waited. He should have expected it, really. He knew how the media worked in the wizarding world, and though he despised it, it would never change. Still, it could certainly be worse. They could have taken Avery's side and painted him as a monster of sorts. That was not a reputation he needed. In truth, he did not want a reputation at all, but he had adopted the Peveril name, and that loan already had one with some of the older families here. Perhaps he should have chosen a more obscure name, one that did not come with the connotations Peveril did. He released a deep breath and shook his head. It was too late for that now, and besides, he had been gifted the Lord's ring for a reason. It was likely the cloaked figure expected him to use it in some way for the task ahead. He would need to ask when they next convened. Harry, a familiar voice pulled him from his thoughts. He looked up to see Narcissa Black, standing in the doorway that led to the main part of the hospital, and he stood, following her when she gestured for him to do so. Well, your leg certainly looks better, she commented. He nodded, finding the situation he found himself in even more surreal than he had thus far. This woman who had been nothing but kind to him would one day be the mother of his former childhood foe, one who had grown to be a hated enemy. If he didn't know already what was yet to come, he would find it hard to believe. However, she was a Black, and Sirius said that none had any redeeming qualities about them. Had he been wrong? Harry had his doubts. Although Narcissa and her grandfather had helped him, that alone did not tell him much. Arcturus Black would want something in return of that, he had no doubt. I even managed to go for a run on it this morning, he explained. She offered him a guarded smile as she opened a door to an examination room and allowed him to enter first. She followed and pulled the door shut behind her, locking it for good measure. Take a seat, she instructed. I will just run a few tests and scans. Hopefully, you will have no need of further treatment. Harry nodded and did as he was bid. He watched curiously as she cast the scanning spells and took notes on her clipboard before moving his leg in various directions. When she was done, she nodded. You've recovered much faster than I thought you would, she said as she scratched another note into the parchment. I think you are all done here. Well, that's a relief, he sighed. No offense, but I don't like hospitals. None taken, she replied quietly as she held out an envelope she removed from within her robes. This is from my grandfather. I don't know what it says, but he wants to meet with you. Harry nodded grimly as he took the missive. I suppose this is where I find out the price for his help. I don't think it is like that, Narcissa returned uncertainly. I think he wants an alliance of sorts with you. Why would he want an alliance with me? Harry asked confusedly. I don't know the details, but something is worrying him. I've never seen him like this, Narcissa explained. Harry frowned as he pondered what could be bothering the Lord Black. Thinking back, he probably had reason to be concerned. Where he came from, the family no longer existed. He did not know the ins and outs of what had happened, but it seemed that Arcturus Black could sense something on the horizon. If nothing else, he was curious to learn just what that was. He did owe the man and Narcissa, after all. I will meet with him, but I don't know what good it will do, he replied. I can't think of any common ground we would have or how I can help him. Neither do I, but thank you. He will appreciate it. Harry nodded as he stood. And what about you? What price will you demand for your assistance? Narcissa shook her head. Nothing. I just did what I thought was right. That's very atypical of a Slytherin, he returned without thought. And how do you know that I was a Slytherin? She asked curiously. Harry cursed internally at his slip. Aren't all the Blacks? He asked. No, Narcissa denied as she folded her arms. My cousin Sirius is in Gryffindor. Harry stilled at the mention of his godfather. He had given little thought to the knowledge that Sirius could well be here. Not to mention his parents. That was something he was not ready to think about. Well, I suppose one of you had to be different. Narcissa eyed him suspiciously for a moment. And what do you know of the Hogwarts houses? It's not as though you went. True, he answered, not even contemplating telling her the whirlwind of events that led to him being here. What school did you go to? She asked. I didn't, he replied quickly. I'm self-taught. It was true for the most part. He had picked up some basic skill with magic during his years at school, but it wasn't until Dumbledore had tutored him that he had begun developing his skill to where it was at now, the rest having been picked up whilst on the run. There wasn't much else for him to do other than prepare for a fight he didn't believe he would win. At the very best, he could hope to make Voldemort's wish of killing him that little bit more difficult. You taught yourself defense against the killing curse, Narcissa asked disbelievingly. It came in handy when I needed it, he answered with a shrug. Once more, she eyed him suspiciously but did not press the matter. Well, for someone who didn't go to school, you seem to know how to handle yourself. As I said, I'm self-taught and have picked some things up over the years. Narcissa hummed. What that meant, he knew not, but it stopped her asking any more questions. Anyway, I will meet with your grandfather. It is the least I can do after what he did for me. You too, he added. She gave him a grateful smile as she unlocked the door and led him towards the reception area. Thank you, and good luck with whatever you end up doing, she offered. He gave her a nod before taking his leave of the hospital for what he hoped yet doubted would be the last time. Somehow, he always ended up needing medical attention, and he couldn't see that changing, not with what his future held. He snorted before apparating back to his tent and entering. Life only always seemed to get more complicated. Not wanting to delay the inevitable any longer, he removed and opened the note addressed to him from Lord Black. To Lord Peveril, I would be much obliged if you could meet with me at my home tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. This letter will act as a portkey and can be activated by saying the words Tauger's Purr. I look forward to speaking with you. Lord Arcturus Orion Black. Harry shook his head, wondering what would come of meeting with the man. Sirius had never mentioned him, and he knew not what to expect. Would Arcturus try to bully him, intimidate him into helping him with whatever he needed? Somehow, he did not think so, but that did not stop him from feeling nervous about the impending conversation. What could a man, such as Lord Black, want from him? He would find out soon enough. Break. Lucius knew that voice. He had recognized it the very first time he had donned the black cloak and white mask provided for him. If the man did not wish to be known, he should have made the effort to disguise it. An error on his part. Not that he would profess as much. His father had taught him that when one learned a secret, it should be kept until it proved to be advantageous. For now, it was not, but it could soon serve him well someday. Once again, he found himself seated amongst those that had also been brought in to serve their lord, all robed and masked as he was. Lucius had been dubious at first when he had been approached during the summer before his 7th year of school. An odd and unexpected owl, but one he hoped would bear fruit in the future. The more their numbers grew, the more he believed, but it was not those he would consider his comrades that impressed him so. No, that honor fell to the lord they served. Such power and skill he had never seen. Lucius had believed his father was perhaps the most gifted wizard he would ever lay eyes upon, but the Dark Lord was something else. It was as though magic worked at his whim, and he could achieve anything he wished with but a thought. It was as frightening and equally humbling as it was eye-opening. When his lord decided to unleash himself on wizarding Britain, things would undoubtedly change. He could think of none other than perhaps his former headmaster that could hope to stand against the might of this man, and Lucius doubted that even Albus Dumbledore could. Our Lord insists that we do nothing. The masked man that led their gatherings sighed for what seemed to be the 5th or 6th time. Thomas's death is unfortunate, but he died at the hands of a pureblood protecting another. So, Peveril is allowed to get away with. Lucius smirked as he recognized the angry female voice that spoke. These meetings were becoming very interesting indeed, and ever more fruitful. Yes, the man said firmly after pausing a moment, evidently taken aback. Our Lord is impressed with Peveril, who comes from a much older family than any of you. He has seen what happened at St. Mungo's, and I expect he will one day bring him into the fold, when the time is right. Bring him into the fold? Didn't he kill one of us? The same female questioned. But did he do so knowing the act he carried out? The man questioned. He did not and may yet sympathize with our cause. Our aim is to bring together all pureblood families, he reminded them. The woman said nothing, but her posture was defiant as though she wished to argue. It would not be wise to do so. There is nothing else that must be discussed tonight. As always, I thank you for joining me, and you will be contacted for a training mission in the coming days. Continue as you have by spreading word of us to those that could be allies, but do so carefully. With his dismissal given, the man left, and the others began chatting amongst themselves. Lucius, however, followed the woman as she approached one of the apparition points and caught up to her. "Why am I not surprised to see you here, Bellatrix?" he whispered. "I can't imagine many would be pleased by your presence, considering it was your sister that helped Peveril escape justice." The woman stiffened, and she turned slowly to face him, her face still concealed by her mask. "I don't suppose my sister would be pleased to know that you're here," she returned. "You are trying to get in her knickers, aren't you?" Lucius chuckled. If it were not for the insistence of his father, he would not bother with the younger Black. She was beautiful, but was more trouble than she was worth. He, however, had little choice. The head of his family had spoken, and he would continue to court her until he was told otherwise. Besides, he could do much worse for himself than Narcissa Black. She merely needed to be molded into what would be expected of a Malfoy bride. "Dear Bellatrix, it is not a case of wanting to, as you say, get into her knickers," he denied. "Your sister is a proper pureblood and will be treated with all the respect she deserves. Now, if you will excuse me, I have other things that require my attention, but I will see you again soon, yes." She said nothing, and he walked past before apparating away. He didn't dislike Bellatrix as such, but she was more than a little unhinged, as demonstrated by her behavior this evening. He only hoped that her sister proved to be saner. It was bad enough that he had to marry one of them, let alone one that did not have all her faculties intact. He certainly did not envy Rudolphus. Break. Nothing in his life had prepared him for what he was about to face. He had killed a basilisk, fought off dementors, and even a dragon, none of which gave him the skill required to navigate a formal pureblood meeting such as this. If he wasn't so apprehensive, he would perhaps find the situation amusing, but there was little currently humorous about this. For all his wisdom, Dumbledore had not prepared him for moments such as these. Why would he? It's not as though the old man could have anticipated the circumstances that led to where he found himself. Yes, he had managed to fumble his way through the protocols whilst meeting with the Bones family. The customs he knew somehow enough to see him through a less formal experience with them. Arcturus Black was different. In a way, Edgar Bones owed Harry for what he had done, but the Black Patriarch did not. At best, they would be meeting as equals, though Harry was under no illusion that the man would see it that way. He unwillingly found himself in the older man's debt, and the reputation of the family only made him more nervous as to what the price to pay would be. It almost reminded him of a gangster movie he had heard Vernon watch from his cupboard under the stairs. He remembered little of it other than that the one who found himself owing a favor had ended up dead. He shook his head. This was no movie, and yet there was every chance it would play out like one. For the life of him, Harry couldn't understand what the man could possibly want from him. He had been pondering it all day and had drawn a blank. All that was left to do was meet with the Lord Black and hope that too much wasn't asked of him. Not that he would compromise his own scruples. If Arcturus overstepped, Harry would not bend to his will. He had spent his life surviving Voldemort, and he was not about to be wrested under the control of the Blacks, even if that meant being at odds with them. He was no one's pawn, no longer a naive boy that knew nothing of the world. The problem he did face, however, was that he knew little of this one, but how different could things truly be? "Death," Alan shrieked. "Not today, old friend, not if I can help it," Harry chuckled, scratching the black feathers under the bird's chin. Despite all his worries, he would not be hostile and would afford the man the respect of his title. He had helped him after all. The young man released a deep breath as he took in his appearance. He was wearing black formal robes for the meeting, oddly poetic in a way. Checking his watch, he noticed that he only had 2 minutes until he needed to activate the portkey, and he pulled his invisibility cloak he was wearing beneath his clothes tight before fastening it. It was a precautionary measure more than anything else, but one that could prove necessary if Arcturus attempted to harm him. The wards the Blacks used were almost something of legend in wizarding Britain, and Harry had experienced them firsthand, thanks to his godfather, and did not want to do so again. He remembered questioning Sirius about the protections around Grimmauld Place, concerned about what would happen if they were found whilst he had hidden there. Any fears he had were put to rest when he was shown to the main study of the house. Sirius had activated the Lord's protections, as he named them, and the results were far greater than he expected. Immediately, he had felt sick, dizzy, and disorientated, so much so that even reaching for his wand had made him vomit uncontrollably and fall to his knees, unable to fight off the effects. What he did learn, however, was that when he wore his invisibility cloak, this was nullified. He felt slightly sick still, but not unbearably so. He did not understand what the cloak did to prevent it, but both he and Sirius were surprised. Even now, he would not pretend to understand it, but it could prove to save his life if Arcturus attempted such tactic. Harry did not know the man well enough to be certain he would not. "Come, Alan, I would prefer to have you with me," he muttered. The raven nodded and took up his place inside Harry's skin, and when he was settled, the portkey was activated. When the feeling of being hooked through the navel and nauseating spinning had passed, he found himself stood in front of a somewhat modest cottage. Though not small, it was not as grand as one would expect from a family known for their wealth and influence. Perhaps the Lord Black was not as gaudy as the family reputation would lead one to believe. He was soon to find out, as only a moment after he arrived, the front door opened, and 2 figures exited and began approaching him. As they neared, he recognized the taller, his grim visage not likely one he would soon forget. The woman that accompanied the Lord Black, however, gave him a welcoming smile, her blue eyes warm and sincere. Lord Peveril, the man greeted him with a slight incline of the head. May I introduce my wife, the Lady Melania Black? It is a pleasure to meet you, my lady, Harry acknowledged, accepting the proffered hand and brushing his lips against her knuckles. And you also, Lord Black, he added, extending his hand, which was shaken with no hesitation. Of course, please, come inside, the older man said cordially. As a gesture of trust, I won't request that you hand over your wands. And because your ward scheme here is very impressive and would likely kill me if I tried anything, Harry pointed out. Arcturus Black nodded. If you intended to harm either my wife or myself, you would already be dead, Lord Peveril, he returned. Harry did not know whether to be amused or intimidated by the words, but the slight grin the man wore set him at ease. Lady Black rolled her eyes and linked her arm through his whilst they approached the house. Caution is always admirable, Harry commented. You never know when a friend could become an enemy. Indeed, Arcturus replied quietly. It is the world we live in. They fell into silence until they crossed the threshold of the house, and the Lady Black released her grip on him and took her leave. This way, Lord Peveril, Arcturus informed him, gesturing to a thick oak door a short distance down the corridor of the entrance hall. When they were within the room, the Black Patriarch closed and locked the door before taking a seat behind a large desk. It was a tastefully decorated room, not one where the wealth of the family was rubbed in someone's face, but one that was neutrally colored with the Black family crest depicted above the fireplace. Please take a seat, Arcturus offered. Harry did so and waited for the man to speak. I suppose you would like to know why I helped you, Arcturus stated. Harry nodded. No offense, Lord Black, but I know enough about how this works to know you did not do it out of the goodness of your heart. There is something you want from me, and I would much rather you were frank with what that is. Arcturus scrutinized him for a moment and nodded. You're right, I did not help you out of a sense of justice, he confirmed. I have watched many men over the years be brought in under dubious circumstances and have not lifted a finger to help any of them. So why would I help you? The truth is, I did very little. Just who you are would have been enough to have you acquitted. I merely helped the process along with my intervention. Your name is one older than any that occupy seats on the Wisengamot, forgotten by many, but those that remember do so for a reason. Your family once held great power and influence, and it could once more. But that doesn't explain why you are showing an interest in me, Harry pointed out. If I was able to become so powerful, would it not be in your best interest to have seen me imprisoned? It would, Arcturus agreed, and I am taking a risk, one that I hope will benefit us both. It will not be only me that will be showing an interest in you. At this very moment, almost every lord and lady in this land will be trying to learn about your family and will try to gain favor. I expect they will soon be in touch, wanting to meet, offering their daughters up for marriage and seeking an alliance. Because of my name, Harry questioned disbelievingly. A name is everything, Peveril, Arcturus returned. Even if I was to become destitute, my name would command the same respect. Not even close to a millennium passing will mean much when they learn of your line. They will flock to you because of the name you carry and seize what advantage they can from an association with you. Is that not what you are doing? Partly, Arcturus conceded, but it is more than that. I would like a beneficial alliance between us, one where I will help you as much as you will help me. Harry released a deep breath, his thoughts a myriad of confusion and unanswered questions. How would I be able to help you, Lord Black? He asked. I won't pretend that I have much experience with politics or anything that I think will be useful to you. It is not a political alliance I am seeking, Lord Peveril. The alliance I want will see my family continue when I am gone. Already, the buzzards are circling, anticipating the day they can pick clean our remains. You're concerned about the future of your family, Harry stated. And it was with good reason. As far as Harry knew, the only Black that would remain in the next 20 years was Sirius. I would not be so if my heir was willing to take up his position when the time is right. Only recently, he has left to live with another family. I hope that he will return, that he will change his mind, but Sirius is stubborn and strong-minded. Harry couldn't agree more with the summary of his godfather. Without a male heir, your family would fall to another, and there are those that have figured it out, Harry replied. Arcturus nodded severely. Both Corvus Lestrain and Abraxas Malfoy have already played their hands, he sighed. They can see what is happening, see the vulnerability and wish to be the ones to take control of the Black estate. They will not do so openly, but instead make it appear as if they're carrying out a duty to the family they have married into. Married? Harry questioned. With no other suitable heir, the line would fall into the hands of my son, Cygnus. He would either be killed or somehow tricked into handing it all over. Of course, it would then fall to his children, both girls who would be forced to give it up to their husbands. That is why Corvus is insisting Bellatrix marries Rudolphus and Abraxas wishes Narcissa for his own son. Harry stiffened as Bellatrix was mentioned. She was perhaps the most dangerous person he had ever encountered, other than Voldemort. Completely insane, deadly with a wand and armed with a short temper. It was a disastrous combination. A lot has to happen before that would come to pass, Harry pointed out. It does, Arcturus acknowledged, but I can see it unfolding before my eyes. Without me, the family will be weak, my own children cosseted, spoilt and lacking the savviness needed to survive the political workings of those vultures. Sirius will do nothing to prevent it, and my family legacy will be gone. Harry felt for the man who only a day ago had stood proudly before him, unwaveringly so. Now, he appeared old and tired, almost defeated by what he suspected was coming. Could you not take steps to prevent it? You could forbid the marriages taking place. And alienate the rest of the family against me. Our downfall would only come quicker. I have already lost 2 grandchildren to their own wishes. So, what would you have me do? Nothing yet, but a day will come when I will call upon you for help, when the time is right. The truth is, Peveril, I need someone who cannot be swayed by others, someone who has not been soiled by politics, and someone of equal standing to ensure my family legacy continues. If you can be that person, then I will help you in any way I can with your own endeavors, as 2 men working together in good faith. By the time he had finished speaking, the man had stood and offered his hand. Harry was hesitant, but could sense no subterfuge from the Black Patriarch. Would an alliance with Arcturus Black be of use to him? The man carried considerable clout, and he could well use it in the future. However, he still had his reservations. I do not wish to slight you, Lord Black, but I think this is something I will need to consider. For us both, it is a big decision, and I have not had the benefit to think on it as you have. The older man's hand dropped, but he offered Harry an approving grin. You are much sharper than I thought, Peveril, he said. Had you have accepted immediately, I would have questioned my own decision and perhaps lost some respect for you. I agree, you should think about it, but for the time being, I would like to invite you to a family dinner so you can see for yourself the problems I face. I would like to foster an alliance between us, one that is on equal footing. You have approached that in the right way. You set this up to get more of a measure of me. Arcturus nodded unashamedly. I did, but I spoke only the truth, Peveril, he assured Harry. I believe an alliance between us will be mutually beneficial. I can assist you with navigating the political field, and you can assist me by deterring any who would wish to slight my family. Strangely, that makes sense, Harry replied after pondering it for a moment. But does it not rely on your prediction that people will want to cozy up to me? Prediction, Arcturus chuckled. They will be sniffing around you like so many flies on shit. Mark my words, within weeks, you will be inundated by people puckering up to kiss your arse in any way they can, and you may well have me there to show you how to get the most out of it. Harry nodded thoughtfully. If what the Lord Black said was true, he would be out of his depth. That would be useful, he mused aloud. Do not worry, Peveril, Arcturus comforted as he led him from the room and out of the house. Take some time to think about what we have discussed, and I will arrange the family dinner. I'm sure you will love my daughter-in-law, Walburga. She is such a charmer. Harry grimaced as the memories of the screeching portrait were pushed to the forefront of his mind. "I look forward to it," he returned as sincerely as he could. "As do I," Arcturus replied, the smirk he wore almost one of warning. "I will be in touch in the coming days." With his parting words given, the man returned to his home, and Harry found himself where he had arrived what could only have been a little over an hour ago. The thought of having dinner with the Blacks was not one he was relishing. He could think of nothing worse than sharing a table with Walburga and Bellatrix if they even somewhat resembled what he had encountered previously. With a shake of his head, he apparated back to his tent, but was prevented from entering by a brown owl that was standing in front of it, staring at him expectantly. "Bloody hell," he groaned as he noticed the piece of parchment attached to its leg. It appeared as though Lord Black's assessment of the situation he faced was coming true already. With a sigh, he relieved the creature of its burden, and it took flight immediately. He watched it disappear into the trees around him before entering his home and turning on the light with a flick of his wand. The writing on the sealed envelope was not familiar to him, and he wondered who would be so keen to write to him so soon. The answer to such a question sent his heart plunging into the pit of his stomach, and he found himself reading the letter several times over in disbelief. To Lord Harry Peveril. "I do not wish to intrude upon you so soon after what you endured before and during your trial at the ministry, but I wish to contact you before my own offer was lost amongst the many you will undoubtedly receive. I would like to invite you to share dinner with myself and my family this coming Friday evening as a lord of high standing. I know that we do not know each other, and this may seem odd, but I hope that can be remedied by meeting and talking away from the prying ears of other lords and ladies. It is not your favor I seek, nor am I asking for anything more than a chance to sit and converse with you as one lord to another. I give you my word on that. I look forward to your response and hope that you are well. Best wishes, Lord Charles Potter, head of the Potter family." The idea of sharing a meal with the Blacks had not filled him with excitement, and this invitation did so even less. How could he sit before a family he'd never had and not acknowledge them for what they were? Not only would he have to do so with what he quickly understood to be his grandparents, but his father would be there, as would Sirius. He allowed the note to fall to the floor as he swallowed the lump that formed in his throat and placed his head in his hands. He thought that the meeting with Lord Black would be the most daunting thing he would have faced in the near future. It turned out he could not have been more wrong. This was much more terrifying. Chapter 8. How Dreams Do Differ. Albus Dumbledore stroked the plumage of his companion as he sucked thoughtfully on a sherbet lemon, the bitter yet sugary treat doing little to assuage his concerns. Wizarding Britain was changing around him, and not for the best. Alistair had been keeping him informed of what the group of what appeared to be pureblood supremacists were up to. What he learned left him feeling unsettled, especially since little was being done to combat the threat they posed. With each successful attack, they became bolder and more brazen. He had heard some rather unpleasant tales of the aftermath the Aurors came upon. He had hoped that Millicent would have taken these occurrences more seriously, but she had yet to. He would not pretend to know her thoughts on the matter, but evidently they were not as urgent as his or the veteran Auror who kept him posted. It was becoming truly worrying, the movement gathering more followers with each passing day it would seem. If the ministry did not act soon, another avenue would have to be explored, one he was loath to take but would if necessary. The attacks, however, were not all that had been occupying his thoughts. Ever since he had laid eyes on the Lord Peveril, he had been curious and had done all he could to sate such, but to no avail. There was nothing to be found other than what Narcissa Black had explained. The man had been found floating in the River Thames and brought to St. Mungo's. There was no registration of his birth, no files accessible in the ministry archives. It was as though the man had fallen from the sky for all that could be discovered about him. It was an odd that Peveril's arrival coincided with these attacks. Was he somehow linked to them? Albus knew not, but he was determined to get to the bottom of it. A family line returning after almost a millennium was unheard of. He turned his attention to the wand he had won some 30 years prior and shook his head. It was no longer his, no longer functioned as it had for him, which led the headmaster to believe that Peveril was who he claimed to be. Why else would the wand stop working for him unless it had become aware of a new master? Albus did not know. He did not understand the intricacies of wand lore, and certainly not the type of magic that created this one. It was cold and unyielding, nothing like the magic he had felt around him his whole life. With a sigh, he placed it on his desk. It may no longer answer to him, but that did not mean he would be handing it to Peveril. It could well be nothing but a coincidence that the man arrived during perhaps the tensest atmosphere he had known since Gellert was at the peak of his reign in Europe, but he would not take such a risk. If Peveril was involved, Albus would only be handing him a weapon of great power, and he would not do that. Only time would tell what Peveril's intentions were, and if he was found to be in cahoots with this pureblood movement and had only saved Lady Bones to rid himself of suspicion, Albus would find out. He would not sit idly by and watch Britain crumble until Millicent acknowledged that the country was under a severe threat. Break. The training missions, or so they were called, did not elicit a sense of bloodlust or euphoria within him, as it seemed to the others clad in the dark robes and white masks. He did not attack the Muggles with reckless abandon or in a frenzied flurry of spells to maim and debilitate, but it stirred something. Perhaps it was the vulnerability of his foes, the helplessness, the begging and the pleading that made him feel this way. He could not be certain, but it excited him in ways nothing else ever had. His nose wrinkled as the smell of burning wood and flesh reached him. No, it was not the chaos of the slaughter he enjoyed, the screams of agony, nor the blood being spilled of those lesser than him. It was the power. Here he was in control, the life of those that were unfortunate enough to find themselves at his mercy in his hands. He decided if they lived or died, and even how the rest of their life would be if chose to allow them the former. Lucius sighed as a Muggle ran aimlessly in circles ahead of him, traumatized by what was happening, so much so that he'd lost all sense of clarity. With a single spell, the man slumped to the ground, unmoving. The houses around him continued to burn, as did the sounds of screaming as his companions went about their work. There was no one here to stop them, and he smirked under his mask as he spotted a home that had yet to be claimed. The metal gate creaked as he pushed it open, and the front door offered no resistance as he blasted it off the hinges with a flick of his wand. He chuckled. Without wards or any effective way of defending themselves, the Muggles truly were lambs for the slaughter. "What do you want?" A rotund man stuttered as Lucius stood in the doorway to ascertain what and who were inside. "With you, nothing," he answered, and with a wave of his wand, the man was sent crashing into the wall. The two women that were with him screamed as the sound of breaking bones could be heard, and the man hit the ground with a dull thud. "SHH, don't scream," he said comfortingly, his disguised voice much gentler than his own. "He will be fine as long as he doesn't interfere." He felt the same stirring he always did when he found himself in these situations. The excitement, the power he had manifesting itself in a way one would never understand unless they were to experience it for themselves. Neither of the women were truly attractive, the older a dumpy woman of around 45 or so, with a mess of curly brown hair that did little for him. The look of fear in her eyes, however, made her that much more appealing, and he nodded contentedly. The other looked very much the same, though younger, maybe in her early 20s. Her daughter, perhaps. He shook his head carelessly, his thoughts occupied by blondes more recently, one in particular. The thought of breaking a strong woman so she resembled the two before him only stoked his desire further. Although they were neither blonde nor strong-willed, they would serve their purpose. To Lucius, it did not matter. For now, these two were nothing but a means to an end until he got the prize he sought. He stepped forward and paused as the man groaned, seemingly having regained consciousness. "I do love an audience," he muttered before binding him with a thick set of ropes. He struggled for a moment, But his injuries caused him great pain, and he found himself only able to look on helplessly as Lucius loosened his belt and walked slowly towards the younger of the two women first. Nothing would bring him greater pleasure than hearing the pleas and begging of both parents as he satisfied his needs. Break. The night had been a slow one to begin with, but as the aurors and team of healers that went out into the field, when needed, began bringing in patient after patient from the latest attack, Narcissa knew her peaceful shift was at an end. What only made it worse was how the situation would be handled. She was no fool and recognized those brought in as muggles as they more often were now. They would be patched up whilst the damage done by the purebloods was fixed by a ministry team, and then the obliviators would arrive to make them forget what had happened. They would then return to their lives, none the wiser to what had happened to them. She had no love for muggles, didn't understand their ways, but such as what she witnessed left her feeling unsettled. However, she knew that what they did was kinder than the alternative. She couldn't imagine living with what happened to many of them. "Black, take these too," Healer Rollins instructed, gesturing to two women. Rollins was the healer in charge of running the night shift. He was an older gentleman and had seen more than most that worked here. He was thought to be unshakable, but even he was disturbed by what he was seeing, his eyes dull and a sheen of perspiration on his balding head. Narcissa nodded and approached the two shaken muggles. They were almost catatonic. The elder of the two sat next to the younger with her arm wrapped around her shoulder. "Come with me," Narcissa said gently so not to startle them. Still, they jumped but followed mutely, the older holding what could only be her daughter tightly to her. "My husband," she murmured as Narcissa led them into a nearby examination room. "He's here." "Then everything possible is being done for him," Narcissa comforted. "Now I need to check you both over. Can you tell me what happened?" The younger woman suddenly began sobbing, the shock of what she had endured giving way to emotional and physical trauma. Narcissa had seen it before. She would be inconsolable and then angry, something that would not help whilst she was being treated. "Here," she offered, having removed a calming draft from her medical bag. "It will help." The woman looked uncertainly at the contents, but with a little encouragement from her mother, she swallowed it in one and her breathing began slowing after a moment. "He was an animal," the mother whispered. "It's okay," Narcissa assured her as she choked. "I think you should take some too, and I will make sure you're okay." The woman nodded and accepted the potion gratefully, seemingly comforted by the fact that her daughter had relaxed considerably. Narcissa watched as the potion took effect, and both women were subdued to where they would be unaware of what was happening. No matter how often she saw it, more frequently now with how common the attacks were becoming, it never got easier, and neither had been treated gently. Both were covered in bite marks on and around their breasts, the bodies covered with bruises where they had been beaten and defiled in the most sickening of ways. Narcissa may not have any love for muggles, but no one deserved this. Whomever had done this to these women was a vile person, and it only made it worse that she knew her sister was associating with them. Did Bella know this kind of thing was happening? She did not want to know the answer to that question from fear it would be one she could not handle. Narcissa knew that Bella was not a kind person, had a cruel side she constantly warred with, but never would she have imagined that her older sister would be okay with this. The thoughts plagued her as she went about her work, undoing the damage that had been done to the women until both no longer bore the marks of what had been done to them. There was little satisfaction to be had from this, but she felt better knowing they would no longer be in pain when they woke and would forget about it soon after. For all her efforts, however, there would be no justice for them, not in the wizarding world nor in their own. She breathed a sigh of relief when she was done, and the two were both sleeping peacefully, just a drop of sleeping draught proving to be enough to overcome them. She watched them for a few moments before taking her leave of the room. There was nothing else she could do. In only a matter of hours, the ministry officials would arrive, and then the process would start again when the next attack happened. "They're both sleeping," she informed Rollins, who merely nodded in response. The seemingly never-ending cycle was beginning to take its toll on the man. From what Narcissa knew of him, he was a Muggle-born, had grown up in their world, so all of this was hitting him harder than most. For her, she'd never even visited, had been raised to believe that Muggles were inferior, and if anything, what was happening proved it. They had no way to protect themselves from magical folk, were rather pathetic if truth be told, but she was not one of those that wished ill harm on them. If anything, she wanted nothing to do with Muggles and would much rather their two worlds stay separated. Narcissa, a familiar voice spoke from behind her. She turned and was surprised to be greeted by Lucius, who was looking at her with what appeared to be concern. "I came to speak to you and saw all of this," he explained, gesturing to the activity going on around them. "What happened?" "Another attack," Narcissa replied dismissively, wondering what had brought the man here at this late hour. "Shame," he commented in what could have been deemed a sympathetic tone. "I can always come back," he offered. "No, it's fine," Narcissa sighed. "The worst of it is over now. What did you want, Lucius?" "To apologize," he answered simply. "I treated you unfairly during our lunch. I did not try to get to know you and felt that you were doing a disservice by speaking out against Thomas. I allowed an old friendship with a man I had not seen for several years cloud my vision, and I was wrong. I thought I was doing the right thing by a family ally, but it was at the expense of seeing what was in front of me. I would like you to give me another chance to be a better man, without something unpleasant hanging over either of us. Just one more dinner and I will ask nothing more of you." She was taken aback by his words, the reservations she had about seeing him again having been acknowledged by the very man before her. "Slippery bastards," the voice of her grandfather sounded in her mind, the words reminding her of his beliefs of the motivation behind Lucius wanting to court her. Could her grandfather be wrong about him? Lucius did look and sound genuine, for what that was worth, and more than enough for her to doubt her assessment of him. "Okay," she agreed, already uncertain if she was making the right choice, though the way his eyes lit up at her declaration did ease her mind at least. "You won't regret it," he assured her. "I will write to you and arrange something. I feel that I have already taken up too much of your time, and for that, I apologize. I did not want to have this playing on my mind any longer." She nodded, and he smiled brightly before taking his leave. She watched him go, trying to work out his intentions. If he was lying to her, then he was very convincing. It was difficult to tell where Lucius Malfoy was concerned, but she would give him the benefit of the doubt until he proved otherwise. She would be watching him very carefully. Break. As he walked away from St. Mungo's, the stirring began again courtesy of perhaps one of the most thrilling moments of his life. It had been a stroke of genius coming here under the guise of speaking to Black. He had planned to already, but his original urge to come here was because he knew the two women would be also. Why not use the former to his advantage? There was something exhilarating about coming to where his victims were. They could have seen him and would never know that it was he that was the reason they found themselves in their current state. The excitement only increased as he spoke to Narcissa, and he got a whiff of the underlying scent of the women on her. She, at the very least, had met them and probably tended to their wounds. It was a thrilling thought, and he could almost smell himself on her. As such, he adjusted his trousers that had grown uncomfortable from his overactive imagination before apparating away. He was not quite done with the evening, not yet. Break. Over the past few years, it was a common sight to see Sirius Black at his breakfast table. At least for a week or two, he would come and stay during the summer to spend time with James. Charles didn't mind. The boy was as mischievous as his own son, but was always polite and respectful. This time, it was different. He had arrived a week ago in the middle of the night with nothing but the clothes on his back and his wand. Charles knew that his life at home was not good, but he had never seen Sirius so distraught as he did then. He, however, refused to speak of what had happened, and Charles had been prevented from finding out by his wife. He was angry and storming round to see Arcturus, who likely knew nothing of what happened, would not help. He couldn't get to Orion or Walburga within their house, so he'd stewed in his fury. It had been Doria that visited her brother the next day, and as expected, Arcturus knew nothing of what occurred. The Black Patriarch did promise to investigate it, but Charles would not hold his breath. Walburga was a lying, scheming woman who would somehow find a way to blame Sirius. Charles offered the boy a nod of encouragement. He was doing better now, and he would sooner have him here than see him back with his parents. If anyone wished to take it up with him, they were more than welcome to. "Is that a raven?" James questioned, pointing towards the window where a large bird was looking in on them. "If this is one of your pranks, James," Doria warned as she allowed the bird entry. It immediately flew and landed on the table next to Charles, before offering its leg where a missive was tied to. "Look at its eyes," Sirius urged, pointing at the raven. Charles frowned as he removed the rolled-up piece of parchment. "Death!" the bird shrieked, startling them all as it took its leave. "Bloody hell," Sirius gasped. "I almost crapped myself." Doria shot him a look of disapproval, but quickly turned her attention back to Charles, who hummed thoughtfully. "He's agreed to come," he said quietly. "He will be here tomorrow." Doria offered him a smile and rubbed his shoulder comfortingly. "Are you going to tell him?" Charles released a deep sigh and shrugged. "I don't know," he answered. "I suppose we will see how it goes." Doria nodded her understanding, and James frowned at them from where he was sat. "Who's coming?" the teen asked curiously. Doria looked towards her husband questioningly, and he sighed. "It's not hard to miss. Even these two will see it." Doria nodded, and Charles turned his attention to the two teens. "What I say does not leave this room, nor will you mention it to our guest," he said firmly. "He might not know, and I do not want to overwhelm him, understood?" James's eyebrows almost disappeared into his hairline. His father had not been this serious with him since he gave him his cloak. He nodded, and Sirius followed suit. "Lord Peveril will be joining us for dinner tomorrow." James frowned, evidently not recognizing the name, but Sirius's eyes widened. "Isn't he the one that killed Avery at St. Mungo's? I heard my mother talking about it." "Yes," Charles confirmed, "but he killed Avery whilst saving Lady Bone's life. The little shit got what he deserved." "Charles," Doria scolded. "Well, the little bastard got caught out and paid the price. Bollocks to him and his idiot father." James and Sirius snorted as Doria shook her head. It was not often that her husband swore in front of their son, but he didn't curb it when he felt the need. "I still don't know who this Peveril is," James pointed out. "The Peveril family is a mysterious one and was thought to have died out almost 1,000 years ago," Charles explained. "Their line is steeped in legend but remembered by few now, though that will change. Our own line is descended from the Peverils, and that is something you will keep to yourselves." Sirius stared dumbly at Charles, and then James. "You're related to him?" he asked a moment later, having shaken himself from his thoughts. Charles nodded. "Iolanthe Peveril married Hardwin Potter many centuries ago," he informed them. "Lord Peveril must be a part of the main branch of the family if he has been granted the title, but it is impossible to say for sure." "Then how do you know he is who he says he is?" James questioned. "Couldn't he be an impostor?" Charles shook his head. "Inheriting family titles is not something that can be falsified, James. Of course, they can be taken over by other lines or absorbed through marriage if there is no heir apparent, but not the Peveril one. They faded into obscurity so long ago that it is incredible the magic has stayed pure enough to continue as it has with him, but it has. It is not something that can be faked." "So he's what, a cousin of sorts?" James asked. Charles nodded thoughtfully. "More than likely, but after seeing him, you would swear it is closer. The Peveril magic must be strong if we still look like them. It's a shame we do not have any portraits for comparison," he added with a frown. "He looks like us." "You will see for yourself," Charles responded, "and you will both be on your best behavior. Remember, he is a lord from a family older than ours, older than your own, Sirius," he added. "He will be afforded the respect of his title." The teens nodded their understanding, and Charles returned to his breakfast, nervous about what the following evening may bring. Break. Even after only a few days of eating better and exercising, Harry was beginning to feel the benefits. He was less sluggish, had more energy, and he felt sharper than he had in many years, as though a fog was being slowly lifted. He hadn't known how badly life on the run had deteriorated him, but he knew it now, feeling as invigorated as he did. This, however, did little to ease the nervousness he felt for the impending dinner with the Potters this evening. He had experienced a myriad of emotions since receiving the letter from his grandfather. He had been terrified, excited, worried, and even numb. He had settled on the latter, not knowing just how he should truly feel. He had long dreamt of meeting them, getting to know them, and having a family. That dream had never been a reality for the orphaned boy he had grown as, and now it was less so. He was not meeting them as Harry Potter, son of James, and Lily as he had spent much of his life envisioning. He was meeting them as Lord Harry Peveril, just another lord in a sea of many. A part of him thought the best course of action would be to decline the invitation, but he could not bring himself to snub them like that. No, he would have to face them sooner or later, and he would much rather do so on amicable terms. He sighed as he sat up from his spot on the beach and drew his wand. If truth be told, he felt less like Harry Potter with each passing day. When he met with others, he was Peveril, and even within himself, he felt the changes. His magic no longer felt as it once had, and neither did he. Instead of focusing on it further, he flicked the elder wand thoughtlessly towards the sea, and an enormous wave resembling a cloaked figure formed and crashed over him. When he came to a stop, he sputtered, breathing heavily as he realized he was now near the tree line some 30 feet away of where he'd been standing. What the hell was that? He choked, staring at the wand he miraculously held on to. What happened had not been his intention, though he couldn't think of any he'd had. With a frown, he took aim at the sand, this time directing the magic away from himself. His eyes widened as the same figure emerged, but instead of immediately collapsing, it withdrew a scythe and began swinging it relentlessly at invisible foes. Worried that his creation could be seen by any passing muggles, he tried to end whatever the spell was, only for the figure to explode into dozens of ravens that began flying frantically around the beach. Before he could do anything, they had vanished into the distance, and he shook his head. He didn't know what he'd done and would need to investigate it further when he had the time to do so. For now, he was losing what remained of the day quickly and needed to shower for his dinner with the Potters, feeling no more comfortable with the situation he faced. "Any idea what that was, Olin?" he asked the raven that had looked on carelessly as he had been sent sprawling by his own creation. "Death," was the reply he received, and he snorted as he stroked the bird's chest before heading inside, where he showered and dressed in a charcoal gray robe. At the rate he was attending dinners, he would need to buy more. "Are you coming?" Olin said nothing, but vanished within his skin, which was becoming his favorite place to be when Harry was out in the sun. The raven did not like the heat, it seemed. With Olin situated and the hour having drawn near, Harry released a deep, steadying breath and scented himself using his occlumency. "It's now or never," he muttered as he vanished via the portkey provided and appeared before a large set of iron gates with the Potter crest sitting prominently in the center. This house was nothing like the modest black home he had visited only a couple of nights before. This was nothing short of an enormous estate, the house making his tent feel like a hovel in comparison. He found himself wondering just what had happened to this place. Had it existed where he had come from, and if so, why didn't Dumbledore tell him about it? He pushed those thoughts away, not wanting to dwell on things that never were, and stood a little straighter as a shadowy figure approached the now opening gates. Lord Peveril, the man Harry had spoken to during his trial, greeted him warmly, though somewhat guarded. "Lord Potter," Harry replied, ignoring how foreign saying his own birth name was beginning to feel. "Thank you for inviting me." Charles offered him an easy smile and gestured for him to follow. The pleasure is mine. I'm sure there will be many other offers coming your way if they have not already." Harry nodded. He was anticipating such and had no idea how he would handle it. The offer made by Arcturus Black only became more appealing when he realized what would be expected of him if he chose to not go into hiding, something he had no intention of doing. He had been running too long already. Lord Black said the same, he replied. "You've met with Arcturus?" Charles asked, surprised by the revelation. "I did. He invited me only moments after I was acquitted in the Wisengamot chambers." Charles hummed thoughtfully. "He's a prickly man, but one I would trust with my life, for what that is worth." "He was accommodating and helpful," Harry returned. "Not what I expected from the Lord Black." Charles chuckled and shook his head. "No, most don't expect much but misery from them, but I know Arcturus well. I did marry his sister." That had come as a surprise when Harry had learned that during his time at Grimmauld Place, and he was grateful he had. He was not sure if he would have been able to hide his surprise had it been revealed now. "Hardly surprising. Say what you will about them, but the women are quite beautiful." Charles nodded and looked at him coyly. "Ah, I forget that you would have met Narcissa at St. Mungo's. How is she?" "I have not seen her since James. Never mind." "James?" Harry questioned. "My son." Charles sighed. "He may have turned Walburga's nose into a pig's snout," he explained sheepishly. Harry laughed heartily at the thought of the woman sporting such, and Charles joined in, after only a second of hesitation. "It was funny, but don't let my wife know I think that. She was not as impressed as I was." "My lips are sealed," Harry assured the man, feeling more at ease despite the strange looks the Potter Lord was sending his way. "Ah, just in here," Charles declared as he led Harry through the front of the house and into a kitchen a short walk away from a large staircase. Here, he was met by the sight of an older, yet still comely woman and two teens who were gaping at him. "Lord Peveril," the lady greeted him with all the poise and elegance one would expect from a Black. "It's nice to meet you," she added, her eyes searching his face curiously. "And you, Lady Potter," Harry replied, feeling his heart thumping in his chest as he accepted the offered hand. "And these two here are my son, James, and Doria's great-nephew, Sirius," Charles continued, gesturing to each boy in turn. This time, Harry could not hide the surprise he felt at seeing the two in the flesh. He had seen photos of them, but that couldn't compare to the real thing. Sirius was almost as he remembered him, younger, but still with the spark of mischief his godfather always had. Looking upon his father was like looking in a mirror half a dozen years ago. Admittedly, James looked healthier than Harry ever did at that age, and though they were not identical, the similarities were uncanny. "It's nice to meet you, Sirius James," he said, remembering where he was. The two merely stared back, open-mouthed. "Maybe we should take a seat," Lady Potter suggested, looking dumbly between Harry and James, the only one not doing so being Charles. "That's a good idea," Charles agreed. It was a bemused group of people that found themselves seated at the table, and Harry was very aware that he was being stared at by the woman and the teens. Charles seemed to be a mixture of nervous and amused. "Did you know that Arcturus invited Lord Peveril to his home already?" he asked his wife. "And no, I didn't," Doria replied. "I haven't spoken to him for over a week." "I met with him a few nights ago," Harry explained as a house elf brought in a tray laden with bowls of soup, the creature's eyes bulging as it took in his appearance. He saw Charles give her a subtle shake of his head, and the elf left quickly after bowing to him. "I dined with Lord Bones and his family also," he added. "Understandable," Charles acknowledged. "I can't help but feel sorry for them after what happened. How is Valerie?" "She's doing much better," Harry replied. "She's at home now and recovering well." Charles offered him what seemed to be a proud smile. "Thanks to you," Doria broke in. "There are a lot of people grateful for what you did." "I was only in the right place at the right time." "What spell did you use to kill him?" James piped up. "James," Doria scolded. "What a terrible question to ask." It's fine, Harry said dismissively before looking at the boy. I used a spell that ripped out his still-beating heart through his nose. It was messy. He gave Charles a conspiratorial wink, as James and Sirius looked worriedly at one another. I thought your family was messed up pads, James muttered. James, Doria chided once more. They're your family too. James snorted. Not bloody likely, he denied. Family doesn't treat family like. Do not finish that sentence, Doria warned. Like he cares, James fired back, pointing at Harry. He ripped out a man's heat through his nose. Both Harry and Charles laughed, and James looked at them confusedly. What's so funny? He demanded. I was joking, Harry chuckled. There probably is a spell that can do that, but I didn't use it. He fired a killing curse at me, and I was quicker. So you can duel? Sirius asked. A little bit, Harry answered, not wanting to divulge what he could and couldn't do, especially now as he was not sure what that was anymore. Yes, Lord Peveril can duel, but I'm sure he did not come here to discuss what happened at St. Mungo's, Charles interjected. What about your raven? Sirius asked. We saw it when it brought your letter, but my cousin Narcissa said it lives in your skin. James snickered as he shook his head. Leave it out, Pads. I told you that was a load of crap. Harry raised an eyebrow at the boys, not having expected them to know that. He should have known Narcissa would have mentioned it, though it was not likely directly to Sirius. Why do you think that? He asked James. Well, a bird living in your skin. That can't be real, James denied. We live in a world where some people can turn into animals. Why is it so hard to believe this? Both James and Sirius did a poor job of hiding their blushes. I suppose so, James conceded. Alan, Harry called gently. With an inaudible shriek, the raven burst from within his robes and flew a lap around the kitchen before landing on his shoulder. Sorry, Harry added to a surprised Doria. I should have asked. No, it's fine, Doria assured him. I imagine he is much cleaner than these two, she added, nodding towards a shocked James and Sirius. Death, Alan cawed, startling them. Not today, my friend, Harry mumbled comfortingly. That is creepy, Sirius declared. Why does he say that? It's the only word he knows, Harry replied with a shrug. He's a very smart bird. Alan looked at the boy almost challengingly, but Sirius said nothing and turned his attention back towards his food. Is he blind? James asked, indicating the white eyes of the bird. No, he can see, Harry answered. He is my companion, so maybe it's my magic that makes his eyes that way. Like yours did when you fought Avery, Charles pointed out. Harry nodded. He had not realized that until he had seen the memory during his trial. He had yet had the chance to discuss it with the cloaked figure who had oddly left him alone since he'd left Azkaban. Just like that, but his are always white. Charles nodded thoughtfully as he stared at Alan. You said he's your companion. What does that mean? James asked. I suppose we are bonded in a way, Harry mused aloud. He's not a pet I bought. He found me when I needed him. He's kept me safe for a few years now. Why would he need to keep you safe? James pressed. Not appropriate questions, Doria interrupted. I didn't tell them, Charles said apologetically, about what happened when you were a baby. Harry swallowed deeply and shook his head. It's okay. It's not as though the whole Wisengamot doesn't know. No, and I'm sorry you had to experience that. I don't know what Millicent was playing at, Charles said irritably. She should have been singing your praises, not siding with a murderer. Politicians, Harry returned with a shrug. Charles nodded grimly. So, what are you planning on doing, Lord Peveril? Doria questioned, changing the subject. I honestly don't know, Harry answered. He had been thinking about it, but couldn't get past the fact that he wasn't qualified to do anything. He was more focused on dealing with Voldemort, but also couldn't escape the fact he would one day have to work. His funds would not last forever. I'm sure it will come to you, Doria offered comfortingly. It will, he agreed. They fell into a comfortable silence as the main course was served, and Harry tucked into his chicken, still enjoying eating food that had not been rehydrated. "Will you take up your place on the Wiesengamot?" Charles asked. Harry had pondered it and was not particularly keen on the idea, but realized that he probably needed a presence. With what had happened with Avery, he did not want to find himself sent to Azkaban when all was said and done. To avoid this, he would need allies, though he did not have a clue how to navigate the political field. Most politicians he had come across were scheming and manipulative people who could not be trusted. Very few had proven otherwise thus far. "I will when I feel ready. Dealing with the likes of the Malfoys and Lestranges isn't something I'm looking forward to." Charles nodded. "Turds," he muttered, ignoring the pointed look from his wife. "Exactly," Harry agreed. "With all this pureblood nonsense going on, they will only get braver, especially with the minister ignoring it." "You think Malfoy is involved in this?" Charles asked. "Would it surprise you?" Charles shook his head. "I can't say that it would," he sighed. "Many of his lot have some very outspoken views. Even if they're not involved directly, they know who is." "You seem to have a vested interest in this, Lord Peveril," Doria pointed out. Harry offered her a sad smile. "Not so much with what they're doing. But I learned that the former Lord Bones met with a man shortly before he died, and Lady Bones is completely certain she was pushed down the stairs. A coincidence? Maybe, but I believe Edgar when he says his father was murdered." Charles leaned back in his chair and eyed him questioningly. "The Aurors found nothing," he reminded him. "The elf confessed." "She did," Harry conceded, "and I wouldn't believe it if it wasn't for one detail I learned from Lady Bones." "What detail?" Charles pressed. Harry took a deep breath. "I believe the man Lord Bones met with is the same one that murdered my parents." Charles's eyes widened. "How can you be certain?" Doria asked quietly. "I can't, but how many pale wizards have you ever met with red eyes?" Doria shook her head in disbelief. "You remember?" Harry nodded. "I wasn't even 2 when it happened, but I remember him. From what Lady Bones said, I'm convinced it's the same man." "Your parents were murdered," Sirius piped up. "They were. My father did all he could to fight him off, but it wasn't enough, and my mother sacrificed herself to save me." "Bloody hell," James muttered. "It is what it is," Harry replied. "I just don't want the same thing to happen to anyone else. This man is very dangerous, and he has proved that with what he did to my parents and the Bones family." "Do you think he is involved with this pureblood movement?" Charles questioned. Harry cheered internally as the man put the pieces together. "I can't see how he isn't," he answered. "I don't think that it is a coincidence he met with Lord Bones, who died shortly after, and then one of those idiots in masks tried to finish off the job at St. Mungo's with Lady Bones." "No, it doesn't appear it could be," Charles acknowledged. "What a bloody mess." "And it is only getting worse," Harry added with a shrug. "In the days I was in St. Mungo's, more and more muggles were being brought in after being attacked. Whatever they are doing, it's only getting bigger." "Death!" Olin shrieked, putting an end to that part of the conversation. "Maybe we should talk about something a little more pleasant," Doria suggested. Both Harry and Charles nodded their agreement. He had made the Potters aware of what was happening, so was content with dropping the topic. "What about these two?" Harry asked, nodding towards James and Sirius. "I know trouble when I see it. I imagine they keep you entertained." Charles snorted as Doria shook her head. "Lord Peveril, I can't even begin to tell you what they get up to," the woman despaired. "Honestly, I'm at my wits' end at times." James and Sirius both smiled innocently, an expression that suited neither. "How many owls did we get from Hogwarts last year?" Charles asked. "At least 3 a week," Doria sighed. "Oh, I was aiming for 4, James replied with a grin. Doria narrowed her eyes at him. "What about you, Lord Peveril? Are you married or have any children?" Charles inquired. Harry chuckled. "No, I think I need to get my own life in order before any of that. Maybe one day." "Sooner than you expect, I think," Doria broke in. "You're probably the most eligible bachelor in Britain now. Many lords will want you to marry their daughters or granddaughters. It won't be long before people start wanting to court you." Harry snorted and shook his head. "I won't marry anyone for political reasons," he said firmly. "My parents didn't, and I won't either." "We didn't," Charles declared. "I think there were many people surprised and offended when we married." Doria nodded. "They were surprised Arcturus allowed it. I won't pry into your business, but how did your meeting go with him?" she asked Harry. "My brother is rather prickly and doesn't meet with many." "It went well," Harry answered. "He was courteous and helpful." Doria hummed, but said nothing else on the matter. "Are we really just going to pretend that you lot don't look alike?" Sirius huffed suddenly, his impatient and impulsive side showing. "Sirius," Doria warned. "Sorry, it just slipped out," the boy replied, seemingly surprised by his own outburst. "Ignore him, Lord Peveril," Doria urged. Harry shook his head dismissively. Any fool could see the resemblance between Harry, James, and Charles. He had inherited little from his mother other than her eyes and perhaps her cheekbones. Other than that, he looked very much like the boy seated opposite him. "That could be because we are distantly related," he replied. "You know," Charles questioned. "Not much about my family history, but I do know that Iolanthe Peveril married Hardwin Potter at some point, hence why we look alike," he explained, gesturing between himself, James, and Charles. "I didn't expect you to know that," Charles mumbled. "I don't want you to think I tricked you into coming here. You were curious, as was I when I saw you during my trial. Think nothing of it," Harry replied easily, his casual demeanor masking the inner turmoil he felt. Fortunately, Dumbledore had provided him with a very old book on wizarding families with the Peveril section highlighted, mapping the merging of the lines. He suspected this was how the old man discovered his knowledge about the invisibility cloak and had acquired it from his father in his own pursuit of the Hallows. Without the one the headmaster truly wanted, however, it meant nothing. Dumbledore himself had said as much when Harry had asked him. He didn't know why James would have lent it to him, not something so unique and priceless. James evidently did not know what it was he possessed. "You don't have any other family, do you?" Doria questioned. She did not do so to pry into his affairs, but had asked out of concern. Harry shook his head. "No, there's no other Peverils out there," he confirmed quietly. Doria offered him a sad smile, not one he would expect from anyone that once carried the name Black. "Well, you're not as alone as you thought you were," Charles spoke. "Our connection may be a loose one, but we would like to get to know you better, if that is okay with you." Harry nodded, the words warming him more than he could show. It was not the family dynamic he'd always wished for, but it was better than nothing. They may never know who they truly were to him, but he did, and that was all that mattered in this moment. "I'd like that," he replied. The Potter parents seemed pleased by his answer, and when he turned to face James, the boy looked at him thoughtfully. "Are you any good at Quidditch?" Harry smirked as a plethora of memories of whizzing around on a broom wearing his house colors played over in his mind. It had been many years since he'd done it, but that was one skill he would never lose. He'd inherited that talent from the boy in front him, after all. "I know a thing or two. Why, do you fancy your chances against me?" Sirius shook his head in disbelief at the challenging tone, and James merely raised an eyebrow. "That's something you won't win," Sirius muttered. "James will play for England one day," he added proudly. "Well, today isn't that day, is it?" Harry retorted. Charles snorted as James frowned. "I suppose that's where we get our competitive side from," the older man mumbled. "If you fancy your chances against me," James replied, "then get your broom." "I didn't bring it with me," Harry returned with a shrug. "Maybe next time." "Oh, no you don't," James denied. "Pads lend him yours." "James, no, we are having dinner," Doria sighed. "He made the challenge," James fired back, pointing accusingly at Harry. "Unless you're all talk, Lord Peveril." Harry smirked and nodded. "All right, Sirius, if you don't mind." Sirius nodded excitedly, and all but ran from the table to fetch his broom, followed by James, who went to retrieve his own. He's an excellent flyer, Charles pointed out. He spends most of his life on that broom. Don't take it personally, but I would back him even against most pros. I look forward to the challenge, Harry replied. He had heard how exceptional his father had been, and he was excited to see it for himself. Charles held his hands up as he stood and helped his wife from her seat. I don't suppose a little entertainment could hurt, Dor. The woman shook her head. Can we not just for once have a normal dinner without fireworks, pranks, or something happening to disrupt it? She questioned. Harry suspected they were words spoken regularly by the woman. Her life likely lived one event to the other, especially now she had both James and Sirius to contend with. Maybe one day, Charles offered comfortingly as the teens returned, James having changed into his Gryffindor robes and Sirius appearing more excited than anyone else. Ready, Peveril? The former asked. James, he is Lord Peveril, Doria chided. I don't know, Potter. Harry sighed dramatically as he stood. If you're half as good at flying as you're talking about it, you might stand a chance. Doria looked between the two and shook her head as Charles grinned. They're as bad as each other, the woman despaired. Enough talk, Sirius interjected, bouncing excitedly on his toes. Here, Peveril, don't break it. Harry took the broom and gave it a cursory inspection. It was in good condition, but would not compare to his firebolt. Not that he could use it here, that would certainly raise some difficult questions. Lead the way, Harry offered to a now focused James. The boy nodded and exited the house through a sliding door at the far end of the kitchen, followed by the others. It's a bit dark, don't you think? Sirius pointed out as they made their way across the grounds. I thought you were a wizard, Harry replied as he drew his wand. Taking a deep breath, he pointed it towards the sky and twirled it between his fingers. Several large glowing balls of light emerged from the end, and he directed them around the grounds so they were bathed in a warm glow, enough to see them in their entirety. Bloody hell, that's a useful spell, Sirius complimented. James reluctantly nodded his agreement. Well, if Potter here can get the better of me, I will teach it to you, Harry offered. James's eyes lit up briefly before they narrowed, and he nodded his acceptance. So, how are we doing this? He asked, realizing they hadn't discussed what the challenge would entail. Well, I don't fancy chasing a snitch around like this, so why not an obstacle course? You're a seeker, James acknowledged. All right, an obstacle course it is. Could you make one? Harry chuckled as he created a series of hoops, tunnels and poles they could weave in and out of made of fire. Don't worry, they won't burn you but will change color if you touch them, he explained. Why don't you arrange it how you want? I don't want any excuses when I win. James ignored the barb as he began arranging the various components and nodded satisfactorily when he was finished. Fastest to finish wins, Harry suggested. I'm sure someone won't mind timing it. I will, Charles volunteered as he drew his own wand and projected a timer for all to see. James nodded. Age before beauty, he insisted. No, I think we should save the best for last, Harry replied, gesturing for James to go first. You'll eat your words, Lord Peveril, the teen predicted as he took up his position at the start of the course he had mapped out. Wait until you hear my signal, Charles instructed. James nodded, his grip around the handle of his broom tightening. As the echoing bang from Charles's wand sounded, he was off, and Harry looked on in awe as James expertly navigated the course. He truly was an excellent flyer, better than any he had seen at that age. Not only was his broom control exceptional, but the speed in which he completed the challenge was enviable. He had done exceedingly well, better than Harry had expected. 27 seconds, Charles announced as James finished. Harry nodded appreciatively as he took up his position. James was incredible, there was no denying it, but Harry had more experience. For the past few years, his broom had been his only means of reprieve from the reality of what the world had become. Often, he would take to the skis to forget his worries, and on more than one occasion, he had escaped the clutches of the snatchers and Death Eaters on it. "On my signal, Lord Peveril," Charles reminded him. Without hesitation, he was off. The broom he rode not as responsive nor as fast as his firebolt, but he had ridden worse. In what only felt like seconds, he had completed the course, his honed instincts leading him to the end seamlessly and without fault. 25 seconds, Charles said, evidently taken aback by what he had seen. Both James and Sirius could only stare at Harry in disbelief, neither able to comprehend what they had seen. He had run the course flawlessly with what appeared to be little effort. "Bloody hell, if you play Quidditch half as well as you fly, why aren't you playing professionally?" Sirius asked. Harry could only shrug. It had been a dream of his for some time to see how far he could go playing the sport, but things had turned out the way they had, and Quidditch had been lost to him. He hadn't chased a snitch in years, but it felt good to be sharing one of his passions with others again. Maybe he could find an amateur team to play for. His thoughts were interrupted by James, who sighed disappointedly, but offered his hand in a gesture that surprised Harry. From what Sirius had told him about his father, he was quite arrogant, egotistical, and hated losing at anything. "You were better," he conceded. "Today I was," Harry agreed as he shook the boy's hand. "But I was not as good as you are at your age," he added honestly. "Really?" James questioned. Harry nodded. "I've always been good at flying. As soon as I picked up a broom, I could just do it. I imagine it was the same for you. I just have more experience." James offered him a knowing smile. "It's the thing I'm best at." "And transfiguration," Sirius added. "Will you teach us how to fly like you?" "There's a few things I could show you." "But not today," Doria interjected. "Now that you have stroked your egos, could we please finish our dinner?" Harry gave the woman a sheepish look, before following her with a grumbling James, and Sirius in his wake. The experience of flying with his father was not how he had imagined it would be when he first heard how gifted James was, but he would take it. It was the closest he would get, and he felt as though for once, something worthwhile had been given to him that could never be taken away. Break. Abraxas's nostrils flared as he felt the wards around his home activate. For months, his son had been leaving and returning at odd hours, and his excuses were wearing thin. The Malfoy patriarch had a very good idea what Lucius was up to, despite having explicitly forbid him from involving himself in the mess. The boy was proving to be more defiant than Abraxas would have believed, and it was slowly but surely grating on his nerves. Did Lucius not learn after what happened to the Avery boy? Apparently not. Still, even after several warnings, he refused to listen, believed he knew better. He was a fool. Dark Lords did not last. Without fail, someone would rise against their tyranny and put an end to their ambitions, and Abraxas suspected this one would be no different. He believed Lucius was much more intelligent than he was currently showing, but evidently, he had overestimated his heir. His involvement with this pureblood movement was folly and would not end as he hoped. Abraxas released a deep sigh as he shook his head. His son needed to marry. Perhaps then he would have more than enough to occupy his mind than delusions of grandeur. What did he truly think he was going to gain from this venture? He was a Malfoy. There was nothing that any Dark Lord could give that they didn't already have. No, he would need to put a stop to this foolishness. Lucius's job was to ensure the Malfoy line continued, and he couldn't do so if he was dead. He would need to speak to his son, to ascertain what, if any, progress he had made with the black girl and instill a sense of urgency within him. He could not allow Lucius to carry on as he was. It would only end unfavorably for the family. Break. He no longer feared being here. In a way, it made him feel connected to where he had come from. Everything he faced now had begun with the veil, the three brothers, and the cloaked figure. It was an almost comforting familiarity, though one that was seldom given to him now. "It's been a while," he said questioningly to the cloaked figure. "Do you wish to see me every time you close your eyes, Peveril?" the figure snarked. "I am not here to hold your hand. I will seek you out as needed." Harry nodded his understanding. "I need to speak to them," he requested, pointing towards the eerie archway. They mentioned a vault, and I do not know where to find it. Gringotts is the only place I know where vaults are, but that wasn't a thing until 1474. The figure seemed to stare thoughtfully at him for a moment before shaking its shrouded head. You will know when the time is right, Peveril, and not before, it answered. The more you change, the more your path will differ from what fate first decreed. Harry huffed, knowing any further attempt at obtaining the information would be fruitless. I only killed one person, he replied. Oh no, you have done much more than that, the figure denied. It is not only death that creates change, but life also, and many other things. I expect there will be more to come before I greet you at the end of your journey. I am looking forward to seeing it. It added before turning away and heading towards the Vale. So long as things are better in the future, I can live with that, Harry bit back. The figure turned back towards him. Who said that anything you do here will change where you came from, Peveril? I certainly didn't say that. What does that even mean? His question came too late, and the figure vanished without further words. Harry glared at the Vale. He had hoped that when he next found himself here that he would have answers and not more questions. Now, he had something else to ponder, another thing to add to his already chaotic life. Chapter 9. In good faith, much to her relief, this would be the final night shift she would be working until the staff rotation came full circle once more. For the most part, she didn't mind what had once been the quieter periods in the hospital. This was simply no longer the case anymore. The attacks had been almost nightly over the past couple of weeks, having become more frequent and no less violent. She had lost count of how many muggles she had treated, how many all but dead pairs of eyes she had looked into, and bodies she had seen be tagged before they would be disposed of. She shook her head as she sat up in bed, the early afternoon sun pouring through her window. Narcissa had never expected being a healer to be an easy job, but she had not been prepared for this. However, she took comfort in the fact that it would not be her dealing with the aftermath of these attacks once her next stint at St. Mungo's was complete. Another trainee would take their turn on the front line, and maybe she could put it to the back of her mind for a while. Not that she could forget what she had seen, nor the warring thoughts she had regarding her sister's involvement in what was happening. What Bella was thinking, she did not know. She would not pretend to understand the workings of her twisted logic. Not wanting to induce a headache, she reluctantly left the comfort of her sheets and readied herself for the day. Entering the kitchen when she was done, she was greeted by the sight of her father, who appeared to be in a sourer mood than usual. Whatever plans you have tomorrow night, forget about them, he grumbled. We are all going for dinner at Walburga's. Apparently, your grandfather has summoned the entire family. I'm supposed to be having dinner with Lucius tomorrow, she reminded him. Cygnus shook his head. Then he can accompany you with us, her father sighed. It's not as though he's a stranger and Rudolphus will be there. Narcissa nodded. I will write to him and let him know. A part of her still didn't understand why she had agreed to go out with him again. Perhaps it was because she knew it would be expected of her. If she declined an invitation without good reason, it would cause all manner of issues with her father. It would not do well to be seen snubbing such a prominent heir. He was charming in his own way and appeared to be genuinely remorseful for what happened during their first date. Both had found themselves on different sides of a disagreement, but Lucius had been the one to seek her out and apologize. You'd best do that now, her father suggested. Narcissa took her leave of the room and returned to her own. She didn't think her grandfather would mind. He knew Lucius's father well enough, and she doubted anyone else would object to his presence. Break. For over a week, Millicent had been avoiding him, palming him off with excuse after excuse, but he remained as polite as ever despite how urgent the matter was becoming. What was happening in the world had already required meaningful intervention, and not the minimalist effort being given. Now, with the increase in attacks that Alastair was reporting, they were nearing a pivotal crossroads. If the threat was not dealt with sooner rather than later, the damage would be irreparable. Albus could not understand the minister's thought process. She was not an uncaring woman. If anything, She could lose herself in her compassion as she had with what transpired between Lord Peveril and Thomas Avery. So why she so content with ignoring the current plight? He knew not, but he fully intended to get to the bottom of it today. She had finally consented to meet with him, though he suspected she was doing so reluctantly. To him, it didn't matter. They both had a duty to Wizarding Britain, and he hoped they would be able to find common ground. Things certainly could not continue as they were. "Come in, Albus," Millicent sighed as he knocked on her door, the secretary stationed in front having waved him through to do so. "Thank you for seeing me, Madame Minister," Albus said politely, offering the woman a bow as he entered the room and closed the door behind him. "I do wish it could have waited, Albus. As you can see, I am very busy at the moment," she replied irritably, gesturing to the piles of parchment strewn across her desk. "Then I will not keep you long," Dumbledore assured her, opting to stand rather than take the vacant seat opposite the minister. Millicent did appear to be more tired than usual, the dark circles under her eyes not well hidden, and her workload seemingly never-ending if the stacks in front of her were anything to go by. "I wish to discuss the recent spate of attacks and what is being done about them," he explained. Millicent narrowed her eyes at him and shook her head. "I don't know where you learn things that are supposed to be kept under wraps, but I will tell you the very same thing I have been telling Barty. Until there is conclusive evidence of who is behind this, then we are already doing all we can. Without proof, arrests, or clear motive, we must treat each one of these attacks as separate events. We have nothing but hearsay to go on, and I will not discuss it further." Dumbledore shook his head, disappointedly. "Is it not our duty to do all we can to ensure the statute of secrecy is upheld? Is it not our duty to protect our Muggle counterparts to ensure they are not put in danger by the less desirable elements of our society? People are dying, Millicent, and it seems that little is being done to prevent it. The Aurors are merely reacting to what is happening, and we are failing in our duty to those we are charged with protecting." "What would you have me do, Albus?" Bagnold bit back. "There is nothing for us to go on. You more than any should understand how delicate this situation is. I have heard the rumors that it is allegedly a movement that support pureblood superiority. That means that there may be members of the Wisengamot involved, even their sons, daughters, or anyone else in their families." "You're referring to Thomas Avery?" Millicent nodded. "If it is proven to be what Crouch and even I suspect, then what, Albus? What am I supposed to do?" "You do what is right, Millicent," Dumbledore urged. "It will not be easy, but you cannot continue to allow this to happen. The longer you wait, the worse it will be." "And if I act too soon, it will be for nothing," she replied defeatedly. "The purebloods are too protected by their own laws and cannot be brought in without irrefutable proof. Look what happened with this Lord Peveril." Dumbledore nodded his understanding, and though he did not agree with her, he did not envy her position. "Then you should make headway with those that you know are not involved," he suggested. "And how can we be certain of who is and who isn't?" "That is the difficulty we face," Dumbledore conceded. "However, this movement cannot be allowed to continue as they are." "No, they cannot," Millicent sighed before looking at the older man speculatively. "What would you do if you were in my position?" "Your position is not a favorable one, but I would recommend having more sensors placed in Muggle areas so that these attacks can be responded to quicker." "I have been considering that very idea, but I am loath to do it," she replied. "There are many purebloods working in the department that track the sensors. If they are involved in this, then they're in a position to warn the attackers or not notify the Aurors at the very least. The magic behind them is not flawless and can be compromised easily." Dumbledore nodded his understanding. "Then perhaps I can offer my assistance. If I can find some trustworthy individuals to place and monitor them, would you be amenable?" Millicent frowned thoughtfully before nodding after a moment. "I don't suppose that would hurt, but if I agree to this, then I give you permission to monitor only, Albus. I will not have members of the public acting as vigilantes." "Of course," Dumbledore agreed with a bow. "Then do so, but keep me informed. I will explain to Barty. He is the only one who I believe to be beyond reproach for now." Dumbledore nodded and took his leave from the office, pleased that progress had seemingly been made. Now, however, he needed to find people that he trusted to carry out the task, but where to begin? Break. He looked on as the two large, cloaked figures squared off, one made from sand and the other from water. He had been experimenting with his magic a lot over the past week or so, and the differences he felt could not be ignored. Before, he had been very good with defensive spells, his shields and counters having been the things he had used most. Now, it was as though his instincts were changing, his magic no longer favoring defensive work, but almost spurring him into action. It was quite the paradigm shift, but one he found suited him, and his magic was only happy to oblige. Still, he did not understand what these changes were. The feel of the cold magic was something he was used to, but what it was doing to him was something else entirely. It had begun almost as soon as the wand had come into his possession. The incidents where it seemingly had a mind of its own and cast spells he did not know on his behalf. It was similar to that in some ways, but he now felt he had more control over the wand. The results, however, were what differed. The first instance had been what happened with Avery in St. Mungo's. He had fought as he always did when he found himself against a Death Eater, had even defended himself against the killing curse as Dumbledore taught him. The sudden urge to attack was unexpected, and when he thought back to that moment, it was an alien feeling. He had responded to that instinct, and Avery was dead because of it. The scythe that had embedded itself in the man's chest may or may not have been his intention. He could not be sure. What he did know, having spent many hours working on it, was that he had undoubtedly changed in many ways and was still doing so the more he practiced. Thus far, it had been a positive thing, and he found the Elder Wand worked better for him, though there was still the nagging feeling that something was missing. The words of the brothers played over again in his mind, and he couldn't help but think they were more important than he first believed. With a frustrated sigh, he ended his spells and re-entered his tent to ready himself for his dinner with Blacks, frowning at the reams of parchment covering his table. Arcturus had proven to be correct in his prediction that there would be many that wished to curry his favor. Only a week ago, the messages began arriving, some as innocent as a brief introduction, followed by well wishes, with others angling to discuss the possibility of alliances. The least welcome ones, however, had been the offers of marriage, of which he had received no less than 3. He did not even know how to begin managing those. He found himself needing help, and the offer from the Black Patriarch was the one he was considering. The man had been blunt with what he wanted and what Harry would get in return. It became more appealing the more he pondered it. If he was allied with the Blacks, there would be less people wanting to ingratiate themselves with him, or so he hoped. He had hoped even more so that he would be able to avoid involving himself with the politics of wizarding Britain, but that notion had been all but destroyed. It seemed that the more he tried to ignore it, the more he was pulled in, and he was in danger of being out of his depth. Why could people just not leave him alone and let him prepare for what he needed to do? A part of him knew that a reputation and alliances would be needed. There would be those firmly against him for what he intended to do, and if anything, the experience of his trial had taught him that alliances were what mattered. He simply needed to accept that politics would become a part of his life, and he would rather be at an advantage when he delved into it. For that, he needed those allies, and none would be any more beneficial to have than Arcturus Black. He sighed as he picked out an olive-green robe to wear for the evening. Already, he'd had to have those he brought only a fortnight ago adjusted, the regular meals and exercise seeing him gain weight. He had even made time to fly his broom, his visit with the Potters reigniting the passion within him beyond the daring escapes from those pursuing him. He spent at least an hour a day whizzing around the coast under a disillusionment charm, and even completed some of his old Quidditch workouts to supplement the flying. For the first week of doing so, he had been sore, his body unused to the rigorous training regime of Oliver Wood, especially away from the cold that plagued Hogwarts for most of the year. During the summer months at the beach, it was much harder. His regimen coupled with his diet and magical training was serving to make him feel better than he ever had. This evening, however, would not be spent flying, training, or practicing magic. Tonight, he would be dining with the Blacks and would need to be sharp. Showering, ensuring that he was presented as immaculately as possible, and allowing Olin to take up his place on his ribs, he took his leave of the tent and activated the portkey that Arcturus had provided only the day before. Arriving in the familiar square and standing before the house he had once hidden in, he had to push away the overwhelming number of memories that came to the front of his mind. His nights spent in the library with Hermione after Ron had been killed, sitting at the table in the kitchen as Moody delivered news about what was going on in the outside world. Even those memories, he now recalled fondly of cleaning the house when he had first been brought here before his 5th year. He loved and loathed Grimmauld Place in equal measures. Break. Arcturus looked upon his gathered family members, his jaw tight and his eyes narrowed warningly. He had no doubt that one of the fools would speak out of turn, would somehow offend their guest. He had pre-warned Peveril of what it was he would likely face, and he had seemingly taken it in his stride. The last missive from him assuring the Black Patriarch that the conduct of the rest of the Blacks would not influence his decision on the proposed alliance between them. He shook his head at the memory of the raven arriving at his home. The damn bird was eerie. The childhood stories his father had told him of the ominous family perhaps skewing his view of the creature. It seemed to have taken a liking to his wife, however, who had fed it raw meat whilst Arcturus had written his reply to the young lord. "Ah, that will be Doria," he announced as the wards notified him of an arrival via the fireplace in the adjoining room. As expected, his sister entered the room only a moment later. Much to Arcturus's surprise, she was joined by her husband, and the atmosphere at the table shifted immediately. His younger son stiffened in his seat, and Walburga openly glared at the Potter Lord. That was not a quarrel the woman would want, and Charles was already furious with the woman's treatment of Sirius. It was in her best interest that she did not provoke him. Arcturus, though taken aback, was pleased to see his friend. It had been too long since they had dined together. "Charles," he greeted the man warmly as he stood and took the man's hand in his own. "What brings you here?" "I thought I'd better show my face. It's been a while," Charles replied easily, "and to let you know that Sirius is doing well. He has asked me to collect his belongings whilst I'm here. Sorry, old friend, but I don't think he will be coming back." Arcturus deflated and nodded his understanding. He would rather his heir remained within the family, but he could not blame him. There is nothing of his left. I burned it," Walburga cackled. Arcturus felt his anger immediately begin bubbling under the surface, but was cut off from speaking by the man in front of him. "I should have expected nothing less," Charles replied. "I can only hope that Sirius is as forgiving as you when he takes his place as head of your family. Don't worry, Walburga. I will make sure he has everything he needs, and you can one day reap what you sow." Walburga sneered, but Arcturus held up a hand to prevent her from speaking. "You will hold your tongue, and we will be discussing this later," he warned. The woman said nothing, but turned her nose up at him, and Arcturus gestured for his sister and brother-in-law to take a seat. The table was now almost full, with only one space remaining. Cygnus and Drula were here along with Bellatrix, Rudolphus, Narcissa, and Lucius, the presence of the latter being a surprise, but it mattered not. If anything, it would show both Corvus and Abraxas that he was not as weak as they believed. They would be more reticent if they knew he had a strong ally on his side other than Charles, if Peveril accepted his offer. With how he expected the young lord's influence to grow, he hoped so. He would feel much more secure with another ally of equal standing to himself. "And I believe that our guest has arrived," he announced as he stood, ignoring the look of excitement that adorned Bellatrix's face. Had she convinced herself that she had won him over, and he had invited the pureblood group leader here? If so, she was more foolish than he believed. If he was to meet with the man, it would not be with his entire family present. No, he had proven to be a danger already, and Arcturus wanted no part of what he was up to. Dark lords came and went, and with them, the demise of families. What did happen without fail was they never won. Never in history had a Dark Lord emerged victorious in conflict, not on British soil anyway, and this one would be no different. "I will fetch him, and you will all be on your best behavior," he warned for a final time, knowing his words would fall on deaf ears with many that had gathered. Break. The door to number 12 opened, and Lord Black emerged from within, gesturing for him to stay where he was. Harry understood why. The wards here were perhaps the most unforgiving he had come across, and he would likely need to be given permission to enter. "You have my apologies, Lord Peveril, but I must escort you into the property," the older man explained as he reached him. Harry nodded and followed. "I should also apologize for what you will face," Arcturus added irritably. "We have more guests than I expected, but I'm sure you will handle them admirably. Just remember, you are a lord. Don't be afraid to put the likes of Malfoy and Lestrange in their places." Harry felt his hand flex instinctively towards his wand. He could think of very few worse dinner guests than Voldemort. Sharing a table with Lestrange, Malfoy, and Bellatrix would be the next 3 least desirable people. Nevertheless, it was none of those he had come to see. Perhaps he may even learn something about the trio, not that he cared either way. Chances were he would find himself at odds with them in the future. He didn't believe anything he did would change that outcome. "Harry," Doria greeted him enthusiastically, even standing and wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. At first, he thought she was being a little too familiar, but what she had done was a statement to those gathered round the table. Taking in the odd looks that adorned the rest of the gathering, he was grateful for it. "Lady Potter," he greeted her just as warmly. "It's good to see you again, and yourself, of course, Lord Potter," he added to Charles, who stood and shook his hand firmly. "I've already told you, Harry. You may call me Charles," the man replied with faux irritation. He had not said as much. In fact, Harry had written only twice to each of them since they had met, but again, it was said as a statement, and he could not help but think the 2 Potters had planned this before they arrived. He was grateful for it, and it may even serve to deter the Blacks from attempting to intimidate or insult him. "You know each other already?" Arcturus questioned, a confused frown wrinkling his brow. "I reached out to Low Charles after my trial," Harry explained. "He was one of the very few who helped, and I wanted to show my gratitude." "He joined us for dinner almost a fortnight ago," Doria added. Arcturus nodded his approval as he turned towards the other guests. "For those of you that do not know, this is Lord Harry Peveril," he introduced Harry to those seated around the table. "This is my oldest son, Orion, his wife Walburga, and their youngest son, Regulus." Harry offered each a nod. "Would Sirius be their eldest?" he asked. "He is," Arcturus confirmed. "I can only assume that you met him whilst visiting Charles and Doria." "I did. He was a very sharp boy and a credit to you," Harry replied. Arcturus almost smirked as he turned towards the second group, ignoring a seething Walburga. "This is my youngest son, Cygnus, his wife, Drusilla, their daughter Bellatrix, and her fiancé, Rudolphus Lestrange. You already know Narcissa, and her escort for this evening is Lucius Malfoy." The urge to kill 3 of them where they were seated was difficult to ignore, but he managed to offer each a polite, albeit stiff nod of acknowledgement. Both Lucius and Rudolphus looked at him curiously, and Bellatrix with utter contempt. Narcissa appeared to be surprised by his arrival, and stared at him longer than what would be deemed polite. "Come, take a seat, Lord Peveril," Arcturus broke into his thoughts, gesturing to a seat next to his own. "I must say, you're looking much healthier than the last time we met. I don't suppose an injury such as yours or spending time in Azkaban was kind to you." "No," Harry agreed as he made himself comfortable. "I've managed to exercise, eat properly, and even found time for flying since I was freed." "Are you a Quidditch player, Lord Peveril?" Malfoy questioned politely. Harry fought the urge to kick the blonde under the table. "Not for a while," he answered. "I'm thinking about getting back into it." "James will be furious if you don't," Charles interjected with a chuckle. "He is adamant that he will beat you next time." Harry grinned, but his attention was drawn to the youngest member at the table. You beat James Potter at Quidditch, Regulus demanded. It was strange seeing the boy having heard Sirius speak of him. One of his godfather's biggest regrets was what happened to his younger brother. Not at Quidditch, but flying an obstacle course, Harry explained. Regulus nodded appreciatively. What position do you play? I played Seeker. Maybe I can convince Slughorn to let you come and train us. We might stand a chance at winning the cup next year, the boy mused aloud. I'm sure Lord Peveril has much more important things to concern himself with other than Hogwarts Quidditch, Cygnus sighed. He's barely out of the hospital in Azkaban. Regulus scowled at his uncle, but said nothing. And how has your freedom been, Lord Peveril? Arcturus asked, seemingly to head off any unpleasantness that his younger son may instigate. Harry snorted and shook his head. I can only wish that you'd been wrong with your prediction of how many people would write to me, Harry answered honestly. Arcturus smirked as he leaned forward. How many? 11 lords and 4 ladies so far, Harry mumbled. Arcturus chuckled. How many of those discussed the possibility of a marriage contract? Lady Black pressed, her eyes alight with amusement. Discussed, Harry returned. 3 of them were outright offers and 4 others hinted at it. This time, Arcturus laughed heartily whilst the other guests muttered amongst themselves. I expected such, the Black Lord said smugly. Who are the lucky prospects? Harry frowned as he tried to remember the names of the daughters that had been offered to him, as though they were a prized goat. Flola Parkinson, Maria Ogden, and Cara Rosier, he reeled off. You were offered Cara Rosier, Rudolphus choked. Lucky git. Bellatrix shot him a look of disgust, as did her mother, though Lucius nodded his agreement with the boy. I would remind you, Rudolphus, that your fiancé is sat next to you and Cara is my niece, Drula chided. Rudolphus had the decency to look abashed and mumbled an apology. They just offered them up for marriage without meeting you, Narcissa asked disgustedly. Harry could only shrug, taken aback slightly by her reaction. Of course they did, Arcturus chuckled. Peveril will have half the lords with daughters young enough thrown at him. They only give a shit about his name and the influence that it will bring them. That's why I will tell them to bugger off, Harry replied. I won't be marrying anyone for political reasons. So you think you're better than everyone else? Walburga snarked. Harry turned towards her and shook his head. She truly was an unpleasant woman. No, he denied, but I don't want to end up stuck with someone I can't stand just because it might make people think better of me. I couldn't give a toss what any lord or lady think. Arcturus snorted. That's why I like you, Peveril. You say it how it is. Not that you will not decline the offers politely, Doria said pointedly. I'm sure you will handle it with respect and in a way that will not cause offense. I will, Harry conceded. Doria offered him a smile as the first course was placed on the table by a very familiar house elf. Break. She had been blindsided by his appearance. She had thought this dinner to be another one of many expected gatherings to celebrate Bella's engagement to Rudolphus. With her sister still not talking to her, she had not thought to question the reason for being here. Harry appearing had been a surprise, and she felt very conscious that Lucius was here with her. Would Harry question it? Not that he had paid much attention to her other than acknowledging her with a nod as he did everyone else. It irritated her slightly. After everything they had been through over the course of his recovery, she thought she deserved at least a hello and him asking how she had been. Evidently, he was doing well. He looked healthy, had gained weight, and even caught the sun doing whatever he had been up to. He looked almost like a completely different person to the unkempt, underweight, and injured man she had met the night he had woken up in St. Mungo's. She had snorted at the mention of the marriage contracts, quietly enough that it had gone unnoticed by most, but Lucius had shot her a questioning look that she ignored. When she learned who had offered up their daughters, it had irritated her. These lords were trying to take advantage of Harry's naivety by having him marry into their families. She had balked at the audacity of Parkinson and Ogden. She knew Maria and Flola. They certainly didn't deserve such an advantageous match, the lords of their families reaching far above their station. Her cousin Kara, on the other hand, would be a good match for him. She was beautiful, intelligent, and perhaps the most talented witch Narcissa had met. Many lords had tried to match their sons and heirs with her and had been rebuffed at every turn by Uncle Evan. Rumor had it, he even turned Abraxas away when he had broached the subject. For him to offer her to Harry only spoke of either his ambition to better the rosier standing, or he felt that someone was finally worthy of his daughter. Narcissa felt uneasy about the prospect of that match coming to fruition. Kara had always managed to make her feel inferior without even trying. She was simply that girl, someone who caught the attention of the opposite sex effortlessly. Even the Gryffindor's boys at school had tried, despite Kara being a Slytherin. No, that match did not sit right with her, and she didn't even know why. If she was thinking about it from an unbiased perspective, it would be a good match for them both. What was worse was that she did not know who she was trying to protect with her protest: Harry and his naivety or Kara from the unknown. The latter made no sense to her, but she dismissed it without further thought, silently thanking her mother for breaking the silence that had fallen. "I do hope my brother was courteous when he wrote," she said to Harry. "Evan can be a little eager at times." "He was," Harry replied. "Honestly, his was one of the less pushy letters I received, as was the one from Lord Malfoy." "My father wrote to you?" Lucius questioned with a frown. "He did, but I wouldn't worry. He didn't offer me your hand in marriage." Most around the table laughed at the quip as Lucius flushed, and although Harry was smiling easily enough, there was a hint of something beneath it. Narcissa got the impression he did not like Lucius much, even having only been in the same room for less than an hour. "You'd look ugly in a dress, Lucius," Rudolphus guffawed, eliciting a glare from the blonde. "Whereas you would be the picture of feminine beauty," the blonde retorted. Rudolphus grinned as he nodded his agreement with the sarcastic rebuttal. "Touché," he replied. "I imagine we would both look ridiculous." That was an odd display of diplomacy from the Lestrange heir, something that did not suit what Narcissa knew of the man. Usually, he was quick to anger, belligerent, and rather unpleasant. Maybe he had grown up since leaving Hogwarts. Parkinson and Ogden overstep, but the Rosiers are an old family. A match with Drula's niece would be mutually beneficial, her grandfather spoke to Harry. Evan has cultivated some excellent relationships and is politically neutral for the most part. Narcissa frowned, as even her Aunt Doria nodded her agreement. Why were they so keen to see Harry married off so quickly? She felt an odd sense of protectiveness over him. Perhaps it was that she had nursed him back to health, or that she knew how inexperienced he was with political matters. "I will take that under advisement," Harry answered. "I will not dismiss the idea out of hand, but will err on the side of caution." Narcissa could not believe he was considering the idea. She would have thought he would be firmly against it. Just how much had he spoken to her grandfather over the past 2 weeks? The Harry she had spoken to in the hospital would not be so accommodating. Was he merely placating her grandfather? Being unable to figure him out left her frustrated, and with many questions she would not ask in current company. Any thought she did have of speaking up died on her tongue as Bellatrix spoke, her eyes wide and innocent, as she asked a question that left the table in an uncomfortable silence. "Break. What do you think of the new pureblood movement, Lord Peveril? Have you been approached about it yet?" Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could see Lucius glaring at Bellatrix, and Rudolphus busied himself by staring at his plate with sudden interest. Everyone else, however, was staring at him. He could feel it, though his eyes were firmly on the violet ones of the eldest black daughter. "That is not a question to be asked at the dinner table, Bellatrix," Arcturus snapped. "No, it's quite all right," Harry replied as he leaned forward in his chair. "I've not been approached, and it's not likely I would be welcomed as a member after killing Avery." Bellatrix nodded, her lips parted slightly in an almost sultry smile. "But you didn't answer my first question," she pointed out. "What do you think of the pureblood movement?" "Bellatrix, that is enough," Drula warned. Harry met her challenging gaze with one of his and smirked. "Personally, I think a group of privileged purebloods running around in masks attacking muggles who cannot defend themselves and already injured women in their beds is the most cowardly thing I've ever seen, he declared, eliciting a look of fury from the woman. If you truly believe in a cause, you would not hide behind a mask. Put your face to it and stand up for what you believe in. You're a muggle lover, Bellatrix sighed disappointedly, the atmosphere having grown tense at their back and forth. Harry shook his head. No, he denied. Some of the scars I carry came from muggles who called me a freak and made my life miserable. My experience with them has not been good. I just see no value in attacking them needlessly. What even is this pureblood movement all about? It is about retaining our rights, Bellatrix answered passionately. And what rights are being threatened? Harry fired back. Your name alone affords you privilege that others do not have. You will be given priority for any job or opportunities that arise in our world, and other, maybe more suitable and talented, will be pushed aside because they do not have a name like yours or mine. So, tell me, what is it really about? Bellatrix glared at him, and Harry cut her off before she could give him an asinine answer. This is about nothing but power, something purebloods have more of than anyone, he continued. If this were about preserving tradition and not diluting blood, why would the Bones family have been targeted? Surely, whomever is behind this ridiculousness knows they are a family older than most. What reason would they have to attack them? None, so let's not pretend this is about anything more than some fool grasping for more than they have under the guise of something else. Anyone supporting this person is either a moron for believing the crap they're being fed, or are using it as an opportunity to exert their cruelty on those weaker than them. Those around the table looked on in varying states of shock at his outburst. Bellatrix and Rudolphus, however, were personally affronted by his words with no rebuttal to offer. You seem to have thought deeply about this, Lord Peveril, Lucius broke in. When I face an inordinate amount of time with the Dementors for killing a sniveling coward who is trying to murder a woman in her hospital bed, it tends to get my attention, Malfoy, Harry retorted. By the way the three of you have reacted, I can only assume you have been approached at the very least. Tell me, who is leading this movement? I don't suppose you know. He's a mysterious figure of great power who promises change in the world and has you hanging on to his every word. Lucius said nothing as Rudolphus stared dumbly at him as though Harry had performed an incredible mind-reading trick. Bellatrix reacted differently, trembling in rage as she clenched her jaw. She was likely infuriated by what he said, and ever more likely infuriated that she did not have a counter to anything he had said. So, to answer your question, I think the pureblood movement is made up of cowards and idiots who have no understanding of the privilege they have in life and are being led by a fool with delusions of grandeur. What kind of pureblood are you? Bellatrix seethed. Whoever said I was a pureblood? Harry returned darkly, his irritation slowly getting the better of him. Several people around the table gasped, and Bellatrix's eyes widened. You dare, she whispered dangerously. You dare lay your filthy hands on a pureblood. You dare kill one of your betters. Harry chuckled. I didn't lay a hand on him. I killed him with my wand. There goes any argument you have that purebloods are superior in magic. The irate woman shot to her feet, but was immediately propelled backwards and stuck to the wall as she drew her wand. That is enough, Bellatrix, Arcturus growled. You will apologize to Lord Peveril. I will not, Bellatrix refused heatedly, fighting against the magic that held her. I'm going to kill him. Bella, control yourself, Drula pleaded. Harry stood, his eyes firmly on the bound woman. The cold magic he had become accustomed to filling his veins and slowly clouding his mind. Repeat what you just said, he demanded in just above a whisper. I'm going to kill you, Bellatrix shrieked, her eyes bulging in their sockets. Even Rudolphus looked at her in concern as she continued to struggle, the maniacal countenance of his fiancée evidently taking him by surprise. Then who am I to deny you the opportunity? Harry replied coldly. He did not know what had come over him. He was not one to walk so easily into a fight like this, but he could not ignore the urge of the magic that was spurring him on. Everyone at the table had turned towards Arcturus, who shook his head, and sighed defeatedly. "You must allow it," Walburga hissed. "Let the filthy mudblood be put in his place." "Be quiet, Walburga," Arcturus spat. "You cannot let him get away with it. He must be punished." "I told you to be quiet," Arcturus warned. "IWLLN. Crucio." Walburga screamed as she fell from her chair, the Black Patriarch unable to exercise any more patience with the woman. He ended the curse a moment later and stared almost indifferently at her trembling form. "I told you to shut up," he muttered before turning his attention back to Bellatrix. "You speak out of turn, girl. I have tolerated your incessant pleas and mad ramblings about this movement for too long. You have jeopardized a potential alliance, have insulted and threatened a guest. For that, you will apologize." "I will not apologize," Bellatrix growled. "You're siding with a mudblood who has killed one of our own." "Then you will get no assistance from me," Arcturus returned. "You will face the consequences of your actions. If you wish to attempt to harm Lord Peveril, then you and you alone will face him. As the head of this family, there will be none that intervene." He then turned towards Harry, who nodded. "I do not take threats against my life lightly. She drew her wand on me and will do so again if given the chance. If she wishes to try to kill me, then I'm happy to oblige." "Harry, no," Doria tried, silenced by Charles, who shook his head severely. "You do not draw a wand on a lord nor guests when they have been welcomed into a home," he reminded her. "Then it's settled," Arcturus murmured grimly. "This can be done now or arranged for a later date." "Perhaps both should sleep on it and allow a cooler mind to prevail," Drula suggested. "This does not have to be resolved with violence." She was concerned for her daughter, and Harry could understand that, but he would not waver. "I see no reason to delay the inevitable." It was almost as though it was not him speaking, but a side to him that had never surfaced before. It was odd but satisfying to stand up for himself like this. "I'll kill him now," Bellatrix agreed, visibly excited by the prospect. "Very well. If this is going to happen now, then you can use the dueling area in the basement," Arcturus announced. "No," Charles disagreed. "It will be done on neutral grounds. We can go to Potter Manor where I control the wards." Arcturus, reluctantly, nodded his agreement. "Then we will meet you there. Doria will stay to allow us entry." "Come, Harry," Charles instructed. Harry followed the man from the room and into the adjoining one. He watched as a silent Charles threw a handful of flue powder into the fireplace, bringing it to life. "Just call for Potter Manor, and I will let you in," he said, before disappearing into the flames. Harry took a deep breath and followed suit. Only a moment later, he found himself in the entranceway of the Potter home. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" Charles questioned. "Bellatrix is a Black in every sense of the word. She should not be taken lightly." "I know, but it is her that is taking me lightly." Charles offered him a nod of understanding and led him through to the kitchen and onto the grounds where James and Sirius were evidently putting in some practice on the Quidditch pitch. "Come back for a rematch, Peveril," James called when he spotted him. "Not tonight, James," Charles answered. "Something unpleasant happened during dinner and Harry and Bellatrix need to settle their differences." "You're going to fight Bellatrix?" Sirius questioned disbelievingly. "She's coming here." "You do not have to see them, Sirius. You can make yourself scarce," Charles offered. "Too late," James sighed, pointing towards the group of people exiting the house and coming their way. Even Walburga had managed to attend, though she looked rather worse for wear. "Don't worry, Sirius. None would dare harm you here. You are under my protection," Charles assured the shaken teen, who nodded gratefully. "Are you really going to fight her, Peveril?" James whispered as the group neared. "I am," Harry muttered. "Terms need to be discussed," Cygnus declared. "There will be no fight without terms." "What are your terms?" Harry questioned. "There will be no seconds. The fight is between you and Bella only. Potter will not involve himself." Harry frowned, unsure whether the man believed Charles would involve himself, or he merely wanted to take a dig at the Potter Lord. "Anything else?" "When this is over, this madness ends here," Arcturus broke in. "There will be no grudge held on either side, regardless of the outcome." "Agreed," Harry replied easily. He didn't have anything against anyone else in the family, yet. Walburga was a sorry excuse for a human, but Arcturus had to deal with her. "Then I wish you both luck," Arcturus said unhappily, displeased by the turn of events. Harry nodded as Bellatrix but skipped to take up her position. "Alan," he called, remembering his companion was with him. The raven appeared in a burst of smoke and sat upon Harry's shoulders, his white eyes glowing ominously. "Death!" he shrieked, startling the group and eliciting murmurs amongst them. "Yes, old friend," Harry soothed as he stroked the bird's feathers. "Someone may meet him tonight." With a squawk, Alan took to the sky, and Harry took his place opposite Bellatrix, sliding the elder wand into his hand. "When you're ready," he said, offering the woman a slight bow. Without preamble, Bellatrix fired a string of hexes towards him. Harry sidestepped them with ease and frowned. This was certainly not the Bellatrix of his time, the one who most dreaded encountering. She had not yet experienced what she perhaps one day would, but was a woman young, deranged undoubtedly, but not the witch of nightmares. Harry, however, was experienced. At his young age, he had endured much of the worst the world had to offer, and Bellatrix Black could not compare to Bellatrix Lestrange. She had not suffered. She had not watched her friends die, and she had not had to learn to survive as Harry had. She was good, fast, and precise with her spell work, but she was making mistakes. He could see what she was going to do even before the magic left her wand. During his many months living in the Black home, he had digested all that would be useful from the Black Library. He recognized the gouging curse, the one that would pull your guts out through your navel, and even the obscure mist that would burst your eyeballs in their sockets. To him, these were old friends, the magic the Blacks wielded as familiar to him as any. "Fight back!" Bellatrix screeched as he nullified her latest offering with a wave of his wand. The spells sent his way engulfed by a black fog of his own that dissipated into nothingness, vanishing her magic with it. With a nod, he complied. Taking a deep breath, he allowed his magic to wash over him and sent his rebuttal. "Break." Narcissa looked on fearfully as Harry and Bella squared off, unsure of what would transpire. She had seen that Harry could defend himself, but Avery was not her older sister. Bellatrix had been trained in the family magic since the day she received her wand, was without doubt the best duelist at Hogwarts during her time there, and terrifyingly gifted. She could not help but think that Harry had bitten off more than he could chew. She watched in disbelief as Bella's efforts were rebuffed with what appeared to be little effort, the magic of her family, so feared by much of wizarding Britain, not fazing the Peveril lord. In fact, he was almost unmoved and unconcerned by the spells being used against him, as though they were little more than a tickling jinx. "Impossible," her grandfather mumbled from next to her as he too took in the spectacle. She had never seen the man so shocked, but had little time to consider it much as Bellatrix screamed furiously. "Fight back." Almost immediately, she felt a wave of coldness wash over her as Harry obliged, and Bella could only throw herself to the ground to avoid the 4 spells that seemingly materialized from nowhere. Her sister, however, was not granted a respite. A second wall of coldness slammed into Narcissa and those around her as a bright, white light erupted from Harry's wand, though it did not head towards the downed Bellatrix. Instead, it exploded in a shower of what she thought was giant sparks, until wings emerged from the dozens of glimmering balls, and they formed into ethereal ravens. As one, they cawed loudly and set upon Bella, seizing her by her robes. She screamed in surprise and struggled, but they lifted her in the air until her voice could only be heard distantly, the ravens having carried her beyond where the group could see. An anticipatory silence fell over them, each wondering just what had happened. Before any could speak, the screaming drew nearer once more, and the unkindness of ravens deposited the woman, sending her skidding across the ground. Even as she slid, the ravens coalesced in her path into a large, cloaked figure that seized her firmly by the throat and lifted her from the ground. From where she stood, Narcissa could hear her sister gasping for air as she was carried towards Harry. Arcturus put an end to this madness. He has proven his point, Drula choked. Her grandfather looked on wide-eyed at what was unfolding before him, but shook his head. I'll do it, Rudolphus declared. Before any could intervene, he fired a spell towards Harry only to balk as it was stilled in midair a few feet away from its target. It wasn't the display of defensive magic that took them all aback, but the white eyes that had turned towards them for a moment, and then returned to gazing at Bellatrix, who dangled helplessly in front of the man. Narcissa felt sick seeing Bella's eyes bulging and her pale skin turning blue as the air was squeezed from her. She knew that she had brought this on herself, but she was still her sister. Without further thought, she walked towards the two of them, ignoring the voice of her grandfather as she approached. Harry, please, she said more calmly than she felt. Break. He looked at Narcissa, and then Bella, deciding what he would do, and sighed as he vanished the cloaked figure with a wave of his wand. He hadn't asked for this, and it had been her that threatened him. For too long, he had been on the receiving end of threats, from the Dursleys to Voldemort and even the other Death Eaters and Snatchers. They had all threatened to end his life at some time in his life. He was tired of it, but he owed Narcissa and even Arcturus for what they had done for him, and he had already drawn more attention to himself than he cared for. Bellatrix gasped for air as she was dropped to the floor, terrified by what had happened to her, and she looked up at him almost pleadingly. You owe your sister your life, Harry muttered. You brought this on yourself, and I would think very carefully about approaching me again. Next time I will kill you. With his parting words given, he turned and headed towards a pale and unmoving Arcturus Black. We are even. I spared her life, and any debt that existed between us is paid in full. I hold no grudge against you, Lord Black, but I will not be threatened by any. I came to you in good faith, and this happens. I think it is best that any alliance between us is postponed for the time being. With an almost sad and apologetic nod towards the Potters, he whistled for his companion, who landed on his shoulder. Death, Olin screeched. Not today, old friend, Harry murmured, and the two of them vanished in a plume of black smoke, leaving behind a very dumbfounded group of pureblood wizards and witches. Break. What he had witnessed was nothing short of his childhood fears brought to life in front of his eyes, and Arcturus Black could only stare at the space that Peveril had occupied. Perhaps the stories his father told him influenced how he felt, but he had never seen anything like it. Bellatrix was very well versed in their family magic, had brought him much pride with how she had dedicated herself to it over the years, and it seemed to be for nothing. Peveril had neutralized it, as though it was little more than a bothersome insect to swat away. Home now, he whispered as Narcissa helped her stumbling sister towards where he stood. All of you, he added sternly. Not you, Rudolphus, this is family business. I will ensure him and Lucius get home, Charles offered. Arcturus nodded gratefully and followed his own family members as they trailed towards the Potter home, each of them remaining silent as they passed through the fireplace back to Grimmauld Place. He was the last one through and joined them in the dining room they had left what felt like hours ago. Don't say a fucking word, he spat as they took their seats, Arcturus choosing to remain standing at the head of the table. What a bloody mess. You can't let him get away with this, Walburga growled. Let him get away with it, Arcturus returned. Did you just see what happened? Were you paying attention to anything that happened tonight, you stupid woman? He almost killed Bella, Walburga seethed, pointing to her still shaken niece. Who provoked the entire situation with her stupidity, Arcturus bit back. I invited him here as a guest, and she drew her fucking wand on him. He was well within his rights to kill her. What do you think the other lords will say when they find out that a guest was treated that way? They will be questioning why Peveril did not kill her. I'll get him next time, Bellatrix wheezed, and Arcturus shook his head in disbelief. Next time, so long as you carry the name Black, there will be no next time. If you wish to shame yourself further, you will do it with the lesser name you will soon have. Until then, you will do as you're told, girl, and be grateful that you are breathing. You're overreacting, father, Cygnus sighed. You only think that because you have shit between your ears, boy, Arcturus fired back. Think about the consequences of this evening, you buffoon, really think about them. Cygnus scowled at him, and Arcturus cut him off, not in the mood for whatever insolent comeback was on the tip of his son's tongue. Already, people are swarming around Peveril as though he shits gold, throwing their daughters at him left, right, and center without even meeting the bloody man. When they learn of what happened tonight, and believe me, they will, what do you think is going to happen? What kind of price do you think the lords and ladies of wizarding Britain will be willing to pay to have an alliance with the man that pissed all over the blacks? The bastards will empty half the damned wealth in their vaults for that alliance. Then we should be thankful that Peveril will not hold a grudge against us, Orion offered. Unless anyone here thinks they can hope to stand against him. No, I didn't think so, he concluded when none disagreed. Arcturus nodded, appreciating the rare bout of wisdom from his eldest son. We had better hope that he proves to be a man of his word, and that I can somehow salvage something from this, he muttered. I did not fight to see him free only to have him as an enemy. For once, most of the blacks were thoughtful, humbled by what they had witnessed this evening. Although Bellatrix had vowed her revenge, she would be foolish to do so whilst she still called herself black. Narcissa was shaken by what she had seen, but more than anything, she thought about the look of sadness that Harry had worn after he spared Bella's life. He felt betrayed, and in that moment, she remembered that he didn't have anyone else, that he would be just as lonely as he had been before she met him. He didn't deserve what happened this evening. Bellatrix had been out of line. Narcissa loved her sister very much, but she had shown her true self, shown where her loyalties lie, and it was not with her family. She had made her intentions known, had given herself to the pureblood movement. There had been times when the blonde couldn't quite believe the things that her sister had done, but she had never been more disappointed in her than she was now. A part of her wanted to be angry with Harry, to blame him for what had occurred, but she couldn't. He did the only thing he could in that moment and stood strong. Bella acted as she always did when she could no longer argue, and it had backfired spectacularly. Usually, these things tended to end in her favor, but she had met her match this time. As much as she felt obliged to side with her sister, this was all Bella's fault. Break. What happened, Lucius? Abraxas asked his unusually quiet son. The younger man shook his head, seemingly trying to find the words to explain exactly what he had seen. I had dinner with the blacks, and Lord Peveril was there. Abraxas frowned unhappily. He expected Arcturus to begin cultivating a relationship with the wayward lord, but inviting the man to dine with his family meant that he was closer to cementing an alliance with him than expected. What is he like, this Peveril? He questioned curiously. Lucius shook his head. He said that he's already had offers of marriage, and several lords have written to him. Abraxas nodded. He had been one of the lords to do so, and had yet to receive a reply. That's not it, though, Lucius sighed. What do you mean? Lucius shrugged uncertainly, almost, as though he was trying to come to terms with something. I think it's better if you see everything for yourself. Abraxas fetched his pensive, whilst Lucius removed a memory, his demeanor beginning to concern the Malfoy lord. Just what had happened to leave his son so visibly shaken? As he exited the stone basin some time later, he understood and poured himself and air a generous measure of fire whiskey. This changes things, he mused aloud. If Lestrange was not there, perhaps it could have been kept under wraps, but the boy cannot keep his mouth shut. How good is Cygnus' daughter? She is a very formidable opponent, Lucius answered honestly. Abraxas nodded. I take comfort in knowing that Black has not secured his alliance with Peveril, however. It means that everyone will be vying for it. I have never seen anything like what he did. What will we do, father? Lucius asked. Abraxas frowned thoughtfully as he nodded. We find a way to turn this into an advantage for ourselves, he replied. I do not know how, but I will think of something. Of course, Lucius agreed, still oddly subdued. And what about the blacks? Do you still wish for me to continue courting Narcissa? For now, yes, but do not ingratiate yourselves too much with them. If I am successful, it may be best that we are distanced from them. With everything that is happening around us, a powerful ally like Peveril is worth his weight in gold, and everyone else will know it. Father, shouldn't we be siding with the purebloods? You heard Peveril. No, Abraxas interrupted. I would have thought that by now you would understand that blood means little when it comes to ability. It gives us influence and reputation, but as you saw, it means nothing when people like this Peveril emerge. People will be drawn to him because of it and conveniently forget that he is not one of us. Mark my words, Lucius, what happened tonight will only make any association with him more desirable. Lucius nodded, seemingly pondering something as he left the study. Abraxas returned once more to the memory. He needed to revisit it to see just how he could gain an advantage from what happened, and he did not want to think about what had been plaguing his thoughts recently. He knew why Lucius was concerned. He had thrown his lot in with the other young fools who had been duped into believing this Dark Lord would be different from any other. If Peveril opposed him, things could become both very dangerous and very interesting. Either way, Abraxas had work to do, though he could not even fathom how to begin navigating this latest development. Break. Harry gazed across the sea towards the horizon, wondering what had come over him tonight. He had never been so confrontational, so willing to fight as he had. Of course, he had defended himself when needed, but he had never sought out the conflict. It had always come to him. Death! Alan cawed gently and Harry stroked the raven's feathers absent-mindedly. Was this one of the changes that had happened with what the cloaked figure had done to him? It was the only thing that made sense to him, and he would ask of it when he got the chance. The evening had been a disaster, overall, but the thing that occupied his mind more than what had happened was just what other changes would become apparent. He knew not, and once more he had more questions than he had answers. It was not the wand now that acted on his behalf, but the magic he displayed was unfamiliar despite feeling like it belonged to him. It had come from him, or part of him at the very least. That was the only thing he was certain of. Chapter 10. Initiation. It appears that Arcturus was right to be so concerned about this Peveril, Corvus mused aloud as he exited his pensive. He is dangerous, and will be even more so when this becomes common knowledge. What will we do about him, Father? Rudolphus questioned. We will do nothing, not until I learn more about his line, Corvus said firmly. We do not want him as an enemy for now. Do not provoke him. We must wait to see what the Dark Lord wishes to do. Rudolphus nodded his understanding. I will avoid him, he agreed. He is not our problem. No, he is not yet, Corvus mumbled. Perhaps I should write to him, tentatively extend an olive branch. At the very least, he will know that we do not intend to cause him harm. Rudolphus frowned. What about what he did to Bella? Corvus laughed. The stupid bint got what she deserved. You were a fool for attempting to intervene, but I would think Peveril has more on his mind than pondering that, he added. So I just let it go. Of course, Corvus sighed. Pick your battles, son. There is nothing to gain from vengeance here. It is Bellatrix who dishonored her family, and that is what people will remember. She is still a black, and it will be them that endures the ire of our peers. But he's a mudblood. As is Dumbledore. Would you raise your wand against him? Rudolphus shook his head sullenly. No, because it would be foolish to do so, Corvus pointed out. Forget Peveril. I will decide what action to take, if any. Yes, Father. Rudolphus complied before taking his leave of the room. Corvus leaned back in his chair and released a deep breath. Rudolphus was a borderline imbecile, and for the life of him, Corvus did not know where that trait came from. His younger son was even worse, and the thought of leaving the family lordship to either did not sit well with him. Perhaps Rudolphus would prove himself in the coming years. Corvus had his doubts, but he had no choice in the matter. The Black Line may well be vulnerable, but his own was even more so. He needed more heirs, and would have liked the opportunity to betroth Rabastan to Cygnus's younger daughter. But from what he had seen, Abraxas had beaten him to it. Had the Malfoy lord caught on to the same vulnerability that he himself had seen with the Black Succession? If so, was he a future foe? Surely, he knew that any children Lucius, and the younger Black would fall behind any that Rudolphus and Bella birthed. Corvus nodded thoughtfully. Abraxas was an astute man and knew exactly what he was doing. Corvus would need to be vigilant where any children born to his line were. He had no doubt that if Abraxas was successful with his own efforts to ingratiate himself with the Blacks, he would do whatever was necessary to see his ambition come to fruition. Break. Never had Charles seen both James and Sirius so subdued at the breakfast table. It was common for them to be chided by Doria for their rambunctiousness or even simply talking too much in lieu of eating their food. But today, the teens were quiet, lost in their own thoughts as they stared at their plates. Had the Potter Lord not been so caught up in the unpleasantry of the previous night, he would not have allowed them to witness the duel between Harry and Bellatrix. Even for him, what transpired had been a sobering experience. If truth be told, he did not know much of his ancestors. Although he was a descendant of the Peverills, they were as mysterious to him as they were other wizarding families. He had the notebook that depicted the lineage, but nothing more. His own father had told him the most fantastical tales of the Peverills' deeds, but he had thought of them as nothing more than fabrications, stories that had been shared to keep him amused as a child. Having witnessed what he had the previous night, he could no longer be sure if they were merely what he had believed all these years. "James, eat your breakfast," Doria urged, snapping the boy from his reverie. "I'm not hungry," he replied. Doria shot Charles a look, and he nodded his understanding. "I know what you boys saw last night couldn't have been easy to watch," he sighed. "If I was not so focused on what was happening, I would not have allowed it, but you're getting older now and need to understand that even the most trivial things can deteriorate into what happened. You're both heirs to important families, and it is important you know this." James nodded solemnly, and Sirius grimaced at the mention of his status. "What happened to cause that?" the former asked curiously. Doria released a frustrated huff. "Harry and Bellatrix had a disagreement about blood purity and the pureblood movement. She lost her temper and drew her wand on him. As you saw for yourselves, it did not end well for her." "Bitch," Sirius grumbled, eliciting a chastising glare from his great-aunt. "What? She deserves it. It's about time someone put her in her place." "She is still your cousin," Doria pointed out. Sirius shrugged uncaringly. "After everything she's done to people, Peveril should have killed her." Doria shook her head. Bellatrix put on a facade of being kind and polite in front of those she wished to fool. Doria had seen through her when she was a young girl and was caught practicing the family magic on Sirius and Regulus during the summer before her second year at Hogwarts. She had claimed that she was only playing and meant nothing by it, but the tears and remorse had been fake. Bella had known what she was doing, but had gotten away with it because the boys were either too young to understand what she had done or too scared to speak up. "What was the magic that Peveril used?" James asked. "Probably his family magic. I've never seen anything like," Charles answered with a frown marring his features. "If he's family, shouldn't we be able to do it?" James pressed. Charles shook his head. "No, the Peveril magic in our line is non-existent now," he explained. "It has been several generations since our families merged, and we have our own, different magic to what you saw." James nodded his understanding. "That does beg the question as to how Harry has it," Doria mused aloud. "Maybe it's because he isn't a pureblood," Charles replied thoughtfully. "It might be that the only magic available through his lineage is the Peveril one, and it's manifested with him." "It could be," Doria conceded. "I feel so sorry for him and angry that what happened was allowed to. Cygnus has been too soft on Bella and has done nothing but make excuses for how she behaves. She's damned lucky that Harry did not kill her." "She is," Charles agreed, "and he would have if it wasn't for Narcissa." "I wonder how he's feeling after everything," Doria sighed. "Probably pissed off," James snorted. "Probably," Charles agreed. "I'll give it a few days and then write to him just to make sure he's okay." He hoped so. Harry had done nothing wrong and acted as a lord would be expected to when faced with that situation. What did concern Charles, however, was the reactions the other families would have. Already, Harry had received missives from some. The others would follow suit soon enough, and he found himself wondering if the young man was ready for what was to come. "Break. Thank you for seeing me so quickly," Lucius offered as he took a seat opposite the masked figure. "You made it sound as though it was urgent, Lucius. Pray, tell me what has happened that has you rattled so." Lucius shook his head as he released a deep breath. "There are two things that concern me, and I believe our Lord should be made aware of them," he began, his mouth feeling suddenly dry. "We were told specifically to not attack Lord Peveril. Bellatrix Black did not listen and disobeyed that order." The man beneath the mask hummed irritably and gestured for him to continue. "Bellatrix is a very gifted witch, as sharp with her tongue as she is her wand, yet her deranged state of mind was her folly. She openly threatened Lord Peveril and almost died because of it." "And you witnessed this?" Lucius nodded. "I did, and as much as I wish to lay the blame at the feet of Peveril, Bellatrix brought what happened upon herself. Were it not for her sister pleading for mercy, she would be dead." "Foolish girl," the masked man grumbled. "I would like the memory so I can review it myself, and then I will bring it to the attention of our Lord. You have done well, Lucius." Lucius removed the memory, though it did not remove the burden of what he felt. He was still expected to associate with the Blacks, and a part of him was excited by the prospect, the very same part that caused his urges to surface when they attacked the Muggles. He wanted to break the blonde woman so very much, and would not be satisfied until he did so, despite the inherent danger. This Peveril was dangerous. If he decided to take exception to what had happened to him during the dinner with the Blacks, things could become very messy. Still, if that were to occur and he took vengeance on them, it would make his father's task all the easier. It certainly would have been so already had Narcissa not intervened on her sister's behalf. Had she not, Bellatrix would be dead, a significant obstacle in the way of the Malfoy ambition removed from their path. There was time yet. The Blacks were crumbling, and Bellatrix would likely get herself killed if she sought another fight with Peveril. That was almost inevitable. The woman did not know when she was beaten. That, however, would only work in Lucius's favor. Cygnus would feel compelled to betroth Narcissa quickly, and with Lucius on the scene, there would be no better match. He smiled at the thought as he exited the room. He would get his chance to break her. One way or the other, regardless of what happened, it was all but a foregone conclusion. Break. As far as anyone in the house knew, Bellatrix had spent the past few days sulking in her room. She had gone there immediately when they had returned home and had not been seen since. Narcissa had no doubt that her sister was embarrassed by what happened, but beyond that, Bella's emotions were too unpredictable. She could be simply wallowing in self-pity, but it was more likely that she was furious, the thought of losing at anything never sitting well with her. Eventually, she would do something stupid. She was too stubborn to admit that she had been bested, would play over what happened in her mind time and time again, and convince herself it had been nothing more than a fluke. Any fool could see that it was not. Bellatrix had no reply for Harry's magic, had either underestimated him or overestimated her own abilities. Regardless, the outcome had been the same. Bellatrix had lost and was fortunate to escape with her life. Narcissa was under no illusion that Harry would have hesitated to kill her sister, and as she could not blame him for what had happened, she could only blame Bella for instigating the duel. Bella had tried to kill him, the spells she sent as wicked and lethal as they came, and it was her that had drawn her wand and threatened such. There was little that could be done after that occurred. Bella was irrational at the best of times and would have accepted no compromise. What was worse was that she would learn nothing from it. She would try again, and Narcissa did not believe anything would stop Harry from putting an end to her. "Have you even checked on her?" Drula asked her husband for what must have been at least the dozenth time. "She is not answering her door," Cygnus grumbled irritably. "Stupid girl, I've had it in the neck from father every other minute since it happened. Drula released a deep sigh. What are we going to do with her? Nothing, Cygnus answered with a frown. Why would we need to do anything? Merlin, Cygnus, you saw what she did and the things she has done over the years, Drula despaired. There is something wrong with her and we cannot ignore it any longer. There is nothing wrong with my daughter, Cygnus growled. Father. Shut up, he cut Narcissa off firmly. I will not hear another word about this. Bella is fine. He shot them both a filthy look before stalking from the room, leaving behind two dumbfounded women. He's in denial, Narcissa muttered. Drula nodded her agreement. If she doesn't get help, she is going to do something stupid. She already has, Narcissa sighed. You heard her last night, Mother. If she's not involved with the pureblood movement and out there attacking muggles, I will quit my job and marry Rabistan Lestrange. Drula deflated. I had my suspicions, she whispered. Maybe I did not want to face it. Make no mistake, Narcissa, I do not like the filthy creatures, but I would not harm one without cause. Bella does, and I've seen what those masked fools do to them. The women. She choked slightly as she remembered the faces of all the women and young girls she had patched up over the past months. How many there had been, she did not know, but the faces were many. How many have been in and out of St. Mungo's? Narcissa shrugged. Too many, she answered simply. And Bella is involved in it. She is, Narcissa confirmed, any modicum of doubt she had clung to for so long having been all but shredded by Bella's actions during the family dinner. What will we do? What can we do? Narcissa returned. By the end of the year, she will be married to Rudolphus. I think grandfather has already washed his hands of her. Drula shook her head sadly. Shouldn't we do something? Unless Bella wants help, there is nothing we can do. She has chosen her side, and you know as well as I she will not change her mind. No, she will not, Drula agreed. I'm just grateful Peveril did not kill her. We are fortunate he listened to you. I didn't think he would, but I had to try, Narcissa admitted. She didn't understand why Harry had listened. He was within his rights to kill Bella, but just a simple plea from Narcissa had prevented it. It's not as though she was not ungrateful for his mercy, but why? Despite what Bella had done, she was still her sister and Narcissa would have been remiss not to at least try to save her. Harry was an enigma to her, impossible to understand, and even less so the more she thought about him. He was an exceedingly gifted wizard, of that she had no doubt, but with that came a seeming lack of understanding of many other things. He was an interesting man, to say the least. She had written to him this morning to apologize for what Bella had done and to thank him also. Whether or not he would reply, she did not know. He had no reason to, not really. She had been his healer once, but nothing more. They had not struck up a friendship in any way, and yet he thought enough of her to spare her sister. Perhaps he was grateful for all the help you gave him, Drula offered. Narcissa nodded thoughtfully. Maybe, Narcissa conceded. I doubt he will be grateful if the pureblood movement goes after him next, she added, a deep frown marring her features. Well, I do not envy them if they do, Drula snorted. From what I saw, that would not be a wise move. No, it wouldn't. The thought of Harry being pursued by the very same people that had wreaked so much havoc in the Muggle world did not sit right with her. It was the kind of thing the overzealous purebloods would band together to do, especially if they were amongst the masked mob plaguing Britain. He was not a fool and would take precautions, as was his nature from what she knew of him, but she still found herself worrying. Bella would not let what she saw as a slight against her stand. Despite what she had seen of Harry thus far, he was still only one man with seemingly no one he could turn to for help if he needed it. Break. He stared at the veil, the voices he had come to know in his dreams continuing to whisper to him, the same words over again, endlessly. They haunted and teased him when he took time to consider them, but he was no closer to finding the answers they urged him to seek. He did not know what book they referred to, the vault, or what they meant when they told him to unite them. He had all three of the Hallows, had they not been united already. It was frustrating, to say the least. only made worse when he knew he would get no further help. However, he would not be broaching that subject today. There was something else he hoped to be enlightened with. Everything else could wait. "Peveril, once more I find you seeking me out," the cloaked figure huffed irritably. Harry nodded. He had rehearsed what he wished to say when he was here, but the words were lost to him. "What is happening to me?" he blurted. "With Bellatrix, I wanted to fight her and even kill her. I've never felt that before or used magic like I did." The figure seemed to eye him speculatively for a moment and nodded. "Walk with me, Peveril," it instructed as it gestured for him to follow. Harry did so, falling into step with the cloaked figure who released an uncharacteristic sigh. "To understand what is happening to you is simply a matter of understanding souls," it began. "Souls are one thing I know better than any, as is the magic you wield." Harry nodded and waited for it to continue. "You have never truly been who you were born to be, your own soul corrupted by a piece of another when you were a babe in arms. It became a part of you, and you have unknowingly taken on traits of its owner. Your own soul accepted the foreign piece so readily because there is a familial connection between you. It is distant, but your magic recognized that connection and brought you together seamlessly. So I'm not a Horcrux." "No, your soul is no longer corrupted," the figure clarified. "I suppose I did not give enough thought to what would happen when I added another part of a Peveril's soul to your own. The coming together of the 3 different souls you now carry has proven to be more than I expected. Your willingness to fight is a trait of the latter piece. The Peveril with the wand did not shy away from battle, and now neither do you. So I will always be like this." The cloaked figure shook its head. "Not necessarily," it denied. "That depends on what happens when the souls finish becoming one. As things are, you have 3 different souls of one line merging. When they are finished, that is who you will be. Until then, some traits may be more prominent than others." "I won't be me when this is done," Harry muttered. "No, Peveril, you will be more," the figure corrected. "I did tell you that Harry Potter did not exist here, did I not? If you wish to defeat him, you will need to be more than just Harry Potter, as he is more than just Tom Riddle." "I suppose that's true," Harry conceded. "I am supposed to be the balance after all," he added. The figure stopped walking as it stared at him once more. "Fate has decreed the 2 of you will meet as equals. One will live and the other will perish. But this does not have to be your whole life, Peveril. You are free to walk your own path, do what you wish to. The only thing that life promises you is that you will meet him in battle, and you will one day come to me to rest. I wish to see Riddle here before that, Peveril." Harry frowned as the figure began walking back towards the veil. "Why?" he questioned. "You are my chosen, Peveril. You wield my magic and Riddle tries to flee from me. Prepare for him, but live your life also. Your dreams must extend further than convening with me. Live them. Everything else will happen when the time is right, you can be assured of that." Harry watched almost amusedly as the figure waved at him, as it vanished through the veil, and he was pulled from this place. He woke in his bed to the sound of the seagulls outside his tent, and he felt oddly lighter than he had before he slept. Of all the feelings the cloaked figure elicited within him, this was the one he never expected. He had made tentative plans for what he would do with his life here, but perhaps he had been reluctant to implement them with what he knew was to come. He'd never had a life of his own, not truly. Maybe he was a little scared of what that would entail. Since he had been born, Voldemort had been there, in the shadows for the most part, but Harry had felt his presence. His life at Hogwarts had been fraught with danger, and even more so when he had taken his leave of the castle. When he thought back, it had always been inevitable that he and Voldemort would meet, and Harry had done all he could to avoid it. He had run, knowing he was no match for his foe. He was tired of it, tired of running from the inevitable, tired of merely existing. Was he ready to face the Dark Lord now? No, but he refused to hide like a terrified rabbit in a hole any longer, waiting for the day to arrive when the 2 would settle their differences. He had his dreams too, had his own vision of what he wanted his life to be, and hiding forever was not one of them. Here, He had been given the chance to at least live a semblance of his desires, and he would do that. He would never forget what it would all lead to. He would prepare as needed, but he would do so whilst finally doing what he wanted to also. With seemingly a new lease on life, he left his bed and entered his living area. Frowning at the mess it had become over the past few days. His discarded clothes from his exercise sessions were strewn about, his sink full of plates that needed cleaning, and the table was still awash with the plethora of missives he had received. He shook his head disapprovingly as he unholstered his wand. The mess would not do and only reflected his disorganized mind. He was not completely certain on where he would begin, but getting his tent in order seemed to be a good place to start. With only a few waves of his wand, the plates were cleaned, put away, and his clothes were freshly laundered and folded in neat piles. "Death," Olin squawked approvingly. "One day, my friend," Harry replied as the bird landed on his shoulder. "One day," he repeated as he took in the sight of the many pieces of rolled and sealed pieces of parchment. They had continued to arrive in a steady stream, and he had added them to the pile, putting them to the back of his mind. All these people that had written to him wanted something, and as far as he was concerned, he had nothing to give. His whole life he had given and had received nothing for all his sacrifices. He was as tired of it as he was running. Their well wishes meant nothing, were likely nothing but empty words in an attempt to either ingratiate themselves with him or to gain the opportunity to manipulate him. Perhaps both. Harry was no politician, but he had been around manipulative people throughout his life to recognize this fanfare for what it was. Offers of marriage to have him beholden to that family, intent of an alliance for the very same, and the honeyed words to lower his guard. He cared for none of it. He owed nothing to any of these people who had reached out to him. He did, however, need to sort through them and take note of those that had taken an interest in him. It could serve him well in the future, give him an understanding of how far they were willing to go to win him over. He eyed the Peveril lordship ring speculatively. This was why so many had taken an interest in him, even those that would one day become enemies had done so. He recognized many names as he sifted through the parchment: Malfoy, Lestrange, Rookwood. Drawing them away from Voldemort was out of the question. Already, they had likely allied themselves to the Dark Lord, but that did not mean Harry could not gain something from them. If they were so determined to make his acquaintance, they would need to prove just how much they wished to do so. For that to happen, however, Harry would need to make himself available. He was not foolish enough to leave himself at their mercy by attending their homes, but there was one place they would congregate, and it was the one place he could begin to make a difference. Harry may not be a politician, but he did not need to be, not when there was so many of them wanting to earn his favor. He nodded thoughtfully as a plan began to form in his mind. It would take much thought, and he was not so keen on it, but between now and when Voldemort emerged from the shadows, it could be a boon. What he could achieve from it, he could not be certain, but he had nothing to lose and everything to gain from the venture. Bloody hell, he huffed as he read the letter sent to him by Lord Selwyn. The man had openly offered him the choice of any female in his family that Harry found suitable as a bride. How desperate was this man? He shook his head as he pushed the note aside and unfurled another, this one in a much more delicate scrawl than the others he had read thus far. Dear Harry. He paused at the familiarity of using his first name instead of the dear Lord Peveril the others had begun with. I wanted to first apologize for what happened during dinner the other evening. Bellatrix did not give a good impression of our family, treated you unfairly, and overstepped with her actions. I have never seen my grandfather as furious than he was after you left, nor as regretful. You were put in a position that you never should have been, and for that, I'm sorry. I am angry that what happened could have been prevented, but more relieved that you found it within yourself to listen to me, even if you didn't have to. Thank you for sparing my sister. I know she is difficult at best, but still, she's the only one I have left. Anyway, I just wish to apologize and let you know how grateful I am. I'm sorry this happened and hope you're doing well. Please write back even just to let me know that you're okay. Narcissa Black. He sighed as he added it to the smaller pile of letters he would keep, along with the latest received from the Lord Black. He too had expressed his regret of how the dinner had ended, offered his apologies and assurance that the possibility of an alliance between them was still open for if and when Harry decided he would like to accept it. The prospect had seemed like a good one to begin with, but having shared dinner with them, he realized just how many of Voldemort's supporters there were amongst them and the people they associated with. Even Narcissa, the person who had helped him more than any since he arrived, would eventually be married to Lucius, a process that had already begun judging by the man's presence. No, it would not do. As much as he would need powerful allies, he could not tie himself to the Blacks, not with how many of his enemies were already close to them. Finally, the letter received from Narcissa had brought him to the end of the piles of parchment, and he stood to stretch. It was still early in the morning, and he needed to exercise his legs, study some of the books Dumbledore had given him, and some spell work. First, however, he wanted to fly. As such, he removed his firebolt from his trunk and exited the tent. Having gotten some of the answers he sought from the cloaked figure, he felt better than he had since he arrived, and he wanted to take advantage of his good mood. To him, there was no better place to do that than in the air. Events would undoubtedly unfold around him, things he could change and others that would remain as they had been from where he came from. As much as he would like to change it all, he was still just one person. One day, he would meet Voldemort, but, as the cloaked figure had told him, what happened between now and then was up to him. Harry had a life to live, something he had not been able to do for so long, if ever, and he was fully intent on doing just that. Even as he took to the sky, the possibilities of what he could do came flooding in, and he began making a mental list of each of them. Some he discarded, and others he filed away to ponder further. Regardless of what he decided to do, he would do so on his terms, and it was the most freeing thing he had ever felt. Break. The Dark Lord frowned as he exited the pensive, surprised and angry at what he had witnessed. The former was due to the skill with which the Lord Peveril wielded his very intriguing magic, and the latter courtesy of the foolish young woman that had needlessly provoked the situation. The Peveril Lord was indeed impressive, someone worth thinking further on in the coming months and years, but not his current priority. "You were right to bring this to my attention," he praised the man that did so. "She is the one that you have been watching closely." "She is, my lord," the man confirmed. Voldemort nodded. "My lord, what will we do about this Peveril? You heard his words for yourself." "Peveril?" Voldemort questioned curiously. "Is he not a threat to us? Already he has killed Avery, and look what he did to Bellatrix." The Dark Lord cut him off with a stern glare. "Peveril did only what was expected of him in that moment. He is not sympathetic towards us but made no outright threat. He merely defended himself from Black, and did so admirably," he pointed out. "No, Peveril is not the problem here, Black is." "Bellatrix, my lord." "Yes, she was told to not seek a fight with Peveril, yet she did. I had hoped that he could perhaps be an ally, and the actions of the foolish girl has set that back considerably, at the very least. She defied me." "My lord, she was defending your ambition." "And she had been told to leave Peveril be. I have plans in motion for the man that, if we are fortunate, have not been foiled by her stupidity." His companion nodded reluctantly. "Do you still believe that she is worthy?" Voldemort questioned. "I do, my lord. Despite this blip, she is still the one with the most potential out of all the recruits. Her wand work is excellent, and she is loyal to the cause." "I will be the judge of that," the Dark Lord declared. "You will have her brought to me, and I will see for myself what she is worth. Now, leave." The man did so hurriedly, and Voldemort shook his head. The girl had acted rashly, and without thought to the consequences. This Peveril had garnered the attention of many, including those he had recruited from the very beginning. Lords from prominent families were seeking this man's favor, and Voldemort understood. He was from a family as old as his own, carrying an enviable legacy. Nothing like the Slytherins, of course, but his was one of mystery. Having seen the magic Peveril wielded, he was impressed. Black was perhaps caught off guard, but from the reports he had received, it was more likely that Peveril was an excellent duelist. To bring him on side would be difficult now, but not impossible. If he could one day get the opportunity to speak with the man, he could prove to be a very strong ally. Now, however, was not that time. He could perhaps send a note of apology when Peveril had calmed down enough from what had occurred with Bellatrix. Thoughts of the woman elicited another shake of his head. He had heard of the Blacks, their reputation unmatched by any other family. Bellatrix was proving to be exactly what he expected from one of them, but was she too much of a liability? If she could not follow a simple order, could she be trusted amongst his inner circle? He knew not, but would find out soon enough. He would see just how loyal she was to him, just how much potential she had, and ultimately, how far she was willing to go to be welcomed by him. Break. It was seldom that Albus Dumbledore would invite a former student into his office, especially so if it had been many years since they had graduated. This evening, however, was different. He was perhaps taking a risk by doing so with this particular person, but he was certain he was making the right decision. The past days had seen him hold such meetings with those he trusted implicitly, those he had worked with for many years on the Wisengamot, or those he had struck up a close friendship with. Millicent had seemingly finally begun paying attention to what was happening around them and had given him the opportunity to make a difference. What difference that was with what limited liberties he had been given, he could not be sure, but for now, he would take it. If he could save even a single life, his efforts would not be in vain. To that end, he knew he needed more allies, even those that did not always agree with his political agendas. Wizarding Britain would need to come together to put an end to the threat this pureblood movement posed. He was pulled from his thoughts by a gentle tapping on his door. "Come in," he called as he settled himself behind his desk. His guest entered, his countenance wary and his eyes searching the room before finally resting on him. "Please take a seat," Dumbledore offered warmly, trying to set the man at ease. He did so, and the headmaster slid his bowl of soured treats towards him. "Sherbet lemon," he offered. "No, thank you, headmaster," the man replied. Albus chuckled as he helped himself to one. Minerva was still the only person that had accepted one before, and he did not expect that to change any time in the near future. "I suppose you are wondering why I asked you to meet with me, Lord Bones." "I am curious," Edgar returned. "I believe the last time I was in this office was when I was caught in a broom cupboard with a leaner Carmichael during my 6th year." "Indeed," Dumbledore confirmed amusedly. "I believe you were given 3 weeks' detention." Edgar nodded, a ghost of a grin tugging at his lips. "It was worth it," he muttered. "I am pleased, however, that your sister was never that way." "As am I," Edgar agreed, grimacing at the thought. Dumbledore chuckled once more as he shook his head. "As much as I enjoy reminiscing, your past transgressions within these walls is not why I invited you here," he explained. "Then why did you?" "Because I believe you can assist me with a most important task, Lord Bones," Dumbledore replied, any trace of humor he had felt only a moment ago all but absent. "Help you how?" Edgar asked suspiciously. "This pureblood movement." Seeing the younger man stiffen in his chair and his eyes narrow angrily, Albus knew he had made the right choice. "What about them?" "I am assembling what I would call a resistance against them. I have been given the blessing of the minister to begin taking steps to stop their attacks, and I need trustworthy people to help me." "I'm in," Edgar replied without hesitation. "I have not explained what it is we will be doing," Dumbledore pointed out. "I don't care," Edgar said dismissively. "My father was killed by them, and my mother would be too if they had their way." Dumbledore nodded his understanding. He, of course, knew this already, which was why the new Lord Bones was the first he was approaching away from his usual cohorts. He already had reason to see them brought to justice. "You have my condolences," he offered with a slight bow. "Your father was a good man." Edgar nodded, the same words having seemingly been spoken to him several times over the intervening weeks since the death of his father and being here. "So, what will this resistance group do?" "For now, we will be placing additional magical sensors and monitoring them. We will then notify the Aurors if they are triggered." Edgar frowned thoughtfully. With Amelia working as part of the Auror force, he understood how important these sensors were. If more of them were to be put in place, it would increase their chances of catching the masked witches and wizards in the act. "I'll help," he agreed. "I won't allow my father's killer to get away with it." "Excellent," Dumbledore declared happily, pleased with how willing the young man was. "When will we begin?" Edgar asked eagerly. "We already have," Albus informed him. "I will be in touch with you shortly with a list of places I would like you to place some sensors and Lord Bones. I'm sure I do not need to say this, but our work must be kept under wraps. We cannot be certain who our enemies are." "Of course," Edgar agreed as he stood. "My lips are sealed." Dumbledore nodded gratefully. "Also, if you can think of any other that we may be able to trust to join us, I will take any suggestions under advisement." Edgar seemed to ponder the headmaster's thoughts for a moment before speaking. "Lord Peveril." "Peveril?" Dumbledore questioned with a frown, his stomach sinking at the thought of the man, the wand he still kept with him suddenly weighing heavy in his sleeve. It no longer responded to him at all and appeared to be nothing but a useless slither of wood. Edgar nodded confidently. "It is not my place to explain why, but he has just as much, if not more reason to want them dealt with than even me, and I trust him. He was the first person to believe me and my mother when she told him about the pale wizard with red eyes." Dumbledore's stomach sunk even further as a memory of another former student surfaced, though he had not been so pale nor had eyes of red when he roamed the castle. That hadn't happened until after he had graduated and returned a few years later with tales of his adventures, and asking to take up the vacant defense against the dark arts post. He shook his head. No, it couldn't be. He had heard nothing of Tom Riddle since that night. As was his nature, he had faded once more into the shadows, or had he? "Are you okay, Headmaster?" Edgar questioned. "This wizard you mentioned, how is he involved in the death of your father?" Edgar shrugged and released a deep breath. "I don't know. My father met with him and was dead only a few hours later. I suspected he was involved, but had no explanation until I dined with Lord Peveril. He seemed to recognize the description my mother gave him and warned us to be careful. He said this wizard is extremely dangerous." Dumbledore nodded, his understanding. The thought had crossed his mind that this Peveril may be involved with the pureblood movement, but that no longer made sense. If he was at odds with the man that had murdered Lord Bones and knew of this mysterious wizard, perhaps Albus had been wrong. Did Lord Peveril say anything else about him? Edgar shook his head. "Like I said, Professor, it is not my place to say anything else on the matter. I'm sorry, but I will not break Lord Peveril's confidence. It is him you will have to speak to." "Of course, I would not want to put you in a compromising position," Albus sighed. "Thank you, Lord Bones. Your help is truly appreciated, and I will be in touch shortly." The man offered Dumbledore a bow before exiting, leaving a very thoughtful headmaster in his wake. "This could be much worse than I believed," he mumbled as he stroked fox plumage. "Much worse, indeed." He did, however, take comfort that he may well have been wrong about Lord Peveril, but his meeting with Lord Bones had only left him with more questions. If Peveril was not involved with the pureblood movement, was he truly at odds with them, or just the pale wizard with red eyes? Dumbledore shook his head. No matter how much he pondered such, it would bring him no closer to the answers he sought. There was only one person that could provide those, and Albus was still reluctant to speak with the man, though he could not ignore just how powerful an ally he could prove to be. If he could bring Peveril on side, there was a good chance that more would be receptive to joining also, and if their foe proved to be who he was beginning to suspect, Wizarding Britain would need all the help it could get. "Break." She was nervous, not because she was finally getting the opportunity to meet the Dark Lord for the first time. No, she had been waiting for this, but because the man that had brought her here had told her not to expect a warm reception. Evidently, word of what happened at Potter Manor had gotten out, and the Dark Lord was very displeased with what had transpired. Had he heard the full story? Did he know why she had challenged Peveril? She was certain when he became aware of it, she would be forgiven for any perceived slight. She had done what she had to defend the purebloods from the filth who dared attack and kill one of them, after all. He had to understand that what she did was for them. If she had not done so, who would have? No one else in her family were seemingly willing to do what was right, so she did. She shook her head as she was led through a corridor in an unfamiliar home. She was angry that Peveril had somehow gotten the better of her. She did not know what he had done, what magic he had used, or how he had bested her. What she did know was that she would not let it lie. He had caught her by surprise, used tricks she had not expected, and had ultimately embarrassed her. She remembered being hauled into the air by his flock of birds and then seized around the throat by the cloaked figure. She had been disorientated, unable to defend herself and wandless. If she'd had it, he would not have been so successful. The cloaked figure would have been immolated with Peveril following soon after. Instead, her sister had intervened and all but begged the mudblood for her life. Bellatrix had never felt so much shame as she had in that moment. For days, she had kept herself hidden in her room, playing over what happened again and again. She knew she could beat him, knew that he had been lucky against her, and she would have her chance to redeem herself. She would not have her family look down on her, as though she was unworthy to carry their name. Nor would she have the Potters, Rudolphus, or Lucius remember that she had been beaten by an inferior wizard. Bellatrix always got the last laugh, and this would be no different. She grinned at the thought of facing off with Peveril once more, the image of her standing triumphantly over his unmoving form, more exciting than anything else she could imagine. Ever since that night at Potter Manor, it had consumed her. She had focused on it, envisioned their next meeting in countless ways, each ending with him dead, his body broken and the light leaving his eyes as she looked on with glee. "Wait here," the man that brought her instructed firmly as he entered a door at the end of the hallway. He returned a few moments later, though he did not gesture for her to go in. Instead, he approached her once more and took her firmly by the wrist. "You will only speak when given leave to do so. You will address him as my lord, and you will not bring further shame upon yourself. Do I make myself clear?" Bella scowled at the man and ripped her arm from his grip. "I am a black, you fool. Do not tell me things I already know." She shot the man a disgusted look before entering the dimly lit room, the only light source being that of the fire crackling merrily away below the mantel where a robed figure was seated, waiting for her. "Come, sit, Bellatrix," he instructed in little more than a whisper. "There is much for us to discuss." She did so and took in the appearance of the man before her, balking slightly as the crimson irises of the man stared into her own violet ones. He was very handsome, despite the odd color of his eyes and pale skin. "You have been impressive," the man commented. "Often, I hear of your prowess with your wand, your dedication to our cause, and your unwavering loyalty. It is commendable." "Thank you, my lord," she said gratefully. He gave her an easy smile that set her stomach aflutter. "You see, Bella, I have a vision of what our world will one day be. Would you like to hear of it?" Bellatrix could only nod as he continued to smile at her. "One day, our world will sit in its rightful place. Above the Muggles we have thus far cowered from, and even above those that do not share our remarkable heritage. There are differences, Bella, even between those who are gifted with magic." "Mudbloods," Bellatrix spat. The man nodded. "Mudbloods," he parroted. "They have the gift, that cannot be denied, but they do not share our rich history. They come into our world from one so different, believing they can change our traditions, change our way of life. That cannot be allowed. Our ways must be preserved, our blood untainted by theirs, and our magic protected. They would have us share the knowledge of our families, have us all stand as equals, but that is not what we are. We are superior, don't you agree?" "Oh, of course, my lord," she responded. "Good, then you will understand that for my vision to come to fruition, I must be surrounded by those I can trust, those that will follow me and those that will not disobey my orders." "I'd do, my lord, if I could just—" "Be quiet," the man hissed furiously. Bellatrix swallowed deeply as his smile vanished and the anger he was feeling surfaced. She shivered as his magic washed over, but her trembling was not from fear. It warmed her the same way his smile had, excited her, and the burning eyes drew her in deeply. He was handsome, that she knew, but he was even more so when he was exerting himself over her. It made her feel weak, though not in a way that displeased her. If anything, it made him that much more appealing. She found herself shifting in her seat as his narrowed eyes bored into hers, and his nostrils twitched almost as though he could smell her arousal. It was as terrifying as it was exciting. "You disobeyed me, Bella," he whispered. She supposed that it was intended to sound dangerous, but to her, it was almost sultry. He, however, was not amused by her response. "Crucio." He had drawn his wand quicker than she could blink, and she found herself screaming as the agony tore through every fiber of her being. It was pain beyond any pain she had ever experienced, and any thought she'd had before he'd cursed her was gone. She gasped, gulping in lungs full of air when the spell ended, her chest heaving from the effort to do so. When, after several moments, she was thinking with clarity, she moved, only to groan as her body quivered in agony. Her gaze, however, found him, standing over with his wand still pointed in her direction. Despite the pain, she found herself once more excited by the sight. He had hurt her, and whilst he was doing so, she despised him and wanted to hurt him back. Now, as he stared at her speculatively, a small part of her wanted him to do so again. In her mind, it sounded wrong, but oh so right also. It was a strange feeling, one she did not understand, but it somehow brought her joy and anticipation unlike anything she had ever experienced. "You were told to not approach Peveril, and yet you did so. You disobeyed my orders. Let it not be said that I am not a merciful lord. Stand up." He turned away from her, and she did as she was bid reluctantly, that small part of her that was thrilled by what was happening almost causing her to defy him. "Take out your wand." "My lord," she questioned confusedly. "Take out your wand, and prove to me that you are worthy of a place amongst my inner circle." At first, she thought that he was not being serious, but as he sent a cutting curse her way that she managed to avoid, the doubt vanished and she complied. "Let us see how superior you are to the others, Bella. Give me everything you have." Another spell, one she did not recognize, screeched towards her, and she met it with one of her own. The Dark Lord nodded approvingly. "You are fast, but you must be faster." 3 more spells she did not know came at her one after the other, and she barely managed to block them, her own wand a blur as she defended herself. "Good, but you must fight back. You cannot win by shielding." Bellatrix nodded, and tentatively sent a trio of her own spells at the man that were batted aside carelessly. "No, Bella, I mean for you to really fight. This is your one chance to prove yourself to me. Hold nothing back." He gave her no chance to gather herself, and unleashed a barrage of spells that she had to throw herself to the floor to avoid. It angered her, reminded her of how Peveril had toyed with her, and she immediately stood almost expecting something to grab her by the throat. She would not allow that to happen again. The Dark Lord nodded, but she paid it no heed as she returned fire, the spells leaving her wand without thought as she complied with his wishes. For several moments, the two of them went back and forth, each defending when needed but mostly attacking. She kept pace with him, matched him spell for spell, and felt jubilant that she managed to do so. Suddenly, however, he seemingly grew bored of the exchange, and the rate in which his offerings increased left her speechless and floundering, to prevent herself falling victim to him. Already tired from her efforts, his renewed vigor proved to be too much, and she collapsed to the ground as the flesh on the shoulder of her wand arm was torn open. She screamed as her wand fell from her grasp and looked up at the man, panting, Her hair stuck to her sweaty brow. Once more, she had been bested, but she was not angry this time. She was enraptured. His speed and skill with a wand had been more than she had ever imagined. The glimpse she'd had of him, as he burned the Muggle village so many months ago, paling in comparison to what he was truly capable of. Although her wound stung and the blood flowed freely, it did not bother her. If anything, it made the experience more real, more intimate, and she would wear the scar he had given her with pride. "Come, Bella," he whispered as he sheathed his wand and took his seat by the fire. She followed, hissing as a bead of sweat trailed from her neck into the lacerated flesh. "You did very well, but you will be better," he spoke once she was seated. "You are more impressive than I expected, and I would like you to take your place as one of my most loyal." "Of course, my lord," she whispered excitedly, her gaze not leaving his. He smiled at her again, eliciting another shiver from her. "I will train you, Bella. I will bring out the very best in you, show you things that you would not believe to be possible. Prove yourself to me, and there will be none that will stand as your equal." "I will, my lord," she gasped. "I hope so," he sighed. "You will not disobey me again." Bellatrix swallowed deeply as she shook her head. "Then there is only one thing left to do. You must carry my mark, the very same one that will be feared and respected by all soon enough. For now, however, it is for your eyes only. Do you understand?" Bellatrix nodded as he took out his wand once more and gently gripped the wrist of her left arm. "Take a deep breath, Bella, this will hurt." She did not hear his final words, her eyes drawn and locked on the pale fingers wrapped around her arm, and though the pain that followed burned as the black mark was seared into her skin, she did not make a noise. The sheer ecstasy she felt from his touch made the pain bearable, and she would endure it again and again so long as he held on to her arm as he did. Chapter 11. As the Raven Flies, November 3rd, 1975, 3 months later. Playing Quidditch was not something he realized he had missed so much until he found himself in the air, once more training amongst a full team. From the adrenaline burst of pursuing a fleeing snitch to interrupting a play and simply sharing his passion with others, he had missed it all. It had been odd and rather sobering not playing with the likes of the Weasley twins, the 3 Gryffindor chasers, and Oliver Wood, but he would not allow their absence to dampen the experience of being on the pitch again. Here, he felt liberated, could escape everything else that was happening in his life, and just enjoy something for what it was. It had simply been by chance that he had come upon the notice asking for any prospective players to try out for a new team that was being formed. He had been passing through the Leaky Cauldron on one of his rare visits into Diagon Alley to stock up on his supplies when the unusually green parchment pinned to a board next to the bar caught his eye. The word Quidditch had been written in thick gold letters, and the rest had become history. After only 10 minutes on his broom in front of the coach, he was the new seeker for the Hemel Harriers. The team had no sponsors, would be in the lowest Quidditch division, and trained on a public pitch. However, no one had balked at his name, and that sealed the deal for him. The green and gold kit had initially put him off with it being like that of the Slytherin team, but he realized that such a trivial thing did not matter. He had left Hogwarts behind many years ago and refused to be held back by former grudges that were rather stupid on reflection. No, despite not getting paid and the long training sessions, he was very content with this undertaking. Playing the sport that he loved was bringing him happiness, something he had not felt for too long. "Another 5 minutes, Peveril, and I'll release the snitch," Jason Barnes, the team coach, called up to him. In many ways, Jason was similar to Oliver, just as fanatical about Quidditch, but without the pressure of the entire Gryffindor house relying on him to lead them to victory. Jason had been a keeper for a lower league team until an injury forced him to retire 2 years prior. Instead of mopping around, he had begun the process of forming his own team, and here he was, doing just what he set out to do. Harry nodded and readied himself. It had become quickly evident as to why no one recognized his name when he had joined the team. Jason was a muggle-born who'd never had anything to do with the pureblood circles, and the rest of the players were of a similar position, either a muggle-born or, as he suspected of one of the beaters, a half-blood like him. Regardless, none had given any indication that they knew who he was. Perhaps the news of what had happened between him and Bellatrix had yet trickled its way down to them yet. If they didn't spend much time in the wizarding world, it may have slipped past them. Either way, everyone else seemed to have learned about it over the past couple of months. That's the reason Harry told himself that he had kept himself to himself for the most part. Having endured the stares, whispers, and questions for but a day, he had withdrawn to the privacy of his tent, hoping it would blow over. The truth was he simply wanted an excuse to stay away. The missives from the lords continued to arrive, and with increased frequency as more learned of what had happened at Potter Manor. He didn't want to face it, not with everything else that he wanted to do. For most, they had received a polite note that he was taking some time away, and others he had outright ignored. It was impolite, but he did not care. For once in his life, he was thinking of himself, enjoying his Quidditch and preparing for what was to come. He could not avoid the wizarding world forever, but he would return on his terms, and when he wanted to. He was beholden to no one, and he intended on keeping it that way. "Go-P-V-E-R-E-L-L," Jason shouted, pulling him from his thoughts. Following the whizzing, golden ball with his gaze, he shot off on his recently purchased Comet 125 and gave chase. Urging his broom to go faster, he slowly began closing the gap between himself and the elusive orb, whizzing between his teammates and even through one of the hoops as his pursuit continued. He gasped as he instinctively shifted his head to the side. The bludger aimed his way, almost cracking his skull as it whistled by his ear, and he released a deep breath. That was too close for comfort, and came courtesy of Watson. His accuracy with his beater's bat something to behold. Switching his focus back to the now ascending snitch, he climbed with it until it suddenly dropped, and he found himself plummeting back towards the ground in a vertical dive, his eyes fixed only on the snitch he was intent on catching. "Bloody hell, pull UP-PVRLL." He heard the words of his coach, but knew he could reach it in time. He did so, grinning triumphantly as he snatched it out of the air, only to have the wind knocked out of him as he slammed into the grass below, his efforts to recover from his descent all for naught. "Are you all right?" The voice sounded distant, as though muffled by a hand being held over the mouth that spoke. He opened his eyes to see several blurred shapes standing over him, peering at him worriedly. "I'm fine," he wheezed as he tried to sit up, his spinning head making the simple task much more difficult. "No, you're not," Jason sighed. "You've made a mess of your arm." When Harry looked down, he saw that his left arm was bent at a very odd angle, reminiscent of the time during his second year when Dobby had tried to save his life. It began to throb, and he clenched his jaw as the waves of pain washed over him. "Bollocks," he ground out. "He'll need to go to St. Mungo's for that," Watson pointed out, grimacing. "He will," Jason agreed. "Bloody hell, Peveril, what were you thinking?" Harry shrugged with the one arm that was usable. Had he been on his firebolt, he would have managed the maneuver without repercussion, and often forgot that he was not riding it when caught in the moment of chasing the snitch. Not a mistake he would be making again. "I've had worse," he huffed as he pushed himself to his feet, wincing as the dull throbbing began. "I'll take him," Allison Carey announced, steadying him as she conjured a bandage that she used to hold his arm in place. She was a chaser on the team and self-nominated medic. With cuts and bruises, she was useful to have around, but this was beyond her ability to fix, and Harry was reluctant to allow her to try. He did not want a repeat of what happened when Lockhart had insisted on doing so. He certainly did not want the bones in his arm vanished completely. "You're lucky St. Mungo's isn't so far away from here," Jason chuckled. "Get yourself fixed up and rest as much as you need. It's still 2 weeks before our first game," the man reminded him. Harry nodded and settled himself on the back of Allison's broom, his arm beginning to ache, something that was not helped by his teammate taking to the sky and begin flying them towards London. break. This is what happens when you mess around with transfiguration spells, Mrs. Whittaker, Narcissa sighed, having removed the teapot handle from the woman's nose. Merlin only knew how it got there, and she dreaded asking. It wasn't the first time Mrs. Whittaker had been here, and she doubted it would be the last. "Thank you, my dear," the woman said gratefully, offering Narcissa a toothless grin. Narcissa shook her head as she escorted the elderly Mrs. Whittaker out of the front doors of the hospital. It was barely mid-afternoon, and she felt as though she had already worked a double shift. The only benefits to once more being on the day rota was that she did not have to deal with the fallout of the attacks and the visits from Lucius whilst she was busy tending to the patients. Not once had he visited during the day. She understood that he was likely busy, but he was proving to keep very odd hours. She often found herself wondering when he slept but didn't ponder it for more than a moment. Still, he would arrive at times during her night shift, usually when she was busy, and spend a few minutes with her, asking about her work before taking his leave. She shook her head at the thought of the man. Over the past few months, he had made it abundantly clear, without needing to say so, that he was not interested in her. He would offer her sweet words, make time for her once a week, and then become rather aloof once more before repeating the cycle. She didn't expect to be wooed endlessly, but there was not a single thing he had done that made her feel he held any affection towards her. If truth be told, she felt nothing for him either, which begged the question why he was continuing with the charade. Politics. It always came down to politics with the Malfoys, as her grandfather had so rightly pointed out. What Lucius or Abraxas hoped to gain from a marriage between Narcissa and the Malfoy heir, she knew not, but it seemed that was the plan, even if it was being executed with so little enthusiasm on Lucius's part. She knew why. Ever since word had gotten out of what Bella had done during the dinner with Harry, the name Black had been ridiculed. Not openly, of course, there were very few that would dare, but the popular opinion was that her grandfather had lost control of the family. Abraxas was certainly not foolish enough to throw his lot in with them when they were seemingly as unpopular as ever, but he was not going to risk losing whatever it was he hoped to gain by abandoning his plan. The tripe that Lucius was interested in her was something she had dismissed easily enough some time ago. Lucius was only interested in himself and saw Narcissa as a means to gain something he wanted. "Black, there's a patient in room 6 with a broken arm. Quidditch accident," Sandra informed her in her usual charmless way. Narcissa huffed irritably as she took the indicated clipboard from the reception desk and began walking towards the room. It was the same every year. Just before the Quidditch season was due to start, St. Mungo's would see an influx of players that were injured during practices, usually because they were attempting something utterly ridiculous and hurting themselves in the process. Broken arms and legs were common, as were ribs and rather nasty gashes. They were simple to fix, but were an added element to the job she did not need. "So, Mr." She paused as she took in the name written on the sheet before looking up at a face she didn't expect to see again. He seemed surprised to see her too, and offered a wry grin. "Trainee healer Black," he greeted her. She raised an eyebrow in his direction. Almost 3 months ago, she had written to him and received no reply, not even to let her know that he was okay. And here he was, his arm being held by another woman that was staring awkwardly between them. She didn't know why she cared, but his presence irritated her more than it should have. "Lord Peveril, I thought that you vanished from the face of the earth," she snarked, the tone in which she spoke not her intended one. Lord Peveril, the woman she did not know questioned confusedly. "You get used to not being told everything by Harry," Narcissa returned evenly, offering the woman a sarcastic smile. "I meant to write back to you." "But you didn't. Now be quiet and let me do my job so you can get back to whatever you were doing." He sighed and nodded in reply, and she set to work, unsure why she was so annoyed with him. For one, he hadn't written back to her. He wasn't obligated to, of course, but after everything they went through, she at least deserved that. It wasn't much to ask for, after all. Also, with his disappearance, he had left quite the mess in his wake. She didn't blame him for what happened, but he had simply gone, and her grandfather had been the one to manage the fallout of Bella's actions. Again, not Harry's fault, but instead of soothing her irritation, it only furthered it. Maybe she was looking for an excuse to be angry with him, or that the past few months had been difficult for her and the rest of her family, and she merely wanted to vent at the person it had begun with. She sighed and shook her head. "It is broken in 4 places," she explained, having carried out her scans. "It will need to be set, and a treatment of Scalegro will do the rest. Will you be remaining with him, miss?" "Carrie, and no, I'm sure Lord Peveril here can manage," she replied with a smirk at Harry that annoyed the trainee healer. "Don't worry, I'll let Jason know you'll be fine for next week," she added with a wink before exiting the room. Narcissa watched her leave, unimpressed with how the woman carried herself. She was far from graceful and rather boyish in the way she had been seated and how she all but stomped from the room. "A new friend of yours?" she asked as she began undoing the bandages wrapped tightly around his arm. "Just a Quidditch teammate, but she's okay," Harry replied, wincing slightly. Narcissa hummed in response as she vanished the bandages and looked at Harry. He looked well, much healthier than she had last seen him. He had gained a considerable amount of weight, and his eyes were no longer so gaunt. He had been taking care of himself at the very least. "Was it so much effort to send me a simple letter?" she asked. "No," he sighed. "I just needed some time away from everything. So much happened in such a short amount of time, and I didn't know what I was doing with myself. For what it's worth, I'm..." He yelped as a series of snapping sounds could be heard around the room, as Narcissa had taken advantage of his distracted state to set the bones back into their correct position. "Bloody hell, you could have warned me," he groaned. "I could have," Narcissa agreed, "but where would be the fun in that? I am a black, am I not?" Harry released a deep breath as he looked at her. "I don't think badly of your family," he said. "Your sister is a raving lunatic and Walburga needs her head looked at, but the rest of you were respectful and I don't hold you responsible for what happened." "I know," Narcissa conceded as she took a seat on the bed next to him. "It's just been a strange few months. My grandfather is dealing with people trying to take advantage of us, and Bella, well, she's Bella." Her sister had barely spoken to her, nor her parents from what Narcissa could tell. Bella had been all but absent these past weeks, and it was anyone's guess what she was up to when she wasn't attacking muggles what seemed to be every other evening. "You seem to be doing okay, though," Harry replied, nodding towards her wrist. Instinctively, Narcissa covered up the platinum bracelet with the Malfoy family crest engraved into the clasp. It had been given to her by Lucius. She enjoyed the finer things in life, as she had grown accustomed to having with being raised a black. This, however, was gaudy and insinuated that she belonged to him. If it wasn't for her father insisting that she wore it and pointing out it would be an insult not to, she would bury it at the bottom of the box that housed the rest of her jewelry and never look upon it again. "I can't complain," she returned evenly. "I will have to marry one day, and I could do much worse than Lucius." Harry snorted. "You could do much better," he countered. He spent half the meal staring at his own reflection in the back of his spoon, the pompous git. "Sorry," he added, "it's not my place to judge him." "No, it isn't," Narcissa bit back, partly because he overstepped but also because he was right. Lucius was not what she envisioned in her future husband. "And what about you? Have you had any other offers of marriage?" Harry grimaced at the thought. "I wish I bloody hadn't," he grumbled. "Another 6, they must know I'm not a pureblood by now." Narcissa shook her head. "They don't care about your blood status when you have a name like yours," she explained. "You're just like me, I suppose. They'll want you for the name you carry and the influence of your family. The only difference is you don't have someone who can give you away to the highest bidder." He was visibly stricken by her words and began stuttering an apology, which she waved off dismissively. "You are looking much better, forgetting your latest injury, of course," she offered. "You're playing Quidditch now." Harry frowned but nodded. "I'm playing for a new team, the Hemel Harriers. he announced dramatically, eliciting a smirk of amusement from the woman. "Our first game is a couple of weeks away." "Well, you'd better rest that arm," Narcissa advised, as she stood and removed a bottle of blue liquid from within her healer's bag before handing it to him and heading towards the door. "Narcissa." She turned to face him, and he deflated, seemingly not knowing what to say to her. "Good luck with the Quidditch, Harry." With her parting words given, she left, herself not knowing what more to say to him in that moment. "Break." Harry watched her leave and shook his head. It was still odd to think that this woman would one day mother a prat like Malfoy, but when he thought of just how terrible Lucius was, it made sense. Draco was just like his father. Although he'd never spoken to her of where he'd came from here, she certainly was not thrilled by the thought of marrying Lucius, and Harry could not blame her. If anything, and as strange as it felt to feel such, he pitied her. He released a deep breath as he shook his head. She had not said as much, but his apparent snubbing of the alliance with Lord Black had caused a much more detrimental effect than he'd considered. That was not what he wanted for Lord Black, and as he stood and contemplated what he could do to remedy it, he could feel the pull of wizarding Britain drawing him back in. It was an inevitability, in truth, one he had avoided but could do so no longer. He had many things he needed to do, and his reprieve from them had seemingly come to an end. Break. As he took in the group of men and women seated around him at the table in the Hogshead, Albus couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for what they had achieved over the past weeks, each of them doing all they could to ensure their work was carried out. From the efforts of these witches and wizards, a considerable portion of Britain was now being monitored, all in aid of putting an end to the violence of the pureblood movement that continued to occur up and down the country, seemingly randomly. There was no pattern to the attacks other than the outcome. The masked and robed followers of the Dark Lord would arrive, cause utter carnage, and make a hasty retreat, leaving death and destruction in their wake. "I wanted to thank you all personally for your efforts," Albus spoke, silencing the muttered conversations taking place around the table. "Without you, we would be no closer to seeing an end to this madness." "For all the good it is doing," Benji Fenwick replied irritably. Nods and murmurs of agreement followed his reply, and Albus followed suit, acknowledging the point with a sigh. Despite what they had done, the difference the new sensors had made was marginal at best. They were managing to detect the attacks, but the aura response had been lackluster at best. It was not their fault, not really. Mobilizing the force in a way that was both efficient and in a way that mitigated the danger they would face was not simple, not with the threat they faced. In the intervening weeks, 3 Aurors had been killed already with nothing to show for their deaths. The masked attackers remained elusive, fleeing when law enforcement arrived and resorting to escaping by any means necessary. In the frenzy of being caught in the act of carrying out their sickening acts, they had no qualms with delving into irresponsible and dangerous magic to ensure they were not apprehended. It made for a very hostile environment to encroach upon for any, even those trained to handle these deadly situations, most not having faced such in the field until recently. It was as terrifying as it was necessary. "I understand your frustration, Benji," Dumbledore sighed, "but we are doing what we can." "No, Albus, we are not," the large Irishman huffed. "We are alerting the Aurors and nothing is being done." "He is right, Dumbledore," Caradoc Dearborn agreed, his strong Welsh accent laced with the same frustration as Benji's. "We notify the Aurors and they don't move any quicker. I don't know about all of you, but I joined this group to help people, not so I can learn of attacks that are not confronted." Again, there were murmurs of agreement, and Dumbledore met the gaze of several of those gathered. These were powerful witches and wizards in their own right. Both Benji and Caradoc were amongst the most gifted he had ever met, as were Fabian and Gideon Prowett. Edgar Bones was an excellent wizard, and Dorcas Meadows was simply spectacular. It would take much more than the average witch or wizard to defeat the dark-skinned and usually silent woman. "Is this how you truly feel?" he asked, taken aback by their willingness to fight. Is that not what you did with Grindelwald? Elphia's doge questioned. Is that not what it took to put an end to his madness? Dumbledore nodded his understanding and released a deep breath. It is, however, this is not a duel with one man, he pointed out. We would be outnumbered, and we would not know who our foes are. The fallout of taking direct action could be dire for us. For apprehending criminals, Benji snorted. The minister should bend over backwards to kiss our arses if we can stop these attacks, and even more if we grab a few of the little twats. The agreement was unanimous amongst them, and Dumbledore shook his head. I would not see any of you put needlessly in danger. Battle is a terrible thing and should be avoided at all costs, he said. Even at the cost of innocent people that cannot defend themselves, Albus, Dorcas asked. Before he could respond, Benji stood clutching his wand that was trembling in his hand, the tip of which was glowing a warning red. An attack in Gloucester, he announced. Dumbledore nodded and sent a patronus to Barty Crouch, his own adjustment of the spell allowing him to communicate with it. The group waited with bated breath for the return message, and it came only a minute later. No full team available, other attacks in progress. Dumbledore shook his head sadly as the ethereal eagle vanished. By the time he looked up at the gathered group, one of the Prewett twins and Caradoc were standing, their wands too glowing red, indicating the attacks of which Barty had spoken of. I don't know about you lot, but I'm sick of this, Benji declared. I'm going to help these people. If any of you are coming, then we leave now. I'm in, Edgar Bones announced immediately and stood. And us, the Prewetts agreed. Me too, Caradoc and Dorcas added. The rest of the group stood, even Aberforth, who had his wand already in hand. Albus sighed, but could find nothing to disagree with as he too nodded. If the ministry could not fight this group alone, then who was he to deny these men and women who were so willing to defend those that could not? Then we shall go together, he decided. It will be dangerous, but it is the right thing to do, he added, the very words he had spoken to Millicent playing over in his mind. Break. Once again, Lucius found himself working his way through the chaos, cutting down the fleeing muggles as he sought out his own entertainment for the evening. He cared little for the violence he was able to unleash, but it was expected of him, so he would play his part as much as required. No, the violence was rather dull, and was best left to those with a less refined taste for instilling fear and panic. Fools like the Lestranges would indulge in such, but Lucius preferred a more personal approach. Spotting a house that had yet been ransacked by his companions, he kicked open the front door to be greeted by the sight of an elderly man and woman, both sleeping in their armchairs and seemingly unaware of what was happening outside their home. He frowned beneath his mask, the woman not being to his taste, too old to be visually pleasing, but he was stirred nonetheless. He was not one to pass up an opportunity when it presented itself so readily, and he bound the slumbering man to his seat with ropes, waking him. What's going on? He asked confusedly. Who are you? Nothing for you to concern yourself with, Lucius replied smoothly. I am but a shadow in the night. When you wake, you will not even remember I was here. It's a shame, but do be quiet and enjoy the show, he finished as he approached the still sleeping woman, loosening his belt. The old man's eyes widened in horror as he realized what was about to happen, something that only added to the excitement that Lucius felt. Get away from her, you bastard, the man raged, fighting fruitlessly against the ropes that held him. Lucius merely laughed at the struggling buffoon and struck him with the back of his gloved hand. I told you to be quiet, he hissed. The man whimpered, his cheek already bruising as he looked on helplessly. Ignoring him, Lucius turned his attention to the woman and sneered as he continued working on his trousers, pausing as a distant shout sounded. Aurores. Lucius growled, torn between finishing what had been interrupted doing and leaving. It would take some time before they reached him, after all. Run, you Fools. Another voice sounded, this one much closer than the last. The intrusion angered him, and he refastened his belt and peered through the nearby window onto the street, only to see figures in white masks and robes sprinting by. Cowards, he spat as he turned towards the wide-eyed old man. It seems you are fortunate this evening, he conceded. Perhaps I will return when it is quieter. With a muttered spell and a wave of his wand, the memory of his presence was wiped from the muggle, and he slumped forward out of his chair. He would merely believe the bruise on his cheek had come courtesy of a fall, and Lucius could make good on his promise to return when the Aurors were gone. However, as he exited the house, he realized that it was not the Aurors that had intruded upon their activities this evening, and he felt his heart sink into his stomach at the sight of none other than Albus Dumbledore stalking towards him, his long white beard unmistakable even from this distance. He cursed as he avoided the stunning spell sent his way, turning heel and running as his companions had. It was then he realized why they were running. Someone had put up an anti-apparition ward. Picking up his pace, he all but sprinted around the corner, avoiding another spell courtesy of his former headmaster, and continuing his rather uncouth escape. Dumbledore could outmatch him with his wand, but the aged man certainly couldn't outpace him. As degrading as it was to resort to such a measure, Lucius did so, cursing until he was clear of the village and was finally able to apparate away, breathing a sigh of relief that he had not been captured. When he was safely back within the grounds of Malfoy Manor, he removed his mask, his chest heaving from the unexpected physical exertion and a layer of perspiration dripping from his uncharacteristically tousled hair. What was Dumbledore doing there? It mattered not the reason why. His presence had unsettled the blonde and would not be welcome news when it reached the Dark Lord, though Lucius was confused. Was the chief warlock now working with the ministry? Had they finally begun taking their attacks seriously? Regardless, it did not sit well with him, and he could not help but think that things would change from here on out. If they were no longer being ignored, then they would meet resistance, and meeting resistance meant fighting would ensue, just as his father had predicted. Would all this truly lead to war? Lucius could not be certain, but he remained confident that he was on the right side. Dumbledore was good, better than most he would begrudgingly admit, but he was old and not a match for the Dark Lord. Of that, he had no doubt. Break. Did you get any of them? Caradoc asked as the group assembled in the center of the village. The bastards ran like rats, Benji spat disgustedly. Bloody cowards. But we prevented any further harm being caused, Dumbledore placated. Was that not what we came to do? Benji nodded reluctantly. Would have been nice to capture one of them, he muttered. Is anyone hurt? No, I think we're all okay, Edgar spoke tiredly. He, too, was frustrated. The robed figures had fled. Then we should be thankful, Dumbledore declared. I do not expect it to be so simple in the future. They will expect us and will be prepared. Good, Benji replied challengingly. I'll look forward to it. And now all that is left to deal with the minister. Dumbledore sighed as a group of red-robed Aurors arrived with their wands drawn and eyeing them questioningly. Ede, what are you doing here? Amelia demanded. Apparently, your job, Edgar replied unabashedly. Amelia stared at him in disbelief and shook her head. Quiet lass, Moody growled before she could respond. You chased them off. Dumbledore nodded, and Moody released a deep breath. You'd best be off before Crouch gets here, he advised. None of us saw anything, did we? He asked his team firmly. No, one his colleagues replied. The idiots in masks were gone when we got here, isn't that right? I didn't see a thing, another agreed. But I'm sure we are all grateful to those that put a stop to whatever was happening here. Moody offered with a grin. Go, I will be in touch, Albus. Dumbledore nodded gratefully and gestured for those who had accompanied him to follow. They may not have captured anyone, but they had made a difference and he was content with that. The others were disappointed for their own reasons, but he was proud of them. They had stepped up when the Aurors couldn't and had done so admirably. He just hoped that their intervention would not become a regular thing, though he had the distinct feeling that was almost inevitable. Break. None would dare say to his face what they whispered amongst themselves. It only made Arcturus respect them less. It angered him, But ultimately, they were cowards, yappy pups nipping at the heels of a wolf. With a single bite, they would be reminded where they were in the pecking order, and he was so very close to snapping. If any had the guts to express what they thought to him, perhaps he would respect them, but they did not. They would continue to mutter in their circles and stare at him with their judgmental eyes. He frowned as the Wisengamot chambers fell suddenly silent and turned towards the door where everyone else was now staring. Much to his surprise, Lord Peveril had entered, and he could already see the vultures twitching, anticipating their chance to pucker up and kiss his backside. The young lord, however, was unmoved by the coy. Grins sent his way and gestures of invitations for him to join them. The first person he did greet was Charles, shaking the equally surprised man's hand and offering him a few words before doing the same with the other young man in the room, Lord Bones. The two were on friendly terms, and the other lords and ladies took note of it. Bones standing among them, all would improve considerably from the brief interaction between the two. The surprise Arcturus felt at his appearance paled in comparison to what he felt when the young man approached him with an accommodating smile, taking his hand in his own and placing the other on his shoulder in a display of warm familiarity. "Lord Black, how is your beautiful wife doing?" Peveril asked, just loudly enough to be heard by those undoubtedly listening in. Arcturus had to fight the smirk of amusement that threatened to form, the reaction of those who had only a moment ago been badmouthing him, now thoughtful and questioning. "She is doing well, Lord Peveril," Arcturus returned. "I will, as always, send her your regards." "Please do," Harry replied with a respectful bow. "I've been indisposed off recently, but have missed her company, and yours, of course," he added as an afterthought. Arcturus chuckled and patted the younger man on the back. "I'm sure she will be pleased to know you're thinking of her." Harry offered him another smile and nod before walking towards where he would be seated, pausing and shaking his head disapprovingly. Peveril was much shrewder than Arcturus had given him credit for. He did not know why he did what he had, but the gesture would silence those that had dared to speak ill of him, and for that he was grateful. He found himself nodding approvingly, as the man did not take up residence with the darker families. It was a bold message, but one Arcturus approved of. Without uttering a word, he had told them all that he would side with neither faction, would make his own choices, and did not appreciate the attempt to coerce him. It may have only been the placement of his seat, but it was key to how the Wisengamot was run, and he had handled the situation firmly but without causing offense. "Break. Welcome, Lord Peveril. We have been wondering when you would join us," a man to his left greeted him. Harry did not recognize the lord, but offered him a polite nod. "I apologize for the delay in doing so. My attention has been required elsewhere." "Of course, I imagine a man such as yourself is sought after." "Unfortunately, that is true." Before the man could reply, Olin decided that this was the moment to introduce himself to the entirety of the Wisengamot by escaping the confines of Harry's skin and taking to the air with a loud screech. He flew a lap around the chambers and settled on his shoulder, ruffling his feathers indignantly. "Death," he squawked. The lords and ladies eyed him warily as Harry chuckled and stroked his dark plumage. "Today could be the day, old friend," he replied almost comfortingly. Those within the room began muttering amongst themselves, their eyes barely leaving the bird as Olin's gaze swept over them, seemingly scrutinizing the witches and wizards. "I must say your friend is rather unnerving, Lord Peveril," a wizard seated behind them commented. Olin turned and tilted his head at the man questioningly before posturing up and flapping his wings frantically, squawking in displeasure. Harry fought the urge to laugh as the man flinched, almost falling off his chair. "I believe he has taken exception to what you have said, sir," Harry said dryly. "Then he has my apologies," the man stammered. Olin stopped flapping, but continued to eye him, leaving the wizard shuffling uncomfortably in his seat. "Lord Peveril, I think it would be best if your companion was no longer present," Dumbledore called from his podium, seemingly having arrived during the Raven's display. "Of course," Harry complied. "Come on, all, and back you go." The Raven did not seem pleased and flew another lap around the room. "Death, death!" he offered and vanished into Harry's ribs once more, much to the relief of the gathered lords and ladies, no more than the man seated behind him who breathed an audible sigh. "Thank Merlin," the man mumbled. "Now that has been handled, I believe it would be prudent for us to begin our meeting," Dumbledore announced, tapping the top of his podium smartly with his gavel. Having achieved what he had set out to do, Harry leaned back in his chair and listened to the dull ramblings of the men and women around him who discussed a plethora of topics ranging from boring to unimportant, in his opinion. Thankfully, the meeting only lasted around 2 hours, and when it was adjourned with another tap of Dumbledore's gavel, Harry took his leave quickly, offering brief farewells to only a few. He certainly did not want to be held back by those that wished to cajole him into a conversation. They would have to wait another day. Break. It was a bemused Arcturus Black that arrived home that afternoon, Peveril's arrival in the chambers now the subject on the tongue of his peers. The very amicable interaction between the two could be missed by none, and the stares sent his way had all but stopped. If the Black Patriarch were not so astute, or he didn't understand the younger man the little he did, he would question if what Peveril had done was intentional. He had no doubt in his mind that it had been, the young lord once more proving his worth as a potential ally. "What's happened, Arcturus? You seem confused," Melania commented, greeting him with a kiss on the cheek as he entered the kitchen where his wife was having tea with Narcissa. She had been visiting more recently, not that he was unhappy with the development, but she had given no reason why. He suspected that the atmosphere within her own home was tense after what had happened between Bella and Peveril. Arcturus certainly had not given Cygnus nor Bellatrix a reprieve from his ire since. "It seems as though Lord Peveril has decided to take up his lordly responsibilities," he announced. "He has?" Narcissa asked, evidently surprised. Arcturus nodded. "The little sod walked in as brazen as ever, shook my hand, and asked after you as though we were old friends," he snorted to his wife. "It shut the other shits up in a heartbeat." Melania positively beamed as she rubbed her husband's shoulder. "I told you it would all work itself out, didn't I?" "You did," Arcturus conceded with a sigh. "I don't know what brought it on, but I can't say I don't appreciate it." "I do," Narcissa piped up with an amused shake of her head. "He was in St. Mungo's the other day. He'd broken his arm playing Quidditch, and I explained what had happened since he had vanished. I didn't ask him to do anything," she added, quickly seeing the frown creasing her grandfather's brow. He nodded thoughtfully. "Then he is a much better man than I gave him credit for," he mused aloud. "He could have hung me out to dry in there today, but he didn't. He's a good lad, that one." Narcissa offered the man a smile, pleased that he already seemed less stressed than he had been these past few months. Harry had come through for them without being asked, and she couldn't disagree with her grandfather's assessment of him. He was a good man, despite how frustrating he could be. "Break. And you are certain it was Dumbledore and not an Auror?" the Dark Lord questioned. "I am, my lord," the masked man confirmed. "We were all lucky to escape." Voldemort hummed irritably as he stood and began packing. After a moment of pondering the situation, he smiled. "Then they are finally taking notice of us," he muttered. "Dumbledore is inconsequential, but you must be prepared for him to arrive regularly. I will create portkeys that will bypass anti-apparition wards." "So, we will continue as we have been?" his companion questioned warily. "We will, but with caution. A week or two break at most will allow us to prepare accordingly," the Dark Lord replied. "If we were to cease our efforts any longer, all we have done will be for naught." "Of course, my lord." "I will even join you on some of your excursions," Voldemort informed him. "Perhaps a reunion with the old fool will come sooner than I anticipated." He fell silent once more before nodding slowly, pleased by the prospect. "It also presents the opportunity for us to advance with our plans. I would like you to pick our best 20 recruits. They will be marked this evening and shown how to announce our presence. I believe the days of us working from within the shadows has passed, my friend, the Dark Lord finished. I will begin gathering them, my lord, the man replied excitedly before taking his leave from the room. Voldemort watched him leave before taking his seat by the fire and sipping his wine. Things were beginning to come together, not necessarily how he envisioned it, but this could prove to be better than he imagined. If he was able to kill Dumbledore, the people would flock to him in droves. Whether that would be from fear or admiration, it mattered not. His numbers would swell to where none could hope to oppose him. Without Dumbledore, Wizarding Britain would collapse easier than a house of cards. The thought brought a smirk to his lips. All that remained was the admittedly arduous task of killing his former headmaster. Not an easy feat by any stretch, but Lord Voldemort had been preparing for this eventuality, and he was as ready as he would ever be. Break. All right, there's no need to be nervous. We've been training for this, Jason said, as he paced around the rundown changing room they had been allocated. We're not nervous, Jason, Allison pointed out calmly. I was talking about myself, the man huffed. Harry grinned, Jason's current demeanor reminding him of how Oliver would have been before a match. Allison may not be nervous, but he was. It had been years since he had played a formal game, and he had forgotten about the pre-match jitters. They were in full swing now, and he found himself tapping his foot nervously. We'll be fine, David Jennings, Carl Watson's beater partner, assured the coach. David was a thick-set man that somewhat resembled a gorilla. His accuracy with a bludger was questionable at times, but Harry had never seen any hit one with more power. And even if we're shit, Lord Peveril here will catch the snitch before they can pull too far ahead, Jane added, smirking at Harry. Jane Winter was another chaser on the team along with Allison and finally, rounding out the trio, Claire Lewin, all of whom being exceptionally talented, so much so that Harry was surprised they weren't playing professionally already. His status as a lord had become quite the joke to them. At first, they had been surprised and had fumbled over their words when speaking to him. It wasn't until he insisted they treated him as they had before that the formalities stopped. His lordship was now used to tease him, which he much preferred to the awkwardness. All his teammates had gone to Hogwarts and not had a good time with the pureblood students who were not shy to proclaim their superiority. That had not surprised Harry. He had seen it happen himself from the likes of Malfoy. As such, the team was relieved that Harry was not seemingly like the others. Okay, it's time, Jason announced nervously. Jack, guard the posts and the rest of you do what we have been in training. There's no reason why we can't win this. The keeper, Foley, a redhead in his early 30s, nodded his understanding before leading them out of the dingy changing room and onto the pitch. It was not a warm day, the summer having recently given way to autumn, but it was not raining, so no one was going to complain. Today, they were playing the Luton Lions, another team in their league, this one with a pitch of their own, though it had seen better days. There were 4 small stands that could only be standing with the help of magic. Surprisingly, quite a few people had come to watch the match, and Harry even spotted a few wearing green and gold hats and scarves, the colors of his team. Hemel Hempstead had never had their own Quidditch team, and it appeared as though some of the locals had traveled to see how they would fare. Ignore the crowd, Jason urged worriedly. Speak for yourself, Barnacy, Allison replied before taking to the air, not seeing Jason cringe at the use of his disliked moniker. She does it on purpose, he grumbled. It could be worse. Harry comforted. You could be a lord. Jason offered him a smirk and shook his head. I wouldn't be saddled with you lot if that was true. I might even live in a castle, he sighed whimsically. Harry chuckled and kicked off from the ground, readying himself for the match to begin, reveling in the mixture of excitement and nervousness Quidditch brought him. He had missed this, more so than he ever realized. Break. The game had already begun when she arrived, and immediately she felt out of place. She had attended the Slytherin matches at Hogwarts, but she would not profess to be a fan of the sport. In truth, she didn't know why she was here. She had found the fixtures listed in the sports section in the back pages of the Daily Prophet, and here she was. Perhaps she wanted to thank Harry for what he'd done for her grandfather or see for herself how talented he was, not that she could make such a judgment. She hadn't ridden a broom since first year, and that had not been an enjoyable experience. "Can I interest you in a scarf or hat, miss?" a small boy of around 5 asked, pulling Narcissa from her thoughts. She looked down to be met by a toothy grin, his nose covered in freckles and his arms full of green and gold knitwear. It was chilly, and though she had dressed for the weather, the added warmth would be welcome. "I'll take a scarf," she replied, returning the smile of the eager boy. "What number would you like?" "Number," she replied confusedly. "Oh, sorry, miss, the scarves have the players' numbers on," he explained. "What number is Lord Peveril?" she asked. The boy's eyes widened at the mention of the man, and he practically bounced on the balls of his feet. "Harry is number 7, miss," he answered. "I'm going to be a seeker like him one day. My dad is the coach," he added. Narcissa raised an amused eyebrow. "Then you had better work very hard," she said, accepting the proffered garment and handing the boy 2 galleons. "I will," he vowed as he frowned at the coins. "Sorry, miss, the scarves are only 6 sickles," he informed her before rifling in a change purse he carried. "Then keep the rest for yourself for being so helpful," she insisted. His eyes widened once more. "Really?" "Of course," Narcissa replied with another smile. "It can't be easy carrying all of that around." The boy nodded, and all but skipped away with a grin plastered across his face, and Narcissa turned her attention towards the game taking place above her. She could only shake her head at the display of aerial acrobatics. It was no wonder Quidditch players were injured as often as they were. It was not a sport for the faint-hearted, and she visibly flinched as 2 of the chaser came together in a rather painful collision. They, however, took it in stride and continued playing, unfazed by the incident. Seeing that they were indeed okay, she sought out the man she had come to see. Harry was a lone figure flying above the other players, his broom moving at a sedate pace as he scanned the area for the snitch. Without warning, he dived from the 100 feet or so he was up, chasing something she could not see, and was quickly followed by the opposing seeker. Narcissa felt suddenly nervous as he plummeted towards the ground and almost screamed until he pulled out of the dive at the very last second. His pursuer, however, was not so lucky and hit the dirt below with a dull thud, eliciting a groan from the crowd. A team of healers were with him quickly, and he was on his feet only a moment later, waving cheerily at the crowd before mounting his broom once more. She would never understand the appeal of playing the sport, though watching it was proving to be quite thrilling, in a strange way. She did not have time to ponder that further as Harry once again spurred his broom into action, and she could only watch open-mouthed as he maneuvered his way around the pitch, twisting and turning his way through gaps in player formations and even the hoops with practiced ease. It was as though he had been born atop the broom, his antics as dangerous as they were awe-inspiring. Even the supporters of the opposing team were taking note of him, some even beginning to cheer as he pursued a tiny golden ball, the opposing seeker failing to keep up with him. Once more, she felt nervous, anticipating a crash, and she released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding as he snatched the little snitch out of the air, beaming triumphantly as he held it aloft. She clapped as the small group of supporters wearing green and gold cheered, cursing herself for being here, but having enjoyed it nonetheless. She looked on in amusement as Harry landed, and was tackled to the ground by his teammates, recognizing one of the women as the one that had brought him to St. Mungo's. Without thought, she began approaching the group with the rest of the crowd and another very jubilant man. He was with the boy she had purchased the scarf from, the coach, evidently. "I knew you'd do it, Peveril," the man whooped as he pulled Harry into a tight embrace and kissed him on the cheek. "You can stop shitting yourself now, Barnacy," the chaser she had met giggled, eliciting a frown from the man. The woman sobered immediately as she spotted Narcissa, and she began nudging Harry with her elbow. He frowned confusedly until Allison, if she remembered correctly, pointed in her direction. He was surprised by her presence, his eyebrows raised as he approached with a questioning look. "What are you doing here?" he asked, surprised by her appearance. Narcissa didn't know what to say. What was she doing here? She shrugged, feeling nervous once more, though this had nothing to do with seeing him whizzing through the air on his broom, one mistake away from death. "I saw that you were playing today," she answered more confidently than she felt, "and I wanted to thank you for what you did for my grandfather at the Weisengamot meeting. I really appreciate it." He nodded and offered her an easy smile. "It was the right thing to do," he replied warmly, taking note of the green and gold garment around her neck. "You bought a scarf. Do I have my first fan?" he added dramatically. She raised a delicate brow in his direction. "I was cold," she defended. "Besides, I think the little boy selling these is your first fan." "Well, I'll have to settle for you being my second," he sighed. "I wouldn't go that far, Peveril," Narcissa returned with a smirk. "You could have bought any other number, you know," he pointed out. "I could have," she agreed. "Maybe I like the number 7. Harry chuckled. "I didn't take you for one to have a favorite number." "There are lots of things you don't know about me," Narcissa returned. "That is true," Harry conceded, frowning as he opened his hand to reveal the snitch he had caught. "You don't strike me as a Quidditch fan, either." "I'm not," she denied. "This was my first game away from Hogwarts." "Then you should have a souvenir to remember it by," he decided, taking her hand and placing the snitch in it. "I can't take that, it's yours," Narcissa said, trying to give it back to him. "Besides, I have the scarf." He refused to accept it and pushed her hand away. "I plan on catching many more of those. I'd like you to have the first one. Without everything you did helping to get my leg better, I wouldn't be able to play." Narcissa tutted and put it in her pocket. "I was just doing my job." "I know, and I appreciate it," Harry replied. "Fine, I will keep it," she agreed. "You're a very frustrating man, did you know that?" "I have been told," he answered with a grin, and Narcissa shook her head. "Thank you," she offered sincerely. "I will look after it, and again, thank you for helping my grandfather." She leaned up and kissed him on the cheek, surprising him and herself with the gesture. As she walked away, she wondered why she had done it. It seemed like the right thing to do in that moment, but as she headed towards the entrance, she felt silly for doing so and dared not look back at him. If she felt the way she did, Merlin only knew what he thought of it. Break. Lord Voldemort smiled as he looked up at the dark mark in all its glory. The emerald skull with the snake protruding from its mouth would come to be something they would all fear. The village below him continued to burn. The Aurors were struggling to fend off his greater numbers, and there was no sign of Dumbledore this evening, the doddering fool likely trying to intervene at another one of his attacks. It mattered not. A meeting between the two was inevitable. He did not wish to ponder that at the moment, however. He was celebrating, enjoying the carnage unfolding all around him. Tonight, as with many more to come, the darkened sky was illuminated by his mark, something that had been a long time coming. Chapter 12. The bleak path we walked to say that Amelia had been both surprised and displeased by her brother's presence at the site of the attack would be an understatement. Not only was he putting himself in danger, but he had all but forced her silence on the matter. As gifted as Dumbledore and the rest of his group were, they were not Aurors. They were a vigilante group, and a highly illegal one at that. If Edgar was caught, it was not only his position that would be in jeopardy but hers also, and for the life of her, Amelia could not understand why he would risk so much. She was pulled from her thoughts as he huffed from the opposite side of the dining table. "Millie, you can't ignore me forever." "I am not ignoring you," Amelia denied. "I'm not speaking to you because I do not wish to argue with you, Ede. You have made your intentions clear." "Yes, I have," he agreed. "I am doing what I can to ensure that what happened to Mother and Father does not happen to anyone else. I thought you would understand." Amelia shook her head. "I do," she replied, "but what you're doing is dangerous, Ede. What if you are killed? What would happen to the family? How do you think Mother would feel? If Father was still here, do you think he would approve? Have you even thought about that?" "Of course I have," Edgar snapped. "I think about all of those things every time I'm out there. Someone needs to stand up to them, Millie, and I'm sorry, but the ministry is not doing enough. I respect what you do and I'm proud of you, I truly am, but do not treat me as though I am wrong for doing this. You forget that I can handle myself and I am able to make a difference to the people that are being attacked." "I know, Eid," Amelia sighed. "I don't doubt you." She didn't. Her brother was one of the most capable wizards she knew. He had always been diligent with his practice, and even now with her training, he would likely best her. That did not stop her from worrying about him. "I don't want to fight with you, Millie, but I will not stop what I am doing. It is the right thing to do." Amelia knew he was right, but it made it no easier for her to accept. She loved and cared deeply for her brother, but these were not normal criminals he was out there combating. The entirety of the Auror force was having no luck in apprehending any of these cloaked figures, and it felt as though Edgar was putting himself needlessly in danger. "I know, Eid," she conceded. "I just don't want you to get hurt." "And what about you?" he countered. Amelia shook her head. "I'm an Auror," she reminded him. "You're still my little sister," he countered. "It doesn't matter how old we get or how far in the ranks you climb. You're still the same Millie that used to sit on my shoulders during Quidditch matches when you couldn't see. It will always be my job to protect you, so let me do it." Amelia grinned at the memories of being on her older brother's shoulders. She had always been smaller than most of the other children, and Edgar had always been there to make sure she could see. Sometimes he would even allow her to tie his hair up with one of her scrunchies. Well, he never gave her permission, but he never stopped her doing so whilst she was up there. "I don't like it, but I know you won't change your mind. You stubborn git." Edgar offered her a winning smile before unceremoniously hoisting her out of her seat and putting her over his shoulder. "Eid, put me down," she warned. She was an Auror and was being manhandled by her brother as though they were both still children. "Not until you say the magic word." "I am not 5 anymore," Amelia ground out, yelping in surprise as he began spinning her. "Ed." "Fine," he conceded with a huff as he placed her on the floor. "You're not fun anymore." Amelia pushed her hair out of her face and scowled at her brother. "No," she denied. "I just like a different kind of fun now." Edgar's eyes widened as she drew her wand, and he fled as she took aim, cursing as her spell narrowly missed him. Break. The mark that had been plaguing the skis of Britain for the past 2 weeks hung ominously above the pensive in his office, and Albus Dumbledore stared at it speculatively. It was a trivial thing, a calling card to send the message that the very same group of wizards was behind each attack that occurred. Much to his relief, they had not increased any more so than they had been happening prior to the mark's appearance, but they had not slowed either. It was frustrating to say the least, and what made it more so was the nature of these intrusions. The men and women that donned the white masks and dark robes didn't seem to relish confrontation with those that could defend themselves. As such, whenever Albus and the rest of the Order arrived, they left promptly. There was much to be said for the nature of such people. They were content with tormenting and torturing those that could offer no resistance, but when it came to be confronting those that could, they had little interest in doing so. He sighed as he vanished the mark with a wave of his hand, before reaching into his robes and removing the Phoenix pendant. "The Order of the Phoenix," he mumbled. It was a moniker the group had collectively decided on, and he did not know what to think of it. Regardless, he was proud of each and every one of them for what they were doing. Night in and night out, they were putting their lives on the line to protect the Muggles, as were the Aurors, of course. Their combined efforts were making a difference, but not enough. The sheer numbers they were confronted by was as worrisome as it was baffling to the headmaster. Had the pureblood movement truly gained so much support? Often, they found themselves outnumbered considerably, and Albus could not help but think how fortunate they had been thus far that the Dark Lord's followers had fled. As much as he wished to bring these people to justice, he wanted to keep his people safe first and foremost. Their efforts were quickly becoming a very dangerous undertaking, and he knew in his heart of hearts that it was only a matter of time before someone was hurt. That did not bear thinking about for the old man, not with who he was convinced their foe was. Tom had not been present at any of the attacks Albus had dispersed. Sightings of a wizard with red eyes had been reported at others, but he had yet to lay eyes on his former student. A part of him hoped that he was wrong, that it was not Tom behind this, but he was not so naive. From what Edgar Bones had said, he could not deny what was all but staring him in the face. Tom was out there somewhere, plotting and causing many misery, as was his way. How this Lord Peveril was connected to him, Dumbledore did not know. He had yet to seek the man out and was reluctant to do so. Edgar insisted he could be trusted, but Albus had his reservations, and more so with asking him to join the order. He remembered just how Peveril had killed Avery, and had seen the duel he'd had with Bellatrix Black. The man wielded very dangerous magic, and though he could be a powerful ally, Albus would not allow the order to devolve into what they were combating. These masked men and women should be brought to justice, judged by their peers for their crimes, and not executed as Peveril was inclined towards. He had pondered the man extensively, and though what he had done for Lady Bones was admirable, Albus did not deem it necessary. He replaced his pendant before checking the time. It was late, and it appeared Britain would be given a reprieve this evening from the chaos. Deciding that he would turn in and return to his problems in the morning, he packed away his pensive and headed towards his chambers, the feeling that what he had witnessed so far was only the beginning ever present in his mind. Break. Corvus had been as proud of as he was displeased with both his sons for proving themselves worthy of receiving the dark mark. It was one thing hunting muggles for sport, but to all but swear an oath of loyalty to another man was a foolish idea, and he should have expected nothing less from his offspring. They were fools, but it was not what they had done that irked him so. It was the lack of thought they had put into it. Rudolphus would one day be the head of his family, and it was something he should have discussed with his sire at the very least. He had not, and although Corvus did not find the decision his eldest son had made disagreeable, that did not stop him from cursing the boy for his stupidity. Fucking morons, he huffed irritably. He himself was very much in support of the Dark Lord. For too long, the mudbloods and other less savory elements of their society had been growing in number, threatening the purebloods' very way of life. Corvus was not one to sit idly by and allow it, but he had made an informed decision to follow Lord Voldemort. Whereas Rudolphus and Rabastan had done so to either be part of the trend or without due consideration. Regardless, they had proven themselves imbeciles, and he was still furious with them. "You wish to see us, father?" Rudolphus asked, having stuck his head around his office door tentatively. "Get yourself in here, boy," Corvus growled. He shook his head disappointedly as his son and future daughter-in-law entered the room and took the seats on the other side of his desk. "I asked you here to inform you that I will be extending an invitation to Lord Peveril to attend your wedding." He held his hand up and gave both a stern look to quell their protests. "Already, you have embarrassed yourselves where he is concerned, defied the Dark Lord when he explicitly told you to leave him be, and only served to turn him away from our way of thinking." "I will not have him there," Bellatrix snapped. "Then you will take it up with the Dark Lord," Corvus returned. "It is on his orders that I will be doing so." Bellatrix scowled unhappily. "Why would he want him there?" Rudolphus asked confusedly. "I believe he wishes to ascertain if he can be brought on side," Corvus replied with a shrug. "He has his reasons and has asked for this specifically, so you will be polite and courteous. If you are not, it is the Dark Lord you will answer to." "But he's a filthy mudblood," Bellatrix declared. "And yet he would have killed you had your sister not intervened," Corvus pointed out, much to the woman's chagrin. "He is a gifted wizard, and one the Dark Lord would prefer to keep neutral at worst. Do not antagonize him and let go of whatever grudge you hold for the time being, at least until the Dark Lord says otherwise. Do you understand?" Neither were happy with the command, but nodded their agreement, albeit reluctantly, and Corvus dismissed them with an irritable wave of his hand. The wedding was proving to be more trying on his patience than he had anticipated. Already, the date had been postponed twice because Bellatrix was not happy that some of the planned arrangements would not be ready for the original December date, nor for the January date that had become available. Instead, it would now be held in February and had cost Corvus a rather tidy sum to rearrange. Still, Rudolphus would be married to the girl soon enough, and he took comfort in the fact that he was one step closer to seeing his goal come to fruition. He simply needed to remain patient a little longer. Break. The ministry had been uncharacteristically accommodating to Harry when he had written to the Department of Magical Education to inquire about sitting his owls and newts. It had been a simple case of booking an appointment to be assessed and pay a 2-galleon fee per subject he wished to sit. He had not hesitated to sit his owls in defense against the dark arts, charms, transfiguration, potions, and care of magical creatures. They had been rather simple, his experience of using all in some form whilst on the run proving to prepare him sufficiently. His newts, however, were something he was not confident with. He had not finished his formal education, and he found that there was still much of the syllabus he needed to learn. He'd had no need for transfiguring iguanas into purses or anything of the like, so he was not well versed in such magic. To aid him in this, he had purchased the current Hogwarts textbooks and set to work in the evenings. For the weeks during his isolation, he had been practicing nightly and learning the required theory. What he quickly concluded was, the newts earned their name. For the most part, he had progressed well. His practical work, he found, was what he needed to work on the least. The spells came much easier to him now than they ever would have when he was 16 years old. Perhaps his magic had developed, or that what he had faced in the intervening years made the spells rather elementary in comparison. He knew not, but it allowed him more time to focus on the theory, of which he found equally as fascinating as it was useful. He hadn't put much thought into magical theory during his formative years, but should have. His mastery of the Patronus charm proved that. As enjoyable and challenging as he found the undertaking, none proved to be more of the latter than potions. After all these years, it still proved to be the one subject he could not grasp. Whilst on the run, he had learned how to brew the essentials, blood replenishers, pain relievers, and even burn salves, but nothing so complex as what was in the textbook. Here, he was out of his depth and finally admitted to himself that he would need help. Bollocks, he grumbled as yet another cauldron was ruined by one of his concoctions. Somehow, his draught of living death had become a gloopy sludge before solidifying before his very eyes, rendering the cauldron unusable. With a huff of frustration, he vanished it. Even without Snape breathing down his neck, he could not get the hang of the art, and he could not help but think he was wasting his time. The books he had purchased on the subject had proven to be next to useless, and his own efforts were showing no improvement. If anything, they seemed to be getting worse. The smell left behind from his latest attempt did little to convince him otherwise. No, he would need help if he was to stand a chance at passing potions. He could quit, and likely would have as a teenager, but now he was determined. Whether that was part of the coming together of the souls, or his own maturity, he did not know. What he did know, however, was that he was now running late and only had 15 minutes before he needed to be in Caerphilly for his second Quidditch match. Although Jason was grateful for his catch during the previous one, he would not appreciate Harry being late. Break. Lucius was becoming bolder in his efforts to convince Abraxas into throwing his lot in with this dark lord he had become enamored with, all but confirming that he was involved with the attacks being carried out against the Muggles. Abraxas firmly believed that the pureblood families should retain their traditions, but not by murdering people that were no threat to them. There was little to be gained from such a venture, and the Malfoy patriarch was at his wits' end, trying to explain this to his son. Lucius would hear nothing of it, and was convinced the Dark Lord was a beacon for change. For the life of him, Abraxas could think of nothing that needed changing. His family was exceedingly wealthy, they were influential, and were held in high esteem. If anything, Lucius was squandering the hard work that generations of his ancestors had put into elevating them to their current lofty position. He shook his head disappointedly. The boy needed a stern reminder as to what his duties and responsibilities were. They certainly did not involve backing a dark lord that would one day be little more than a distant memory, a blight on the history of wizarding Britain who, unavoidably, had been soundly defeated. One day soon, the world would take notice of this grasping tyrant, and he would be dealt with as all dark lords inevitably were. With a sigh, he tapped his ring with the tip of his wand and waited. It was several minutes later that a tousled and sleepy Lucius arrived, seemingly displeased by his rest being disturbed. It was almost 11 a.m., and his son had always been an early riser until recently. "You called for me, father?" Lucius questioned stiffly. Abraxas narrowed his eyes. There were many things he wished to say to his heir, but he had more pressing things to discuss with him. "How are your efforts with the black girl going?" Lucius frowned and released a huff of irritation. "I have done what you asked of me. I have not appeared too interested, nor have I allowed her to believe that my interest is only platonic." Abraxas nodded. With the Blacks having fallen out of favor recently, he was reluctant to proceed with his plans. With the arrival of Peveril and his evident forgiveness of the man, the rest of the lords and ladies had followed suit, meaning that Arcturus Black once more sat atop the pecking order of pureblood families. The time to seal the betrothal between Lucius and Narcissa had now come. "Good," he praised. "You will increase your efforts now. Leave her with no doubt as to what your intentions are, and I will begin negotiating with Cygnus to broker a contract. You will begin by asking the girl to be her escort to the Lestrange wedding." "I thought you were putting your efforts into delaying the wedding," Lucius questioned. Abraxas snorted. He had done what he could to hinder Rudolphus and Bellatrix being married. He thought that given her display with Lord Peveril, Corvus would have second thoughts about marrying his son to her. Abraxas had toyed with the idea of marrying Lucius to her if that had happened. But he would not subject his son to the deranged woman. Regardless of any other plans he may have made, his efforts had been in vain, and the wedding would go ahead, just at a later date. Corvus clearly was not inclined towards terminating the contract between his heir and fiancée, proving that he was either very savvy or very stubborn. Abraxas could not be certain which. "Plans change, Lucius," he replied, echoing the words he had spoken to his son many times over the years. "Of course, father, I will do as you ask of me. As always," Lucius added in a mutter as he turned to take his leave from the study. "Does that mean you will also stop this foolishness with the Dark Lord?" Lucius paused his steps and hung his head before shaking it. "You do not understand, Lucius." "No, father, it is you that does not understand," Lucius snapped, turning to face the man that had sired him, his heavily circled eyes full of anger and resentment. "The Dark Lord cannot be stopped. I have witnessed his power for myself, and I will follow him as he leads us to greatness." Abraxas could only stare at his son, disappointedly. "You have been lured in through a show of strength, you fool," he despaired. "He will not win, Lucius. You will stop this madness or—" "Or what?" Lucius challenged. "Will you disinherit me, disown me as your son?" Abraxas swallowed deeply. He did not want to be at odds with Lucius, but had hoped he would see sense. "No, you will not. I am your only heir, and what I am doing is for my future. He is not like other Dark Lords. He is powerful and will not be defeated." Abraxas chuckled humorlessly. "They said the same about Grindelwald, and yet he is dead." "And Dumbledore is an old man that cannot match the Dark Lord," Lucius retorted. "But there will be another," Abraxas pointed out. "If history has taught us anything, it's that there is always one willing and able to bring down a tyrant." Lucius shook his head in disbelief. "Not this time, father, and I hope you realize it before it's too late," he sighed. "Whilst you are denying the truth, I will continue as I am. I will marry the black girl as requested, but I will choose my own path." With his parting words given, he left, and Abraxas deflated in his chair. Lucius had always been somewhat arrogant, had allowed the family name to give him a sense of entitlement and superiority. What the foolish boy did not remember, however, was that when he was under that mask, it all meant nothing. He had given himself to another in the pursuit of greatness, when all he had needed to do was be his heir and continue as the Malfoys had. Lucius was risking everything in a gamble that would not end well, or at the very least, ruin the reputation his forefathers had forged. For the first time since his son had breathed his first, Abraxas was truly disappointed in him. "Break. You seem very happy, Narcissa," Melania commented, nodding the smile she wore as she sipped her tea. "Am I to assume that things are going well with Lucius?" Arcturus frowned as his granddaughter's face fell. "Lucius?" Narcissa questioned. "Oh, I haven't seen him much, not in over a week," she added with a shrug. "Is he not supposed to be courting you?" Arcturus asked irritably. Narcissa sighed and shook her head. "Lucius is not interested in me. He's only doing what Abraxas has told him," she snorted. Arcturus hummed disapprovingly. "Slimy bastards," he grumbled. "Just say the word and I will put an end to it." "There's no point," Narcissa replied. "Father and Abraxas are keen on us being married and they will get their way. I don't want there to be any more trouble in the family. We've had enough of that." "Narcissa." "It's fine, grandfather," she interrupted. "I've known it would happen one day, and a match with the Malfoys is better than I expected. It could be worse. I could be married to Crabbe." Arcturus grimaced at the thought. "Very well, I trust your judgment," he conceded unhappily. She was right that a match with the Malfoys was a good one for her, despite the political machinations involved. Arcturus was keeping a very close eye on his prospective in-laws, who had yet to step a toe out of line. If they did, they would know about it immediately. He might be in his advanced years, but that would not stop him killing both Lestrain and Malfoy if he needed to. "So what were you smiling about?" Melania pressed. "I was smiling," Narcissa returned, confused. "Just a moment ago, before the subject of Lucius was raised, you were lost in your own thoughts and smiling." The girl's cheeks flushed a little, and Arcturus eyed her speculatively. "I was just thinking about Quidditch," she answered. "Quidditch? You've never shown any interest in Quidditch before," Melania said disbelievingly. Narcissa looked sheepish for a moment and sighed. "I didn't, not until I saw Harry playing." It took but a second for the Black Patriarch to connect the dots. "Peveril?" he questioned, unable to hide his surprise. Narcissa nodded. "I went to thank him for what he did for you at the Wisengamot and saw him play. I don't know much about it, but he's very good on his broom and won the match for his team." "Peveril is playing Quidditch. Is that not a little dangerous for someone of his position?" Melania asked. Narcissa shrugged. "Like he'd listen if anyone told him otherwise," she laughed. "Not bloody likely," Arcturus chuckled. "Who is he playing for?" Narcissa frowned thoughtfully as she removed her scarf from her pocket. "The Hemel Harriers," she answered, reading the team name off the garment. "Awa, she even got a scarf," Melania cooed, "and it's even got Peveril's name on it." Arcturus raised an eyebrow at his granddaughter. "Well, I wasn't going to get one with a stranger's name," Narcissa huffed. "I suppose not," Arcturus agreed. "Were you planning on going to watch him again?" "I was thinking about it. He's playing today." "Then we will join you," Melania declared. "It's been years since your grandfather and I went to a Quidditch match." "The World Cup final of '54, Arcturus reminded her. "Why not? I'm sure Peveril won't mind the extra support. If you don't mind, of course," he added to Narcissa pointedly. "Why would I mind? It's just a Quidditch match," she replied. "The team could use all the support they can get. They didn't have much last time." "Then it's settled. What time does it start?" "At 1 p.m., Narcissa replied. "Then we had best start making a move," Melania said, checking the clock. "We only have 30 minutes to get to." "Carfilly," Narcissa informed them. "We best fetch our jackets then," Arcturus prompted, following his wife from the kitchen as she stood. "Peveril," Melania whispered. "He would be a much more preferred match for her," Arcturus conceded, but not a possible one. Why ever not? Because if I was to approach him with the idea, he would think I am doing so only for an alliance. Does that matter? She is clearly not enamored with the idea of marrying Lucius. You saw that smile, Arcturus. At the very least, she would be happy. She would, but she would not want me to interfere. She would resent me for being presumptuous, and we don't even know if that is what she wants. Melania sighed and nodded her understanding. Are you ready? Narcissa called as she entered the hallway, neither of her grandparents missing the gold and green scarf she had wrapped around her neck. Of course, Arcturus replied. These tired old bones just take a moment to get into a coat these days. Break. Are you sure he won't mind us being here? Doria asked. I'm sure he won't, Charles replied. Besides, it's a public event. If he's half as good at Quidditch as he is flying, he won't be able to avoid the attention. Doria nodded as they entered the small stadium. I thought they were a new team. They are, but it seems as though they've already gathered quite the following, Charles commented, seeing dozens of witches and wizards sporting green and gold amongst the stands. Is that Arcturus? Doria asked in disbelief as she pointed to a trio of people only a short distance away. Why would your brother be here? I don't know, Doria answered, as she began heading towards the man who was also surprised by their presence. Break. It seems that they have more supporters than we were led to believe, her grandfather pointed out as they settled themselves into the front row of one of the stands. There were less than 20 people last time, Narcissa explained, taken aback by the livelier atmosphere. Arcturus nodded towards a banner a short distance away. It seems they have heard of how well Peveril did. Narcissa, too, looked towards the banner that depicted a crudely drawn picture of Harry chasing a snitch on his broom, with his family name written in bold letters just above. Did you expect Charles and Doria to be here? Her grandmother questioned. Narcissa turned, and much to her surprise, her Aunt Doria was walking towards them with Charles in tow. Arcturus, what are you doing here? The Potter Lord questioned as he shook her grandfather's hand. I was told Peveril was rather good and wished to see for myself. Told by whom? Her grandfather nodded in Narcissa's direction, and Charles offered her a smile. Ah, the beautiful black sister. Excuse me, Arcturus pressed. Oh, something Lord Peveril said when we first met, the man replied dismissively. He told me of your meeting with him, and I explained that I was married to Doria. He mentioned the women of your family were beautiful. I assume he meant Narcissa as she was the only one he'd met at the time. He is quite the flatterer, Melania said, offering her husband an indiscernible look that was missed by the younger blonde as she stared at Charles questioningly. Had Harry really said that about her? No, surely he was merely being polite, as her grandmother explained. He was not exactly going to say anything unpleasant about her to a man married to her great-aunt. I could ask the same of you, Charles. What brings you here? I've seen him fly, and I'm interested to see if he is as good as I think he is, Charles replied. Any further conversation between them was cut off by a loud voice that rung out across the small stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for the Caerphilly Colts. The opposing stands erupted in a cacophony of cheering and applause as a team in red took to the air and began flying laps around the pitch. In goal we have Brian Craddock. A short cheer sounded from the Caerphilly fans. Your beaters are Eogan Callaghan and Peter Corbett. Another 2 cheers as the 2 men waved their bats in acknowledgement to their supporters. Your chasers today are Bryn Matthews, Alan Smith, and Maria Catchpole. A trio of cheers sounded this time. And your seeker for today is Scott Daniels. Daniels was rather big for a seeker, his red hair and crooked nose unmissable even from a distance. It appeared as though he had been hit with a few too many bludgers. Now for the opposition. In goal for the Harriers, we have Jack Foley. The man was given a polite round of applause as he took up his position. The beaters for the Green and Golds, Carl Watson and David Jennings. They, too, received a warm reception from their fans. The three chasers for the Harriers, Jane Winter, Claire Lewin, and Allison Carey. A series of wolf whistles and catcalls could be heard from behind her, and Narcissa scowled. "Ignore them, sissy," Doria urged. "Men will be men." And finally, their seeker, Harry Peveril. Narcissa thought her eardrums would explode from the almighty cheer and feminine whistles that erupted from behind her. Even Harry paused on his broom, shocked by the welcome he received. "Go on Peverell, son. Show that ginger bastard what you can do," an overzealous fan who was shirtless and clutching a tankard of mead shouted. Both Charles and her grandfather smirked at his antics, but Narcissa was not focused on him. She was distracted by another sign she spotted a few rows behind him, seemingly having been written in lipstick. "Kiss me, Peverell." It had even been dotted with lip marks, where the woman who was holding it had peppered it with kisses of her own, and Narcissa frowned. Harry wasn't the kind of person to kiss her, because she had made a sign asking him to, was he? "I can't help but notice, Charles, the resemblance between yourself and Peveril," her grandfather spoke, pulling her from her thoughts. "I was going to mention it at dinner, but, well, you know." "I told you it was noticeable," her Aunt Doria sighed. Charles nodded. "It goes no further than us, but we are related," he muttered. "The Potter line merged with one of the Peverils around 5 centuries ago." "Truly?" Arcturus questioned. "I thought it was merely a coincidence, but it makes sense. It explains why you reached out to him." "He hasn't got any other family," Charles sighed. "Does he know?" "He does," Charles confirmed. "We haven't seen him much, but he does write often." Arcturus nodded. "None will hear it from me, old friend." The match got underway, and the chasers began their efforts in earnest, avoiding the bludgers sent their way by the beaters, and doing all they could to intercept the quaffle. Narcissa paid little attention to them, her eyes firmly on Harry as he searched for the snitch, drifting around the stadium as he focused on the task at hand. "He's seen it," she announced only a minute later as he suddenly shot upwards before heading into an almost vertical dive, followed by the opposing seeker. "He's bloody mad," Arcturus muttered as the young man plummeted towards the ground, showing no sign of relenting. "Pull up, Harry," Charles urged, cringing as he stopped and spun under his broom. The other seeker, Daniels, panicked and lost control, him along with his broom crashing into the ground. "Take that, Ging," the shirtless man shouted giddily, spilling his mead over the spectators in front of him. The rest of the crowd unleashed a collective groan of sympathy as the large man clawed his way back to his feet, offering Harry an obscene gesture via a raised finger. Harry, however, had already flown away, charging towards the opposing chasers as they attempted to shield the quaffle from his own teammates. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, their formation broke apart at the last second, the red ball falling into the hands of Jane Winter, who put the ball through the center hoop for the first 10 points of the game. "The boy is suicidal," Melania commented. Narcissa could only nod her agreement, her heart beginning to pound in her chest as Harry took the sky once more, becoming but a dot floating above them. "Merlin, he can fly," Arcturus complimented. "He's making the rest of them look like amateurs." "I think he's seen it this time," Charles announced, pointing to where Harry was now spiraling towards the ground once more. "You dirty bastard," the shirtless man yelled as Daniels flew directly into Harry's path, the two colliding in midair. Narcissa gasped as Harry was unseated, her eyes widening as he hung on to his broom for dear life with one hand. "Isn't someone going to help him?" she asked, panicked. "This is Quidditch, Narcissa," her grandfather answered with a shrug, as though that was sufficient enough to explain why Harry was being left dangling almost 70 feet in the air. She could only look on helplessly and screamed along with many others as he seemingly lost his grip and began falling, bereft of his broom. She frantically fumbled for her wand and heaved a sigh of relief as Harry snatched the broom out of the air from beside him and mounted it, his toes skimming the tips of the grass as he wrested it back under control. "He's bloody mad," Charles declared, worse than James. Doria was pale and clutching her chest, the moment overwhelming her with worry. She had seen many horrific Quidditch injuries during her career as healer, but had never witnessed them occurring. What a show, Arcturus praised, a grin plastered across his face, unaware of the look of disbelief his wife was sending his way. Narcissa shook her head and searched for Harry once more. He appeared to be no worse for wear nor deterred from being a complete lunatic on the back of the broom. Daniels had pulled ahead of him in pursuit of the snitch, but Harry was gaining on him quickly and closed the gap between them only a moment later, the pair engaging in a mid-air tussle for dominance. Whatever happened, she did not see, but both ended up crashing into the ground, and Harry was the first to his feet, the fluttering wings of the snitch protruding from either side of his closed fist as he held it aloft. Thank Merlin that is over, Melania sighed. I was going to have a damned heart attack. Narcissa nodded her agreement, any words she had being drowned out by the cheering crowd behind them. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. After an exceptional competition, Harry Peveril has caught the snitch. The Hemel Harriers win 180-20. A final resounding cheer from those wearing the green and gold, or no shirt for that matter, went up, and the crowd began taking their leave of the stadium, some remaining behind to try to talk to the players. Harry awkwardly exchanged pleasantries with a few of them, his discomfort from during the situation evident to those looking in. He'd better get used to that if he's going to keep playing, Charles chuckled. The man should be playing in a better league, Arcturus added. He pissed all over this lot. Well played, Peveril, he called as Harry walked past. He stopped at the familiarity of her grandfather's voice and approached with a look of confusion marring his features. What are you all doing here? He asked. Well, we are relatively local to here, and the fixture was advertised in the newspaper, Charles explained. You caused quite the stir with your last performance. It will be even more with this one, Arcturus declared. You're a mad bastard, Peveril. Quidditch fans love that. Harry smirked and rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly as he turned to face Narcissa, frowning as he did so. Are you okay? You look as though you've seen a ghost, he said. Narcissa shook her head. You have got to be the stupidest man I have ever seen, she replied amusedly. It's a wonder you have lived this long. He seemingly nodded his agreement. If you think that was stupid, maybe one day I will tell you about the time I outflew a dragon. Out of any rebuttal he could have chosen to give, that was not one she would have expected, though when she looked him in the eyes, there was no hint of fabrication there. Surely he was joking. When she opened her mouth to question him, however, his attention had shifted to Charles. Are you crap at potions too? He asked bluntly. Charles was taken aback by the question and frowned. Who told you that? Was it you, Arcturus? The Black Patriarch shook his head in denial and held his hands up innocently. No, I was just wondering, Harry assured the embarrassed man. I've done my owls but can't get the hang of newt potions. It's the only one giving me problems. Ah, so I can blame the Peverils for our lack of brewing ability, Charles replied almost giddily. Wait, you've only just done your owls. Yeah, things haven't exactly been conducive for studying for me, Harry returned coyly. I'm not getting paid for Quidditch, so I will still have to get a job. I'll need owls and newts for that. You will, Charles agreed. I would be a terrible choice to help you, but Doria. I'll do it, Narcissa broke in, uncertain as to why she was volunteering herself. You need an O at both owl and newt level to train as a healer. I can help you. Harry did not appear to be enthused by the idea. I think that is a wonderful idea, don't you, Arcturus? Her grandmother pressed. I do, Arcturus agreed after a moment of hesitation. She is a fine potioneer, Peveril, and I approve. I respect what you are doing. Narcissa shot the man a questioning look, and he pointedly ignored her in favor of staring at Peveril, who seemed to be trying to find a way out of such an arrangement. Then I would appreciate it, he finally spoke, offering her a nod of gratitude. Excellent, Arcturus declared. Now, why don't you get changed, and I will take us all for dinner to celebrate your excellent performance." Harry nodded. "I'll only be a few moments." With that, he headed towards the changing room and Narcissa. The Potters and her grandparents were left waiting for him to return. "I could have helped him with his potions, Arcturus," Doria pointed out. "You could, but Narcissa completed her newts more recently," he explained. "Besides, I remember when you tried to help Charles with his. I thought you were going to kill him." Charles nodded severely, evidently remembering it well. "You're not so patient with people who can't brew," he muttered. "Because it is not that difficult," Doria defended. "How hard is it to follow instructions?" "Really hard when someone is shouting at you," Charles countered with a grin. Doria narrowed her eyes at her husband before sighing. "Fine, maybe I'm not all that patient," she conceded. "It's not as though he can enroll himself at Hogwarts," Arcturus explained, "and private tutors are astronomically expensive. Only idiots like the Malfoys would pay for them." "Arcturus," Melania chastised, nodding towards Narcissa. "Well, they're about the only ones who can afford it that would pay for them. Didn't Abraxas bring in a Russian to teach Lucius during the summer when he was at school? I remember him bragging about it during a Wisengamot meeting." "I wouldn't know," Charles offered with a shrug. "I wouldn't trust a Malfoy as far as I could throw one of the weasels. They're always up to something." Arcturus nodded his agreement, a deep frown creasing his brow. Narcissa wouldn't pretend to know Abraxas well at all, only having met him a few times throughout her life. Lucius had been a year older than her at school, and they hadn't had much interaction. She did remember him being a bit of a braggart, but no more than any of the other boys in her house. However, the more time she spent with him, the more it felt that he was not being himself. His smiles would never reach his eyes, and it appeared that he did not want to be there with her. He didn't, not really, and she had long suspected that he only did so at the behest of his father. "Ah, here comes Peveril." Her grandfather's voice broke into her thoughts. Break. A dinner with the Blacks was not something he had expected to be on the agenda for the day, nor was seeing the Potters. Even less expected was the offer from Narcissa to help him with his potions work, and he could not help but think that it would prove to be a bad idea. He didn't dislike the woman. If anything, he admired her for what she had already done for him, and that was the problem. For the past 2 weeks since she had arrived unexpectedly for his first game, he had been thinking about her, much more so than expected. The only 2 people he had ever thought of this much had been Ginny Weasley and Cho Chang, neither of those having ended well for him. Thinking of Narcissa in such a way was a problem for him. This was the woman that would one day be a Malfoy, wife of Lucius and mother of Draco. Regardless, he still thought of her, against his better judgment. Being on the run, romantic thoughts of any form had been far from his mind. For the most part, he had lived his life in fear and in a state of vigilance. He had not even considered the notion that one day he would have the chance to explore the idea, let alone actually being here where he could live it. He shook his head of those thoughts. He may well have the opportunity to do so now, but not with someone like Narcissa Black. She was all but spoken for, and Harry did not want to involve himself in such a complex issue. Whatever agreement that had been struck between the Malfoys and Blacks was their business, and he was even reluctant to allow himself to be tutored by the woman. He couldn't imagine Lucius being happy with it. That thought did cause a smirk to tug at his lips. He didn't care what Lucius did and didn't like, but he wouldn't wish for anything to be made difficult for Narcissa. Lucius was a vile and unpleasant man at best, and Harry did not understand their relationship from where he'd come from. Perhaps Narcissa would change from what she was now, become like him, or maybe already was. Either way, it wasn't his business, and the less he had to do with either of them, the better. Well, that had been his thoughts on the matter until today, and he now found himself once more with her being a presence in his life. It was moments like this that he questioned whether fate was still mocking him. Not that he wouldn't appreciate her help in potions, and even as he reached the waiting group, he could not imagine the blonde before him being anything like Lucius Malfoy, his former thoughts on her making him feel guilty for thinking them. I'm ready, he said, returning the nervous smile Narcissa sent his way. And there it was, the rare gesture he saw from her that he had been thinking of recently. He liked her smile, it suited her. To him, it was a shame that it would not be something he would be able to experience much of. In a matter of months or even a few years, they would likely be at odds, on opposite sides of the impending conflict. He did not relish that realization, and it did nothing but leave him feeling conflicted. As much as he liked seeing her smile, it would not sit well with him seeing it given to Lucius Malfoy. That, however, was what the future held, and deep down, he knew he would be the cause of her eventual misery. He would one day kill Lucius, and even the smile of this woman could not prevent that. Break. It was around 2 hours later that Narcissa returned home, having shared a rather nice meal with her grandparents, the Potters, and Harry, though the latter was quieter than usual. It may have been that he was tired from his efforts during the Quidditch match, but he stayed on the edge of conversation, offering his input only when prompted. Perhaps he was still wary around her family. He didn't appear to be, but he was certainly reserved. It wasn't until she broached the subject of assisting him with his potions work that it was discussed, and he agreed they would begin the following week. "Narcissa, is that you?" her mother called as she entered the front room. "Come in here, please, there's someone that wishes to see you." She frowned. There was no one that would come to her home to visit, and her guest was certainly not one she would expect to go out of his way to do so. As she entered the parlor room, she was greeted by the sight of her parents seated at the table with Lucius Malfoy. With how comfortable the man had situated himself, he must have been here for some time. There were empty plates in front of them where they had evidently shared a meal, and even mugs from where they'd had coffee. "Lucius," she questioned. He stood as she entered, and gave her one of those smiles that did not quite reach his eyes. "Lucius has been waiting for you," her mother sighed. "Where have you been?" "It's okay, Mrs. Black," Lucius placated. "I fear that I have been an imposition on your parents." "Nonsense," Cygnus denied. "It has been nice getting to know you." Lucius offered her father one of the same smiles, and a slight bow. "I apologize for not writing, but I wanted to ask you in person if you will allow me to be your escort for Bellatrix's wedding to Rudolphus." Her parents beamed from behind the man, and Narcissa was taken aback by the question. Lucius was a confusing person, and became more so with each encounter with him. "Oh, of course," she agreed, as was expected of her. The smile she received this time came with a gleam of excitement in his eyes, but it did not fill her with warmth nor anticipation. It unsettled her, but as quickly as it appeared, it was gone again, and she could not be sure if it had even been there in the first place. "What is that you are wearing?" Her father cut in disapprovingly, gesturing to the scarf she had kept on even after the game had finished. Narcissa internally chided herself for her laxity. "It's just a scarf," she replied. "With Lord Peveril's name stitched into it," her mother asked curiously. "Yes, he plays Quidditch, and I went with grandmother, grandfather, and the Potters to watch him play." "Oh, Narcissa, what must Lucius think seeing you wearing that?" Drula sighed. No, it is quite all right," Lucius broke in. "We all have the pursuits we enjoy. I thank you for your hospitality, and I look forward to the wedding. I'm sure it will be quite the enjoyable affair." Narcissa nodded, and Lucius took his leave of the house. Oddly, he didn't appear to be upset, but he was not unmoved either. As with the spark of excitement, another emotion flickered across his face, one that was unreadable but not a comforting one. "I believe he feels offended," Drula muttered. "As he should," Cygnus huffed. "What on earth were you doing with Peveril? It is Lucius that is courting you." "I went to a Quidditch match with several other people," Narcissa reminded him. Cygnus shook his head. "There will be no more of it," he commanded. "I will not have the Malfoys think poorly of us because of the company you keep. Peveril is not an ally of our family, and you will not see him anymore." "Then that is something you will have to discuss with grandfather," Narcissa returned evenly. "He has given his blessing for me to help Harry with something, and I intend to do so." "You will do no such thing," her father growled as he stood. You will not jeopardize this arrangement. Cygnus, Drula chastised. You will control your temper. Narcissa is helping a potential ally to the family. The Malfoys are all but our allies already. Not until Narcissa and Lucius are married, Drula pointed out, if that even comes to pass. Cygnus looked at his wife in disbelief. Why would it not come to pass? We would be fools not to seize this opportunity. Because I have my reservations about the boy. Your vision is clouded by the prestige the match will bring, but I look at Lucius as I would any other boy. He is a fine young man, Cygnus argued. What bloody reservations do you have? That remains to be seen, Drula replied. You see him only for his name, but have you truly thought about the kind of person he is? Shouldn't Sissy get a say in this? Cygnus glared at his wife. His nostrils flared in displeasure. The decision on whether or not they marry is mine alone to make. You've already seen what happens when too much freedom is given. I am grateful that Bella was not as foolish as the other one. I will not risk such a slight against us again. Make no mistake, if Potter had not interfered, Andromeda and the Mudblood would be dead. Drula was stricken by the words of her husband, and said nothing as he swept from the room. Mother. I'm fine, Drula said dismissively. She wasn't, and Narcissa could see that she was trying to fight back her tears. With a gentle sigh, she sat in the seat opposite her mother and took her hand in her own. She has a child, a girl, I think. A child, Drula asked gently. Whatever anger the woman had felt towards her eldest daughter had evaporated and had been filled with sadness. It was hard for Narcissa to see her mother this way. The Rosiers were a pureblood family that stood for pureblood traditions, but not as ardently as the Blacks. Drula had been furious with her daughter's actions, but that had seemingly passed. Narcissa nodded. She was born not long after I started at St. Mungo's. She must be around 2 now. Was Andy okay? Did everything go well? Narcissa could only shrug. I only saw her brought in and heard that she'd given birth to a girl, she answered. I've not seen her since nor heard anything else. Drula nodded her understanding. I'm still angry with her, but I do not wish her harm or her baby. Narcissa gave her mother's hand a squeeze. It was the first time since Andromeda had run away that they had spoken of her, and she could not help but think what happened in the weeks after would be one of life's regrets for her mother. Anyway, what is it you will be helping Lord Peveril with? Drula asked, changing the subject. With his potions, Newt, Narcissa answered honestly. He never had the opportunity to complete them, and it's something he struggles with. Drula gave a watery chuckle. It is hard to think, after what we saw of him, that he would find something such as potions so difficult. It is, but I suppose he hasn't had time to practice much, Narcissa replied. I don't know exactly how his life has been, but it has not been good to him. No, it doesn't appear so, Drula agreed thoughtfully. A comfortable silence fell between them for a moment before Narcissa could no longer ignore something that had been said when her father had been present. Mother, you said you had your reservations about Lucius. Drula shook her head. Think nothing of it, Sissy. It is probably me worrying about you too much. No, I would like to hear them. What is bothering you? Drula sighed. I don't know, but there is just something about him. It's as though he puts on a show for people. Like he's wearing a mask. Yes, Drula agreed. Like he's wearing a mask. Narcissa deflated in her chair. She knew she had not been seeing things, had not imagined the lack of warmth in the smiles or the odd looks he would send her way at times. No, there truly was something about Lucius that did not sit right with her, and her mother saw it too. Then I only hope that he is not a cruel man, she sighed as she left the room. Break. Tonight was not one of respite from the pureblood movement's cruelty, and the Order had been caught off guard by the sheer number of incidents that had triggered their censors. For the most part, the attacks had come in 3s or 4s, but not this evening. There had been 8 to contend with. This was the 4th that Albus Dumbledore had attended, the arrival of the Order coming too late to assist the Muggles that had been targeted, as had been the unfortunate trend of the evening. He could only shake his head sadly as he took in the devastation around him. "Another one," Benji commented angrily. "Another one," Dumbledore confirmed quietly. "The Ministry will arrive soon. I would advise we all left before that happens." "We tried, Albus," Dorcas offered comfortingly. "We will get them." Albus released a deep breath as the Order members that had accompanied him vanished, and he took a moment to compose himself. A few steps into the carnage sobering him, but serving as a reminder as to why they were doing what they were. They had not made it on time tonight, but their efforts would continue. He paused suddenly and frowned as he felt a familiar presence, one he hoped he would never come across again, but one he suspected he would. Tom had been here, the essence of his magic as unforgettable as it was unmistakable. It was different from when he had last sat with the man to discuss his possible placement as the new defense against the dark arts professor so many years prior, but it was undoubtedly him. Feeling his way to where the magic was emanating from, he came upon the body of a young man. His shirt having been crudely torn open, carved into his flesh was a disturbingly legible message. Tom had taken his time with this, or had become so adept at such a practice that it was done with apparent ease. "Better luck next time, old man." Albus shook his head. How could one grow to be so cruel? He knew not, but his former student had, and had resorted to goading him with his unforgivable obscenities. It was not often Albus felt anger, an emotion he had done his utmost to quell since what happened to Ariana the last time he succumbed to his temper. Now, however, he felt it pumping through his veins, Tom's perversion of this innocent man's body proving enough to provoke such from the usually benevolent old man. "Next time indeed," he mumbled before apparating away with an exaggerated crack as he disappeared. Break. He had come to learn that tending to his needs was no longer viable during an attack. Either the Aurors or Dumbledore and his ensemble of fools would appear at the most inconvenient of moments. As such, he needed to temper his urges until a more advantageous opportunity presented itself, or he sought one out. Tonight had been particularly difficult to do so. Even before the frenzy and chaos had ensued, his aggression had been pent up. During the attack, he had involved himself more with his peers, cursing more muggles than he usually did, seeking to cause harm to them in an effort to rid himself of the rage he was carrying. Despite how many had suffered under his fury, it had not been abated. No, it would take a more personal enjoyment for the contentment to come. For the second time in only a matter of hours, he found himself in the same muggle dwelling. The Ministry workers had done a remarkable job at cleaning up the mess Lucius and his comrades had left in their wake. None would ever know that only a short while ago the streets had been full of screaming muggles with many of the houses burning. His jaw tightened as another wave of anger threatened to overwhelm him. Black had been cavorting with another. She was his, and the thought of her with him infuriated Lucius. He cared not for her but for the principle of what she was doing. It was Lucius that was courting her, it was him that would be marrying her, and yet she was spending time with another man. It was unacceptable to say the least, an insult to him, and he could not allow it to stand. She would need to learn her place, learn that she was to be his and not Peveril's. With a growl, he stormed towards the house he had chosen earlier in the evening, one he had prepared accordingly for his return. With a well-placed kick, the door swung open, and he stomped up the staircase that led to the bedrooms, enjoying the whimpering he could already hear. Without pause, he opened the door with a tap of his wand and entered, the young, blonde woman he had chosen for this evening trembling on the bed. "I told you I would return," he snorted as he seized her by a handful of her hair. She didn't look much like Black, but she would do until Narcissa was his.